Hello listeners, a very warm welcome to Renesmee, a channel dedicated to Twilight fanfiction. If you'd like to join us, it's completely free. Just hit subscribe, and get notified every night before you head to bed. The difference between us is I know that if I let it bring me to my knees, I might not ever be able to stand again. She's already given up. At the end of her first week back, she looks so forlorn that I can't stop myself from walking over to her in the gym. It's a stupid move because I have no idea what to say to her once I'm standing 2 feet away. Are you okay? There are tears in her eyes, and I knew the answer before I even asked the stupid question. Her gaze moves from the far wall she's been staring at for the last 5 minutes and she glares at me. Like you give a fuck. She hisses, swiping at the tears on her face with the back of her palms. I should have known better. She may be down, but she's not out. I give her a little smile. And instead of being an asshole to her, I let her have this one. She needs it more than I do. After school, I head straight to Forks. One more week. If I can just make it one more week, I can ditch PA for the summer. I try to feel happy about it, but if anything, there's only a dull ache. Moments like these make me wonder if I'll ever be normal again. Or happy. My life was cool before Edward came along. I've always had my girls and we managed to make each other smile or pick each other up when things get bad. Charlie is the best dad in the world. And Renee, well, she tries. Sometimes. The stuff with Jake was shitty. But looking back, I know it was my pride that hurt more than anything after our breakup. This is different. By the time I get home, I'm in such a funk I load a bowl in my true CK and head straight to the woods out back. Alice and the others are going to a bonfire out at First Beach tonight, the last one of the school year. The seniors have already graduated, and for some of them, this will be a last. It's probably the weed, but, fuck, 2 more years sound like a goddamned eternity when I tell myself that's how long I really have left. I know a few months aren't really going to make a difference. And when August rolls around again, seeing Edward will hurt just as much as it did today. Alice said to call if I want to come, but when I think of the last time I was there. This has to stop. The constant loop in my head is driving me fucking nuts. The fucking world does not revolve around Edward Cullen. That's exactly what I tell Alice when I call her to accept the invitation. Jasper finally got his license and his parents gave him an old, gray Impala. It's a heap like my truck, but he offers to be DD for the night, so Alice and I let him. We stop by Peter's house to pick up the booze he got from a friend earlier. I'm shocked when Alice steps out and pushes the seat forward. He climbs into the backseat next to me, and I try not to panic when he smiles a lazy, stoned smile. You look much better than the last time I saw you, he says cautiously. Thanks. I stare out the window, smoking and flicking ashes out of Jasper's cracked window. We stop at the diner for dinner. If Alice and I are going to drink, we need food on our stomachs. It was Jasper's only condition. When we walk through the door, I realize sitting at a table or a booth puts Peter and me next to each other. I pick a spot at the long counter and toss my bag on a stool before walking over to the jukebox. Alice joins me and steals 3 plays from me by punching the numbers while I'm still flipping through the selections. What the hell did you play? I ask her, shoving her away. I have no idea. Those were just random numbers. She lucks out because the first shot in the dark is Johnny Cash. I don't like much country. But even I love the Man in Black. Jasper comes over and takes her hand, pulling her to him and spinning her around in the middle of the restaurant. Disgusting, isn't it? Peter says casually as I take my seat. He's watching them with a smile on his lips, and it's easy to see why so many girls have given him full groupie benefits. I study the menu even though I already know I'll order chili cheese fries. I've seen Alice and Jasper together enough to know they're disgusting. In a perfect kind of eat your heart out, you know you wish you could be like a sort of way. Constant. Steady. He loves Alice, pot, and art. They still haven't said it, but I know what love looks like now, and he loves her. And as weird as it is, he's the one normal thing she has. She loves him too. Maybe they work so well because they don't complicate shit with declarations and promises. They're sweet. It's meant to be a compliment, but comes out sounding sad and pathetic. The second song turns out to be Madonna. There are few artists Jasper hates more than Madonna, so Alice cons Peter into dancing with her, and Jasper joins me at the counter. He mock howls the lyrics to Crazy for You Unt. I point out that he knows them, which means he must have liked it some point. Can't get anything past you, Swan, he grumbles. Tons of other kids show up at the diner, and dinner turns out to be a bit of a pre-party party. And then the drive to the res is a mile-long caravan. Is this normal? I ask Alice as we grab blankets from the trunk. She glances around at the full parking lot and shrugs. Sure. The last party of the year is always the biggest. Everyone comes to it, even the kids who have already graduated. I've never seen this much alcohol. Kids in Forks don't play. Carmen introduces me to her new good friend, Cisco. It's a cheap wine that tastes like cough medicine and has me fucked up in no time. Other than a brief confrontation with the pitcher of the Forks baseball team, the Nye. Tea is easy until it gets late and all the couples start making out. Leah and I smoke a bowl with Tyler and Peter and a few other single folks. Leah sings a few Joni Mitchell songs as Tyler plays guitar. Her voice is beautiful and seductive and lulls me into a false sense of security. Maybe I've never really loved. I guess that is the truth. I've spent my whole life in clouds at icy altitudes. And looking down on everything. I crashed into his arms. Amelia. It was just a false alarm. Jessica sings with her, and Peter bobs his head slowly with his eyes closed. They're all okay, and to them it's just a song. But it makes me want to step into the ocean and keep on walking until I reach the clouds. I try to leave Saturday around noon to do some grocery shopping, but my truck won't start. When I call the shop, Jake tells me they're swamped and promises to be at my house bright and early Sunday morning to check it out. Surprisingly, he keeps his word. The alternator is fucked, and Jake doesn't have the part on hand at the shop. He'll have to order it and pick it up in PA. Great. The last few days of school and I'll have no wheels. Just perfect. On the upside, Jake said he could make the trip on Thursday and pick me up after school so I won't have to wait around on Renee to give me a lift back to Forks. He's also going to handle the labor free of charge. The library is closed on Sundays, so I call Leah to see if she wants to hang out and maybe give me a ride to the port. She wants some new dresses and flops, so she's more than willing to drive as long as I agree to shop with her. Since I really don't have a choice, I agree. We both end up getting long sundresses at the vintage shop, and she talks me into a really ugly pair of Birkenstock sandals. They look like Jesus shoes, but damn. They're comfortable. We run into Ben and Aaron as we're leaving a greeting card store in the mall, and I introduce them to Leah. Ben invites us to have dinner and hang out with them. Leah looks uncomfortable, and the last thing I want is someone from school to see me with Ben and Aaron in public. They'll probably start rumors that I'm letting them tag team me. Fuck that. I decline politely, steering Leah with my hand on her arm as we retreat. I take her to eat at Pam's early, long before the dinner crowd arrives. She's restless and doesn't want to go home yet, so she suggests a movie. I agree as long as it isn't a romantic comedy. She has a strange crush on Pauly Shore, and we end up seeing Encino Man. It's so stupid and cheesy that it actually makes me chuckle a few times, which makes Leah smile hugely. She hugs me in her car in Renee's driveway. Thursday. Hooker. You can do this. Just a few more days. As I watch her drive away, I know I have the best friends in the world. Seriously. I am 5 minutes into a Spader movie on Cinemax when someone pounds on the front door. I check the peephole and get more than a little creeped out. Ben is on my porch. Alone. At my house. Shit. Instead of inviting him in, I open the door and step out onto the porch with him. He smells like booze, and there isn't a car in sight. Did you walk here? I ask. Walked. Ambled. Shuffled. Roamed. Stepped. He rambles as I pull the door closed behind me. He leans in close. Ambulated. Then he throws his head back and laughs. I shiver. See. He stares. I'm smart too. Okay, why? What are you doing here? You know. Royce may be a stupid son of a bitch when it comes to school, but he's a genius when it comes to girls. He knew showing up all the time and befriending Edward would get under your skin. We know his wipe. The shy kid who's always wanted to be popular. I hate him. How could I have been so wrong about him? Usually, I can read people pretty well, but somehow this asshole slipped right through my radar. They manipulated Edward and me and purposefully. The thing that baffled us all was how in the hell he ended up fucking you in the first place. The first day you showed up at PA, I said hello to you and you looked at me like I was gum on the bottom of your shoe. He steps closer, and I can't help but inch back. You think you're so special, don't you? Too cool for just anybody. Too cool for me. He's so close now that I can smell the alcohol on his breath, and my back is against the wall of the house. You should have seen his face. He laughs. When Rosalie told him I fucked you, I thought he was going to cry. She laid it on really thick too. Complete with, I'm sorry, and head shaking. She was brilliant. It was the final nail in the coffin, so to speak. It's killing me to listen to him talk about this like it's no big deal. Like ruining my life and taking away the person I love most is some kind of game to him. But that one backfired on me, he continues. The plan was for me to be the one who stepped up. Yeah, that one really backfired on me. He raises his hand and reaches for my hair, gently gathering a handful and leaning in to smell it. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. He's crazy. He was wrong. Angela is exactly his type. They're both obsessive freaks. I hate that his fucking hands are on me, but I know I need to be careful. He's drunk and possibly high, and I know he's a lot stronger than me. Renee still isn't home, and I have no idea when she'll be back. Breathing through the panic, I try to remember all the things Charlie and Mark taught me about self-defense. Reasoning with him should be the first step. I put my hands up between us trying to regain some space, but before I can push against his chest, he catches my left arm just above my wrist and squeezes hard. The rage in his eyes frightens me as he shoves me against the wall and presses his body against mine. You'll blow him in a stairwell on your knees, but you won't let me touch your hair. That's so fucked up, he slurs, lowering his face to my neck. There are windows on those big metal doors, you know. His free hand is running down the right side of my body and he pins my left arm to the wall. I've waited long enough. My turn. The scream that's been stuck in my throat is swallowed when he attacks my mouth. The smell of obsession is choking me along with his tongue until I bite down on his lip as hard as I can. He staggers back a little. And it's the opening I need to bring my knee up and plant it in his balls. Twice. Thank you, Mark. He staggers back, and I push his shoulders as hard as I can until he falls on his ass. Thank God he's drunk. I open the door quickly, thanking my lucky stars that he's laid out on my porch instead of me. Courtesy of the Forks Police Department. No means no, motherfucker. Now, get the hell off my porch. I slam the door and lock it, trembling and shaking and breathing like I just ran a fucking marathon. My legs give out, and I end up on the floor. A rocking, sniveling, achy mess. My first instinct is to call Charlie. My arm is an angry red, and I know there will be a bruise by morning. But when I run it through in my head, nothing happened that we could act on. Thank God. I can smell him all over me, and it makes me sick. As soon as I can stand, I do, and a shower makes me feel almost human again. For the first time since Edward and I broke up, I climb into my bed. Breathing deeply and huddling under the covers, I let myself think about him. I'd rather deal with dreams of Edward than the nightmares of what just happened on my porch. I'm already awa. K and dressed with breakfast on the table when Renee finally gets up Monday morning. She gives me a funny look and disappears to get a cup of coffee. I wore this sweater almost every day in 9th grade. Just so it's thin and worn and comfortable. I'll be a little warm this week, but I can pull off wearing this sweater easier than long-sleeve shirts or a denim jacket with a Bon Jovi patch sewn on the back of it. I can't stand to look at my arm, and I don't want anyone else to see it either. When we get to the school, I go with Renee to the office so she can sign in. I don't want to be alone here, so I offer to help her carry one of the 2 boxes labeled with our last name and her room number. She explains that the boxes contain the class shirts for the kids in her homeroom. She chuckles a little. When we reach her classroom and there are 2 more large boxes on floor next to the door. Yearbooks too. She shakes her head. This is going to be an unproductive day. She unlocks the door and we plaque the shirt boxes on the floor just inside the room. The yearbook boxes are heavier, so I drag them into the room instead of trying to lift them. Renee is caught up in her preparations, so I slip into one of the desks in the back of the room and pull out Jasper's copy of Jubilee. He has recently become obsessed with the Civil War and insisted I read it since Alice won't. She says it has too many pages. If my mother is curious about why I'm hiding out in her room, she doesn't let it show. I stay until I risk being tardy. She must have ordered a shirt and a yearbook for me because both are waiting on me when I get to Mrs. Simpson's room, and I don't want either of them. Angela stops with me at my locker so I can shove the shirt into it and grab my English notebook and the textbooks I'll need before lunch. She confiscates my yearbook so she can sign it sometime today. I'm about to tell her to keep the damn thing when Ben and Royce walk by. Morning, ladies, Ben says. I hold tightly to my locker door and try to hide my shaky hands. When I look at Angela, she is smiling a punch-drunk stupid smile at his retreating figure. For the first time ever, I'm thankful he isn't interested in her. He's a worthless fucker and she deserves better. I'm too much of a coward to sit in the cafeteria, so I end up in Renee's class during lunch as well. After school, I help her take down the art from the walls of her classroom and pack up leftover supplies. Tuesday is an exact repeat of Monday. Without the shirts and yearbooks. I can't hide out in Renee's room on Wednesday because we have a funky exam schedule going on and there are kids testing in her class. It's my first time in the cafeteria all week, and everyone at the table looks up in surprise when I show up and sit down next to Jane. At the bottom of my written exam in PE, I write a personalized note to Coach Banks thanking him for being a douche all year and wishing him a miserable retirement. Walking out the door after school and knowing I'll never see him again is enough to make me feel a little better. Until I run into Royce on his way out of Renee's classroom. Literally. His hands fly up to my shoulders to steady me, and I recoil. Jesus, Swan. I was just trying to make sure you didn't fall on your ass, he says loudly in a friendly, teasing voice. I relax a little until he leans in and whispers, or your knees. He leans back, winks, and then takes off down the hall. I want to follow him and jump on his back and claw his eyes out, but none of those things would change what has happened. I spend most of my night studying in my usual spot on the couch. One night in my bed was all I could stand. In the morning, Renee looks at the brown paper sack in my arms and raises her brow, but she manages to keep quiet about it on the drive to school. I carry it around all day, never once letting it out of my sight. I skip lunch and head to my locker so I clean it out. When the bell rings after biology, I need to get the hell out of this place as quickly as possible. I throw the folders, the class shirt, and a few pens into my backpack and leave the rest for the janitors. When the bell rings and Banner opens the door, I'm the first one in. And I walk calmly over to Edward's new lab table and leave the sack on his stool. Walking away from it is hard. Throwing that stuff away was impossible. I know. I tried to several times. And just couldn't bring myself to do it. I'm the first one finished, and since it is last period, Mr. Banner tells me to have a nice summer after dismissing me early. Jake promised he would be here at least an hour early when I talked to him last night. I hope like hell he remembered. I want to get away before Edward has a chance to look inside that paper sack. Emmett calls my name as I join him on the front steps. He leans over to the senior girl, Regina, or whatever her name is, and whispers something before walking over to join me. I scan the parking lot as he walks over and I wonder what is taking Jake so freaking long. Here's your yearbook, he says as he approaches. He raises his arm like he is going to put it around me. I shift away from him quickly. He looks at me oddly and I ignore it, choosing to shove the yearbook in my backpack with all of the other useless shit I'm carrying around. I need to tell you something. I look up at him, begging him with my eyes to just pay attention and believe me. Royce and Ben. They're not your friends. They aren't Edward's friends either. You need to watch out for them, okay? Before he can answer, I hear the rebel, and my eyes find Jake. As he parks directly in front of the school at the bottom of the steps. Stupid show-off. Have a good summer. I'll see ya around. What the fuck is he doing here, Bella? He asks as he grabs my arm to keep me from walking away. I wince and yank it from him, cradling it with my other hand. Too late. I realize the mistake. He has my hand in his with the sleeve of my sweater pushed up before I can escape. His face goes blank as he processes the bruise covering most of the area above my wrist. I yank my hand back and pull down my sleeve quickly. He's giving me a ride home, I tell him over my shoulder as I leave him standing there. At the bottom of the stairs, I pause near the giant black trash can just long enough to drop my backpack in. I don't want any of that shit anyway. Girls are staring, slack-jawed at the sight of Jake on his bike. Ignoring the small crowd gathering, I take the extra helmet from his outstretched hand and climb on behind him. Go, I tell him, pulling it over my head. Please, Jake. Just go. Oh my god. She's so little, I whisper, leaning over to peek at the tiny baby Jake has cradled in his arms. No shit, he says. I think he's still in shock. Maria called him from the hospital this morning and told him she was being discharged. She also told him she didn't want their daughter. From what Charlie and I have gathered, he drove to the hospital to try to talk some sense into her and deny the kid was his. Her dad met him at the door with signed papers relinquishing custody and a baby in a car seat. When he saw her, he just knew. He's been saying that over and over since he showed up on our doorstep. She looks like my mom. I couldn't let Maria give her away to strangers, he says quietly. He turns to Charlie. You've got to come with me to tell Dad. Please, Charlie. Fuck. You haven't told Billy. Bella. Mouth. Sorry, Dad. But damn. If Jake's whole life wasn't falling apart right now, I'd be tempted to smack him. Charlie disappears into the kitchen. I know he's calling Billy to tell him. Walking in with a kid might give the old man a heart attack. Jake just isn't thinking clearly. What are you doing, Jake? I ask. What are you going to do with her? He looks at me like I'm stupid. I'm keeping her. She's my daughter, Bella. Whoa. That's some seriously heavy shit. What is he going to do with a baby? She starts to cry, and he panics. What's the matter with her? He looks at me like I'm supposed to know. Have you checked her diaper? Charlie asks as he rejoins us in the living room. Jesus. Jake looks like he's about to cry too. I don't know what to do, he whispers. Over Jake's head, Charlie gives me a get lost look, and I'm more than happy to escape. There has never been a more perfect moment to take a smoke break. This is the first time I've seen Jack. Since he fixed my truck a couple of weeks ago, and he didn't mention then that it was getting close to Maria's due date. I wonder if he even knew. Now, he's inside getting a diaper changing lesson with Charlie. Jake couldn't have two better role models as a single dad than Billy and Charlie. But still, he's fucked. Referring to Jake as a dad is the weirdest thing ever. I mean, we're kids. He's supposed to go to UW in the fall. Thankfully, Jasper and Alice show up early to drive me to Port Angeles. Charlie and Jake are talking quietly in the living room. When I come down with my suitcase in hand, Charlie stands and meets me at the door. Have great trip, kid. Take lots of pictures for me, okay? He hugs me tightly. Remember what I told you about New York, Bella? Yes, Dad. You gave a mini presentation complete with crime statistics. I'll be fine. See you in a couple of weeks. I glance over at Jake. For a second, he looks like he's 15 instead of 18. The baby is sleeping in the carrier at his feet. She's beautiful. Jake. What's her name? Hannah. Maria named her Hannah Page Black. Good luck, I tell him earnestly. He nods and Charlie steps out onto the porch with me. I repeat the words for my father. He'll be all right. There are worse things in life than becoming a father at 18. He smiles and winks. Trust me. I know. I love you, Dad. Back at Ya. Jasper meets me at the trunk and takes my suitcase like a gentleman. A gentleman wearing a white t-shirt. A white and Justice for All Metallica shirt. I grin a little. He might stand a chance against Alice after all. I can. Believe you're leaving tomorrow and we won't see each other for 6 whole weeks, she complains on the way to PA. Are you taking a dime with you? Where the fuck would I smoke it, Alice? She shared drug smuggling technique with me the last time she slept over. She sneaks weed to Mississippi in her bra. The key, she says, is not to wear one with an underwire. Crazy hooker. It's not like I can just fire up a joint in the hotel room I'm sharing with my mother. Let's start talking about weed in the present tense, ladies, Jasper says. Now, that's a plan, I agree, pulling the camel box from my purse. I need to get rid of this before tomorrow, anyway. We're nice and stoned by the time we hit the city limit. Can we try that Pam's place you love so much? Alice asks from the front seat. Not there, Al. Anywhere but there. Not today of all days. Jasper picks the taco shack. There are several smoking tables open on the patio. The nachos aren't bad, and there aren't any PA kids here, so it's a win. Peter's band is playing at the Hole tonight, so we hang out, killing time until the show. Neither of them can believe what Maria did to Jake this morning. The Safeway parking lot is packed by the time we arrive. Jasper bypasses it to park in the empty lot of a law firm just past the bar. We walk over to Safeway to hook up with Leah and Carmen. I'm not sure agreeing to this was a good idea. I haven't been to a show since the night I met Edward. It takes an effort to tramp down the deja vu and panic. I've done really well these last couple of weeks. Really well. And maybe coming here on his birthday was pushing it. Some things require baby steps. The Forks posse is large tonight, and we get lost in it, talking to Mike and Garrett and finding everyone except Carmen and Leah. I hear it before I see it. Alice and Jasper step closer to flank me. Sure enough, when I turn, the huge red Jeep comes to a stop at the edge of the crowd. He doesn't cut the engine. Not Emmett. He turns the radio even louder and it's like moths to a flame. Every guy starts shuffling toward the Jeep, dazed and hypnotized, head bobbing to body count. I start breathing again when I notice Alec in the passenger seat. The boys ooh and ah over Emmett's ride, and Jasper leaves us to help Peter with equipment. Carmen and Leah finally show up around the same time sound check starts. As we're waiting in line, I tell them about Hannah. Leah is silent, but I know she's thinking about all the times Jake called her a mutt. She may not want to admit it, but even she knows the sacrifice he's making. We're all silent for a few moments until Emmett approaches us. Carmen turns her back to him immediately. He huffs. What's her damage? He thumbs her over his shoulder. Nothing, I tell him, trying to squish the tension. She's still holding her grudge. Swearing Em and Edward could have done more than they did to stop the talk around school. She has no idea what she's talking about. She didn't see what happened with Rosalie. Hearing about it isn't the same as watching it. I try not to be conspicuous as I glance around, but Em knows what I'm doing. He's not coming, he says quietly. He's in Seattle. Right. He had plans too. The line finally starts to move, and we leave Emmett and Alec standing on the sidewalk. Tell him I said happy birthday, I tell him before I slip through the entrance. Catch up with me before you leave, he calls. We need to talk. Shit. Not if I can help it. Jane and Lonnie are seated in the very back of the club at a corner table. She nods and smiles a little, raising her brow. Alice passes her summer stash quickly and discreetly. She and Jane fake a convincing whispery flirt session to distract anyone watching as the ganja changes hands under the table. Jasper and Peter have taken care of business already. I swear Peter's band just gets better and better. Ironically, Jasper is the only one in our group wearing white and he's glowing in the black light. Alice leans against him, and they sway together as the music plays. At the end of their set, they decide to try something new. A Nirvana cover. Peter's voice is normally smooth, but he growls out lyrics like he should be in Seattle instead of wasting away in Forks. And every girl in the place is fighting drool. Well, except Alice. She's immune. When the lights come on and the band starts to tear down, I escape to the bat room after promising to meet Alice out back when I'm done. It's the most disgusting toilet I've ever seen in my life, and I use a half of a roll of toilet paper covering the seat before I can even pee. Jane enters as I'm washing my hands, locking the door behind her. Hang out with me for sec? She asks, digging through her purse. A few minutes won't hurt, so I watch as she pulls out a mirror, laying it on the counter next to the sink. She pours a little mountain of Coke and cuts it neatly into 3 straight lines. Junkhead is playing through the club speakers as filler music, and the only thing going through my mind is how nice it would be to be anyone but myself for a while. Just a little escape. She does the first line and then passes the straw to me. I lean over before I can overthink it, letting it take away thoughts of teenage dads and birthdays and firsts. She finishes it off and packs her supplies back into her bag. I need air and a cigarette and a drink. I bump into a chick with short, spiky green hair on my out of the bathroom. Are you Jane? She asks as I leave them to their business. Alice is waiting for me next to Peter's truck with a clearly Canadian in a brown paper sack. I love you, I tell her. Oh, Jesus. You're fucked up, she says, studying my face. Just a little, I agree. We stand around, watching the guys, and when they're done, Jasper and Alice leave to walk over to Safeway so he can grab a snack. I'm pretty sure he and Peter burned one in the truck before I came out here. I can smell it in the cab when I climb inside to wait for them. Peter climbs in and we stare at each other awkwardly for a minute. He turns the key in the ignition so we can listen to music. 1 minute he's singing a Blind Melon song and the next he's kissing me. And it isn't the horrible way Ben kissed me on my porch. But I wanted cinnamon. Peter tastes like wintergreen. Cool. Crisp mint. And he uses too much tongue. Sickly sweet. When all I want is fall and the cozy burn of cinnamon. And God, does it ever burn. I push him away. I'm sorry. I say it like a coward with my eyes on my knees. I open the door and step out of his truck. My tattered dignity is the only thing keeping me from running. Emmett is standing at the corner of the building, waiting. What was that? Fuck off, Emmett. Bella, you can't just get into cars with strangers. Now you want to be concerned. That's rich. Well, let me clue you in on something, Emmett McCarty, I say, pausing for a moment to push my finger in his chest. You are not my father. And he isn't a stranger. He is Jasper's cousin. Tell me, Emmett, what harm could come from my friend's cousin? Fuck you, Emmett. Fuck you and your stupid cousin. He looks like I slapped him. I'm sorry, he says. Not as sorry as I am, I hiss. Turns out you were warning the wrong person, huh? I don't really blame Emmett. Not really. But I can't stop saying evil shit. I'm not angry with him, but I'm angry at the world. None of this makes any sense. I'm sorry. Can you please just help me find Alice? We walk across the street together and Alice and Jasper meet us in the corner of the Safeway lot. The chick with the green hair has followed Jane and Lonnie to his car and they're chatting. Not even trying to hide what they're doing. What happens next unfolds like some kind of live action, nightmare version of an ABC after-school special. The punk girl aches into her purse for money and her hand is clutching a gun when she pulls it out of the bag. The chirp of a police siren fills the air surrounding the lot as 3 squad cars pull up surrounding the trio. Jesusfuck, Jasper whispers. Where are Carmen and Leah? Alice asks, frantically scanning the parking lot. We don't see them. which in this case, is a good thing. Cops are out and behind their doors. And we're all backing away slowly toward the hole, but none of us can look away. Jane looks petrified. She's frozen, standing next to Lonnie's car, and Lonnie is behind the wheel refusing to get out. None of us have a clear view. So we're all stunned when a gunshot rings out moments later. The officers are swarming the car and Jane is shuffled back as they try to get to Lonnie. I see her fumbling in her bag. And I'm scared to death she's going to pull out a gun too. But instead she quickly appends a baggie into her mouth. No, I whisper, starting forward. Jesus, they need to call an ambulance. Bella, stop, Emmett demands, catching me with his forearm. Jane is tackled to the ground by the punk girl who is obviously undercover. Fuck. She looked me straight in the eye when we passed in the hall. What if she knows Charlie? What if she knows who I am? Watching her cuff Jane unnerves me. Then she reaches down to check her pulse, so she must have seen Jane down whatever she swallowed. Emmett. I need to tell them she blew 2 lines in the bathroom. It might fuck her up with whatever she just ate. I don't care how much trouble I get in. I have to tell them. What's in your purse? Emmett asks, not letting me pass. A joint and a half. But it doesn't matter. What's in Alice's purse? He continues. I stop. An ounce. Enough to get her in serious trouble. And Jasper has at least a quarter in his pocket. I'll tell them, Bella. He continues. I'm clean tonight. He pats his chest with open palms. I'm here with her brother anyway. It makes sense that I would know. Besides, I owe you one. He backs away slowly toward the melee. Get them out of here, Jasper. I'll send Leah and Carmen to Bella's house when I see them. He turns but then pauses to catch my gaze. You tell Jake if he ever lays another finger on you, I'll kill him. He's gone before I can put together what he's talking about. Jasper mutters variations of that is so fucked up and what the fuck just happened. All the way back to Renee's house. He probably shouldn't be driving. Every one of us is still trembling. Lonnie must have had a gun in the car. And Jane. What the fuck was she thinking? No guy is worth that. God. I hope she'll be alright. We wait anxiously on my mother's front porch until Leah and Carmen drive up a half hour later. They came out of Safeway in time to see the ambulances show up. Carmen confirms that she saw Emmett talking to one of the cops before Alex showed up and freaked the fuck out. They said Jane was being treated in one of the ambulances when the doors closed, so maybe she'll be okay. We it around watching movies until Renee comes in at 11, and then the others leave for Forks. After Renee goes to bed, I call the hospital to try to find out about Jane. The lady on phone says they can't release any information because Jane is a minor. I want to call Emmett, but it's after midnight, and he might not even be home. He probably went to the hospital with Alec. It's time for me to get my act together. No more stupid shit. None of this is worth getting suspended over or arrested. It certainly isn't worth suicide. I'm not the first girl with a broken heart. Other people get over it all the time. If I keep making stupid choices, I'm going to end up in deep shit. I officially add blow to my list of untouchables. I don't like the person I was tonight, and it's time for me to buck up. After staying up all night, I sleep in the car on the drive to Seattle. Renee is quiet on the plane, and I want to tell her about what happened with Jane because she might know who to call, but I don't want to start our time away together with the fight I know it would cause. I've been skating on thin ice with her since the ISS incident. It's late when we finally get checked into our room at the Radisson on Lexington. It's nice enough, and the city is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. There are people everywhere. In the middle of the night. It might be my favorite thing about New York. The absolute anonymity of the place is refreshing. No one on the street knows who I am or gives a shit. I think I'd like living in a big city. We do all the touristy stuff. I'm disappointed with the Statue of Liberty in person. The movies make it look huge, and it just isn't what I expected it to be. She takes me to the toy store from that movie Big, and it's amazing. We shop, and she buys me dresses and shoes. She buys so much crap that we have to buy another suitcase to take it all with us. She scheduled us for one of the NYU campus tours, so we spend one afternoon scoping out the school and picking up admissions packets and scholarship information. We catch 2 Broadway shows, and I buy a postcard in the gift shop of the Empire State Building. I write happy birthday on it, address it, and drop it into a blue mailbox before I can change my mind. I'll keep every promise I can. Our last night in New York, she treats me to a fancy dinner. She politely asks about Dad, and I fill her in on the last time I saw him. All of your old baby clothes are stored away in the attic at your father's house, Bella. You regurgitated a lot as an infant, so some of it may be stained. You can give it all to Jake unless you want to keep it. There are some Star Wars toddler shirts you might want to keep for your own children. Yeah, I don't see that happening. I would fuck up a kid so badly. Old curse and flip people off and be a tiny menace to society. Not to mention the thought of what it would do to my vag on the way out. I shudder. I'll give it all to Jake. Seeing him holding a kid was effective birth control. I don't see myself procreating anytime soon anyway. She grins and shakes her head. This would probably be a good time to tell you that Phil is meeting us in DC on Wednesday. I swallow the mouthful of food I've been chewing and reach for my water, cooling off in my head so I don't explode. So that's what this all-important second week is all about. Phil. Oh really? I manage. He's been awarded a grant to help fund a shelter for abused women in Port Angeles. Well, damn. How bad can the guy be if he spends his spare time and money to help women in bad situations? It's going to make it really hard to dislike him. She explains that Phil was raised by Mrs. Leonard after his father went to jail for killing his mother. When he became a celebrity, his publicist told him to bury his past. But Phil did the opposite. He made appearances at fundraisers, spoke out publicly against domestic violence, and donated generously to charities that provide assistance for women in abusive relationships. Jesus. Famous check. Rich check. Generous check. The guy sounds like a regular knight in shining armor. I'm not sure what to do with the information overload, so I file it away. Deciding to see what my first impression of him is. She asks me to be on my best behavior, and I nod silently. Speaking of behavior, we need to talk about next year. I know having me as a teacher won't be easy. My spine straightens. I've been waiting for her to bring this up. For the last month, I've debated on what to do, but my last night in PA finally tipped the scale for me. I've asked Mr. Wells to grade your tests and papers. It will make us both more comfortable. I want to go home, Mom. She stares at me, eyes wide, mouth gaping. We still have the week in DC, Bella. No, Mom. I want to go home. 2 forks. When we get back, I want to move in with Charlie. She reaches for her wine glass, and I can see her hand is trembling. She downs the wine in one long, graceful pull. She motions tea. Oh, someone behind my back, and her glass is refilled immediately. When she finally looks up from staring at her plate, her eyes are determined. Okay. Really. I was prepared to threaten her with court if necessary. But she just said okay like I asked to go to the movies with Alice or something. She picks up her fork and resumes eating. She makes letting me go look like the easiest decision she's ever made. Twice. Our days in DC are much different than the fun week we spent in New York. Our hotel is directly across from the White House. We hit the hot spots first, and I take pictures of everything for Charlie. It's easy to avoid each other at the Smithsonian. In fact, she gives me a little freedom each afternoon to wander around on my own. I have to meet up with her every couple of hours to check in. But it's nice to have time to explore. On Wednesday morning, she asks me if I would mind if she moves her things into Phil's room for the rest of our stay. He's had the suite next to ours blocked off and paid for this entire week, just so he could guarantee it would be his this evening. It isn't like she's ditching me for the penthouse suite, so I tell her to go for it. She mumbles appreciation and then asks me outright if I will come to dinner with her and Phil. He wants to meet me. He's wanted to meet me for a while. I can't avoid him forever. Not with her being all starry-eyed and gooey over him. It doesn't hurt that she's been much more tolerable since she started boning him. I can at least try to be cool about this. She smiles when I agree. I even dress up a little. Renee picked out a cute black dress for me in New York. Now, I know why. As payback, I wear my red high tops with it. She grimaces, but doesn't complain. I feel stupid wearing Chucks when a limo pulls up in front of the Hay Adams. I feel really stupid when the chauffeur opens the door for us and Renee climbs in gracefully. I follow awkwardly with a small crowd of people looking at my ass and my dumb red shoes. The limo stops in front of a small, but elegant, restaurant, and the most handsome man I've ever seen opens the car door. I mean, he makes Carlisle Cullen look ordinary. He's in the kind of black suit I can tell was special tailored to make him look like a fucking Greek god. The blonde, shoulder-length, layered hair isn't hurting. I need to get a fucking picture of this valet so the CK will believe he's real when I tell them all about this the second I see them. He holds his hand out to my mother and helps her from the car. She smiles at him, and much to my surprise, leans up on her toes to kiss his cheek. Holy shit. Phil Dwyer is sex on legs. This is so fucked up. Knowing that I fucked my mother's boyfriend makes me hurl a little in my mouth. Gross. Bella, are you okay? Renee leans into the car looking concerned. I manage to close my mouth and stop gaping like a moron. Fine. I'm fine. We're at a 5-star restaurant with the hottest man on the planet who happens to be a celebrity. And I'm wearing an uncomfortable dress and red Converse. Everything is perfect. I'm seriously wishing I had a dime bag right now. People are going to stare. Renee looks amazing in a short, blue lacy dress. Phil, well, he looks like he just stepped off a billboard. And I look like an idiot. Oh well. I asked for it. I climb out of the limo and stand silently next to Renee. When she finally turns to me, I see the same dumb look she's been giving me since she started seeing him. Instead of being annoyed, I kind of feel like high-fiving her. She introduces us, and he smiles at me before leaning in and whispering, "Nice shoes." Embarrassed, I glance down at my shoes. When he steps back, I have a clear view of his feet. He's wearing Adidas. Black ones with small white stripes on each side. I own a pair exactly like them. It's hard not to smile. We're greeted the moment we enter the restaurant, and people do stare as we're escorted to a secluded corner table. I order salmon as silent proof that I'm Team Charlie. It's strange watching my mother with Phil. She seems happy, and he adores her. I can tell. Are you enjoying your summer break, Bella? He asks after the waiter leaves with our order. I guess. I shrug. Renee gives me a dirty look, and I pretend to be silently affronted. She would have been more pissed if I'd told him that my summer has been pretty shitty between missing my ex-boyfriend and watching a guy blow his brains out in a grocery parking lot. You have a unique opportunity at Forks. Mr. Birdie teaches a pre-advanced placement English class for juniors who plan to take AP English their senior year. He also teaches the senior AP English class. The experience is similar to an intensive 2-year workshop. I'll think about it. She's getting annoyed. I can tell. But if I'm going to start over, I'm going to do it on my terms. You also need to think about creative arts electives. You need at least one to graduate. I'll figure it out, Mom, I tell her firmly before turning to Phil. So, you played baseball. I still play baseball. I just don't get paid to do it anymore. I do it now for fun because I love it. I'm excited about coaching. I let the subject drop when the food arrives. Phil drives us back to the hotel in his rented Mercedes. As they make their way to the bar, I linger outside for a smoke. The White House is visible across Lafayette Square, and it's a hell of a view. I'm glad I came. Can I join you? Phil asks as he walks up to me. Sure. It's a free country. He huffs. Those things will kill you, you know. He grins and lights a cigar. I hear it takes a while. How old are you, anyway? Renee said there was an age difference. Ouch. 32. A couple of years isn't so bad, but I know my mother, and I bet she wishes those years were reversed. Or maybe it makes her feel good to have snagged a younger hottie. It isn't easy for her, you know. He gives me a calculating look. Letting you go back to your dad. She just wants what is best for you. It doesn't hurt that you get her all to yourself now, does it? I guess that part doesn't bother me, he concedes. But I love your mother, and I don't like to see her upset. Damn it. I like this guy. I don't want to. But at least he doesn't try to bullshit me. What's with the shoes, dude? I'll never tell. A small smile plays at the corner of his mouth. When I stub the camel, he stubs his cigar, and we make our way inside. Renee is sitting in the lobby waiting, and Phil says a quick goodbye so he can join her. I'm still Team Charlie, but I can't be a bitch to Phil. He's just too nice. The repeated banging of the headboard against the wall we're sharing changes my mind about an hour later. I turn MTV up as loud as possible and bang on the wall with my fist. As much as I wish I could, I can. Unhear the first part of their overzealous reunion. I smile a little and think of Emmett and how easily he got grossed out about the thought of me having sex. I'm going to miss him. When we get back to Port Angeles, I spend a few days doing laundry and making decisions on what will stay here and what will come with me to Forks. I promise my mother I'll come every other weekend to visit, and it makes her smile. She helps me pack and dutifully drives me to Charlie's house when I'm finally ready to go. He is working when we get to Forks, so she helps me carry my stuff in. God, this place looks exactly the same. She mumbles on the stairs. I smile proudly, thinking about how different my room is from the last time she saw it. I was 10, and it was the day she left. She had a suitcase in her hand that day too. She compliments the changes. Except the posters. She looks at me like I'm crazy when I throw myself down on my bed. I'm going to wash your sheets when I get home, Bella. I roll over to face her. This has gone on long enough. No more sleeping on my couch. I nod, and she leaves, promising to lock the door downstairs on her way out. Leaving that life behind took a lot out of me, so I set the alarm and take a 2-hour nap. When I come downstairs, Charlie is in his chair watching baseball while munching on pizza and drinking beer. How was the Big Apple? He asks, grinning from ear to ear. It was cool. I brought you some stuff back. Good. Are you hungry? I picked up a couple of pizzas and a 6-pack of Sprites. I throw a few pieces on a paper plate and join him in the living room. Hey, Dad. I wait for him to look at me. I want to move in here. Mom said it was okay. We brought all my stuff. Probably should have asked first. Bella. He interrupts, I told you once that you don't ever need a reason to come home. I meant it. I'll need to talk to your mother and a lawyer, and we need to get you registered for school. The details are worked out quickly. I even make a trip to EDMV to have my address officially changed on my driver's license. With each little step, I feel a bit more like myself. My old self. I'm brave enough to call Alec one afternoon, mid-July. Jane is in rehab, and their parents have enrolled them in a religious private school for the upcoming school year. I ask about Lonnie and what happened that night. Lonnie was tripping on acid, and he knew if they took him in and ran his prints, they would find out he was wanted in Olympia for aggravated assault and aggravated rape of a minor. He knew he would end up in prison. He blew his brains out instead. Jesus. When I hang up with Alec, I sit and think about all the times Edward warned me not to go around Lonnie alone. Since I have nothing better to do, I start volunteering at the garage. I sit in the office and answer occasional phone calls. The first time I showed up, Quill told me he couldn't afford to pay me anything. He lets me come back day after day, and it keeps me busy. Jake looks dead on his feet most of the time. Hannah has colic, and she's up half the night every night. He's working on finding a babysitter. Rachel has been keeping her during the day while Jake works, but school starts for her next month. I ask him what his plans are for school, and he says he's signed up for one night class and a Saturday class at Peninsula. They have a mechanics certification program. Over peanut butter and jelly. I tell him about the baby clothes Renee told me about. He and Rachel come over the following Saturday afternoon. She entertains the baby while he and I bring down various boxes. I do end up keeping some of the clothes. They're too cool to let go. I don't think bell bottoms will ever come back into style anyway. Hannah is kinda cute and I wouldn't want her to get checked on the playground for wearing dorky pants. I keep all the Star Wars shirts, but I let them take a Peanuts purse shaped like Snoopy's doghouse. Snoopy doesn't have an expiration date. When Alice finally comes home in August, I tell the girls I'm staying in Forks. We celebrate on our backs in the yard staring at the sky and passing a joint. At first I thought that coming home meant they won. They'll think I let them run me away. But they don't know how badly I wish I'd never left this place. It's nice to be home. Emmett calls once a week in August, usually on Fridays, and leaves messages for me. He NTS to know which classes I'm registered for. Honors Chemistry, World History, Trig, Pre-AP English, PE, Health, and Yearbook. Only I'm registered at Forks, and I don't know how to tell him. So I don't call him back. Charlie looks baffled when I come downstairs at 6 in the morning on the first day of school. He doesn't say anything as I pour a cup of coffee and a bowl of cereal. As I take the seat across from his, he folds the newspaper and tosses it onto the table between us. Phil's smiling face stares up at me from the sports section. So PA has a new coach, he chuckles. Those boys are going to have an amazing year. There's a sudden realization that I never even told Edward about Phil being his new coach. Things were already so fucked up by the time I find out. We weren't really talking much. I wonder if he and Emmett are excited. Phil Dwyer was an amazing player. Charlie's grinning, and I realize there's someone else I forgot to mention it too. He's Mom's boyfriend, I blurt, causing my dad's jaw to drop. I don't know how to describe the look on his face. And knowing I put it there makes me want to punch my mother. Goddamn her for always putting me in the middle. She could have mentioned it to him when they met with Leah's uncle Jason to sign the new custody agreement. But no, she left me to do her dirty work. I'm sorry, Dad. It's a whisper because I can't manage much more. He huffs. Your mother hates baseball. Yeah, well, she likes home runs. It takes everything in me not to grimace. He seems nice. Charlie stands, taking one last sip of coffee. Have a great day at school, kid. I'm working swing today, and I'll be home late. He leaves me sitting in the kitchen and a few moments later, I can hear him moving around upstairs in his room. Jasper and Alice are giving me a lift to school since it's my first day. I smoke 2 Camels while waiting for them on my porch. Besides feeling absolutely shitty about re-breaking my father's heart, I'm nervous as all hell about starting school at Forks in less than an hour. And I'm desperately trying not to think about the moment the few friends I have left at PA find out I'm not coming back. I've maintained radio silence with them since midsummer. I needed the time to regroup. Figure shit out. Make a game plan. Those are all really nice ways of saying I'm a shitty person and an even shittier friend. Angela might get pissed. The few times I did talk to her this summer, she talked quite a bit about Edward. Esme's business had picked up, so Angela had been spending a lot of time with the Cullens. She mentioned seeing him at Pam's once with Heidi. And I had to let her go. I haven't spoken to her since. And Emmett. He called twice last night, and the last message he left was a little nasty. I'm not your boyfriend, so you can't just tell me to fuck off and go away. I'm your friend, Bella. Call me. I didn't call him back. I can't. I miss him. The same way I miss Esme and Carlisle. But they can't be Edward's family and mine. They're his. Even Emmett. Just thinking about them hurts, so I don't. I wonder if Edward will even notice I'm gone. He's still tucked away in the back of every thought I have, and sometimes I wonder if he thinks about me. If he misses me. If he dreams. For someone who once loved sleep as much as life itself, I barely clock 6 hours a night these days. And every day feels even longer than the one before it. I'm hoping school will help. It will kill some time, and I know from my summer reading list that Bertie's class comes with a shit ton of reading. Leah is signed up for it too, and no. We'll have at least that class and yearbook together helps calm my nerves some. Jasper blasts Megadeth on the drive to Forks High. On the surface, the parking lot isn't much different than the one at PA. There are groups of kids milling about, talking, and listening to music. Trails of smoke leak out of cracked car windows as the smokers try to huff a few last drags before the school day begins. But here, people wave or call out to each other. I'm greeted enthusiastically by kids I haven't seen since middle school. Girls with long, blonde hair, who wear cheerleading uniforms and treetorns, hug my neck with real, huge smiles and tell me how happy they are to see me. It's an alternate universe compared to the one I've been delivered from. These girls are beautiful and perfect like Rosalie and Irina, but they have hearts. Leah and I have English and chem back to back with each other, first and second. Built-in lab partner. Awesome. It will save me a mini panic attack. Alice and Carmen are with me for world history. Then it's Leah again for trig. We've all scored the same lunch period, which is also awesome. Then Alice and I have PE. The last class of the day is yearbook. It's the only creative arts class one can possibly do well in. Leah had the same idea, so we're in that one together too. They're all in the same homeroom. The only person I really know in my homeroom is Eric Yorkie. He's a cool guy, relaxed and stoned most of the time, including this morning. His eyes and lazy grin give him away. His style is a lot like Tyler's. Hippie prep with baggy khaki cargo shorts and a band tee. They're a lot like Edward and Emmett. Eric tells me how to get to all my classes after we compare schedules. We have history and PE together. I apologize to him in advance for my athletic shortcomings. Leah saves me a spot in chemistry, and I can tell it's going to be a fun class because Mike and Tyler are at the lab table behind us. They spend the entire hour entertaining the class by acting like 12-year-olds. Leah and I have to pick paper wads out of each other's hair before Mr. Bertie starts English class. I'd forgotten how hot he is. He's in baggy slacks and a green polo button-up with the sleeves rolled. And I catch fleeting glimpses of ink at his left elbow when he moves his arms. This class is a broken-hearted geek's dream come true. Hot teacher. Reading lists as long as my forearm. 4 major papers. Tests that are comprised mostly of essay questions. I'm going to be busy. Alice and Carmen have saved a seat for me in the back of the class in history. Eric sits across from us. Garrett and Carmen are on outs right now, so he takes a seat across the room from us. She rolls her eyes and smirks. Mike and Tyler are in trig with me and Leah, which means they also have the same lunch period. Almost everyone eats outside at Forks when it's dry. There are picnic tables with benches, but Carmen keeps a blanket in her locker because my girls like to do it picnic style. We pick a spot close to the woods so we can sneak behind the trees to catch a midday smoke after we eat. Oh, that reminds me, Alice says, digging in her bag. Lisa told me about this stuff at a flea market this summer. I got some for each of us. She pulls out a small white bag, opens it, and hands each of us a small amber bottle. It's patchouli oil. Put one little dab on the back of your neck. At the hairline and it will completely overpower the smell of smoke. Why would your stepmom tell you that? Carmen asks, dabbing some on her neck and then mine. Oh no. She was cool this summer. It was kind of weird. Hearing Alice say anything nice about her stepmother is kind of weird. She has always hated that woman. Now she's shopping with her nice, wicked stepmothers and fuckhot, ex-professional athlete boyfriends. Life gets weirder instead of easier. People have been lying about that shit for years. We spend most of the hour in PE filling out orders for uniforms and going over the syllabus. Banks ended up giving me AC as my final grade in his class last year. It averaged up to AB with the A that I made in Mrs. White's class, but still. I'd like to do a little better this year if possible. Mike is the editor of this year's yearbook, so he conducts most of the last class of the day. In a totally undeserved leap of faith, He puts me and Leah in charge of the junior section. We have a half hour to kill when he finishes talking, and he comes over to sit with us. Don't panic over your section. I'm here to help you this year. Maybe one of you can be the editor next year. It will look great on college applications. Like drama club and football. I tease. The boy has his toe in a little bit of everything. I'm not playing football this year, he says casually. Anyway, what do you mean you're not playing? Leah interrupts. I mean, I quit the team. He stares back at her with narrowed eyes and an air of defensiveness I don't understand. She lets it drop, and he goes on to ask about our interests. I'm not sure how he does it, but by the end of our conversation, he's convinced me to accept a photographer position. He's the only other person on staff with any experience, so hell. I'll have to train someone anyway, and he prefers it to be someone who can carry on the knowledge next year when he's gone. At first, I'm irritated because it's a huge commitment. But then I realize it's actually just another way to occupy the time. So I agree. On one condition, I tell him firmly. He raises his brows expectantly. No baseball. I'll cover anything but baseball. He gives me a small, sympathetic smile. Deal. Maybe you could cover cheerleading for me. Sure. We're paddling in the same boat, Mike and I. Down a river of regret. He leaves us to make a brief announcement and pass out ad forms. Lovely. We're each required to sell ad space in the back of the book. I'm being turned into a peddler. I hate selling shit. It's why I dropped out of Girl Scouts. Dude, really? I wave the small stack in Mike's face after the bell rings. It cuts down on the cost of the books for the students, Bella, and it helps cover our expenses. He grins. Have your dad buy a Just Say No ad on behalf of the police department. Of course he's grinning. His parents own a huge business. They probably buy a double-page spread from him. Speaking of Newtons, is your mom hiring? I ask him. A job would be good. Another time killer. Cash flow. Maybe an employee discount. Actually, yeah, a couple of people quit to leave for college. Are you interested? I am. I'll get my truck after school and drive over today to fill out an application. He laughs. Are you kidding? My mom will hire you on the spot. Why don't I take you over and we can talk to her? I'm off this afternoon, so I can take you home later. Is this okay? I gesture at my clothes. A tie-dye hippie skirt, white I love New York tee, and the Jesus shoes. To fill out an application, sure. But when you come to work, you'll have to wear the uniform. Khakis and Newton's polos. Paycheck. Time away from home. We find Alice and Jasper in the parking lot and spend a few minutes chatting with them about our plans. Jessica and Lauren walk by and say hey, but they don't stop. And I don't miss the way Mike's shoulders slump as they drive away in Lauren's Miata. As soon as we're alone in the Suburban, I pounce. So what happened with you and Jess, anyway? I ask casually. That's between me and Jess. Okay. Sorry. It's just. I can see that you miss her, and I know she misses you. You guys could work it out. Whatever it is, you could fix. You have no idea what you're talking about, he snaps. Some things can't be fixed. But why wouldn't you want to try? There are tears in my eyes and my voice. This question has burned through me all summer. Directin'. It at Mike won't give me the answers I want, but maybe if I can start to figure out how boys tick, I can piece together my own puzzle. He sighs, eyes on the road, hands steady on the wheel. Because I'll never be what she needs. Or what she deserves. I have loved her my whole life it seems, but I can't be her future. He pauses, and during the few moments of silence I try to figure out what he's saying. She wasn't going to apply to a single Ivy League school, Bella. He glances at me. She was going to go to UW. To be with me. Wow. Yeah, wow. He chuckles darkly. I had to end it. She wanted to get married and have kids someday. And I knew I'd never be able to give her those things. Holding on to her was second nature to me. But I knew then I had to let her go. I couldn't let her give up an zing future for some fairy tale we cooked up when we were 13. Not when I knew I wouldn't be able to give her the ending she deserves. Jesus. That's the lamest fucking thing I've ever heard. Show. Eldon she have had some say in the way her story ends. I'm probably the only person who could get fired from a new job before officially getting hired. Believe me, he says. There's more to it. She agrees. Well, if the two of them are happy pretending to be non-existent to each other, who am I to play love counselor? My own love life is in the toilet, and I don't know dick about relationships. Other than Carlisle and Esme. Alice and Jasper are the most normal couple I know. That's a scary fucking thought. Hey, pull in here, I tell him, gesturing to Louise's shop. I'm gonna nail Carmen's granny before Leah has a chance to. She lets me call her granny since my own grandparents are gone. I use it today, and she buys a full-page ad for the yearbook. Bam, I shout, tossing the order form at Mike when I rejoin him in the Suburban. He glances at it and huffs. Last year, she bought the smallest ad possible from me. How did you manage that? I'm irresistible. I regret the words the moment they leave my mouth. They could easily be misconstrued as flirtatious. And that's not how I meant them. I'm not really irresistible. I mean, it was a dumb thing to say. Jesus, Bella, don't give yourself a stroke. He grins as he starts the engine. Trust me, I'm probably the only guy at Forks, besides Jasper, who doesn't want to hop on the Bella train. I'm sorry, what? There is no Bella train. I'm just saying they're going to be following behind you, tripping all over each other for a chance at fresh meat. He glances at my scowl and laughs. Don't be offended. The dating pool is stagnant in Forks. Every guy is drooling over the chance to mend Bella Swan's heart. Or get between my legs, I mutter. Exactly. Just say no, kid. Just say no. It's the dumbest thing anyone has ever said to me, but it makes me giggle. Tyler isn't going to let up. That kills the giggles. Tyler asked me out twice today during lunch. Neither am I. I told him I don't date, and I mean it. He bet Leah $50 that you'll be his homecoming date. I can't even be mad at her for taking that bet. She's guaranteed to win. But I am going to make her give me a cut as punishment for encouraging him. Mrs. Newton hires me on the SP. At the moment I ask her for an application. Mike smiles and gloats a little. There are several new hire forms I have to complete and sign, and it's kind of weird signing a tax form. It's all very grown up. She offers me $4.75 an hour with at least 15 to 20 scheduled hours per week. The store is closed on Sundays. She tries to be fair, so my weekend work days will alternate. On weeks that I work Friday nights, I'll be off on Saturdays and vice versa. When I explain my custody situation, she agrees to start my schedule based on my next scheduled visit with Renee. A strange sense of satisfaction settles over me as I exit the store. I have Charlie. I have my girls. I have a challenging school schedule. I'm a photographer, or I will be. And I am officially a trainee at Newton's. It's so much better than being on my mom's couch, hiding under an old quilt. Do you want to grab a bite at the diner before I take you home? Mike asks as he starts the truck. Charlie already said he's working late, and I haven't cooked in months. My options are cereal or a Totino's frozen pizza if I go home. Sure. The diner is nearly empty this time of day, so we have our pick of booths. He chooses one in the corner, close to the jukebox. After we place our orders, he feeds $1 into the machine and lets me pick the music. None of that mopey Cure shit, he warns. Since he was nice enough to pay, I make rock choices I know we'll both like. Some classic Aerosmith, a little Grateful Dead, even some Skynyrd. My finger hovers over the arrow button when Zeppelin and Pink Floyd come up opposite each other. I want to flip to the next page. But I can't. In some ways, I may be off that couch, but I'm still stuck. You take the rest, I tell him, sliding into my seat. It's only fair. He stands and makes a few selections of his own. The door chime pings, and as I watch, Mike's head turns. Tyler is standing a few feet away with his parents. Mike gives him a head-to-toe once-over, and something clicks in my brain. Holy shit. Guys don't normally look at other guys the way Mike just up and down Tyler. It would explain why he can't be with Jessica even though he loves her. Damn. It explains a lot about the night they broke up. He must have told her. I can only imagine what she must have said to him. He looked like a walking corpse for months after that. I bet it was ugly. All those years. Gone. She can never get them back. Tyler comes over to say hello after the waitress leaves with our order. He sits on the seat next to Mike across from me. He chatters nonstop about football practice and tries several times to convince Mike to rejoin the team. As I listen to Mike refuse, I watch his body language, trying to get a read on whether or not I've lost my fucking mind. I've never really stopped to think about the physical side of homosexuality until this very moment. Mike and Tyler are both really hot boys. Like extremely hot. As I watch, they talk, and Mike kind of looks like he wants to eat Tyler. And I think there is something wrong with me because I really want him to just lean in and kiss him already. It would be so fucking hot. I need to call Carmen when I get home to find out if this is normal. I don't have any conclusive evidence by the time we leave the diner. The whole thing could be a product of my overactive imagination. Or my stupid lonely vagina. Mike doesn't fit the bill. When it comes to any of the stereotypes. But if he does have a crush on Tyler, it would explain why he can't give Jessica a future. Thank goodness he has the sense to realize it. It would also explain why he quit the football team a hell of a lot better than the I wanted to focus on yearbook excuse. I feel like a horny Nancy Drew. Stupid. Pretty. Boy kisses. You feel like burnin' one? Mike asks as he leans over to open the glove box. There's a nice doobie in his hand when he closes the compartment moments later. I don't have homework. Well, maybe a little reading for Birdie, but I can do that later. This has been an emotional day. I still have to go home and check my answering machine and listen to Emmett make me feel like total shit. All day long, I've put one foot in front of the other and smiled when I wanted to cry. Now, I want to get stoned, damn it. Sure. Fire it up. He smirks and turns up the volume on the stereo before lighting the J. I have to admit that Tom Petty is the perfect soundtrack for high school stonery. It doesn't hurt that I know the lyrics and could sing them in my sleep. Fuck. I whisper as Mike pulls to a stop in front of my house. Do you want me to stay? He offers. No. I tell him as I watch Edward step out of the Volvo. Jesus Christ. He's wearing baggy jeans and a black t-shirt. The workouts have paid off. His arms look even better than before. I can handle it. It's probably the biggest fucking lie I've ever told. I cannot handle it. I know it in the pit of my stomach. This isn't going to end well. I let myself out and thank Mike before closing the door. Where were you today? Edward demands as he meets me in the center of the lawn. School. I keep walking, hoping maybe he'll leave. His docs thud heavily on the steps behind me, and he comes to a halt next to me as I search in my bag for my keys. Funny, he says angrily. I didn't see you there. Emmett isn't speaking to me. Your mom refused to tell me anything. Angela was. I moved home. I go to Forks now. Lip gloss, cigarettes, gum, change purse, keys, where are my fucking keys? Don't look at him. Do not look at him. Why? I really didn't want Renee to be my teacher. I've told this lie so many times today. It almost feels like truth. Bullshit. Not everything is about you, Edward. Only it is. It always has been. Finally, the key is in my hand, and I'm turning it in the lock, wanting nothing more than to get away from him. I'm angry that he's here. In my space. Today was a good day. A new start. And he's fucking it all up. I leave him on the porch, closing the door behind me. I don't owe him an explanation. Toss my bag on the couch. I don't owe him anything. I'm seething, pacing the floor, when the door opens, and he walks right into my living room. Get out, I tell him. Who the hell does he think he is? No. He is advancing slowly, and I see sex in his eyes. He may not love me, but he wants me. And my heart wasn't built to refuse him. My legs hit the sofa though I don't remember taking a single step. He doesn't stop. His hands brush against my neck before tangling in my hair. There's a tug and then he's kissing me. And this is nothing like the memories I chased over the summer. He kisses me with tongue. Like he owns me. Biting, bruising, and his hands. Oh God. His hands. They're everywhere. Pulling my shirt over my head. Tossing my bra across the room. I'm undressing him, or trying to. He refuses to move away from me. I can feel the backs of his knuckles brushing against my belly. Then his other arm is around me, tugging and turning us before slowly lowering me onto the cushions as he sweeps my skirt over his forearm. I lose sight of his free hand moments before I feel his fingers, pushing away silk, entering me slowly. I stop breathing. Slowly, he raises his eyes to mine and there is a pause. A frozen moment of indecision. Can I do this? How will I survive it? I exhale. Loneliness and longing are too much, and even if I don't go through with it, this I's already going to hurt like hell later anyway. May as well do it thoroughly. Slowly, I raise my head until my lips are brushing the skin at the base of his neck. He groans when I scrape my teeth across his stubble. Then his hand is moving. And he's touching me like he hasn't in so long. Finally, I manage to get his pants unzipped. I want him. I've never wanted anyone the way I want him. He's fucking me with his fingers. But it isn't enough. He's hard and leaking when I push his jeans and boxers over his hips. When I finally wrap my hand around him, I squeeze just a little. The way I know he likes it. His hips shift. And he kisses me again, moving his fingers faster and deeper, and he doesn't stop until I'm chanting his name over and over. It seems he remembers how to touch me too. He pulls his hand away and I can see him sliding his wet fingers along his dick for a moment before those same fingers brush against my own. I know what he's asking, and I want it. Want him inside me. So when he thrusts against our tangled hands, I push his away, positioning his cock and pushing against him. His mouth drops to my nipple, swirling, licking and biting as he bottoms out. Fuck. Bella. His body is different. But the same. There isn't a trace of baby fat left on his cheeks, and his arms aren't huge, but, fuck. They're solid. The summer did wonders for his hair. It's longer, and my fingers are lost in it. Clutching him to me. I've been walking around numb for months, and I just want to feel him. Anything. Everything. Even if it kills me. There's nothing sweet or gentle abo. Oop the way he's digging his hips into mine over and over. Or the scrape of his scruff as he drags his face up my chest and across my cheek before he kisses me the way I want to be kissed for the rest of my life. With his teeth and his tongue. Never too much. And never, ever enough. I get lost in it until he shifts his weight. I try like hell to break the kiss because I've never been able to come and kiss at the same time. But he won't have it. His hand in my hair keeps me anchored to his lips even though the rest of me is flying. Except the tiny part that hates the surrender of moaning into Hi's mouth and shaking beneath him as he moves harder and faster against me until he gets there too and it's his turn to grunt against my lips. My heart is racing, and the cold, hard reality of what I do. Saint did sinks quickly into every bone in my body. Weighing me down and turning this whole thing into an epic fucking mistake. Nothing has changed. Pushing away from him, I stand on wobbly legs and hurriedly adjust my underwear. Things are going to get messy if I don't, and I'm trying like hell not to think about that or the sound of his zipper behind me as I keep my back to him and pull my shirt over my head. When I turn around, he's standing between the couch and the table, watching me warily. I hate myself for the words I can't stop. Get out. He pales then takes a step forward. I move back 2 steps. He stops and gazes at the ground between us. I'm sorry. That wasn't supposed to happen. I can feel some little part of me die with his words. The last thing I want is his regret. I am not going out like that. Don't worry, Cullen. I pause for a moment, letting his team name sink in. That was a freebie. It's what girls like to call closure. Oh, Jesus. He doesn't move. At all. Just stands in The middle of my living room looking at the floor. I brush past him and open the front door wide. He turns slowly, staring at me blankly. New rule. Edward Cullen is not allowed in the house. He needs to leave now. I swing my upturned palm towards the outside. Time to go. I've got homework. My new teachers are tough, especially Mr. Birdie. Lies, lies, lies. He walks slowly, eyes on the floor, taking care not to touch me as he passes me, and steps onto the porch without a backwards glance. I reach for the door with a plan to slam it behind me. He turns slowly, causing me to pause. I'm sorry. For what exactly? I demand. At least this time, I'm lashing out at the right person. The person I should be angry with. I'm sorry you felt like you had to leave. It's for the best. He nods, head turned, as he stares at my neighbor's yard to avoid looking at me. You should call Emmett. I should. But that's my business, and I won't have him telling me what to do. You should go. He disappears from my porch. And I close the door when I hear the Volvo start. With my back against it, I wait. The tears, I expect. The anger is no surprise. The worst part is the realization that while I've been called a lot of things this past year, for the first time ever, I actually feel like a whore. Who's Maggie? Angela's question catches me off guard. I don't know. Maggie is none of her business. Why? She keeps calling in the afternoons and leaving messages for Edward. Esme gets so annoyed, and then she's grumpy while we work. It's kind of a drag. This is exactly why I didn't want to call her back. After the third message, I felt so guilty I finally picked up the phone and called her. She wasn't angry, but her feelings were admittedly hurt. Overall, she seems understanding about my decision, which is why I don't understand her need to constantly talk about Edward. It's my fault for getting her the job in the first place. She should be grateful instead of torturing me. 3 weeks have passed without a word from Edward. Thankfully, my period has come and gone. Alice told me not worry. She and Jasper stopped using condoms back in the spring and have been relying solely on the pill. She was more concerned about the other results of having unprotected sex. If it had been anyone in the world but Edward, I would have been rushing to the clinic the next day to get checked out. I'll admit that Angela's question has me second guessing my decision not to. Look, I have to go, Angela, I tell her as I double knot the shoestrings of my Timberland boots. I'm working from 5 until close, and I don't want to be late. I'll call you soon. I probably won't, but it placates her temporarily, and I make it to work with time to spare. Mr. Newton doesn't like me at all. I'm okay with it because I don't really care for him either. He's mad at Mike for quitting the football team, and he gives him hell about it. Every single day. Mike is one of the most genuinely nice people I've ever met, and it makes my blood boil when his dad starts raking him over the coals. It also makes me thankful for my own parents. On slow days we play cribbage or throw bones on the checkout counter. Mrs. Newton doesn't mind as long as we're caught up. It's easy to put games on hold when someone comes in looking for a new rod. Are we doing something for your birthday this weekend? He asks, deliberately avoiding the dirty low. Okay, I'm giving him by scribbling on the score sheet. No. 17 isn't a big deal. I shrug. 16 is cool cuz you get your license, and 18 will be awesome because I'll finally be able to be smokes at gas stations instead of hunting down cigarette machines in smelly bowling alleys. But 17. There's nothing special about 17. Besides, tomorrow night is homecoming, remember? We're going to be taking pictures at the game. Action shots, homecoming court, student body. The stuff yearbooks are made of. Let's do something Saturday then. I don't know, Mike. I'm frustrated, and I can't tell him why. I don't want to celebrate my birthday. I wish we could just skip it. Charlie foils my plan by offering me a wrapped box during breakfast the following morning. Dad, my birthday isn't until Sunday, I grimace. Trust me, you'd rather have it now. As I tear into the paper, I grin for him. He has no clue that my birthday is a sore subject. His lip quirks when I finally get into the box. Holy crap, I mutter. Pulling out a Canon EOS 35mm camera. This is a really nice camera. I don't. It's too much. I hope he didn't do this because he feels threatened by Phil and his money. You said the school's camera was awful. So I got you a better one. There's a shoulder case in there too. Thanks, Dad. It's awesome. The excitement I feel is almost comical considering I'd never even used a 35mm before the first week of school. It took me forever to learn how to load the film. I'm glad he got the case too. It makes it easier to carry to school. I don't really want to make a trip home after school since the game is an early one. Mike is going to help me by giving me instructions during the game, and then he's going to cover the dance alone. I don't do dances. After dismissal, we carpo to Jasper's house since he lives closest to the school. His parents are both at work, so we smoke out in the garage and raid his stash of Jell-O pudding pops. The inside of his house is immaculate. It's perfectly decorated and even has a Victorian-style sitting room. There isn't a speck of dust in sight and there's a distinct floral smell throughout. Until we get to Jasper's room. His room smells like stale cigarette, and judging by the ashes on the sill, I'm guessing he smokes in his room with the window open. The walls are painted black and, as expected, there are Metallica posters. A bunch of them. There are also a couple of busty girl posters. That part reminds of Jake's room and makes me wonder if he took them down since he's sharing the space with his daughter now. We hang out until it's time to go back to the school for the game. I'm supposed to meet Mike behind the coach's bench before kickoff. Alice squirts Visine in each of my eyes and dabs patchouli on my neck. We all walk the field together, and when I turn to leave them, she slaps me on the ass and wishes me good luck. Hooker. The green and white jerseys across the field wipe the lingering smile right off of my face. Port Angeles. I never even thought to ask Mike who we were playing. After a couple of deep breaths, I'm calm. Edward didn't go to any football games last year. I can't picture him making a trip to Forks to start now. During the second quarter, I get the eerie sensation that someone is watching me. Not someone. Him. I can feel it like a weight on my skin. Instead of giving in to the temptation of searching him out, my eyes stay glued to the action on the field. Acting on pure instinct, I raise the camera and begin to shoot. It hides the panic and gives me something to focus on. A purpose. Tyler Crowley and Lauren Mallory are announced homecoming king and queen during halftime. She is killing the crowd in her short, navy blue and gold cheer uniform, and Tyler is in a matching football jersey and those weird white pants they wear. Baseball uniforms are so much more attractive. At Mike's instruction, I approach them to get a few pictures of the newly crowned couple. When I'm 10 feet away, Tyler steps up to the microphone with a glint in his eye and says, "Does this mean you changed your mind, Bella?" Laughter rings loudly through the home side of the stadium. I've lost count of how why times Tyler asked me to the dance over the last 2 weeks. In every class we have together. He even wrote it on the chalkboard in chem. It's the running joke of the school these days. He has delivered 3 free pizzas to my house and 1 at Newton's. The girls love him for it. Me, I'm just annoyed. But if I let it show, it will make me look like a complete jerk. Everybody loves Tyler. So I make it into a joke. Give it a rest, Your Majesty. You've already got a queen. It was worth a shot. He grins, and his fans clap and whistle. I feel like I'm drowning as I show them where to stand. They've both done the royalty thing before. Several times over, so they know how to pose. Facing each other with her hands on his chest and his arms around her waist, heads turned, smiles plastered as they're immortalized for all eternity with the click of a button. Here, they're legends. Next year, they're freshmen. Mike stays with me and helps arrange the rest of the court for a few group shots. "What's wrong, Bella?" he whispers. "He's here." They smile. I smile. I lock it in place. Dare my lips to move. "Who?" He trails off as he makes the connection. "You want to hit the road when we're done here. I can take care of the rest." There is no way in hell I'm going to let him and half of PA High watch me search out my friends so I can cut and run. I'd rather stand here with you with this fake ass smile in my face than give them that satisfaction. They're in my town now. He smiles and we clear the field in time for the band to play a few numbers. The cheerleaders do a few routines, and Mike watches every move Jessica makes. He smiles when she hits her flips, and his brow furrows when a PA player approaches her after their performance. I'm starving. Let's hit the concession stand, I tell him, tugging gently on his sleeve. Yeah, okay. He's quiet beside me as I step up to the vendor and order nachos and a Sprite. You wanna talk about it? I ask quietly as we wait for my food. Not really. It's just hard. Like I can't turn it off. It's like that for me too. I know he's somewhere in that crowd and all I want to do is go and find him. Even though that would be a disaster. Things ended that badly on the first day. Pretty much, I confirm. Nodding slowly. His appetite kicks in when my nachos are ready, and he orders a hot dog for himself. As we turn the corner to go back to the stands, we nearly run into Ben and Royce. Seeing him in person makes me feel very violent while petrifying me at the same time. Hey, Bella, haven't seen you around. He grins. Mike notices my discomfort and moves closer until he's almost shielding me. I miss the girl who would have told this asshole to fuck off. I don't like being afraid of anyone, and it pisses me off that he scares me. He's frighteningly deceptive. Who was that guy? Mike asks as we continue walking. No one. You're shaking like a leaf. I am not. As the words leave my mouth, I realize that I am in fact shaking. I hate that bastard. God, I hate him the most out of all of them. He's taken so much from me, including my voice. Maybe you should talk about it, he offers. There isn't anything to talk about, I snap. Nothing happened. Okay. I'm sorry. Things just seemed tense with that guy. Mike is a total stranger and even he could see it. I lost everything to blindness. And pride. And sheer stupidity. That's a hard pill to swallow. Alice calls OUT to us and we join them on the highest row of the bleachers on the back corner of the field. He's here, she warns. I know. You saw him. She looks worried. No. I just know. Wow. You're like a Jedi. Did you know Em is here too? No. I didn't know that. The messages I expected from Emmett on the first day of school turned out to be wishful thinking. He hasn't called at all. I don't blame him. I ignored him and ditched him without warning. I yelled at him and blamed him for things that weren't his fault. And yes, a tiny, petty part of me was angry with him for bringing Edward into my life. But I never tried to punish him. I just didn't know how to deal with him. So I called one day from the payphone in the cafeteria at school. I knew he wouldn't be home. It was a cheap shot on my part and one that I am sorry for. I left a message apologizing for not calling him back over the summer. I threw in the excuse that I was busy with the trip and my move to Forks, and I also mentioned the job at NA. Wtons as added proof that I really have been busy. And then I told him we'd catch up soon. Talking to his answering machine made me feel weepy, and I knew actually talking to him was going to hurt like a mother. In the end, it didn't matter. He never called back. My guess is he got sick of my shit. And I don't blame him. When the game ends, we wait a few minutes to let the crowd thin in the parking lot. If possible, I'd like to avoid any more run-ins with old classmates. Even the ones I liked. Especially the ones I liked. As we walk across the lot, Emmett drives by in the Jeep. He slows after he passes us. And Edward leans out of the passenger side window to say something to a group of other PA kids. And so goes the fall. They're at the movie theater, playing video games in the lobby when we show up to see the new Twin Peaks movie. Edward spots me before Emmett does, and with both of them looking at me I do the only thing I can think of. I wave. Like a total fucking dork, I wave. Emmett turns away. But Edward grins a little. And I don't understand why, but it still makes part of me happy to see him smile. I stay far, far away from Port Angeles on Halloween, choosing to party with My friends at the res instead of being a third wheel to Phil and Renee. As the weeks pass, my tolerance builds and I learn how to drink. Beer, shots, whatever. Pot is great, but sometimes it traps me in my own head when what I really need is to get out of it. Hello, alcohol. Thanksgiving in the port is unavoidable. Charlie is working a double because Mark's wife just had their third child last week. I try to argue that I'm okay with skipping it completely, but my dad won't hear it. He calls Renee and sends me packing. Temporarily, of course. My mother is delighted. Phil is delighted. Mr. and Mrs. Leonard are delighted. I am mostly uncomfortable and completely underdressed for the fancy dinner Phil's housekeeper cooked. Lamb. On Thanksgiving. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Why do they hate turkey? It's good. Delicious. If I'm being honest, but it isn't at all what I was hoping for while watching the parade this morning at Renee's. When she told me we were invited to dinner with Phil's family, I was anticipating a normal Thanksgiving dinner. My food looks like art on a plate. I want butter and gravy. I hope I never get rich. Rich people eat weird ass food. After his aunt and uncle leave, Phil invites us to see The Bodyguard. I decline politely. We get along okay, and I don't hate him for doing my mom, but I don't want to be a third wheel in a dark theater during a romance. I briefly consider hitching a ride with them to see Reservoir Dogs again and letting Phil cover my admission, but I'd rather go back to Renee's to watch some old holiday flick. I need to get in the spirit. And I'm just not feeling it. They drop me off on their way to the theater, staying in the drive until I'm in the house with the door locked. I still hate being here alone. It gives me the creeps. Determined to make the best of it, I warm up the Jiffy Popper and make a huge bowl of popcorn. I'm halfway through the first sister scene in White Christmas when the doorbell rings. My hand is frozen, hovering above the bowl, and a shiver runs down my spine when I think of the last time I was here alone and I answered the door. On tiptoe, I move to the peephole, scared to even breathe until I verify it isn't Ben on my porch. It isn't. It's Edward. Every bit of air I've been holding in rushes out in relief until a new panic sets in. I'm on my period, so I know sexing him up is off the table. It's a good thing really because I've thought about that afternoon on Charlie's couch more than I want to admit. Almost to the point of madness, and even though it hurt, I'm pretty sure I did again. He leans forward and presses the buzzer again. I watch him do it, but the chime still startles me. This is ridiculous. Just open the damn door. I pull it open and stare at him expectantly. Hey, H. He holds up a foil-covered plate in his left hand. I brought you some turkey. He grins as he hands it to me. My tongue is frozen, and even if it wasn't, the lump in my throat would guarantee my silence. There are apples too. And dressing. He babbles, running his now empty hand through his hair. He's shifting his weight nervously like part of him wants to bolt. We had plenty. You know how mom is. I swallow and nod, trying to figure out why he is here. Why he cares. Well, I guess I'll go. Happy Thanksgiving, Bella. He turns to leave and almost makes it to the stairs before I finally manage to speak. You could come in. I made popcorn. Jesus. I may as well have said I carried a watermelon. I feel that stupid. But it's Edward, and he turns me into an idiot just by showing up. He always has. He groans as he turns to face me. You were going to eat popcorn for Thanksgiving dinner. No, I had dinner at Phil's house earlier. I didn't eat much though. It was lamb, and I was in the mood for turkey. He laughs and I repeat the invitation for him to join me. Minus the part about the popcorn. I can only stay for a little while, he tells me as he follows me into the house. Mom and I are leaving for Seattle in the morning. I nod, pretending to be distracted, determined not to ask why. It's none of my business. We are on some kind of precipice here, I can feel it. If we play our cards right, we might be able to salvage our friendship. Asking questions I might not want the answer to won't help the cause. I haven't forgotten who lives in Seattle. Tread lightly. Baby steps. Nothing personal. Keep it generic. Pretend he's Jasper or Mike. Easy. Uncomplicated. And do not think about him naked. That's the plan anyway. It's awkward at first, making small talk with someone I once knew inside and out. As the conversation progresses, there are certain topics we both avoid. School, baseball, Seattle, our summers, Emmett. I've been doing my best to keep in touch with Alec, he tells me as we sit in the back steps smoking after my dinner. Jane is pretty fucked up, Bella. Alec couldn't give me all the details because their mom is screening all their calls and eavesdropping around corners. She won't let them hang out with any of us anymore. Not even Felix. That really sucks, I sympathize. I knew things were weird with her and Lonnie, but I had no idea he was such a. I let the thought die. I'm not sure what he was. Asshole seems like a weak description. Yeah, he doesn't rub it in. All the times he told me that something was just off with Lonnie. He could, but he doesn't. I've got to go, he says, glancing at his watch. I told Dad that I'd ride with him to Port Townsend to take my grandparents home. He isn't looking at me, and I can't look at him. Goodbyes have never been easy with us, even when things were good. So I stand and swipe imaginary dust off my ass just to give myself something to do. Thanks for the food. It was nice to have turkey on Thanksgiving. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with my family. He laughs, shaking his head a little as he inspects his shoes. Please tell Esme that I appreciate it. Yeah, I will. Okay then. I reach for the door handle, knowing I should just say it and get it out of the way. Thanks for bringing it. Happy Thanksgiving, Edward. Finally, he glances up at me and smiles. You're welcome. He hesitates. I guess I'll see you around. I nod and turn away because I don't want to see him do it first. Somehow, I manage not to cry until I get back into the house and I know he's gone. The popcorn is cold and stale, but I had turkey. And once upon a time, I had a real family too. Even if it was only for a little while. It's nice to know that, sometimes, they still think about me too. A pang of guilt hits me, and a minute later, I'm dialing the station in Forks. Luckily, Charlie is in his office, and he sounds so happy when I wish him a happy Thanksgiving. We chat for a few minutes as he eats the meal that Mark delivered on his way home from dinner at his mother's house. Charlie met him at the car and fell in love with the new baby. Listening to him rant and rave over this kid after watching him goo-goo over Hannah on multiple occasions. NS brings me to the sad realization that my dad would have made an awesome granddad if I were a normal chick. Even though it doesn't see any action these days, I'm still abnormally fond of my puss, and I don't want anything to rip it to shreds. Hannah may have been tiny that first day in my living room, but I saw how big her head was. That shit is just not right. Maybe that's why Renee is always irritated with me. She's holding a grudge. When I can't take any more talk of tiny hands and the smell of baby powder, I tell him I'm tired, and we say our goodnights. The doorbell rings again before tea. He fucking train even makes it to Vermont. For the second time tonight, I hit pause and move to the door on shaky legs. This time it's an Edward-induced panic attack. It isn't him. It's Mike. And the wood feels cool against my cheek when I lean against the door in disappointment. It's so hard to admit that a tiny part of me hoped it was Edward on the other side. That maybe he changed his mind. Before I open the door, I try to shake it off by plastering a small, fake smile on my face. Hey, I tell him as I welcome him inside. Hey, he sighs as he sinks onto the sofa. He's not smiling. In fact, he looks disconnected. Like the Mike I saw in February, ashen and dull. What's wrong? I whisper as I sit down next to him. He doesn't answer, just stares at the frozen figures on my TV screen. His chest is moving and he occasionally blinks. I can't go home, he says slowly. Everyone else is doing family stuff. I hope this is okay. It is, I assure him. His arrival may have stirred the Edward pot a little more. But that was bound to happen anyway. I would be sitting here alone, staring at the screen but seeing a completely different movie in my mind if Mike hadn't shown up. Some company might be a good thing. Do you like me? He asks out of the blue. He turns to face me, pinning me with cold, baby blue eyes. Do you think I'm a good person? He sounds like a lost little boy. Yes. I give him honesty. He looks like he needs it. I think you're an amazing person. One of the best dudes I know. I knock my knee against his. Whatever happened at home has really shaken him. I have a feeling I know what's bothering him. But I don't want to push him. You know, I tell him. It's much easier living in Forks with Charlie than it ever was here with Renee. He tilts his head, and since he's listening, I keep talking. The worst part was constantly disappointing her just by waking up in the morning. That's what it felt like anyway. She looks like a runway model, and I look like a homeless groupie most of the time. He chuffs a little. The constant sighs and clucks of disapproval. The shopping trips to the mall so she could pick out tons of clothes for me to try on that normal girls would die for, but I just felt weird in. Then there was school. Half the kids hated her and the other half wanted to fuck her. Then I show up and they're all like, what the fuck? That's Ms. Swan's kid. No way. I guess I was supposed to be some big-tittied cheerleader so I could follow in her footsteps. And instead, I'm some weird geek who curses like a sailor and dresses like a confused punk rock hippie. At that, he laughs. Imagine their surprise. Except M. Of course. He knew how fucked up I was and he loved me anyway. Kind of like you guys. I don't feel right in my skin either, he sighs. When Jess asked me to be her boyfriend back in 8th, I said yes because I was supposed to. She was already my best friend and I thought maybe I could be normal. The same thing with football. My dad wanted me to play, so I played. I did everything I was supposed to do, and every night I prayed something would change, but every morning I woke up the same. I buried it. Every minute of every day I walked around playing a part. Lying to everyone. Keeping secrets. God, I know how that feels. He looks at me for a few long moments before continuing. Jess hates me. My father hates me. My mom is a wreck. I hurt everyone I love. I don't hate you. I won't ever hate you. I think of all the times he's looked out for me over the last couple of months at parties. He never let drunk Bella do anything that sober Bella would regret in the morning. You don't really even know me. I see the way you look at him. He goes rigid until I lower my hand to rest on top of his. Then he leans back against the cushion and sighs. I don't care, Mike. I've known for a while. And it doesn't matter to me. I told my parents over Thanksgiving dinner. My dad was bitching about football again and asking about college. I told them I've decided to go to UW and major in theater. Dad lost it. I lost it. I told them everything. Then he berated me as my mom cried because I'll never be a man or give them grandchildren. When he started screaming about AIDS, I had to get out of there. I've been there too. His head snaps up and I laugh. Not like that, but I've had to run away myself a time or two. His smile is cautious, almost like he expects me to start screaming and calling him names any minute. Don't feel bad. I'm a straight girl and I'm not giving my parents any grandkids either. It's been so hard not having anyone to talk to about this. Jess was his best friend. Other than her, there was Tyler, but for obvious reasons, he couldn't talk to him either. He really has been alone. I do know how you feel. How one little secret can change everything. I don't know what happened at Paul last year, Bella, but I'm glad you're back. It's good to have someone to talk to. I miss that so much. He stretches out on the couch facing the TV with his head in my lap. Silently, I restart the movie and, after setting the remote on the table, I slowly run my fingers through his hair. I don't say anything about the damp spot on my jeans beneath his head. And I try not to sniffle out loud as I discreetly wipe my own tears with the sleeve covering my other arm. I let him crash on the couch. Renee isn't happy about it when she comes home, but she doesn't make him leave. We're both scheduled for afternoon shifts at Newton's the next day, and I try to stay close and serve as a buffer between Mike and his parents as we hustle through the busiest workday of the year. As the days pass, the tension in the store only gets worse, until Mike has finally had enough. His threat to quit 2 weeks before Christmas shuts Mr. Newton up quickly. And then it's business as usual. They save the fighting for home, and Mike spends as much time away from home as possible. I still haven't managed to get into the holiday spirit by opening night of A Christmas Carol in Port Angeles. Mr. Bertie shakes his head when we show up 5 minutes before show time. He cheerfully follows us into the theater after checking our names off his list and handing us our tickets. Last year, I was excited about tickets up front. We have 6th row this year, and all I can think as we walk through the nearly full room is that everyone is looking, watching. And he is here. It's that same awareness. Like my traitorous body can feel when he's near. Alice and Jasper walk arm in arm a few feet ahead of me and Mike, and I can hear the whispers. Are you okay? He asks, putting his hand on my elbow to guide me since I refuse to look at anything but carpeted aisle in front me. I know there are kids here from PA. I saw Phil's Mercedes in the parking lot. Mom comes every year without fail. I'm fine. Mustering a smile is hard, but there is no way in hell I'm going to show weakness when I know that Ben or Royce or Rosalie might be somewhere in the crowd. Screw that. We finally it to our seats moments before the regular lighting is cut. When the show is over, we take our time, waiting for the crowd to leave the parking lot. Alice needs the bathroom, so we follow her to the lobby. Edward is standing against the wall between the two restrooms. His hair is so much longer now, and God, as much as I hate to admit it, he looks fantastic in a white button-up. Those fucking arms get me every time. The air leaves my lungs in a slow whoosh as I look closer at those arms. There is a white, lacy sweater draped over his forearm and he's holding a purse against his body in the crook of his elbow. He's with someone. Oh God. This is it. The moment I finally lose my mind. When the door of the ladies' room opens, he pushes away from the wall. My brain is screaming for me to turn away, but I just can't move. The ground feels funny under my feet. Mike leans in close. Bella, are you okay? No. Rosalie Hale walks right up to Edward with her hand held confidently in front of her. I feel Mike's arm slip around my waist to keep me upright, and I watch in horror as Edward deposits the purse in her palm and offers her the sweater. Not her. Anyone but her. Please. I need to go, I beg quietly. Turning away and forcing my feet to move. I spend the ride back to Forks sitting quietly in the back seat of Mike's truck, listening to Metallica's Black Album and hating every teenage boy in the world for loving that stupid band. On nights like this I wonder if the boy I fell in love with ever really existed. He's so different now. And when I think about it, so am I. We're on two completely different paths. But Rosalie. Well, they're both athletes, they both come from normal families, they have money, and the worst part is they're both beautiful. Physical perfection. Yeah, the worst part is that she looked like she belonged beside him. Something I never managed to do. Maybe she wanted him all along. She was awfully interested in my relationship with Emmett. Maybe she wanted me to want Em instead of Edward. It would explain some of her behavior. What other possible motive could she have had? There had to be something in it for her. And I can't prove a fucking thing. We at the diner for shakes and then hang out at Alice's for a while getting stoned and watching recorded episodes of Northern Exposure. A moose in the road is apparently funny to every person in the room but me. I wish we had booze because drinking until I pass out sounds like an excellent idea. Thanksgiving was 2.5 weeks ago. Was he seeing her then? This sort of question keeps me awake well into morning. And I'm dead on my feet the next afternoon at work. Exhausted from restless sleep and awful dreams. You look like shit, Mike says when I meet him at the time clock. Gee, thanks, I mutter. I'm not here to do you any favors. Bella, you need to shake this off, and you need to do it now. Trust me. My situation is totally different from yours, so don't tell me how to feel, I snap. I leave him there and make my way to the front counter. I'm running one of the registers Tota, and it's a total godsend because we have a steady flow of customers until dinner time. The rest of the shift drags like it always does when Mrs. N schedules me to close on Saturday nights. It only happens once a month, but every time it does, it sucks. Being trapped at work really blows when you know all your friends are out partying. I'm standing at the door of the store when the clock finally strikes 9 p.m. I turn the lock as quickly as possible so we can get the rest of the show on the road. We walk the store, making sure no kids are hiding in tent displays or camped out in the restrooms. Once the cash drawers are balanced, recorded, and tucked away in the safe, we finally manage to escape. Charlie is home early tonight, and the two of us watch the evening news and Saturday Night Live. At 5 minutes after midnight, headlights sweep across the front window. Curious, I stand and cross the room to look out, wondering if Mike and Mr. Newton got into another fight. It's for me, Dad, I tell Charlie, knowing something is definitely up by the way Edward is stalking up the walk. We need to talk, he saw. Yes, as I step outside and close the door behind me. Rosalie told me about Royce. Now, I want you to tell me what happened with Ben. He levels me with a glare. He smells like Trident and alcohol and blood. His lip is cracked and there's an angry scrape across his temple. He's been fighting. And now he's here asking me about Ben. He knows. Somehow he knows. And he's drunk on my porch. The front tires of the Volvo are in my yard and the back tires are on the asphalt. Let me get a jacket, I tell him. If you try to lock me out here and disappear, I'll wake up your entire neighborhood. Swear to Christ. He relaxes when I nod in understanding. I close the door after letting myself in the house. Edward would never drink and drive. Where is Emmett? How could he let this happen? I can't let him leave. He could hurt himself or someone else. Dad, Edward has been drinking. Charlie's head snaps up and the TV is forgotten. Please don't arrest him. Just call Esme. Let them come and get him, please. Please don't arrest him. Charlie hates drunk drivers. He's seen too many lives ripped apart by them. That boy is lucky I was teenager once before I became a cop, he mutters, picking up the cordless phone. I tell him Edward's number and move to the door. Don't let him leave. No matter what. I swear. And I do. Edward is standing with his back to the door when I rejoin him on the porch. I'll do whatever it takes to keep him from getting behind the wheel of that car before his parents show up. Even if it means I have to talk about things I'd rather leave buried. I'm not sure what you're asking, I tell him. I don't want to say any more than I have to about Ben. He said he begins before cutting himself off by shaking his head. It was him, wasn't it? The bruise on your arm that last day of school. He's asking, but not asking. Like he's piecing it together for himself. How did you? I saw it myself, Bella. I got out just in time to catch your grand exit. He turns to face me. He said, his voice is strangled, and I'm beginning to wonder exactly what he did say that has Edward this tied up in knots. Twice he's tried to say it, and both times he's faltered. Just spit it out, I encourage. He said he enjoyed knocking you down a peg and showing you who was boss, he grits. He was laughing when I broke his fucking nose. He winces as he runs his hand through his hair. In the glow of the street lamp, I can see the split skin on his knuckles and dried streaks of blood on his hand. Did he do that to your face? I whisper, horrified that, again, he was hurt because of me. No, he says darkly. Royce sucker punched me while I was focused on Ben. Fucking pussy, he spits. Then Emmett gave him a lesson in fair fights. He shifts to look at me. Did he? He looks sick. Like he might puke on me any second, and knowing that he cares makes my lip tremble. He notices. Of course he does. He didn't. You know. Turning his face away, he exhales long and slow as he lets my words sink in. His shoulders relax a little and he looks so relieved. Part of me is humiliated as I tell him what happened on my porch with Ben that night. His fists are clenched so tightly that the one he used to break Ben's nose is starting to bleed again. He wraps it in his t-shirt as Mark pulls up in a cruiser and parks at the end of my drive, blocking any exit. Jesus, Charlie, was that really necessary? Mark doesn't turn on the lights or sirens. Instead, he cuts the engine and remains in the car. Edward just stares at him. If he's mad that I told Charlie he's been drinking, he's not letting it show. Goddamn it, he groans, shoving his face into his open palms. I took you to his house. Left you alone with him. Don't. I tell him. I was clueless too. I thought he was a nice guy. You know, he says, shaking his head. I was your friend before anything else. You should have come to me when he hurt you. It would have been my word against his, Edward. There were no witnesses. I didn't want anyone to know, especially after the rumors. I would have believed you. He walks to the edge of the porch and keeps his back to me. Just like I believed you every time I asked you what was wrong and you said, nothing. I could feel you pulling away, so I worked harder to keep up. And every fucking time I asked you what was wrong, you said, I'm fine. Obviously, you weren't. You should have told me that Royce was pressuring you about those answer keys. It explains so much looking back. Why you were so miserable all the time. Why you started pulling away. I started pulling away. Are you kidding me, Edward? Did you really think I couldn't tell? He turns to look me dead in the eye. You weren't happy. Neither were you. It was a lot, Bella. The never-ending practices and homework and trying to keep up on 3 or 4 hours of sleep a night. And I know I was a grumpy bastard, but you still smiled like you meant it then. I'm not sure when it changed. That's the worst part. I was too busy to notice. I kept thinking to myself that we would hang in there to get through the season and then we could fix it over the summer. People fight, Bella. All couples fight, but you didn't. You just walked away. I don't know how to take these things he's saying. What to do with them or where to put them. Have you, even once, stopped to think how different things could be right now if you had trusted me enough to tell me that Royce threatened you? He's so angry. He's shouting and shaking. What would you have done, Edward? I whisper, shout. Quit the team. So you could blame me later. Or maybe you would have picked a fight with him. Then what? The whole school would have turned on you. Better me than you, but you didn't give me a choice, did you? The silence stretches long and hard between us. Well, guess what, Bella? All that shit happened anyway, he explodes, slamming his fist against the banister. And none of it compares to the day my ex-girlfriend drove off and left me standing in the school parking lot. Mark is out of the car, moving across the lawn, but Edward isn't done. Not yet. He stalks over to me and leans in for the kill. For a girl who hates her mother for abandoning her, you sure are quick to follow in her footsteps. The rack of my palm against his cheek surprises us both. That's enough. Charlie growls from behind me. Fuck. Edward, I don't ever want to hear you talk to my daughter like that again for as long as I live. Do you understand me? At some point, Charlie must have joined us on the porch. I feel his hand on my shoulder pulling me back toward the door. Don't worry, Chief, he says quietly, looking at me instead of Charlie. We're done. Bella, go inside. Charlie's words register, but I can't do it. Not yet. Edward and I are locked in some kind of staring match. His face. It's so different. Bony, defined cheeks. Clear, mossy eyes. But no warmth. Like the fire just died. I'm sorry, I whisper. God, I'm sorry every minute of every fucking day that things ended up the way they did. Maybe part of it was my fault. The thought kills me a little. He doesn't move. Not an inch. He doesn't even blink. Just stares. Long enough for me to know that sorry isn't nearly enough and he meant what he just said. I leave them on the porch and crawl into my bed, trying not to think about any of the things Edward said to me tonight. It's impossible. The first time Rosalie Hale ruined my life, she did it with lies. I never imagined she could do it again with the truth. Let's go, Leah demands as she tugs away the comforter I've been buried under since the first day of Christmas break. No. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. Go away. I turn onto my side, facing the wall. I hear them file out of my room a few moments later. They mean well, but they have no idea what this is like. He was the only person in the world I ever talked to about my parents. I talked to him about Jake the first night I met him. I gave him my body and handed over my heart. Why didn't I trust him when it counted? I tried to write him a letter. But the only words I could get out were I'm sorry. I never allowed myself to think about how different things could have been if I'd been honest. But Edward's words echo in my mind, and I think about it now. More than I want to. Their boots are heavy on the stairs, and I can hear them whispering. Whatever you assholes are planning, it won't work, I call out over my shoulder. We'll see, Alice Waugh. RNS seconds before icy cold water is dumped on me in my bed. What the ever-loving fuck are you doing? I scream at them as I stand. Now there's a damn puddle on my floor too. It was for your own good, Bella, Carmen says. We had to do something to get you out of here. Go. Take a shower and get dressed. Or, I ask sourly. The three of us will make you. Damn them all. Wait downstairs. I point at the door, and, silently, they leave. A long, hot shower helps the chill. It's cold and rainy outside, so I start with a black long-sleeve bodysuit and extra baggy jeans that hang low on my hips. Since I.H. Avenue no idea where we're going or what we're doing, I add a flannel for warmth. I hate having cold, wet feet, so I choose wool socks and yellow rubber rain boots I found on a clearance rack at Walmart. Maybe if I embarrass them, they'll leave me here. As if. Carmen drives straight to Louise's shop. They waylay me in the parking lot. Carmen wants to give me a new do. She thinks it will help break me out of my funk. Alice wants something new. Thick, choppy bangs are the new thing. I was in 5th grade the last time I had bangs. Different might do me some good. Carmen squeals in delight when I give her permission to do whatever she wants as long as the length allows for ponytails. Alice opts for bangs as Louise drapes a cape over her shoulders. Carmen gives me a cape of my own and I close my eyes after the first snip. Surprisingly, she doesn't go overboard. My hair is still long. Past my shoulders. She cut thick bangs that land just below my eyebrows and colored 8 locks of my hair a D. P shade of burgundy that matches my favorite pair of docks. It looks good. I gasp when Louise spins Alice's chair around. Her hair is gone. Cut into a short, choppy bob. She is also sporting bangs, and her stripes are deep purple. It looks good on her, framing her face perfectly. Come on, Leah, Carmen begs. Let me give you some color. You're the odd woman out, says the girl who dyed her hair Grinch green for Christmas. No thanks. Leah replies without looking up from the open issue of Cosmo she's been reading for the last half hour. They decide a last-minute trip to Port Angeles is necessary so they can finish shopping. I haven't bought a single gift, and Christmas is only 3 days away. The mall is packed. Carmen is forced to park in the very back of the lot, and it's a hike just to get to the entrance. Eventually, I start jumping into their conversations because I can't help myself. As much as I hate to admit it, I'm glad they forced me to come. We walk for hours and shop until we can't possibly carry any more bags. I'm half miserable from the walking, but equal parts happy to have these girls. Even if they are assholes. The horses on the mall carousel are wearing Santa hats. Unfortunately, they catch Carmen's eye. We stack our bags on one of the bench seats in a carved chariot before choosing horses. We were 8 or 9 when this mall opened, and the first time we came here. We alternated riding and waiting in line to ride for 3 hours straight. Carmen still believed in fairy tales back then, and I have pictures of her with flowing long hair, wearing a pink princess cone hat. Riding the same white horse she chooses today. She's so different now, but somehow the same. Leah's cousin, Emily, has been working at the greeting card store since the fall, so we stop in to say hello. She spends 15 minutes gushing about some guy she met at Peninsula. His name is Sam, and she just moved in with him this past weekend. The girl is absolutely smitten. Her boyfriend must be something. We finally break away after promising to visit her new place soon. Mr. Newton threatens to fire me the next day. He claims there is a company policy regarding the streaks in my hair. Surprisingly, it's Jessica who comes to my rescue. Come on, Mr. Newton, she smiles. I have highlights in my hair. They just happen to be blonde. He stomps back to his office. Thanks, I tell her as we walk to the gift wrap counter. She's been a little cold with me since Mike and I started hanging out. I'm surprised she agreed to come back this season and more surprised she took up for me like that. He's always been a grouch. He gives Mike hell, you know. As if on cue, Mike walks by, eyeing us curiously as we both study him. About football. I lower my voice. Stuff. Is he okay? She asks, doing everything she can to avoid my gaze. Not really. He misses his best friend. She doesn't answer. Sometimes, people get hurt no matter which path they choose. Truth. Or lies. Sometimes, the hurt is just inevitable. Maybe that's what I should put in the letter I'll never sit down to write. I miss my best friend too. And I would have ended up hurting him either way. The same way he hurt me. We were just way too much for a couple of teenagers. Too intense. Too in love. Too caught up in the sex. The drugs. School. Baseball. It was all too much. High school is supposed to be about leaving behind a trail of broken hearts. Not finding a soulmate. And with parents like mine, how could I have ever believed a teenage romance could end well? I spend Christmas Eve with Renee and Phil at his house. After dinner, he joins me on the deck out back for a smoke. It's become a bit of a tradition with us. He puffs on a cigar as I toke a Camel. It's our get to know each other time. He's not going away anytime soon, so I'm making an effort. Tonight is different. I need his help. So, I guess tryouts will start next month. I'm aiming for aloof, staring at the cherry of my cigarette. Watching the smoke swirl and waiting to see if he will answer. I don't know how much he knows. That's the plan. He's staring. I can feel it. Do you have a lot of returning players? God, that was lame. All but one. All that shit happened anyway. I've played those words back in my mind. Again and again. He meant every word of it. He quit the team. Edward. Yes, he confirms. Did he tell you why? He didn't really have to tell me. He and Ben Chaney were hauled off to the office for fighting the last Monday before break. Again. Chaney had it coming. Phil's voice is uncharacteristically hard. There isn't a hint of a smile on his face. What did he say? I want to know. I don't want to know. Phil decides for me, ignoring the question. They were both suspended. I was called to the office since both of them are, or I guess I should say were, on the team. Edward quit. Ben gloated. I had to break them up. Again. Please fix it. I begged quietly. If he quits, it was all for nothing. I don't think I could live with that. Ben won. Be satisfied until he has absolutely wrecked us both. Okay. Maybe I was a bitch, but it wasn't like there was a welcoming committee. Was hurting me worth tearing the team apart? One memory. A clear memory of Ben's angry face as he pounded on the door after looking at the list. Oh God. It started not long after. The friendly chats. The project. I thought he was being nice. The girl. The girl he was working on. Two birds with one stone. I murmur. He wanted to hurt Edward just as much as he wanted to hurt me. Are you okay? Phil takes a few steps to get closer. Please don't let him quit. He's good. No. I correct myself. He's a great player. Because he loves it. Please don't let Ben take that away from him too. I'll do what I can. He seems so genuine. Looks so concerned. We've already had the I'm not trying to replace your father talk. And that's good because I have one dad. My dad. But I'm beginning to think it might not be such a bad thing to have Phil as a friend. As cool as he is, I'll leave and head back to Forks around 10 because having a sleepover at my mom's boyfriend's house sounds weird as all fuck. Jake and his family arrive early on Christmas. Hannah is crawling now and it freaks me out that she can think and go places. She sits occasionally and stuffs anything she can find into her mouth. I spend the day on my knees following her around and taking pictures of her as she trails slobber everywhere. Charlie and I both went a little overboard on the kid. He bought a little people garage for her and a tiny pair of baby sunglasses. I bought her a bunch of clothes and 2 books. Where the Wild Things Are and The Giving Tree. Every kid should have them. I also bought her a copy of Forever by Judy Blume, but I'm going to wait until she turns 14 to give it to her. Until then, It will sit next to my copy on my bookshelf. Rachel stares at me every time I go near Hannah or say a single word to Jake. It's almost like she's analyzing me. You want to sneak out for a smoke? I ask her after gifts have been opened and dinner consumed. She nods, and we slip quietly out the back door and walk across the yard until the trees offer cover. When I light a joint and offer it to her, she takes it without hesitation and pulls hard. We get stoned in silence. She waits until my head is bent forward to light a Camel. I really wish you would give Jake another shot, she says quietly. I swallow smoke and choke on it until tears pour out of my eyes. You can't be serious. You guys get along. You like Hannah. God, Bella, you must have spent $50 on her for Christmas. You'd be good for them. You were always good for Jake. Not like that, I inform her. We weren't good for each other at all as a couple. We were friends who got on each other's nerves and fucked. We never even had a real relationship. She's right, he says as he walks up behind her. I told you to mind your own business. He has both hands in his pockets and the tone he is using with her is almost parental. I have to resist the urge to laugh. She stomps away, huffing and puffing and bitching about how stubborn we are. Thankfully, Jake and I are all the way past any awkwardness over our past. It happened. We regret it. It's over. Buried and forgotten by unspoken agreement. Thanks for everything you and Charlie did for Hannah, he says quietly as I offer him what is left of the joint. He shakes his head and refuses the weed, pulling the Camel box out of the front pocket of my flannel instead. I can't be groggy if she needs me in the middle of the night. He takes a cigarette and bums my lighter. You're welcome. Jake never was one for manners. What classes are you taking this semester? He attempts a half grin that looks more like a grimace. I'm sitting this one out. Why? I ask. You know what they say about taking breaks in college. You never go back. Lots of people say it. I think everyone's parents might say it at some point or another. Diapers, formula, doctor's visits, babysitters, that shit adds up, Bella. I'm barely breaking even. He sounds so damn defeated. I want to get in my truck and hunt Maria down. Maybe you should see a lawyer. See about child support. Her dad is a VP at the power plant. Surely they could help. Can't afford one. God, it's like some kind of vicious cycle. I've never pitied anyone in my life as much as I pity Jake in this moment. I was so angry at him. I wished horrible, awful things on him when he cheated on me. But I really do feel bad that life has totally kicked him in the balls lately. Do you regret it? Keeping her? I mean. No. His answer is immediate and earnest. My only regret is that I'll never be able to give her all the things she deserves. Something about his devotion to her causes an ache in my chest. When it counts, Jake doesn't run. I'm sorry, Bella. Really sorry about the way I treated you. If some guy did that to Hannah, fuck. I would lose my shit. You were my friend and I disrespected you in the worst way possible. I don't know why you even talked to my sorry ass. It is okay, Jake. I thought it was dead and buried. It's not. Jesus, Bella, it's really not. Fine. Yes, it was a shitty thing to do. Yes, it hurt my feelings. You and I both know our relationship never would have lasted. It's not like we were soulmates. Another pang. What happened with that anyway? He says it so casually. It's a harsh reminder that my world is the only one that stopped spinning. Well, I'm starting to consider the possibility that Edwards may have too, but to everyone else, we're just another teenage breakup. Something that happens every day. Nothing special. The girls are the only ones who know the whole story. Jasper knows bits and pieces. Mike has more theories than facts. I don't know why, but I end up spilling my guts to Cobb Black as we hike deeper and deeper into the woods. I light another joint and get distracted a few times. He asks questions and winces when I tell him about the closure sex. Yeah, not my finest moment, I agree. I go on. And so does the trail. When we reach the end, he pulls a flashlight from his coat pocket, and we turn around to walk back. Jake knows I was a thumbsucker, so I don't spa. A single embarrassing detail from him. The last time I saw him, Mark was handcuffing him on my porch. For a long time, the only sounds are crunching twigs and the thuds of our boots. Even stoned, I'm all worked up. None of that was easy to say, and his silence is making me edgy. Give me another cigarette. We stop to light up. He leans his whole back against a tree as he exhales. Do you even realize what you did to that poor guy? What I did? Cool your jets. Yeah, he fucked up too. It sounds like you guys spent too much time fucking and not nearly enough time talking. There's an unfamiliar burn on my cheeks. Shame. I can see why you didn't tell him about the keys. Really, it was none of his business. But when that Ben guy admitted to playing you both like that, you should have told him right fucking then. We were broken up. It would have seemed like a pity play. Damn, girl. By not telling him, you made him look like a total punk. Those dudes were probably laughing at him behind his back the entire time. Great. Something else I never considered. No wonder he's so angry. When we're done smoking, we hit the tree line and make our way back to our families. Hannah is sleeping peacefully in the carrier. She is much cuter snoozing than she was drooling on the remote or banging coasters on the floor. Charlie helps Jake with Billy, and Rachel carries Hannah. When they're all outside, I drop heavily onto the couch. Holidays are exhausting. Charlie is working the overnight, so I stop him when he comes inside before he makes it to the stairs. Did you take the cuffs off before his parents got here? It's the first time I've mentioned that night. Charlie hasn't said a word about it either. But now, after talking to Phil and Jake, I need to know the extent of humiliation involved. Yes, I took them off as soon as we found his car keys. I stare at the chipped black polish on my fingernails, waiting for him to ask anything. But he doesn't. Thanks, Dad. Merry Christmas, kiddo. I spend New Year's Eve crying on the beach at the res, drunk off my ass, high as a kite, and rambling to Tyler, of all fucking people, about my ex-boyfriend and the incredible sex I was having this time last year. He helps me over to the Suburban shortly after midnight. When we're all situated, Alice speaks up from the backseat. Change of plans. Drop us off at Bella's house. My head is spinning and the highway dots are blurring. So instead of arguing, I rest my cheek against the cold window and let Mike drive us to my house. I feel a little less sick and only slightly buzzed as I lead them up the stairs to my room. I start stripping the minute Alice turns on the light, wanting warm pajamas and my bed. Bella, it's a new year, Alice says softly as I pull worn flannel over my head. Time for a fresh start. You can't undo it. And you can't get better until you let it go. What do you think I've been trying to do, Al? I glare at her as I pull up my pajama bottoms. It isn't letting go if you're still holding on with one hand, Leah chimes in. I can't believe this. It's like they're turning on me. I turn to Carmen, waiting. She doesn't disappoint. How many times a week do you take down that box, B? 3 during a good week. 5 when it's bad. They're right. And I'm tired of being stuck. At this point, it's a conscious decision. I'm choosing. I read this article in Cosmo about a girl who burned all of her ex's stuff. Like a cleansing ritual. Alice makes it sound like a medical procedure. What's done is done. Those kids are gone. His smell is gone. The paper just smells like ink now. And I can recite every one of those notes. Word for word. But I still read them. I still hold on. We've been broken up longer than we were together, but I still hold on. I still read those letters. I look for him in crowds when I'm in the port. I drive by his house on my way back to Forks every time I come home from a visit. I haven't cooked in 7 months. Or eaten a brownie. Or even looked at Hostess cupcakes. I've only managed to maintain my weight by alcohol consumption. I pull the Pink Floyd t-shirt from its resting place beneath my pillow. Am I holding on because I still love Edward? Or because I'm afraid I might find someone else I could love more? It's hard to imagine. It feels like a betrayal. Burning his things in the trash barrel out back. His thoughts. His words. Us. Turning us to ash. And I don't stay to watch. The anger and disappointment shift and shrink inside me, leaving a hollow mark, but my friends are right. This is a new year. A fresh start. A clean break. Oh, time is a funny thing. And it passes quickly once I decide to stop measuring it in Edward Cullen sightings. Things get slow at work after the first of year, but things at school pick up. The yearbook is in its final stages, and so is a term paper I've been working on for Bertie's class since November. Alice and Mike are both knee-deep in the spring production of Macbeth. I run lines with them so often I could probably understudy. If it weren't for the whole scared to talk in front of people thing. The Friday before Valentine's Day doesn't get to me. I don't let it. Of course there are girls carrying vases of flowers around school all day. But I don't let them bother me. The combination of rain and cold has created lovely black ice patches across the parking lot. Carmen and I slip and slide until we reach the truck. I start the engine. And we chat as we wait for the heater to kick in. There is a horrible skidding noise moments before we're both jerked forward in our seats. Tyler hit an icy patch and spun right into the back of my truck. Carmen and I exit swiftly to see if he's hurt. He's fine, but his ride is jacked. The front bumper is crushed in against the wheels. My truck doesn't even have a dent. Carmen offers to call a tow truck. And I suggest Quill's shop for repairs. Tyler agrees, nodding slowly. This sucks, he mumbles as she walks away. You've got insurance, right? I mean, you drive for a living. Yeah, I'm insured. It's just. He sighs. Out of all the cars in this lot, it just had to be yours. Hey, I tease. You should be glad. There won't be a payout on mine. This thing is a tank. I pat the tailgate lovingly. True. At least let me take you out to dinner. He holds up his hands the moment my lips part to answer. Not a date. I know you don't date. You've told me 100 times. Just something to make up for this. He waves a hand at his van and then my truck. Carmen is staring at me. Tyler is looking at his feet. And all around me there are couples, standing close with arms WRA. PPED around each other and girls holding flowers. I've never gotten flowers. From anyone. And I never will unless I try. Okay. Carmen bounces a little, but manages to keep quiet. My heart is racing. Even if it isn't a date, it's a step. Really? He asks. Not a date. Just dinner. Friends. I confirm. Dinner turns into occasional movies, and by the time spring break rolls around, we're hanging out. Sort of. No labels. We stay away from the port at my request and we avoid spring sporting events. I've seen Edward's name in the sports section of Peninsula Daily News, so I know Phil must have convinced him to play. Pa is having an amazing season. Flawless. So far. They have a new pitcher, a sophomore phenom, named Elliot Walker. Royce is still on the team, but he's only been mentioned in the newspaper as a backup pitcher this season. I bet it is killing that huge fucking ego of his. Mike says I'm crazy for not boning Tyler's brains out. I worried at first that he would be upset, but he expli. Ned, his crush on Tyler is purely physical. He knows Tyler is straight as a board, and if he can't hit it, he claims at least one of us should. Not gonna happen, I tell him as I pull jeans over my hips. In the dressing room of the vintage shop. Phil gave me a rather large gift certificate for Christmas. I've avoided PA as much as possible, but I really need new clothes. We're expecting a warm summer. That's what you said about dating. He calls from the other side of the door. We're not dating, I insist. We hang out. Regularly. So. I pull an embroidered peasant top over my head. Sue. That's dating. Stop it, I tell him. Yanking open the door and stepping out to model the outfit. The shirt looks good, but the jeans need to go. His eyes are locked on my backside. It is dating. I twist in the mirror. What's wrong with the jeans? I think they're cute. And it is not. Your ass looks weird in them. I cock my head and scowl at him. What? I can still appreciate the female body. Get the skirt instead. Or either of you seeing anyone else. You're an asshole. I slam the dressing room door in his face, and he chuckles before leaving me in peace to get dressed. He's thumbing through a rack of J. It's when I make my way to the front of the store. I huff as I pass him. The cashier moons over the retro swim dress I've picked out and starts a lengthy conversation with me about different local bands. There are flyers for shows hanging behind her on a pegboard. Peter's band is playing Thursday, but I'm scheduled to work. I have 2 loaded bags when I leave the store and a hefty leftover store credit. Phil is very generous. It's something I'm working on accepting. Days like today help. So, are the 2 of you going to hang out together and not date at opening night next week? He asks, grinning as he unlocks the door of the Suburban for me. Instead of answering, I give him the bird. We do show up together for the play. Phil and Renee are waiting for me outside the auditorium before the show. That's Phil, Carmen hisses, studying his black dress pants and muscular arms. Introduce me, bitch. I do, and she flirts with him like a shameless hussy with rainbow bright hair. I'm honestly a little embarrassed for her. My mother seems to like Tyler. She asks him about college and lights up when he tells her he's going to Baylor in the fall. She gives me a satisfied look. It's the same look Charlie has been giving me lately, and I don't understand it. Aren't parents supposed to worry when their teenage daughter starts hanging out with the high school quarterback? Someone forgot to give my parents the memo. The girls and Jasper go in ahead of us, promising to save seats for us. Tyler's fingers are loosely hooked with mine between us. He and Phil are talking about Waco as Renee hovers near the sign-in sheet she's using to track extra credit. I'm excited for Alice and Mike and a little bit stoned from the drive with Tyler, content reading through the cast list and admiring the program Jasper designed. Something catches Phil's attention, and he excuses himself from Tyler. I glance up in time to see him shaking hands with Emmett as Rosalie Hale looks at me curiously. When M draws back his hand, she slips hers into it like she's done it 1,000 times. Hey, Bella, he says quietly. Tyler. They nod at each other, doing the guy thing, and I want to pull my fingers from Tyler's. An inexplicable urge to hide churns inside of me. We should go in, Rosalie says, putting her perfectly manicured hand on Emmett's forearm. They leave us standing, much the same way we were when they arrived, but without conversation. None of us know what to say. No practice today, I ask Phil, trying not to sound accusatory. We only practice 3 days a week, he replies. Tyler, will you wait inside for me? I may not be in love with him, or even in like with him, but I don't want to hurt his feelings by asking what I need to ask in front of him. Sure thing. He disappears, abiding our unspoken rule of not pushing me. He never asks for anything, which is good because I don't have much to give. I wait for the auditorium doors to close behind him. Why were Rosalie Hale and Emmett holding hands? I thought she was with Edward. Phil and Renee both look surprised. They've been dating since last fall, Phil replies slowly. Like I'm dense. They're both looking at me like I'm dense. Emmett has a girlfriend. As in, one girl. A relationship. Stranger things have happened, I'm sure, but I can't think of any right now. Is he coming here tonight? Edward, I mean. Phil squirms a little before shaking his head. No, he's not coming. He's helping his mother with an event tonight. He and Angela. He trails off. Angela. What does she have to the looks of unease or enough to fill in the blanks? It's recent, Renee says softly. Like that's supposed to make me feel better. He was never with Rosalie Hale. But he is with Angela. Angela. Out of all the girls in Port Angeles hell, out of all the girls in the world, he chooses to fuck one of my friends. If he wanted to hurt me, he couldn't have picked a better way to do it. And Angela. God, what an evil, conniving bitch. There are rules of conduct. Don. T. Obsess over or fuck your friends' boyfriends, or ex-boyfriends. It's common courtesy. Knowing them both makes it easy to imagine. Easy to see in my head. Picture them. I wish I'd never asked. And in some ways, I'm glad I did. Maybe this is the shove I've been waiting for. The information overload is gnawing at me, so I escape it by finding my friends and Tyler. When the show is over, we go back to Alice's house to party. She and Mike gave performances worthy of a celebration. The alcohol flows and the bong never hits the table out back. A year. This time last year I was crying. Tonight, there were no tears. I can't believe it's been a year. It feels more like 1,000. One more and I can get out of this place. Halfway through a bottle of Cisco, I glance at Tyler. He's sitting next to M.E. on the very same love seat I sat on with Edward Cullen on a different night a long time ago. It would be so easy to let him finish the song he's playing and then take the guitar out of his hands. He would follow me if I pulled him into Alice's bedroom. He's hot, and judging from the experience I do have with him, which isn't much, I'm betting he could make me feel good. But when it comes down to it, even stoned and slightly drunk, I am smart enough to know that thinking my ex-boyfriend might be fucking someone else isn't a good reason to hurt a nice guy like Tyler. I don't want to be careless with someone else's feelings. At the end of the night, I walk with him to his van. "You were quiet tonight," he says as he places his guitar case in the back. I was thinking, that doesn't sound good. He turns around slowly, frowning a little. I never dreamed I would actually be lame enough to give someone the "it's not you, it's me" speech, but I am. The worst part is that it's true, and I feel even worse when he tells me not to feel bad. He jokingly thanks me for giving him enough time to find a prom date. I'll admit to feeling sad as he hugs me goodbye. He's cool, and I hope things won't be weird between us because of this. Jasper catches a ride home with Mike, and the girls and I clean up so Jeanette doesn't walk into a huge mess when she comes home in the morning. We put the bag full of beer and liquor bottles in the trunk of Leah's car. She can throw it in the dumpster behind the library when she gets to work tomorrow. We move all the knick-knacks and candy dishes back to their normal spots. They listen to me explain what happened with Tyler. None of them are really surprised, although Carmen admits she is disappointed. She really wanted to know if he is as good in the sack as rumor suggests. I hear he's looking for a prom date, I tell her. The fact that I can even joke about it is proof that I did the right thing. Bitch please, she teases. Like any of us would be caught dead at prom. The girls and I make a point of showing up for Mike's graduation. And where we go, Jasper goes. It's a good thing because Mike's asshole father doesn't bother to show up to see his only child graduate. I'm glad Mike has a cheering section. Mrs. N sits with us, and we yell loudly when the principal, Mr. Mason, calls Mike's name. He waves and smiles, but I know him. That's not his real smile. No one else notices the way he pauses at the end of the stage to let his eyes sweep over the crowd in the gym. Looking for his father. Wishing for his dad. By the time they call Jessica's name, I am fighting back tears because I know everything Mike owns is packed in the Suburban. He's leaving for Seattle right after graduation. He has friends there who have offered him a place to crash until he can find a job, a roommate, and an apartment. He's hoping to accomplish all three before the beginning of the fall semester. I can't blame him for leaving, even though it breaks my heart. After the last name is called and the closing remarks are finished, there is a roar of celebration as caps fly into the air. Tyler, Mike, and few others pull cans of silly string from beneath their seats and spray it into the air as girls weep in each other's arms and parents flood the floor, pushing through the crowd, trying to find their kids. We take our time, waiting for Mrs. Newton to hug Mike and hold him and say her goodbyes. I have to look away when she buries her face in his chest. Thank goodness she doesn't let her husband rule her heart the same way he rules their home. Maybe someday he'll accept Mike for the awesome person that he is. After a few moments, she steps back so the rest of us can congratulate him. To my surprise, Jessica approaches us and asks for a moment alone with Mike. It's hard to let them walk away knowing that he is already having a horrible day even though he's doing his best to hide it. If she goes off on him, it would crush him. Carmen is yammering on and on out possible hair colors to match the hideous graduation gowns we'll have to wear next year, but I'm keeping one eye on Mike and Jessica in the alcove. So far, they're both smiling. I let out a breath. Phew. Getting scrappy on Jessica at graduation would have sucked. When he leans forward to place a soft kiss on her forehead, I know everything is going to be okay, so I turn around to give them some privacy. The smile on his face is genuine when he rejoins us. I don't care what she said. I'm just so damn happy that she said it. Tyler joins us, and we all walk out together. Mr. and Mrs. Crowley are waiting to take him out to dinner, so he says his goodbyes first and they hug and pound on each other's backs with fists. Surprisingly, Tyler is the one swiping at tears as he walks away. He calls over his shoulders that he'll see the rest of us losers at Lauren's house tonight. Jasper and Alice check out next after she verifies we're hooking up at the diner. Carmen and Leah both hug Mike and wish him good luck. We'll wait for you in the car, B, Carmen says as they walk toward the Mustang. Are you okay? I ask. He's smiling, but somehow, he still looks sad. I'm good. I'm really good. I glance in the windows of the Suburban. It's packed full with boxes and suitcases. Do you have my number somewhere in all of that stuff? All 4 of them. He grins, opening his arms wide so I can fall against him. Then he wraps them around me as I snot all over his shirt. Hey, I'm moving to Seattle, not getting hit by a bus. I know. But I also know that you won't be back. His dad is an asshole. Who would want to come home to that? No, I won't. But you can come and see me, right? I can. We can go shopping together and you can make sure I don't buy jeans that make my ass look bad. Because he's Mike, he starts singing Baby Got Back. He smacks my butt and his own until we're both laughing. You should do that more often, he says. I'm trying. When I say the words now, they don't sound whiny or pathetic, just factual. And I'm still smiling. He promises to call me sometime next week before I leave with Renee and Phil, and we give each other one last hug before I watch him drive away. Leah lights the first joint of the evening before Carmen has even turned out of the school parking lot. We take the longest possible route to the diner. Alice and Jasper have already ordered by the time we finally get there. We stick around for milkshakes after dinner because Lauren told us not to show up before 7. The Mallorys own a huge house off the highway and back in the woods. There aren't any neighbors for miles on either side. Brent is like the coolest brother ever. His band is playing tonight as live entertainment, and he brought a keg. Jessica stops me in the kitchen to thank me. I thought a lot about what you said. My brain has known all along that letting me go was the best thing he could have done for me, but that doesn't stop my heart from hurting, you know. I nod and she continues, I'll probably never see Mike again. And I couldn't bear to leave things that way for all eternity. She huffs. I should have forgiven him a long time ago. It feels pretty good. Better late than never, I tell her. Silently vowing to fix my own shit at the first possible opportunity. I don't want to leave things this way with Edward or Emmett. We may never be friends again, but we don't have to be strangers either. Come on, she says, grabbing 2 solo cups from the counter and pulling me out back to where the real party is. As Brent's band plays a few feet in front of the detached 2-car garage, Kid's mosh with bare feet on the concrete driveway. We dance and headbang until we're dizzy and exhausted. Leah and Brent disappear after the set. The rest of us sit around on the grass, sipping beer and laughing over silly childhood stories. When they come out of the house together a few minutes later, they're sneaking furtive glances at each other and walking so close their arms brush. I won't lie, I'm shocked. Leah hasn't shown an interest in anyone in forever. She sits down with us, and Brent keeps walking, choosing to hang out with his bandmates near the garage. What the hell, Leah? Carmen asks. Stop staring at him, assholes. Leah hisses. We all duck our heads guiltily. We were looking at him. She sighs. I don't know how to explain it. He's always been hot, but tonight when he looked at me, he really looked at me. So what happened? Alice digs. Nothing. Her mood sours. He's 22 and I'm illegal until July. The legal age of consent in Washington is 16, I tell her. Unless the is more than a 4-year age difference, Bella. She raises her hand and grimaces. Future law student, remember? Right. Still, it's weird that she would know that. Do you know every law in Washington? I ask. I looked it up when you were with Jake. I thought about calling the cops on him until I remembered that your dad is the cops around here. It would have been awkward. Thanks, asshole. Anytime. When Carmen and Leah leave us to find a bathroom in the house, Alice pulls me up and we walk over to Brent and his friends. She leads him away from the crowd and drunk rambles our plans for the summer. I'll be gone until the end of June. Alice and I both planned our trips around Leah's birthday party this year. Her birthday is July 3rd, and between summer vacations and the holiday, it gets overlooked every year. We give her gifts, of course, but we never have parties. So I told Renee I would spend the entire month of June with her as long as I could be home by July 1st. Alice made a similar agreement with her father, extending her stay in Mississippi by a few days in August on the condition that he let her stay in Forks until July 5th. We'll have a few days to hang out in Weave Place. And a massive surprise party for Leah's 18th birthday. He smiles and says he wouldn't dare miss it. Alice promises to call him with Emily's address once she gets it. Now, that's a nice birthday present, I mumble, staring at his back as he walks away. She giggles. That's the plan. The last days of the school year pass quickly. I show up at Renee's house as requested at 6 o'clock in the morning on the first Sunday morning of summer break. She and Phil are waiting for me in kitchen, sipping coffee while reading the newspaper. I left my suitcase in the back of the truck. I didn't see the point of lugging it inside. I tell Phil as I pour Life cereal into a bowl. No problem. The words roll off his tongue so easily. He's just naturally nice. I think that's why I agreed to spend such a large chunk of my summer with him and Renee. We're leaving for Jacksonville this afternoon on a flight out of Seattle. Renee and I will leave from there Monday morning on a 5-day cruise to the Bahamas. When we come back, we'll spend the following 2.5 weeks with Phil at his beach house in St. Augustine. I'm dying to see the Atlantic and hang out on warm beaches. I'm not crazy about the cruise thing. But Renee is really excited about it, so I'm compromising. Our trips are winding down. Once I start college, I'm not sure if I'll come home for the summers. We arrive in Florida in the middle of the night. But Phil has a car service waiting to drive us to the Casa Marina. As I open the car door in the parking lot of the hotel, I smell salt in the air and hear the sounds of the surf echoing from behind the building. The air is warm. Warmer than midday back home. Renee follows me as I walk around the building. When I hit the sand, I pause to slide the Birks off my feet and carry them in my hands instead. Renee does the same with her sandals and then we walk until we're ankle deep in the ocean. It looks blue and endless in the light of the moon and it offers a sense of peacefulness I've never found in the cool Pacific. Renee sighs. A content, happy sigh. It sounds the way I feel. It's going to be a good summer. I can feel it in my bones. She and Phil share a romantic goodbye kiss at the dock Monday morning. The kind of kiss you see in movies when someone is going off to war. It's embarrassing. And gross. And I'm not jealous because my mother has someone to miss her. Not at all. Once we've found our suite and unpacked, Renee changes into her swimsuit. She wants some time in the hot tub. Gross. Sitting around boiling in other people's filth is not on my list of things to do while on vacation. Or any other time for that matter. I spend most of my time on the boat reading in a white lounger on one of the side decks and trying not to think about the Titanic. It real. Why freaks me out to be surrounded by water without a glimpse of land in sight. I feel better once we've docked at Freeport, but walking on land is really weird after being on the ship for a day and a half. My mother doesn't let it stop her. She drags me along, stopping at every roadside booth and forcing me into every shop. We buy floppy straw hats to help block the sun, and more than once, we slip into diners to cool off by sipping strawberry daiquiris. Tuesday, we snorkel in Nassau. Wednesday is spa day. Manicures and pedicures in the morning, full body massages in the afternoon. The chick rubbing me is T. But she has mean hands. I moan out loud and tell her I like it rough. Renee shakes her head, and it's nice to be the one doing the embarrassing for a change. I've changed my mind about being rich. I'll eat the weird food as long as I can afford a personal masseuse. Relaxed and boneless, I melt into bed and pass out cold. I don't wake up until long after dinner, but the best thing about cruise ships is that you can always get food. No matter what time it is. And beer. There's a lot of beer too. If you look 18 on a cruise ship, you are 18. I've walked around smoking and drinking for days and no one has said a word. Or carded me. Being slightly buzzed all the time helps with my nautical anxiety issues. Renee sits with me in a sports bar as I hammer back Budweiser. And eat hot wings until my lips are numb. She orders a beer, but I can tell she doesn't like it. She sips it occasionally and grimaces every single time. She is such a girly girl. But at least she's being cool and not bitching. She's been nothing but awesome so far on this trip. No bitching. No griping. No pressure. Just me and my mom. Thanks for doing this, I tell her. Taking me places. Spending time with me, you know. She flushes and waves her hand a little. Thanks for coming. And for staying. With me and Phil, you know. Maybe someday we'll be able to have a normal conversation without fighting or snipping or stepping into awkward land. We go back to our suite to find the movie Overboard playing on HBO. I groan, and she laughs. She agrees that it is completely inappropriate viewing material considering my fear of Davy Jones and his locker. We decide to call it a night instead. Phil is waiting for us at the dock Friday morning, and he laughs when he sees the way our luggage has multiplied due to my mother's manic shopping tendencies. He doesn't complain though, and he listens as she tells him all about our cruise in the front seat. The drive to his beach house in St. Augustine lasts long enough for me to get completely engrossed in the white novel I've been reading over the course of the week. Phil's house is in a private gated community called Sea Colony. There are only 4 houses actually located on the beach. His is the largest of the 4 and seems so ostentatious. St. Augustine takes my breath away. The beautiful Spanish architecture mixes with sand and surf, seducing me. I love this place. I wasn't sure I would at first. I got over it when Phil showed me to my junior suite upstairs. It has a sitting area with a large TV and an attached balcony. The palm trees are so close I can reach out and touch them when I'm outside smoking. The bedroom has the most comfortable bed I've ever slept on. And it's a king. Yeah, I could totally get used to this shit. Hill lets me drive his Beamer around town so I can take pictures. There are so many beautiful things I want to see and capture on film to take back with me to Dreary Forks. During one of my afternoon excursions, I stumble across Flagler College. The campus is gorgeous. Pale buildings with dark orange shingles covering steeples and domes. There are palm trees everywhere. All over campus from what I can see from the street. I mention it to Phil and Renee during dinner. I play golf with the chancellor at the country club. Would you like to tour the school? Phil's offer is nice, but it looks like a really ritzy school. I don't want to graduate from college with a mountain of debt hanging over my head. And it seems wasteful to entertain going to such an expensive school when I have no idea what to major in. No, it's out of my price range, I tell him with a smile. Flagler offers scholarships just like any other school, Bella. We can also check out Jacksonville University if you're interested. You could live here. The fork I've been holding drops loudly onto my plate. What? You could stay here. Keep the place up for me during the school year. Only Phil could make it sound like I would be doing him a favor by living in his mansion by the sea. I hum noncommittally and resume eating the veggie lasagna I made for dinner. Renee offers to clean up since I cooked. Phil joins me on the beach for an after-dinner stroll and a smoke. The sky is equal parts yellow, orange, pink, and blue. I can't resist snapping a few pictures of the horizon as he rolls his linen pants up. Then we walk in silence for a few minutes with our toes sinking into the sand and brine licking at our ankles. I'm going to ask your mother to marry me, he says nervously. I breathe in deeply. She'll say yes. Are you okay with that? I think long and hard before answering. Look, I'm not big on the institution of marriage in general. It rarely works out the way people think it will, but that's just my opinion. If you and my mom want to tie the knot, it's your business. You make her happy. Happier than I've ever seen her, and that's not an easy thing for me to say. I stop for a moment to take a drag from my camel. So yeah, I'm okay with it. Thanks, Bella. He smiles before puffing on his cigar. I already consider you family, and the offer stands on the house. I flick the cherry from my cigarette and pocket the butt. It's too much, I tell him. Not really, he insists. The house is here. It's paid for. I leave the utilities on timers year round and pay a maintenance staff to clean and landscape. You can pull weeds and mow the lawn, right? I laugh, lifting the camera to catch a shot of two surfers as they sit idly on their boards waiting for a big one. I'll think about it. We'll check out the campus later this week. Ask about scholarships. You're a shoo-in for an academic award, and we can see if they offer yearbook scholarships. Maybe something in photography. Maybe. I realized 2 days later that the campus is even more amazing than I originally believed it to be as I spend 10 minutes taking pictures of the courtyard and fountain in front of Ponce de Leon Hall. There aren't many people around, since only a few summer courses are offered. We end the tour in the admissions office and leave with every application imaginable. Phil was right. With my current GPA and SAT scores, I should easily qualify for a scholarship. Of course, there are essays and other details involved. On my last morning in Florida, I wake up early, in time to catch the sunrise as I sit on the beach in my pajamas sipping coffee and watching a pair of dolphins that are out for an early morning swim. In a weird way, I feel sad about leaving. I was obviously born on the wrong coast. I whisper good luck in Phil's ear when he hugs me goodbye at the airport. Not that he needs it. Then I give my mom a long, hard hug before boarding the plane that will take me back to rainy day life in Forks. Mr. Newton deliberately schedules me to work until 7 the night of Leah's birthday party. I know he did it on purpose because I asked to leave no later than 5. The good news is that Leah has to work until 7, too. So, it's my job to get her to her surprise party at Emily's apartment in Port Angeles. She thinks we're just hanging out with Emily and her boyfriend for a while. The goal is to keep her focused and prevent her from making 90 stops along the way. Timing is everything. Let's hit the record store before we go to Emily's, she suggests as we hit the city limit. I glance at my watch. 8:15. Not tonight, I tell her. I've been doing the retail thing for the last 6 hours. The last thing I want to do is shop. I just want to sit around and smoke a little weed. She pouts a little but allows me to bypass the shop and gives me directions until we reach a U-shaped apartment block. I've never been here, but Leah has on several occasions, so it's easy to lag behind her a few steps. When she reaches the right apartment, she knocks loudly. For a long moment there is silence. Leah smiles when Emily yells, "Come on in." I hang back away from the door. I love Leah, but I don't want to be the dork standing next to the birthday girl when she should be the center of attention. Even though I know it's coming, I still jump when Leah opens the door and everyone screams surprise. She disappears in the crowd of people, and I sneak in undetected while everyone is distracted. Jasper is leaning against the wall away from the melee. I join him instead of trying to fight my way over to the girls. Things will settle down once everyone has had the chance to greet Leah. She looks happy hugging everyone who approaches her, but the smile she gives Brent Mallory as he leans down to hug her is blinding. Yep, she's toast. $20 says she cashes in the V card within 2 weeks, Jasper laughs. You're on. I know Leah. She isn't one to rush into things. She'll date him, blow him, and get to know him before she gives up the flower. My own guess is a month. Maybe 6 weeks. We shake on it. Emily makes her way over to us so she can thank me for getting Leah here on time. It was tough, I tell her. She wanted to shop the moment we hit town. That sounds like Leah, she laughs. You guys want a beer? We've got a friend making a run to the liquor store in a little while. You can put in an order with him if you want. She waves to a guy across the room, and as he approaches us, I realize I know him from somewhere. He looks so familiar, but I can't place him. Hey, baby, she says as he leans in to kiss her cheek. When he straightens, he faces us. Sam. This is Jasper. She points to Jasper first, then me. And this is Bella. Right. Bella Swan, he says, smiling and nodding. We went to PA together. Sam. This is Sam. Emily's Sam. Emmett's Sam. Edward's Sam. It's a small fucking world after all. You look so different without the banger hair, I tell him. A little warning from Leah would have been nice. You had banger hair? Emily asks. Oh. Maybe Leah didn't recognize him. I don't know how that's possible considering the way he followed her around for half a night. Now this is awkward. Should I tell Leah? Does Sam even remember? Oh, fuck it. There's no sense in looking for drama. Thanks, Bella, he snorts. Way to ruin my image. Sorry, man. You still smokin'? I'm tempted to throw out a duh, but it sounds like he might be offering. Yeah, follow me, he says, tilting his head. Jasper and I fall into step behind Emily as Sam leads all of us to the area between the living room and the kitchen. On the center of a round oak table sits the mother of all water bongs. I swear the damn thing is 3 feet tall. Nice bong, I say appreciatively. He points out the 5 attached hoses. Thanks. We call her Medusa. Awesome. I'm in. Anyone who loves a bong enough to name it is okay in my book. It doesn't take much to convince me when there is pot involved. Alice's inner weed magnet kicks in, and she shows up in time to nab the 5th chair. I look around for Leah, thinking maybe the birthday girl should get in on the first bowl. She's talking to Carmen and Lauren as Brent plays with the thin strap on her tank top. She's flustered. But she isn't stopping him. If that hooker costs me $20, I'm going to be pissed. Jasper smirks and rubs his thumb against his fingers. Bastard. I decide to forgive him when he leans forward to light the bowl. I know after 4 hits that I'm going to have to buy one of these when I get my own place. I need a cigarette, Alice giggles. I could go for one, I tell her. Jasper stays behind with Sam. And it doesn't take long for people to fill our vacated seats. We follow Emily out the front door and over to the grassy area in the center of the U. Jesus Christ, Alice whispers in awe. Who is that? When I follow her line of vision, I have to suck in a breath. There's a guy leaning against the railing on the 2nd floor of the apartment across the yard. His dark hair is cut Morrissey style with thick sideburns, and he's wearing a fucking Orgasm Addict Buzzcocks t-shirt. He appears to be checking out the partygoers who are mingling below him on the yard. That is my boss, Emily giggles. That dude works at a greeting card store. I ask. He turns and I catch a glimpse of black tattoo ink on his calf. No fucking way. She smirks. He doesn't just work there, he owns it. His family does, anyway. When he zeroes in our group, he gives her a small wave and a grin. Yeah, Riley is like a punk rock prodigal son. He quit UW after his first year and just took off. As she talks, he looks down to twist the cap off of a beer, and like an idiot, I look too. Damn. He has nice arms. Anyway, his family is from Joyce, and his grandmother owns Paper Kisses. She and Riley's mom run the shop together. When he pulls the beer up to his face, I know I'm busted. He's been watching me ogle his arm. Slowly he tips the bottle forward and nods. I look down at the grass in front of me before he puts his mouth on the rim. There is no way that just happened. I thought you said he was your boss. Now I'm curious. Who is this guy? He is my boss. Temporarily. His grandmother was diagnosed with breast cancer a few months ago. When his mom called him, he dropped everything to come home and manage the store while she goes through treatment. Wow. That's so sweet, Alice says dreamily. Where was he? I ask. A little bit of everywhere. But most recently New Orleans. He's a bit of a nomad. She laughs when we both stare at her. Don't look at me like that. It's true. Since he quit school, He hasn't stayed in one place for long. Alice gives me a look. Perfect for a summer fling. Shut up, I mutter. She's been watching Grease again. She always talks shit after watching that damn movie. It makes her swoony and disgusting for weeks. Riley doesn't really get out much other than going to shows with us. The guy is a freak over music. He has nice taste, I admit. The Buzzcocks are one of my favorite British punk bands. And not a lot of people have even heard of them. This guy is sporting a shirt that he sure as hell didn't buy at any local music store. He walks down the stairs slowly, shaking hands with other neighbors who are outside enjoying the weather and having parties of their own. It's very Melrose Place-y, only on a larger scale and hopefully a lot less evil. Do you guys want something from the liquor store? Emily asks. He's our liquor guy. Alice turns to me. What do you think? B. Tequila. I nod. Leah likes tequila, and I could stand a shot or two after the day I had at work. We'll take a bottle of Cuervo. You guys have shot glasses, right? She asks Emily. Dozens. Come to think of it, most of them have hairband logos on them. How did I miss this? She muses as she leaves us to put in our order. See, Alice says quietly, tugging on my sleeve. She points to Carmen, who is currently leaning against the building while chatting and flirting with a guy the first think I may have gone to PA with. People talk, hang out, bump uglies. Some faster than others, she concedes as we watch Carmen lean in to give him a cleavage flash. Okay, maybe Carmen was a bad example. Alice, I'm having a really good time so far. And it would be awesome of you not to spoil it, I warn. I'm just saying you looked a little hot and bothered there for a second. Who's hot and bothered? Jasper asks as he wraps both arms around Alice from behind. Nobody, I tell him. Wrong. He smiles a wicked, smug smile. Your girl is inside tonsil diving with Brent. Get ready to pay up. We didn't bet on kisses, jackass. I'm totally going to lose this bet. Sure enough, when I go back inside, Leah is trying to eat his face off. Good for her. Birthday kisses are the best. Every girl should be so lucky. Emily and Sam seem like a safe bet for decent conversation, so I make my way to the kitchen to hang out with them until Leah comes up for air. When Riley finally gets back with the liquor, he puts a huge paper sack on the counter before turning to me. Come with me, he says. My whole mouth goes dry in an instant, and I can't pry my tongue from the roof of it. He smiles and his teeth are really, really white. And straight and perfect. I'm scared to look up. Please don't be green. Please don't be green. Blue. His eyes are blue. Bright, happy blue. And he's talking. I'm sorry. What? There wasn't a decent bottle of tequila in that liquor store. I've got something better upstairs. Emily senses my hesitancy. He's cool, she whispers. He was a bartender for a while. If he says it's good, it's good. When he leaves the kitchen, I follow, giving Carmen a help me look on my way out the door. She grins. Stupid hooker. I'm Riley Beers, he says as we hit the lawn. Bella. That's all he really needs to know. You're friends with Emily. Sorta. I'm one of Leah's best friends. He climbs the stairs in front of me, affording me the perfect view of the calf tat. It's a fleur-de-lis symbol, outlined in heavy black with purple and green swirls. Smack in the middle of the back of his leg, sketched between baggy shorts and black chucks. When we reach his door, he opens it wide and motions for me to go first. Once we're inside, I stand awkwardly near the door. The layout of his apartment is similar to Emily's, so I watch him as he moves through the main room to the kitchen area. I'm not Hannibal Lecter. You can come in. Leave the door open if you want. He says loudly. I do leave it open. I'm not a complete idiot. But slowly I make my way through his apartment. There are milk crates full of records along the wall. My fingers itch, wanting to flip through them. I bet he has some awesome shit in those crates. It would probably be rude to dive into a stranger's stuff like that. Plus he could totally see me do it from the open kitchen, which would just be embarrassing. He pulls a bottle out of one of his cabinets and shows it to me. Please don't ever drink Cuervo again. That stuff is garbage. He turns it so I can read the label. Dos Manos. Never heard of it. The best brands of tequila are 100% agave. Cuervo is only 51%. The rest of it, fillers, sweeteners, and grain alcohol. Those make for awful hangovers. I have no idea what the hell he's talking about, but if this stuff is good, then it's good. The bottle has never been opened, so it obviously hasn't been tampered with. How much do I owe you? I ask, ready to get the hell out of his apartment and back outside to my friends. Nothing. I didn't pay for it, so it would be fucked up for me to take money. He reaches into a tiny pantry and brings out a bag of lemons. You wanna find some music? He pulls a knife from a cutting block on the counter and starts slicing a lemon on the countertop. Ink. There's ink curling beneath his shirt sleeve. Every time he pushes the knife down, I can see it. Music. I should find music. First, I step over to the door. I breathe in deeply and check to make sure my friends haven't disappeared. Jas, Per and Alice are sitting on the lawn below. She waves. Do you have a favorite band? He asks. I can hear the knife meet the counter occasionally as I begin flipping through records. Pearl Jam, I answer without thinking. You're kidding, right? No, I'm not. What's wrong with Pearl Jam? Everything. They're just surfing on Nirvana's coattails. I'm sorry, what? I ask sarcastically. You're comparing apples to oranges. Two totally different bands with two totally different sounds. Grunge wouldn't be much of a genre with only one band to choose. He can dislike them all day long, but he doesn't have to be disrespectful about it. Do you hate the Clash because you love the Buzzcocks? No, he shoots back. But the Clash doesn't suck. Neither does Pearl Jam. I don't know how to explain the defensiveness I feel over his insults. It's just a band. He's entitled to his opinion. Even if it pisses me off. Oh, what's this? I hold up a Mother Love Bone record. So you like Ament and Gassard in Mother Love Bone, but hate them in Pearl Jam. Do you want to go ahead and have the David Lee Roth versus Sammy Hagar argument while we're at it? I don't give a shit about Van Halen. Pearl Jam doesn't suck. How old are you? He asks as he walks across the room carrying a large Ziploc baggie full of lemon wedges and the bottle of tequila. 17. That one word stops him dead in his tracks. I consider throwing oop that my dad is a cop just for fun to see his reaction, but I want to walk out with the tequila more than I want to see him sweat. I'll be 18 in September. So you're in high school. I'm a senior. Goo. Like that matters. High school is high school, and this guy is the real deal. Bad boy with a soft side meets exotic wanderer all wrapped up in a nice, grungy, tattooed package. And I'm a silly kid who's still in high school. To save myself any further embarrassment, I reach for the baggie, and he hands it over along with the bottle of Dos Manos. Thanks for the booze. And the lemons. I have one foot out the door when he answers. You're cute when you're mad. And you're welcome. Cute. Yeah, that's just what every girl wants to hear. So I pretend I didn't hear it and make my way down the stairs so I can line up a few shots with the birthday girl. Poor Jasper ends up driving all of us back to Renee's house and herding us inside like we're drunken cattle. As a reward, I let him and Alice have my bed for the night. Leah and Carmen take Renee's room, and I pass out on the couch. He's nice enough to drop me off at Emily's so I can get my truck and follow them back to Forks for fireworks on the beach. As luck would have it, Riley pulls up in a rusted powder blue VW Bug. Back so soon, Bella with no last name. Just getting my ride. I open the truck door and throw my bag in, stalling. I don't want to climb in while he's standing there watching me. There isn't any graceful way for a chick my size to get in a truck. Instead of going on his merry way, he walks right up to me. Smiling and confident, opposite of all the things churning in my gut and making my hands shake. There's a show this weekend in Olympia. It's a local band, but they have heavy punk influences, and I really think you'll like them. We could go together. The torch I've been carrying around still burns somewhere deep inside me. It might burn there forever, and I might never know a flame like it again. But whether I like it or not, There's a flicker here that can't be ignored. The recognition of a possibility. Okay. So tell me about these tattoos, Alice says as she peeks at me over the open suitcase she's unpacking. Yeah, Bella, Carmen sings. Tell her. Why did they do this? I ask Leah. We haven't seen Alice in a month. She hasn't said a word about her trip yet. And they want to harass me about Riley's tattoos. She shrugs. You may as well answer. They'll drag it out of you eventually. True. I sigh. They always do. I only saw them once when he changed shirts in the car after that show in Olympia. I don't know. They're kind of like a map. You've seen the leg tat. That one is from New Orleans. He picked up the Budweiser symbol on his bicep in St. Louis. My favorite is the one on his hip. It's a guitar. But the body is the shape of a sun. He got it in Memphis after touring Sun Studios. Alice smiles. Nice. Leah's head whips up, and she narrows her eyes. What? Does Brent have any tattoos? Yeah. He's got a Decepticon symbol on his back. You've been very naughty while I was away, Alice says, grinning. I'm so proud of you. Jasper says you won the bet, Bella. Barely. I huff. 2 days. She lasted 2 weeks and 2 days. What a wimp. I waited 18 years to finally get laid. Will you please stop bitching? Leah jokes. She has a point. She outlasted the rest of us by years, and she kept her word. She didn't waste it on a horny, teenage jackass. We want to hear about your trip. Nah, spill, Leah, every last detail, Alice tells her. It's nice to be out of the crosshairs for a change. Riley turned 22 back in June, so I'm the untouchable one now. Other than the tattoo thing, a few shows, and a lot of hanging out, there isn't anything newsworthy going on with me. Leah SP. Ills because she knows Carmen and Alice will hound it out of her if she doesn't. At the end of the conversation, I know way more about Brent Mallory's dick than I ever thought I would, and that, apparently. Clitoral stimulation during sex is the bomb. She even let him go down on her. I can't believe it. Ew. I whine. Isn't that messy? If the guy knows what he's doing, it is, Carmen says laughing. I know my cheeks are flaming. You're such a fucking pervert, I tell her. Prude. Weed. Leah begs. Thank God the sex talk is over. We make our way to Alice's backyard, and she waits until we're stretch out side by side on our backs to light the joint. Then, in the same spot I told them I was home for good a year ago, Alice tells us she's leaving and going to Mississippi after graduation for a year. I'm speechless. Visiting schools like NYU, Jacksonville University, and Flagler was fun. It was entertaining. Somehow I guess I thought we would all end up at UW together hanging out. There was Neve. R and Alice moves to Mississippi for a year provision in the plan. Why? Leah demands. She and Carmen look as pissed off as I feel. Alice is leaving us. For an entire year. What does Jasper think about this? I ask. Wondering if she's really thought this through. She sighs. I haven't told him. He spent the night here last night, Al. Why didn't you tell him? I want to wait. If I tell him now, it will be hanging over our heads for the entire school year. I stand, dusting off my jeans. I can't believe you, I tell her. Haven't you been paying attention at all, Alice? You've got to tell him. It would be cruel not to. Haven't you two discussed any plans for next year? He's going to UW, she says calmly. When I come home, I'll go there too. I'll just be a year behind. I might even take some classes while I'm in Mississippi. Who knows? I think Bella is right, Al. You should tell him. Leah, you've been in a relationship for all of 5 minutes. Don't start acting like Oprah, Alice snaps. We've been together for 2 years. I think I can handle it my own way. Your way is going to hurt him much worse in the end, I tell her, leaving them in her backyard to walk to my truck. Bella, don't go. Alice catches me before I can get away. Why are you doing this? I ask, choked up and strangled. We stick together. It's what we do. Mississippi isn't Port Angeles. Mississippi is long-distance phone calls and not seeing each other at all. How can you leave Jasper like that? Silence. How can you leave me? It isn't fair for me to be angry. It isn't rational. I've considered Phil's offer in my mind several times. But I don't think I would have actually acted on it. I was prepared for UW. We all have the grades to go there. It's reasonably priced. Close to home. Away from home. My dad asked me to come and live with him. So we can get to know each other. She swipes at tears on her cheeks. I want to know my dad, Bella. What you have with Charlie. She pauses, shaking her head. I might not ever have that. But I'd at least like to know who he is. What parts of me came from him? The resentment ebbs with her words. I have a little sister who's actually interested in me right now. I want a relationship with her. I just want to know my family. I want those things for her too. More than I want her to stay. I'm sorry. I pull her to me tightly, hugging her because I love her. Because I'm losing her. Beck. Oz, everything is changing again and I can't stop it. I'm just scared, Al. And selfish. God, I'm such a selfish bitch. She laughs. You're not selfish. I'm scared too. Please tell Jasper. It's the right thing to do. I can't keep her here. But I can try to help her leave the right way. What if he breaks up with me? She whispers. He won't. I know it. I know it in my heart and in my bones. But you have to give him the choice. She nods, wrapping her arms around her waist. I'll tell him tonight when he gets here. Good. I tell her. I'm gonna go. Jasper will be here soon anyway. I think I'm going to head to the port for the night. I feel bad about being a jackass, I really do. It just shocked me. She smiles, probably thinking I'm running off to Riley's, but there's someone else I should see tonight. My mom and Phil got back from Florida 2 days ago, and I have had to work so I haven't been able to see them yet. After talking to Alice, I want to see my mom's new ring. I want to let her tell M.E. all about it as Phil watches and laughs. I want to know if she cried, and I want to see her happy. The smile Phil gives me when he opens his door is confirmation of what I already knew. She said yes. He looks like the happiest man alive. My mom has always been a knockout, and she looks so relaxed and carefree in jeans and a tank top. It reminds me of when I was kid and her only job was being my mom. The rock Phil picked is classy. Huge, but classy. We sit at the dining room table and talk about the wedding. They've picked a date. December 18th. It's the first Saturday of Christmas break. They'll have time for a quick 2-week honeymoon. I try not to be disappointed that they'll be gone for my last real Christmas at home. If they don't do it in December, they'll have to wait until next June. I've been selfish enough for one day, so I let it go. Bella, Renee says, looking at Phil nervously. I'd like to hire Esme Cullen to do our reception. She's the best there is and she's done several weddings at the Olympic Lodge. But if you're uncomfortable with her, Phil and I are willing to pay someone to come in from Seattle. Don't do that, I tell her. I'm a big girl. Esme is the best. I know she'll do you right. I'm not like Coach Banks, Bella. I love my boys. They're like my family, and I plan to invite them. I hear what Phil's not saying. Edward will be invited. Emmett will be invited. Esme will probably accept the job. I'm going to be surrounded by everything and everyone I've been running from for over a year. Instead of feeling scared or weak, I feel a longing so profound it makes me wish the time would fly. I'm a big girl, Phil. I can handle it. For the first time, I feel ready for it. Like I can finally say what I need to say. I want the peace that Jessica and Mike found. I'd like you to be my maid of honor. I don't know why my mother's request surprises me, but it does. They both look so excited I don't know how to say no. Maid of honor means standing up in front of a room full of people. Including the PA baseball team. Thank goodness Royce and Ben graduated last year. What kind of dress? I refuse to wear some puffy princess crap. And I will not wear any shish. O's that need to be dyed to match a dress. I won't do it. We'll go shopping soon. I don't have a preference on the style, but I do have veto power, Bella. In other words, no dressing like a hippie hobo for mom's wedding. I'm sure we can find something we both like. Who's the best man? I ask Phil. I don't want any surprises. My uncle. Perfect answer. Walking with any of his hot baseball player friends would make me feel ridiculous. Walking with some old guy is going to make me look like a young, hot chick. I can deal with that. I'm having a bigger house built on the outskirts of town, a little closer to Forks but still within PA limits. It should be ready sometime after the first of the year. Phil glances at my mom. You'll have a room there if you want it. But I want you to know that it LLY won't hurt my feelings if you decide you'd rather stay at your mom's house. I hate it when he gets nervous around me. Will my room include one of those fancy king beds? I really like the bed back in Florida. He laughs. I think that can be arranged. Are you keeping the pool table? It's my favorite thing about Phil's current house. Some people like big kitchens, I like to hustle. That's what Phil calls it anyway. Winning his money is fun, and his table is so much nicer than the one I learned to play on back in the day at the res. Yes, Bella, I'm keeping the pool table. He rolls his eyes. Okay. Then. Having my own room at the new house sounds good. Coming to PA to stay by myself in my mom's house sounds lonely and awful. I'd rather hang out with her and Phil when I'm in town. Besides, it will only be for 6 months anyway. We chat for a while longer about the wedding and what Renee is planning. I decide to leave around 10 since they're both yawning. Riley's car is in the lot at his apartment building. But his light is off. I knock lightly on Emily's door. She smiles when she opens it and waves for me to come in. Sam and Riley are playing Mortal Kombat in the living room. I call winner, and Sam curses. He knows if I get the remote, I'll have it for the rest of the night. I come over here sometimes while I'm waiting on Riley to get home from work, and I've developed a hardcore addiction to this game. I like kicking ass. We stay for a couple of hours, and I share the game even though I don't want to. Do you want to crash? He asks as we walk slowly across the lawn between their apartments. I ended up crashing at his place the night we went to the show in Olympia. It was almost 3 in the morning when we finally made it back, and I was just too damn tired to make the drive back to Forks. He was a perfect gentleman, offering his bed to me and taking the couch. As tired as I was, I couldn't sleep until I locked the bedroom door, ensuring I would wake up alone. I've seen wolves in sheep's clothing before. Now that I know him a little better, it seems silly. I think I'll go to Mom's, but thanks for the offer. Look, I tell him, pausing at the bottom of his stairs. School is going to be starting in a couple of weeks, and I won't be able to hang out as much. God, I keep forgetting you're in high school. He laughs, and I kind of want to punch him. Don't get mad. It's a compliment. He kicks the tip of his Converse against my own. I can come to Forks. Do you want to die? He laughs until he figures out that I'm not joking. Charlie would straight up shoot a 20 TW. Oh-year-old guy for showing up and trying to hang out with me. You can't have guy friends. I can't have 22-year-old guy friends. You can in a month. He leans in and grins. God, how does he do that? He says the most infuriating things. And I like them. It drives me nuts. Maybe after my birthday. I agree, turning to leave. See y'all later. Do you want me to follow you home? Nah, I'm good. I don't need a babysitter. Well, at least call me when you get there. Absolutely infuriating. He forgets that I'm in high school, but he has no problem treating me like I'm a child. Oh, senior year starts without much fanfare. Leah slides easily into Mike's old position as editor of the yearbook. Jasper and Alice are still disgusting. And Carmen announces that instead of college, she's going to a cosmetology school in Port Angeles and working part-time at Louise's next year. It hurts at first, but I get it. Everyone seems to be figuring their shit out. Everyone but me. I have no idea where to go to school now or a clue what I should major in. The only thing I do know is that I'm totally getting a tattoo on my birthday. All of us want one, and one night, while stoned, we decided we should get matching ones that don't really match. Our first initials and something symbolic of our friendship. We're all feeling the strain of the future prematurely. Riley recommends a shop 2 blocks away from the mall. Leah and I are going first, and then Alice and Carmen will get theirs in the spring when they both turn 18. Jasper draws rough sketches that Leah and I carry with us when we walk into the shop 2 weeks before my birthday. The Misfits are blaring over the store speakers, and every inch of the wall is covered in framed flash. Huge photo albums line the counter. A chick with a barbell rough her septum and a bona fide mohawk asks if we have preferences on our artists. I want Camilla, I say quickly, beating Leah to the punch. Mr. Bertie overheard our plans to come to this shop, and he mentioned that she worked here. I knew then that it was fate. I'm meant to be inked. Leah gives me a dirty look as Mohawk Girl leaves us to go and get Camilla. I have no sympathy. I called it first. She can get over it. Camilla recognizes me immediately and smiles. She's added an eyebrow piercing since the last time I saw her. It makes my couple crush on her and Mr. Bertie a little worse than it already was. He's such a hot fucking geek, and she's just badass. It's a weird combination, but it works. She loves the design but asks if she can make it a little more feminine. Maybe a little sexy. She's like the coolest chick ever. So I give her permission to do whatever she wants to it. Leah is having a similar discussion with some hottie named Dave. He's got sleeves down both arms, and he's hardcore flirting with her. When Camilla turns to pencil me in, I notice the deep blue tips of the spiked section of her hair. Do you remember the name of that shade of blue? Sure, she says, flipping over a business card and writing it down. I take the card and hand over my cash deposit. Bella, I hope you're not seriously considering the blue, Leah says. It matches the bridesmaid dress Renee picked out. It is the perfect color. She will shit herself. On her wedding day, B. That's just not cool. I'm going to ask her first, idiot. If she says no, I'll die it the day after. No biggie. I don't Why remember the last time I was this excited about something? The days drag on and on. I drive Riley crazy asking him questions about the pain. When he finally replies that women and men probably have different levels of pain tolerance, I bitch face him until he gives me a real answer. The cruelest part is that my birthday is on a Monday. I have to suffer through an entire week of school before I see and even get the damn thing because I really can't go on a school night. Riley seemed disappointed when I told him I wasn't coming to the port to celebrate today, but I refused to attach any more baggage to my birthday. He's been patient. But we both know it's time to move things along. Now that I'm officially 18, the last real obstacle has been removed. Still, I can't let him kiss me on my birthday. I just can't. So I spend my afternoons stoned in Forks, watching singles because that's the closest I will ever get to a three-way with Eddie Vedder and Chris Cornell. The girls and Jasper show up with takeout from the diner, cake and ice cream. Charlie surprises me by coming home early from work. I take pictures of them eating and teasing Charlie's grin. Jasper and Alice being disgusting. I even let them take a few pictures of me. Camilla is relaxed and smiling when I show up for my appointment on Friday night. I'm nervous. Sick nervous. I hate needles. This was a bad idea. I should wait until I'm 30. They'll probably laser tattoos on painlessly by then. Relax, Bella. I have a light hand. She laughs. You can take a smoke break if you need one. Leah looks a little nervous too as she watches Dave get his gun ready. We may take you up on that. The shop has private rooms in the back for more personal tattoos, but I'd rather sit out here with Leah. She agrees. If we're going to be maimed, we may as well do it together. I love the girly touches Camilla has added to the stencil of the rough sketch Jasper drew. A blue cursive bee with a green four-leaf clover whose stem wraps, hugging the letter. Curled in and out of sight. Leah's stencil is a bit larger than mine since she's having hers placed between her shoulder blades. A large, green L with 4 ladybugs crawling on the stem. We've both decided to get ours in places that can be covered. She wants to be a lawyer, so she already knows she can't have tattoos hanging out all over the place. I have no idea what I want to do for a living. But I'd like to be able to cover it if necessary, so I'm sticking it on the back of my neck. It's the perfect place for a small tattoo. A small tattoo that hurts like hell. After T seems like an eternity of the equivalent of someone hacking on my neck with a razor blade. Camilla finally finishes, and I'm not too proud to admit that I sag in relief and exhale when she's done. It wasn't as bad as I expected it to be. But ouch. After work on Saturday, I finally make my way to Riley's. Putting it off any longer would just be childish. I may legally be an adult now, but I'm still the same kid I was a week ago when it comes down to it, and I'm nervous. He's sitting on the bottom step in front of his apartment with the newspaper spread across his lap. He stands and folds it before shoving it into his back pocket. Happy birthday, he says as he leans in for a hug. Dazed and Confused is playing at the movie theater. Do you want to check it out? I have to wonder if it's full of Zeppelin music. And if it is, will I be okay? I don't listen to Zeppelin or Floyd. Ever. Jesus. It's just a movie. Sounds good. Can we do dinner first? I haven't had a slice of ultimate cheese in over a year, so I suggest Pam's. He grabs an envelope from the glove compartment before we get out of his car. After we place our order, I hit the jukebox. He hates the song Free Bird more than he hates Pearl Jam. So I play it an even flow just for fun. I should keep these, he teases after I'm seated across from him at the table. Slowly he waves the envelope in front of me. I know it's a birthday card. But he said these and I'm not sure what he meant by that. Keeping my cool and pretending to be uninterested is hard. I'm interested as hell. When I extend my hand, he smiles and gives up the envelope. I take the time to read the front. But when I open it, 2 concert tickets fall into my hand. Pearl Jam tickets for December. Really good seats too. You hate Pearl Jam. You don't. I thought you might want to take Alice since, you know. He shrugs. I can trade cars with my mom for a couple of days and drive us all to Seattle. I've got friends there I can hang out with while you two go to the show. I have to admit that it sounds fun. Thank you. Come on, he says, helping me from my seat. We should go. The movie is great except for the assholes running around with the paddle. They make me thin. K of Royce and Ben and all the other shitty people at PA. We share popcorn and sip from the same straw, and midway through the movie I realize this is starting to feel more and more like a real date. And, strangely, I'm okay with it. Favorite Zepp song? He asks during the drive back to his apartment. I should have known this was coming. So far, music has been a safe way for him to get to know me. Gallows Pole. He glances at me quickly before turning back to the road. That's an odd choice, he says. It's the music, not the lyrics. I light a joint and crack the window. If I'm going to talk about this, I need to be stoned. If you close your eyes, you can feel the whole song building and twisting. Pounding. The hurdy-gurdy sounds medieval, but then you have this banjo and, I've had this conversation before. But I didn't have to try so hard to explain it then. And, it's just a good song. I don't really listen to Zeppelin much anymore, so it doesn't matter anyway. He's quiet for the rest of the drive back to his place. Sam and Emily wave from their normal smoking perches, but Riley keeps walking until we reach his door. I follow him into the apartment, turning on lights as I walk. He stops in the kitchen. Do you want a beer? He asks, staring into the fridge. No, I'm good. The last thing I need to be is drunk. He pulls one out, twists the cap, and takes a long swig before he closes the refrigerator door. Music? He asks. Sure. Serious Riley is making me nervous. Normally, he smiles and flirts and talks nonstop. I don't know what to do with this quiet. He walks over to the crate closest to his stereo, flips through records, and turns, holding up the wall. Who was he? His quiet words are curious and thoughtful. Not mean or jealous like I would feel if I thought I was sharing him with someone else. You don't ever let me play Led Zeppelin or Pink Floyd. Tonight, you opened that card and saw those Pearl Jam tickets, and you looked like you were going to cry. Not in the good way I was hoping for either. He sighs, dropping the record back into the crate. I just want to know who it is I'm up against, Bella. I can wait, and I don't mind fighting for you, but I don't know how to compete with a memory. He couldn't even if he tried. Maybe I should tell him that and cut him loose. It would be the right thing to do. But before I can make up my mind, he walks over to me and wraps his arms around me, pulling me close. Just give me a chance, he whispers. Run away. Or stay. Run away. Or stay. I stay. I stay, and I let him kiss me, and when I leave to go home a while later, I try not to beat myself up for liking it. Oh. The hardest part of actually dating Riley is trying to figure out how much I want him to know me. He talks easily about his family. His bio dad split when he was 3 years old. A few years later, his mother married the man he considers his real dad. His older sister is a flight attendant for US Air. Her husband is a pilot, and they live in Philadelphia. And he loves his grandma more than anything. He doesn't say it, but I can tell from the way he talks about her. They're a very close-knit bunch. It's harder for me to talk about my own family, but not early as hard as it was a couple of years ago. When I tell him my mom is marrying Phil Dwyer, he freaks out completely. Turns out he's a big fan. So when Phil offers me 2 tickets to a Halloween-themed fundraiser for the shelter, I accept. I also accept Renee's invitation to have dinner with them beforehand. Riley and I arrive a few minutes early and check in with the hostess. We're already seated. And he has a beer in hand by the time they finally show up. My mother notices the beer immediately, and her eyes narrow as I introduce them. Phil apologizes to Riley as he shakes his hand. Sorry we're late. My team captain had to have an emergency appendectomy late last night. We stopped by the hospital for a quick visit. Riley hangs on his every word, but I'm still stuck on the part about someone from the team having surgery. That's McCarty, right? Riley's words confuse me even more. You know Emmett? I ask him. I've met him once or twice at Sam's. He comes around sometimes with Sam's little brother Elliot. Is he okay? This time I'm asking my mother and Phil. They both nod and the conversation continues and shifts until it turns into an interrogation. My mother is far more interested in Riley than Emmett's missing appendix. She grills him up one side and down the other. Especially when she finds out he dropped out of school. He takes it all in stride and tells them about some of the jobs he's had over the last couple of years. When it's time for us to leave, I tell Renee and Phil that we'll be a few minutes behind them. She smiles and says that's fine. Can we stop by the hospital before the carnival? I ask him as soon as we're in the car. He looks at me with raised brows but nods as he starts the car. I make him stop at Walgreens so I can get some candy for Emmett. Not that he can eat it yet. It's more of a peace offering. Do you mind waiting out here while I go in? I ask Riley in the parking lot of the hospital after he cuts the engine. I'm not really sure how this is gonna go. I'm sure Rosalie is in there. And the Volvo is parked 3 spots down from ours. I might not even make it in to see Emmett if his family stops me. Are you sure? He asks. I let some things in my life end badly. Emmett was my friend and I treated him like shit. He nods slowly. Take your time. I've been taking my time for far too long, I realize with each step closer to the building. But it's hard to look at the ugly parts of myself and not want to run away from it all. Esme is the first person I see. She steps around Emmett's dad and walks until she's hugging me. It happens that fast. And she's leaning back with her fingers in my hair, telling me how good it looks and how much I've grown. She asks about school and the girls as she gives Carlisle a nod I don't understand. He disappears down one of the long halls. I answer her questions and ask about the business. She has a full staff now and rental space downtown. I feel Edward approaching before I see him, and it's a good thing. Because nothing could have prepared me for how good he looks, but knowing it was coming helps. He's taller than I remember with perfectly fuzzy man arms and legs now. His crazy hair has grown back and it licks the edges of his mariner's ball cap. And fuck me if he isn't scruffy. Damn. His eyes are cautious but his grin is absolutely disarming. He's in 121, he says, jerking his head in the direction I should take. Thanks. It isn't much, but these are the most civil words we've spoken in ages. Maybe our battle is over. I knock on the right door when I find it, and moments later, Rosalie. He walks out without a word or a glance in my direction. She leaves it wide open for me. All I have to do is walk through it. Emmett is sitting up in a pale blue hospital gown with a thick white blanket covering his waist. Thank goodness. Even in the bed, he looks huge. Did you get tired of hanging out at the nursing home with your old-ass boyfriend? He asks quietly as I close the door. It's better than slumming at the tanning bed. I relax when he finally smiles. It's the sign I needed, and it makes walking across the room so much easier. He reaches for the paper sack when I hold it out to him. I know you can't eat it now. But I thought maybe when you're feeling better you could snack. He moves the candy around in the bag, checking out the assortment. What are you doing here, Bella? He has no idea. No clue how much I care about him. How much I've missed him. I kept waiting for the perfect moment to try to fix this. I wave my hand between us. But hearing you were in the hospital kinda freaked me out. And I'm tired of letting my life pass me by while I sit around waiting. The last time I saw you, you saved my ass. That wasn't the first time either. You told Renee I left school to keep me out of trouble. And I repaid you by being a complete and total bitch and ignoring you. He's staring at his lap, and I don't know him well enough to read him anymore. Everything hurt. Emmett. Breathing. Walking. Eating. Sleeping. Even you. Do you still blame me? No. I never did. Not really. I sit down carefully on the edge of the bed. I blame a lot of people, but you're not one of them. Your girlfriend is. And I'll never be her friend. Never. But I'd like to be yours. If he tells me to fuck off, I will. That's what I deserve. But it's not what I want. I want my friend back. I'm so sorry for ditching you. You weren't the only person who got hurt. You should thank Edward. He's the one who told me to get Renee. He would have done it himself, but he was busy puking his guts up all over the school parking lot. Stunned silent. I stare at the floor, wondering if I'll ever understand what really happened back then. I had no idea, I tell him. We all hurt people, Bella. I have a lot of regrets about the way shit went down. But damn, you were my girl. He puts the bag on the table next to his bed, refusing to meet my gaze. I had to hear from your mom that you were at Forks. And I can't even tell you what it felt like listening to some asshole brag about knocking around my best friend. He didn't. I know he didn't. I know it now, but I didn't know it then because you never said a fucking word to me. Even when I blamed Jake. You stayed quiet. I wish I could change that, Em. I really do. Yeah, well, Rose wishes she could change some of the things she did too. I love you, Bella, but I love her too, and none of us are perfect. Great. Emmett is never easy. The one time he falls for a chick, it has to be the most awful one in the state of Washington. I'm not asking you to choose, I assure him. After what happened with Carmen, I would never put you in that situation. I just want us to be cool again. I don't know, he says, shaking his head. I think I'm going to have to torture you before I fully forgive you. He folds his arms across his chest. I'm going to be on my ass for a few days when I get out of here with nothing to do but watch movies. I grimace. We can catch up over Boys and the Hood and at least one Siegel movie and see what happens. I groan. Why do you want to make us both cry, Emmett? You know it's my favorite movie. I didn't know it was still his favorite movie, but now ing that some things haven't changed is a relief. I'll call you, I promise. You'd better, because I'm not calling you. He's grinning a little, but he's serious. Rosalie and Edward are down the hall having some kind of quiet argument, and since I'm done running away, I lift my chin and walk right by them. How nice of you to grace him with your presence, she says loudly after I've passed. Rosalie. Edward cuts in. The familiarity of her name on his lips bothers the shit out of me. It makes me angry that even after all this time, and considering what I have waiting for me in the parking lot, I still hate her. I hate her because she has that connection to him after helping sever my own. Even if they're only friends, she has that piece of him and I don't. It's the part of him I miss the most. Emmett. T and I had this discussion already, and quite frankly, it's none of your goddamn business, Rosalie. I haven't forgotten your role in all of this. I'd love nothing more than to lay this bitch out on the floor, but I'm 18 now. And I could live without going to jail, so I keep my distance from her physically. And I'll never forgive it. She huffs and mashes her lips together before turning on her heel and stalking away. Good riddance. She's right about one thing, Edward says quietly. He does miss you. I'm going to do better, I assure him. We made plans. That's good. He cups the back of his neck with his hand, and I swallow. Remembering the exact way it felt to have that same hand on my own neck. Look, Bella, I shouldn't have said that stuff about your mom. And I never should have yelled at you the way I did. Stop. I hold up one hand, cutting him off. You were right. About a lot of things. I shouldn't have left the way I did. That day, in the parking lot, I clarify. Looking him in the eye is the hardest thing I've ever done. I think somewhere in the middle of it all, I forgot to be your friend. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about Royce. Or Ben. God, I'm so fucking sorry for that. Add my reasons, but none of them really matter anymore. We were friends before anything else. I give his words back to him. And I'm not telling you this out of jealousy or anything other than genuine concern. Angela was the one who said Irina was all over you at Pam's. She always mentioned you being around other girls. She called me to tell me she saw you out with Heidi. She even called me so she could ask me about Maggie. The moment I say Maggie's name, he looks away. He slept with her. I suspected as much, but knowing still stings. At least I know what he was doing in Seattle. Angela isn't who you think she is, I tell him. The word unstable comes to mind, but I swallow it because I want him to take me seriously. Thanks for the warning, he says, smiling just a little. You don't have to worry about it. Angela pretty much hates my guts these days. Oh, I'm not really sure what to say about that. He doesn't seem upset about it. In fact, he looks amused. Well, that's good. For you, I mean. I hope you didn't. God. If he was her first, I'll have to drive home and use Charlie's spare set of cuffs to shackle myself to my bed to keep from killing her. No. His cheeks are pink. Thank Christ. She's a little crazy. I don't know why he's embarrassed. He should be jumping for joy. I'm late, I tell him, thumbing over my shoulder. Phil has a thing tonight. I pause, not sure how to end this. Do we just say bye and walk away? I'm glad you came. It's really good to see you, Bella. You, too. It hurts, but not the way it did. Not enough to make me wish it never happened. So, I'll see you at the wedding. I'll be there. We part ways at the waiting room door. I keep walking, and he disappears to find his family. I'm not exactly sure what just happened, but that's okay. Nothing will ever make our past disappear. But I'm hopeful for the first time that maybe we can work around it. Maybe, with time, we can at least be friends again. Jealousy is an ugly, ugly thing. I never really thought about Lay working in the mall until I decided to bring him dinner as a surprise. Girls are all over him. Older girls. Prettier girls. Preppy girls seem to like him even more than the freaky girls do. And there is no way in hell this many young chicks need birthday cards. It's always busy on Saturdays, Bella, and it's the weekend before Thanksgiving. You work in retail. You know this, he teases after I complain. Whatever. Thanks for bringing dinner. He walks with me to the exit of the store. Are you going to hang around tonight or go back to Forks? I'm meeting Emmett for a movie. You should be home by the time it ends. He grins as he leans in for a kiss with his hand on my hip. See you in a couple of hours. Emmett is waiting in the parking lot of the movie theater when I arrive. We get tickets, popcorn, and spree before settling in our seats. What does Rosalie think about us hanging out? She knows our friendship is important to me. He shifts a little in his seat, probably thinking about the ass chewing I'm sure she gave him. I bet she loves that. Bella. He sighs. I'm sorry. I really am sorry for being an asshole, but I hate the girl. So, no wild parties tonight. Old Emmett would be out getting his drunk on and crackin' like a pimp on a Saturday night. We don't party much anymore. Rose isn't exactly Miss Popular, and Edward studies all the time. It's like he's married to his fucking desk. I guess it works out though. Since he and Rose can barely manage 5 minutes in the same room together. I thought they were friends. It looked like they were good friends at the playhouse. They were okay for a while for my sake. But after she told us about the Royce thing and her part in it, he pretty much told her to fuck off and die. He winces. I was pretty pissed off too, and I wasn't sure if we were going to make it. It doesn't help that my whole family hates her. My mom thinks she's fake. Edward thinks she's a bitch. It's so much shit all the time. Karma. Fuck Rosalie Hale. I feel bad for Emmett because I can see it hurts him. But fuck Rosalie. A little nasty part of me is glad his family doesn't like her. Especially Edward. Getting rid of her would be the best thing Emmett could do. But he'll have to realize that on his own. I just hope he doesn't get hurt too badly in the process. What about you? He asks. How does your boyfriend feel about you hanging out with another guy? He's cool. I hang out with Sam sometimes when Emily and Riley are working, and he never seems to have a problem with it. Older guys are different. HMPH. People shush us when the lights go down. Geez. It's RoboCop 3, not Gone with the Wind. It's awful. Absolutely terrible. Rosalie should thank me for sitting through this garbage in her stead. When I get to Riley's, he's on the phone. I can tell his side of the conversation that he's talking to his mother. Yeah, she just walked in. He looks at me and waves. I'll ask her right now. He pushes the mouthpiece of the phone against his chest. My mom wants to know if you can come to Thanksgiving dinner. Does your family serve turkey and dressing? He looks at me like I'm insane. Of course they do. Who doesn't eat turkey and dressing on Thanksgiving? I laugh. Never mind. Dinner sounds good. Charlie is working again this year, so I'll spend the morning with Renee and Phil and have dinner with Riley. And his family. Will your sister be there? I ask after he ends the call and joins me on the couch. I think I'm more nervous about meeting her than I am his mother. He looks up to her, and I really want her to like me. When we first started seeing each other, she had a problem with our age difference. Yeah, she and Jim are working one of the inbound flights from Seattle on Wednesday. They'll jumpseat home to Philly Saturday night. He leans in close and pulls me underneath him. Can we please stop talking about Vicky? There are much better ways. He pauses, kissing my neck. To spend our time. I can't argue. There are much better ways to spend our time. Once I got it out of my head that I was cheating or doing something wrong, getting physical became much easier. We've had a couple of conversations about my hang up with the sex thing. It was embarrassing to admit that my relationships always seem to go to shit when sex enters the equation. He seems to have made it a personal challenge to show me all the ways he can make me feel good without actually having sex. Thanksgiving with his family is relaxed and easy. They eat at a dining room table, but they aren't formal at all. His parents and grandparents tell stories, and Vicky strikes up a conversation with me almost immediately. We talk about different bands, and she tells me about some of the celebrities she has met while working as a flight attendant. It sounds like a nice gig. After dinner, Riley and I sit outside on the back porch with Vicky and Jim. She offers me a clove cigarette, and I accept. These are hard to get in small towns in the Pacific Northwest. Sagra. NDMA told me she'll be done with treatments by late spring, she tells Riley. What are your plans? I haven't really thought about it, he replies, tightening his grip on my hand. I haven't really thought about it either. I've been so focused on college applications and school that I haven't given anything else much thought lately. And I certainly haven't cooked up any notions that Riley and I will stay together once I leave for school. There are about 20 customer service reps retiring from the ticket counter over the next 6 months. With your management experience and Jim's recommendation, you're guaranteed an interview. Unlimited flight benefits like you guys. He asks. He's going to do it. He loves seeing the country one city at a time. It would be the perfect job for someone like him. A ticket to fly. He may be asking questions, and he may seem uncertain, but his grip on my hand is loosening by the minute. He might not know it yet, but I do. He'll do whatever it takes to get a job like that. And he should. Who knows? Maybe he'll use one of those free tickets to come and visit me wherever I end up. I can't imagine not being his friend anymore when we both decide to grow up and move on. He's quiet when I climb onto his high school bed and sit next to him. This is the first time we'll actually be sleeping together in the same bed. His sister and Jim are in the room right next to this one. And his parents are just down the hall. I'm not sure what to do. I'm not a cuddler, and he knows this. When we're not making out, I like my space. Trying to snuggle up now would be forced and weird. But so is drawing an imaginary boundary line across the bed. He turns on his side and props himself up on his elbow. You could come, you know. He looks serious, but I don't know how he could be. You could apply too. I can get one of them to put a word in for you. What about school? Do my plans not even matter? Okay. Maybe I don't have any solid plans, but school is in my future. I just don't know which school. College is overrated, Bella. It's a total waste of time and money. Trust me, I've been there. This is a good job with good pay and benefits. Why go to school when you could have that without it? Because it's something I want to do. He shakes his head. There are schools in Philly, and I think Vicky said I would get 6 passes a year for friends. You're always talking about getting away from here. We could go anywhere. I don't know, I tell him. I haven't made any firm decisions yet about next year. Leah decided recently to apply at University of Portland in addition to UW. If UW doesn't offer her a scholarship that covers a dorm, she'll go to Portland and live with her grandparents so she can save money for law school. So Flagler is back on the table. UW with Mike. And Jasper for a year is also an option. Jasper even mentioned sharing an apartment in Seattle. Alice can join us when she's done in Mississippi. I've been stuck in decision limbo, begging the universe to send me some kind of sign. At least think about it, he says, settling down onto the pillow. I think about it and even bring it up to my parents. Renee isn't happy, but she recommends Drexel University. She makes me promise to apply to other schools too. Even UW. She also tells me not to make any commitments until the very last possible moment. What a huge fucking vote of confidence. Charlie looks at me like I'm an idiot and tells me flat out that I can forget any type of college money if I decide to go to Philadelphia. He's never even met Riley, and he hates his guts. Things get worse. Hen I tell him that I'm skipping 2 days of school to go to the Pearl Jam concert in Seattle. It doesn't matter to him that Alice is coming too. The only thing that matters is my older, hoodlum, AGA dropout boyfriend who spirits off young, dumb girls to Seattle and Philadelphia. I've never, ever fought with Charlie before in my life, but I completely lose my cool. I yell at him for 10 minutes. Reminding him that I had perfect attendance for my entire junior year. Then I tell him that occasions don't get more special than this. When that doesn't work, I tell him that I'm legally an adult, and if I wanted to move in with Alice, I could. But all I'm really asking for is permission to go to a concert with her. He gives it. He isn't happy about it, and at first, I don't care. But when he goes the entire week before the concert without speaking to me, I care a lot. It makes me feel awful. Dad, please don't be mad, I beg him over breakfast Monday morning. It's just a concert. Now it's just a concert. But you're skipping school and talking about running off with this jerk next summer. You barely know the guy, Bella. Jesus Christ. Dad. Do you expect me to stay here forever? I push away from the table. I can't sit around here watching the people I care about leave me. I'm not you. It's a horrible thing to say. I want to take it back the moment the words leave my mouth. Charlie is the last person I would want to hurt. And I went straight for his gut. He dumps his remaining coffee into the sink and leaves the room without a word. The slamming of the front door is his only goodbye. Alice plays They Might Be Giants for the entire drive to Seattle in an effort to cheer me up. By the time Riley drops us off in front of the Seattle Center Arena, I'm stoked. Charlie and I can work our shit out later. I may never get to do anything like this again. There's an even greater chance that I won't get a chance to share something like this with Alice ever again. I've never been so thankful for combat boots in all my life. There isn't any way to be still at a show like this. We stay on our feet, moving with the crowd on the floor, passing joints with strangers, and screaming until we are hoarse. We hold our lighters in the air for black and scream encore just like everyone else until they turn the lights on and force us to leave. Charlie's mood worsens as the days pass. It takes a while for me to figure out that I'm only part of the problem. The newspaper runs a story about Mom and Phil's upcoming wedding, and Charlie spends the following 2 days working double shifts. My Gr. and father agreed to fly in the weekend before the wedding as long as he could stay at Phil's house while he's in town. He said he needed to discuss some business with Renee before the wedding, and he wanted to meet Phil. It's strange sitting across the table from a stranger who was such a big part of my life when I was a kid. I can remember being squeezed in between him and Charlie on fishing boat. And freezing my ass off but being so excited that I didn't mind the cold. Then Gran died, and he was gone. His voice hasn't changed, and he's shorter than I remember, but he still smells the same. Like pomade, Halston, and cigarette smoke. His stories haven't changed either, but now he gets names and dates confused, and he seems to lose his train of thought occasionally. Renee is unbelievably calm the afternoon of the big day. Way calmer than I am. I don't even have to say anything, and I'm already feeling pukey. You weren't kidding, she says as she watches Carmen curl, pull, and twist on my hair. The blue really does match the dress. Carmen smiles. It's perfect, she says. She's the one who colored it for me, of course. She toned it down some by dyeing small, evenly spaced strips of hair instead of large stripes this time. It mixes with the dull brown and gives it a little life. I wasn't really sure if Renee would want my hair in an updo, but she doesn't seem to care that people will see my tattoo. And she appears to genuinely like the hair color too. It's a little weird. All hell breaks loose 2 hours before the wedding when the front desk delivers a message from Mr. Cooper, the band director at PA. He was supposed to play the piano, but he ate some bad sushi for lunch and he's stuck on the toilet. Renee manages not to freak out entirely, but she tells me to find Phil and deliver instructions for him to fix it. What does she mean, fix it? He asks when I find him in the ballroom. She means find someone to play the piano. I have 2 hours, Bella. Not even, considering he photographer should be here any minute to start taking pictures. What does she expect me to do? She expects you to fix it. She and my dad got married at the JOP. She wants the real deal this time around. I'm screwed. Esme and the photographer walk into the ballroom at the same time. Ask them if they know anyone who could fill in. It's his best shot at this point. I have to get back upstairs before Mom comes looking for me. The way this day is going, I'm afraid she might bump right into you, and I think that shit is supposed to be bad luck or something. I feel kind of bad for ditching Phil mid-crisis. But I need Carmen to finish my makeup before picture time. Renee and I pose outside in the freezing cold for a few pictures in front of the rock fountain. Then we warm up during a round of fireplace shots. Esme's employees are busy setting up the reception area as we pose in front of the decorated Christmas tree. I try not to. I really do, but I can't help looking for Angela. If she's here, I'd rather know it than be caught off guard. There isn't any sign of her. I don't know if I should feel relieved or disappointed over her absence. It's probably for the best that she isn't here. There are a few words I'd like to give her. Outside, Grandpa shows up looking dapper in a black tuxedo. His midnight blue vest and bow tie match my dress. And my hair. After posing for a few pictures with us, He disappears to find Phil and some other menfolk to hang around with. Renee and I make our way back up to the suite we've been hanging out in all day. She does a lipstick check in the bathroom as I try not to freak out her pace. Pacing might make her nervous. If she thinks I'm going to freak out, she'll freak out. So I try not to think about the fact that roughly 100 people will be watching me tonight. She comes out of the bathroom with a small, wrapped gift in hand. What's this? I ask as she places it in my hand. A small wedding party gift. She watches as I tear the paper away and open the small blue box. Every woman should have a nice pair of diamond earrings, she says softly. They're perfect. Small, but elegant. Understated, but sparkly. Just perfect. Thank you. I try to hug her as gently as possible so I don't wrinkle her dress or mine or tangle our bobby pins. You didn't do that for the longest time, you know. Florida was the first time you've hugged me since you were a little girl. She looks away. Since I left. I watch as she takes the earrings from the box and steps closer. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for giving Phil a shot. I know you didn't want to. She grins. And I stand still as she puts the new earrings in for me. Meh. He's not so bad, I tease. Sometimes I think you like him more than you do me. It's the first time I've ever heard a waver in her voice. She's always so sure of herself. Perfect and confident. But, in this moment, she's not. When you moved back to Forks to live with Charlie, I thought I'd lost you for good. But I really didn't know what else to do. You were in bad shape, Bella, and I thought getting you away from Port Angeles was the best thing for you. I like Phil just fine, Mom, but I love you. I don't even remember the last time I said those words to her. And she's right. I was in bad shape. I love you, too. I hope you know that. She squeezes my hand with her own. If you need me to talk to Charlie about Philadelphia, just let me know. I hope you will really think about it before you make a decision. This isn't like choosing a color to match a dress, Bella. The fingertips of her other hand brush against my hair. It's just a possibility, Mom. Grandpa's arrival saves me. Or, in this case, dooms me. It's time. I didn't realize until the rehearsal last night that I would be walking in alone. I'll walk out with Mr. Leonard. But I have to get there on my own. And I have to do it in front of 100 people. This pretty much solidifies it. I'm never getting married. Not like this. You have to talk to get hitched. And there's no way I could do it in front of a crowd like this. The wedding coordinator shoves me through the door as the piano music begins. I guess Phil found someone to play. Being loaded has its advantages. I use Phil as a focal point. It helps me ignore the stupid heels I'm walking in, the crowds on either side of me, and the photographer's assistant as he steps into the aisle momentarily to take my picture. I should have found a way to hit the pipe before the ceremony. People whisper. Phil smiles, and I try to remember to walk and not run. I can hear Alice and Carmen giggling as I pass them. Assholes. I stop short when I finally reach the front of the room. Rosalie Hale is behind the piano. Phil clears his throat and gives me a look. We discussed the possibility of me freaking out or puking because of the stage fright thing, and he looks like he's afraid I'm going wig out at any moment. And I could. But shit. They needed a piano player. Evidently, she plays piano. I smile and move into my spot. Phil looks me over, checking to make sure I'm okay. I use the bouquet of white roses in my hand to shield a tiny thumbs up sign for him. He relaxes a little and turns his attention back to the door. People stand when Renee and Grandpa enter the room. Rosalie plays piano, and I catch a quick glimpse of Carmen wiping a tear from her cheek. She is such a sucker for stuff like this. Jasper, Brent, and Riley look bored to tears already. The ceremony only takes about 20 minutes, which is a blessing. I spend the entire time trying not to look out into the audience. The one time I slip up, I do it royally. I'm not really shocked to find Edward looking at me. The little smile he gives me is more of a surprise. I smile too but duck my head a little to stare at the flowers in M. Y hand and silently vow not to let my eyes wander over to the groom's side of the room again. After the minister pronounces them husband and wife, we exit quickly and follow the photographer for more pictures. I'm starving by the time we join the other wedding guests at the reception. I try to join in the conversation over dinner, but talk of grass huts in Tahiti make me long for the beach. And watching my mom and Phil and the easy way they get along and adore each other makes me happy and sad at the same time. Riley heads for the bar as couples take to the dance floor. The girls and I sneak upstairs to kill a quick joint. I feel guilty as I crack the window in the suite, but the chances of getting caught are slim to none. Everyone else is downstairs enjoying the open bar and the DJ. Hypocrites. Alcohol fucks people up way more than weed does. We all had the sense to wear clear mascara, knowing tears were likely, so we squirt Visine in each other's eyes after we smoke. Alice sprays perfume in the room. And we all go for a dab of patchouli. We walk down the staircase together. Side by side. All dressed up. All grown up. And stoned out of our wits. Jasper knows it too, because every one of us is grinning and eyeing the wedding cake. Well, until Carmen spots the tall kid she molested at Leah's birthday party. She doesn't even say goodbye, just leaves us standing there. Who is that guy anyway? Alice asks. That's Sam's little brother Elliot, Leah answers. The pitcher for PA. This is the guy who replaced Royce. He's tall and lanky. And he's surrounded by a group of PA players. Carmen doesn't seem to care. The girl has balls. I'll give her that. She pretty much tanked their season 2 years ago, but if anyone cares, they're not letting it show. As we watch, Emmett walks up to her with Rosalie in tow. Carmen gives him a half hug but turns her back to Rosalie when he tries to introduce them. Jasper laughs. Some things never change, he mutters. True. Other things do. Edward is standing close to Elliot. And Carmen actually speaks to him. We can't hear any of the conversation, but they seem to be getting along. It's weird watching my two worlds overlap. I'm kind of glad we snuck upstairs for that joint. Riley doesn't dance. Or he can't dance. That's what he claims anyway. Brent doesn't dance either. The two of them make permanent camp at the bar with an unlimited free supply of beer. Occasionally, I join them and steal sips from Riley's longnecks when the bartender has his back turned. Alice teaches us the moves to a line dance she learned from her little sister over the summer. Then she wanders over to the DJ and strikes up a conversation with him. While she's gone, Every Rose Has Its Thorn plays, and Jasper forces me to dance with him. Heaven forbid a hair band song go to waste. He's a good dancer, and he smells nice, so it isn't so bad. There is a small break for the cake cutting and garter business. The wolf whistles and cat calls are ridiculous, but my mom is a babe. And I wouldn't expect any less. Phil spends a few minutes with his team gathered around him, hugging and congratulating him. There are a few faces I recognize, and some really young ones I don't. All of them look happy. Some of the older folks leave, but Grandpa hangs around and asks me for a dance. It's an old Patsy Cline song, and he sings the lyrics as he spins me around. I tell Renee that I want you to have the house. I don't want either of you to sell it. Real estate is a good investment. You can rent it out while you're in school for spending money. Consider it a graduation gift from me and your grandmother. He studies my face. You're so lovely, Bella. You look so much like her. Thanks, Grandpa. Poor old dude is getting sentimental. You're a good girl, and in case I forget to tell you later. I'm so proud of you. Renee and Phil talked him into staying at the hotel tonight and offered him a ride to the airport tomorrow morning. They'll be leaving anyway for their honeymoon. Emmett forces me to dance with him twice as Rosalie chats up my mother and Phil across the room. Carmen and Elliot flirt shamelessly as they dance next to us. He looks sweet and young. I feel like I should give the poor kid a warning. My built-in Edward sensor turns out to be a godsend. It helps me keep my distance. I stay as far away from him as possible without being obvious about it. I should talk to him. I know I should. But part of me is worried that our fragile truce might not hold, so I talk to everyone else instead. When I hear the intro to No Ordinary Love, I turn for the door. I can't listen to that song. It was a B-side selection, but still, it was on the tape. Because he knew I loved it. I've almost made it to the table, and my camels are in sight when I hear him behind me. Dance with me. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I've done much more than dance with him to this song. I want to say no and save what's left of my heart, but I can't keep missing him and shoving him away at the same time. I turn to face him and smile. And when he starts walking, I don't run. I let him put his left hand on my right hip, and when he reaches for my left hand, I let him have it. Our fingers push against each other and then shift and entwine like they have thousands of times before. There are at least 6 inches between us, but none of them matter. All that matters is the way his palm feels against mine. I hate that I don't know what to say to him. So, where are your combat boots? He's trying to break the tension. Not wearing them as my wedding gift to Renee. We both laugh, and it's scary. How good this feels. It is taking every bit of my concentration not to tremble. I don't want to be affected this way. I've spent the last year trying not to think about what it would be like to be in his arms again. Now that I'm here, I don't know how I'll leave. The distance between us lessens step by tiny little step as the music plays, until his hand slides across my lower back. And he pulls our joined hands up between us, resting his knuckles against the skin along my collarbone. Jesus. So, where did you and Renee run off to this summer? He doesn't seem to notice me losing my mind right in front of him. I'm surprised that he remembers. It never affected him directly, and I only remember telling him about our yearly trips once or twice. A cruise to the Bahamas and then St. Augustine. And next year. He smells so good, and I can feel his stubble against my temple. I can't breathe, let alone answer his question. Until it hits me. I pull back and stare at his lapel. This might be the last time I ever see him. I don't look into his eyes. I can't. We're going to visit a couple of schools in Philadelphia over spring break. Why? I pause, lick my lips, and pray that I can say this. That I can make the words come out of my mouth and then walk away. I'm going to Philadelphia or Florida next year. I haven't decided which. I try to smile, but I'm pretty sure that whatever is happening on my face right now is horrific. He looks so damn confused. Why? You always plan to go to UW. His voice is clear and loud as the last notes of music fade. Still gripping my hand, he walks quickly, pulling me through the lobby until we reach the French doors that exit to the back patio. I recoil as the cold air wraps around me. He turns and takes off his suit jacket before throwing it over my shoulders. His scent is everywhere, kissing my flesh and invading every single one of my senses. I can almost taste him. He's close. And he wants an answer. His eyes are relentless, pulling the truth right out of me. Riley's sister, Vicky, lives there with her husband. He's moving there too for a job. So I submitted a few applications to schools in Philly. Renee said she would go with me to check it out. You're going to live with him. He voice is completely flat. There are dorms at the colleges in Philadelphia, and I told you I haven't made a decision. You were saying goodbye, he accuses. At the hospital. Stop it. I tell him. That is not what I was doing. He didn't even ask me until a few weeks ago. I just wanted to apologize at the hospital. That's it. There was no ulterior motive. I don't want to fight anymore. The last thing I want is to fight with him again. What about me? When do I get to say I'm sorry, Bella? He asks. Every time I tried, you shut me down. You cut me out completely. And fuck, Bella. It hurt. I know I didn't act like it there at the end, but you were my whole world, and I wasn't a very good friend to you either. You were the girl everyone wanted. So aloof, so mysterious. With a side of freaky hood. And I heard what they said. What in the hell is she doing with him? I just wanted to be more than the geek with the hot girl. But the more I tried to be who I thought you deserved, the more I seemed to be losing you. You were spending more time in Forks, and I figured it was only a matter of time. It never made sense for you to want to be with me. All I ever wanted was that boy. I know. And being that geeky kid was so much better than being the dumbass that let you slip right through his fingers, he says, head in his hands. You loved me so much, you cried when I cut my hair. Seeing how unhappy you were in the parking lot that day, knowing I caused it, he shakes his head. I was so angry when I found out about what happened with Royce and Ben. I did some really stupid things. He winces and looks away guiltily. It took me forever to cool off enough to really think about it. At first, I couldn't understand why you did it. But when I let myself remember, really remember, it made perfect sense. You did do it for me. I nod as he steps closer. I tried to stop the gossip. I really did. Emmett did too. But every time we intervened, it got worse. It was my job to take care of you, and I just failed you all the way around. I'll always be sorry for that. Always. Bella. One word. It only takes one word to throw my heart and mind into chaos. He steps forward slowly. Bella. Riley's footsteps echo behind me. He rests his hand on my waist as he leans in to kiss my cheek. I've been looking everywhere for you. The others are ready to go. Emily and Sam should be home by now, and I talked Phil out of a bottle of the good stuff. There's a chilled bottle of champagne in his left hand. I see. I reply quickly and turn my head in Edward's direction. Riley. This is Edward. He was nice enough to loan me his jacket so I could catch a smoke. I can't look at either of them as I try not to choke on my lie. They each step forward until the why meet at some imaginary line and extend their arms for an awkward handshake. Nice to meet you. Looks like Edward is taking the high road. Likewise. You look familiar. Yeah. I think you might live in the same complex as my buddy. Edward shifts, avoiding my gaze. Riley nods silently. I step up beside them and slide Edward's jacket off. As he reaches to take it from me, his fingers graze mine. It was great seeing you, Edward. Thanks for the dance and for the jacket. His face is completely blank. He blinks and shoves both hands deep into his trouser pockets. I hope you'll be happy, Bella. He pauses a moment before adding. I hear the beaches are beautiful in Florida. He looks Riley in the eye as he says it. Riley is uncomfortable. The air is thick. And I'm shivering. He wraps his arm around my shoulder and turns us, guiding me into the building and back to the ballroom. I hug and kiss my mother and Phil. I'm pretty sure that I tell them to have a wonderful honeymoon. Their flight isn't leaving until tomorrow afternoon. But I won't have a chance to see them before they go. Renee hugs me close and rocks me back and forth as she thanks me over and over again. I can see the doors from where we are standing. And it takes everything inside me not to make a run for them. The sense of loss I've been fighting since the moment I realized that I might be looking at Edward Cullen for the last time finally sinks in. I glance at the lobby one last time. He's standing in front of the fireplace, watching me. I wish he would smile. I don't want to take this memory with me as the last one I'll ever have of him. Instead, his face is solemn, sad. This is nothing like I expected. Jessica and Mike looked happy. I feel like I'm dying, and Edward looks anything but happy. Riley is only a few steps ahead of me by the time we reach the door. He opens it and ushers me outside. Jasper honks as he drives by us in the parking lot. We leave Riley's car in the lot since he's in no shape to drive. I stop at every red light and signal for every turn, and for the first time, I try to imagine myself with him in some faraway city. I've already mailed an application to Drexler, but I've never tried to see myself there. Renee's words tumble in my mind. After parking, I close my eyes. And no matter how hard I try, I can't see anything more than what we are right now. I'm not going to Philadelphia, I tell him. Is this about that kid? He's 3 months older than I am, Riley. What does that make me? You know that's not what I meant. It isn't about him. It really isn't about Edward this time. It's about us. I don't see in us. I can see myself on the beach in St. Augustine. I can see myself hanging out with Mike and Jasper in Seattle for a while. But no matter how hard I try, I can't see myself with you. I get it. Mr. Superjock played you a few Led Zeppelin songs and talked you out of your panties. Then he moved on to greener pastures while you pine away for him. How romantic. She's in love with the boy who broke her heart. You're a mean drunk, and you have no idea how far that is from the truth. I wouldn't have any idea, would I? He opens the door, steps out of my truck, and closes it without another word. It's surprising how easy it is to drive away. He might be angry with me now, but I did us both a favor. I wasn't trying to be cruel. Just honest. With him. With myself. Walking into Renee's house knowing it's going to be mine is a strange feeling. I think about my grandfather's suggestion. Renting it out would give me an income while I'm in school, and if it rents quickly, I can tell Mr. Newton to shove a canoe up his ass. Mrs. N will still give me glowing recommendations as long as I give her a 2-week notice and wait until my last day to let him have it. I wake up early Sunday morning and make a quick trip to Safeway. The manager gives me permission to take empty boxes and shipping crates that are out back by the dumpster. Then I spend the rest of the day taking down posters and packing up my room. Most of my stuff is in Forks, but I have books, music, old diaries, and plenty of other things I don't want my mom or movers to handle. I'd rather do it myself. On Monday, I venture up to the attic and realize my grandparents may have been pack rats. There are boxes stacked everywhere. This will keep me busy until Christmas. I turn up the album Versus as loud as my stereo will allow and let Pearl Jam keep me company while I work. Some of the stuff is really heavy, and I have to work around it. There are several porcelain dolls in real satin dresses packed away in an old cedar chest in the corner. Beneath the dolls, there are stacks of envelopes. Some of them are yellowed, but they all have the same markings of foreign postage and military stamps. They're letters my grandfather wrote to my grandmother during World War II. I don't read any of them, but I know I can't throw them away either. I have no idea what I'm going to do with all of this stuff. Ma, why Renee will want to hold on to some of it and eventually give it to me. Halfway through indifference, a strange thumping noise distracts me from the mess that I only seem to be making worse. I pause at the bottom of the stairs to turn the stereo down, and then I wait to see if it happens again. 3 knocks and then the doorbell. I wish I'd left the music playing. I really don't want to answer the door like this. I'm wearing baggy jeans, a black shirt, and the ugliest red and black Paul Bunyan flannel in the world. There is a colony of dust bunnies hanging out in my hair and the blue bandana I'm using as a headband. A glance through the peephole eases my worry. It's Emmett, and I don't really care if he sees me like this. He's seen me covered in vomit. It doesn't get much worse than that. I don't realize he has company until I've already yanked the door open. Edward and Elliot are standing a few feet away from the door. Hey, genius. I'm a genius. Are you okay? Emmett asks, looking me over. In fact, they're all looking me over. Well, yeah, what's going on? Carmen sent us to check on you. She said you've been missing in action since the wedding. She wants you to call her. Oh, I'll call her all right. I'm going to call her and cuss her out for sending over babysitters. Then I'm going to drive to Forks to kick her nosy, meddling ass. Yeah, I'll call her. I eye his muscles. Do you have plans for this afternoon? 3 brawny teenage boys could bring those boxes down for me in no time. And it would give me a chance to see if Edward and I can get along without fighting for more than 5 minutes. They all look surprised but shake their heads. Emmett is the first to speak up. I've got plans with Rose but not until tonight. I send them up the stairs and into the attic so they can form a plan of attack. When I know they're out of earshot, I call Carmen and hand her a new one for calling Emmett. Then she hands me a new one as she explains that none of them had seen or heard from me since the wedding. She tried calling both PA phone lines all morning, but I never heard them ring so I didn't answer. She called Emily to see if I was at Riley's, and Emily told her about the breakup. The girls didn't want to involve Charlie, so she asked Elliot to drive by and check on me. I have no idea how Edward and Emmett got involved, and I don't really care, she says. Don't scare us like that. Off the deep end Bella is no fun. We were just worried. I can't really blame them. I haven't exactly reacted well under similar circumstances in the past. Since I'd like to have everything sorted before the move. I tell her I'll probably be in Port Angeles more than Forks for the next several days. I'm not scheduled at Newton's until Thursday. I call Charlie and leave a message on the answering machine so he won't worry. After hanging up, I climb the attic steps and find the boys have already started sorting boxes. Edward offers to come downstairs and help me move some of the furniture so we can navigate a little better. I'm sorry if I caused it, he says quietly as we move the chocolate wingback into the dining room. Don't be sorry, I tell him. I broke up with him. It wasn't your fault. He nods. And I can tell he's curious, but he doesn't ask. It takes the guys a couple of hours to bring everything down. I offer to order pizza, but M says he needs to split so he can shower and pick up Rosalie for their date. Elliot has plans with his family. We rode with Emmett, Edward says. But pizza sounds good. Why don't you go home and shower? I'll get cleaned up and maybe we can meet at Pam's. I'll buy you dinner since you worked so hard this afternoon. Nervous babbling is my forte. I'm not letting you pay for my dinner. Bella, he calls over his shoulder. Meet you at 7. He pauses with his hand on the door of the Jeep, waiting for my answer. 7 is good. It's just dinner. This is what I tell myself over and over as I dry my hair and try to figure what to wear. Casual. Definitely casual. I settle for jeans and a baggy V-neck sweater, nothing fancy, no makeup. It's just dinner. His car is already in the lot when I arrive at Pam's. I'm glad because the place looks kind of crowded. And I'm not the kind of girl who likes to stand around alone, not in PA anyway. He's already seated at a booth in the corner reading a flyer, and I manage to slide in across from him. Ninja style before he even realizes I've arrived. Hey, he says, folding the paper and placing it on the table. Hey. I slide my coat off and put it on the bench next to me, trying not to fidget. I leave my hands in my lap under the table, in an effort to hide the small tremor that started when I walked through the door and laid eyes on him. A petite brunette comes over to get our drink order, and I steal a glance at Edward as he answers her. He's wearing an Aerosmith t-shirt over a fitted black thermal, and I'm not the only one checking out his arms. He fills out his shirts nicely. The waiter's barely glances at me when I tell her I'd like a Sprite. When she's gone, we're left with an uncomfortable silence I'm not quite sure how to break. He picks up a bottle of Parmesan and turns it nervously between his hands. They're much bigger than I remember. I'm looking at a man's hands now. He's thicker. I can tell he hasn't shaved since the wedding. His hair is still damp, and I swear to God, someone should bottle Edward's after-shower smell. It would force Calvin Klein out of the cologne business. His eyes are the same. Even the dark circles beneath them look familiar, and I can't help daring what he sees when he looks at me now, besides blue highlights. Thanks for helping me today, I tell him. The new house should be ready in a couple of weeks. I want to take care of as much as I can to make it easier for Mom and Phil when they get back from the honeymoon. You're not upset that your mom remarried? Not at all. She and Phil are perfect for each other, and he's a good guy. He really is. He agrees as he finally puts the bottle back on the table. You mentioned going to school in Florida. Yeah. There's a small college in St. Augustine, and Phil has an amazing house on the beach. The ocean is clear and warm. And everything smells like salt. He offered to let me live there if I decide to go to Flagler. Rent-free. Sweet. Have you picked a major? No. I'm only 18. How am I supposed to know what I want to do for the rest of my life? Renee says I should be a teacher, but the last thing I want to do is go back to high school, day after day, for the next 40 years. It was bad enough going through it once. Even if being a teacher is different, all the miserable parts of it would still be there. Snobs, bullies, loners, stoners, kids you can save and kids you can't. I dawn. T have the emotional fortitude to survive high school year after year. What about you? Have you picked a school yet? I've mailed a few applications and sent some game tapes, but I haven't really picked a where yet. Coach said the offers should start coming in after the first of th year. It has to be a school with a strong computer sciences department. I haven't narrowed down a specialty yet, but I know that's what I want to major in. I can totally see that. He's always been a bit of a geek when it comes to computers and gaming. Well, at least you have your what? The waitress returns to deliver our drinks, and we place our order. We decide to split a cheese pizza, and he orders an Italian sub. I almost feel sorry for the poor girl because she can't seem to focus while Edward is talking to her. She gets her shit together enough to glance at me and ask, "Is this together or separate? Are you sure you won't let me pay?" I ask him. He nods. "Separate," I tell her. "Half the pizza and one of the drinks is mine. And can I add a salad with extra ranch?" She huffs a little but scribbles my order on the pad. "Did you like the Bahamas?" He asks as soon as we're alone again. "Sure. The beaches are gorgeous. I hated the cruise part. If I ever go back, I'll fly. I don't think I ever want to go on another cruise again. I'm scared to ask why. I'm afraid of the ocean. But you cliff dive and you want to move to the beach?" He asks, trying not to laugh. I don't blame him. I realize how dumb it sounds. I'm not scared of the beach. I'm only scared when I'm completely surrounded by ocean, I explain. I remember going out with Charlie and Grandpa in a boat when I was younger, and I was never scared. I think it's because I could see the shore. But being surrounded by endless miles of water scares the shit out of me. So what did you do? Most of the time, I read and drank beer. There were teen clubs, but they were really lame. Oh, I did get a really badass massage from a chick smaller than Alice. That girl had mean hands. The massage was the best part of the cruise. No doubt. He laughs, and by the time the waitress comes back with our drinks, I've decided that this isn't nearly as weird as I expected it to be. "How is Charlie?" he asks. "He's had a rough month." He looks concerned until I continue. "Bratty teenage daughter. Ex-wife getting remarried, you know. Women." He sighs, shaking his head. I know he's teasing because he's smiling. "Charlie is a good guy. You should go easy on him. You're not mad at him." Charlie let Mark handcuff him on my porch. Well, he could have arrested me for drinking and driving. He should have arrested me for being stupid enough to show up on his doorstep drunk. And he had every right to be angry with me for talking to you the way I did. I hate that I did it, and I hate that he heard it. I know. We could beat this dead horse until the end of time, but I just don't see the point. He's sorry. I'm sorry. We both fucked up, and we both paid the price. The last thing I want to do is keep score. We don't have to be perfect to be friends. What did your parents say? I'm sure they were pissed. Mom drove my car back to Port Angeles. Dad made me ride back with him. It wasn't fun. He grins a little, shaking his head. Then I got into some trouble at school which made it worse. They grounded me for 3 months when we came home from spending Christmas in Seattle with my grandparents. Just some trouble at school. You were fighting with Ben again, at school. At the sound of Ben's name, his smile disappears. Phil said you quit the team. I did. I'm really sorry about that. He leans forward and places 2 balled fists on the table between us. Nothing Ben did or said was your fault, Bella. He's a sick, twisted fucker. What did he say? The waitress brings my salad and his sandwich before he can answer. He puts the dill spear on a napkin and hands it across the table before she even walks away. I take it from him silently and try not to freak out over a stupid pickle. He was running his mouth and being an asshole, so I decked him. He chuckles. In the nose. You hit his already broken nose. Yes, and I want to break it again every time I think about what he did to you. I don't miss the way he skirts around my question. Phil wouldn't tell me either. Ben must have said something terrible for both of them to hide it from me. Maybe I should just let it go. I shouldn't care what he said. Our pizza arrives as I'm finishing my salad, and I let the waitress take my bowl, but one hang on to the small extra cup of ranch dressing so I can dip the crust in it. I let him change the subject as we eat. And we talk about school. Not the people we go to school with, just our classes. He's happy to be done with Spanish and impressed when I tell him I'm taking AP Physics and AP Calculus. With any luck, I'll be able to test out of those and lower level English courses. My goal is to have as many credit hours on the books as possible before I even step foot on a college campus. We talk through 2 drink refills before I realize the evening crowd has come and gone. It's getting late. He doesn't object when I signal for our checks. I've got to go, I tell him. I have to do all of my Christmas shopping tomorrow and sort through some of those boxes. You haven't done any shopping yet? No. Things have been a little chaotic with the wedding and Grandpa and Charlie. We both stand and put on our coats. Did it hurt? He looks genuinely curious as he holds the door open for me to exit. What? The tattoo. I noticed it during the wedding, but I didn't get a good look at it. I turn away from him and lift my hair so he can see it. Yes, it hurt like a bitch. The pad of his finger runs gently down the center of my neck. Thank fuck it is cold outside. The Carhartt coat I'm wearing is thick enough to hide my evil nipples and the goosebumps I can feel on my arms. It's beautiful. I drop my hair and step away quickly. Touching isn't an option. Obviously, I'm still hardwired to get stupid anytime we have skin-to-skin contact. Being physically attracted to an ex is normal. I think. Thanks. Mr. Bertie's wife did it. You remember, the punk chick from the playhouse. He nods, and I continue. Leah and I went together the weekend after my birthday. Hers is bigger than mine, but I'm convinced mine hurt worse. Camilla explained it's all about location. Bella. Yeah, I don't want to fight anymore either. That's what I was trying to tell you at the wedding when your boyfriend showed up. I don't know if we can be friends again, but I'd at least like to try. God, I want that more than anything. Just to know that we're okay. It won't be easy. Nothing ever is with you. He laughs. I'm a complicated girl, and we've already established that I'm a dumbass. I'm serious, Edward. I'm not perfect. I'm not special. I'm just a girl. And most of the time, I'm a bitchy girl. I'm not perfect either. But not being friends sucked. I'm willing to take the risk. I can't help but wonder if that was our real mistake back then, each of us so convinced the other was perfect. We were both so wrong. We can try. It's the best I can do. I don't want to make any promises. Trying is good. He's right. This does feel good. It's weird and a little awkward, but I feel like a 50-pound weight has been lifted off my shoulders. This is what I expected to feel at the wedding. This is what I thought apologies and goodbyes would give me. I'm not sure yet, but I think I like this option better. He waits until I'm in the truck and buckled up before walking away. This is definitely better than our last parking lot goodbye. We didn't make any plans to see each other again, and that's okay. I'm sure we'll cross paths again eventually. As soon as I get home, I call Jake to find out what size clothes Hannah is wearing these days. I always try to help him out by getting her things I know she'll need. Then I call Alice to see if she wants to go shopping in the morning. She shows up around noon. The next day with gas station coffee and egg rolls. It's a disgusting combination, but I haven't been grocery shopping, so I can't really complain. It's nice having her around for Christmas break. She decided to stay in Forks this year to spend the holidays with us since she's leaving after graduation. She forces me to tell her what happened the night of the wedding over a bowl on the back porch. I give her the rundown. And then she grills me to make sure that I'm really as okay as I seem. As we're finishing up, it starts to rain. We decide to take Jeanette's car since it has a trunk, and well, I'll probably be hauling back massive amounts of crap after an all-day shopping trip at the mall. Alice is really good at finding things on clearance. We find all sorts of baby jumpers, baby jeans, and onesie thingies on clearance at Baby Gap. The dresses from last season are all marked down, so I buy a few of them in bigger sizes, hoping maybe Hannah can wear them by her birthday. And for her birthday, I'll come back here and get clearance stuff for next fall. It's the best way to maximize the funds I have budgeted for her and ease some of the stress for Jake. We pass Riley's store, and I can't help but look for him. He's working today, helping a little old lady at the ornament display. He looks good, and I'm glad he seems okay. Before we leave the mall, I force Alice to come with me to Babbage's, and on a whim, I buy my own Sega and a copy of Mortal Kombat. My days of hanging out and playing with Sam are over. I don't really have any reason to hang out over there anymore. I'm going to miss Medusa. We spend the evening eating Chinese takeout, wrapping gifts, and watching White Christmas. My internal clock is still set for 6:30 even though school is out. I let Alice sleep late Wednesday morning and spend my time going through some of the boxes from the attic. Some of them have clothes in them, my grand's clothes. I put those on the front porch and make that the designated Goodwill zone. She finally wakes up around 11, and we hit the Waffle House before she leaves for Forks. There are boxes of pictures I want to take back to Forks with me. There are old records and film reels I want to keep too. The keep boxes start to stack up, and by the time I'm done, I know I'm screwed. There is no way I can fit all of this shit in the wrapped gift boxes in the cab of my truck. It's raining and sleeting. And I don't have a tarp. Damn it. I do the only thing I can think of. I call Emmett. He's a little breathless when he answers after the third ring, and it grosses me out that he might have been fucking Rosalie. Hey, jackass. Are you busy? Nah. Just benching. What's up? I need you in your station wagon, but it involves a drive to Forks. He can jack his ride and pimp it out all he wants. But it's still just a station wagon, and I can fit a bunch of this crap in the back of it. Hang on, he says before muffling the mouthpiece for a few seconds. Edward is with me. Is that a problem? I mean, he said you guys are cool now, but I can ditch him if you don't want him around, he says quietly. Emmett, you can bring the whole paw baseball team for all I care, I tell him, looking at the boxes. Damn. You're going to make us work again, aren't you? I'll feed you, fucker. What time? Whenever. I don't work until tomorrow. They show up an hour later, and I carry an umbrella. Back and forth escorting them to M's Jeep while they load up all of my boxes. M carries it for me while I lug Hannah's gifts to the passenger seat of my truck. Who's the Sega for? Edward calls from the porch. He's being nosy and checking out the contents of the huge plastic Babbage's bag I left by the stairs. Me. He laughs and so does Emmett. I bitch face them both. Girls can't like video games. Do they have Betty Crocker games? Emmett says between laughs. Fucker. Don't be an ass, Emmett, Edward says as I take the bag from him. Whatever. Do you two want to hit the diner in Forks or order pizza? They agree on pizza. And we hit the road. The drive is slow because the weather is shit. So I follow M carefully, listening to 13 songs and wishing the rain would stop so I could burn one on the way. Fugazi's music begs for marijuana. I'm relieved to see Charlie's cruiser in the lot at the station when we pass it. He's never really cared for Emmett, and I'm not sure how he feels about Edward after what happened this time last year. I don't think he would hold a grudge, but men are as complicated as women. They're just less bitchy about it, most of the time. It doesn't take long to move everything inside once we get to my house. I have them take all of the boxes upstairs to my room except the one labeled pictures. I need it to make Charlie's Christmas gift. While they're busy with that, I carry in Hannah's gifts and add them to the small pile Charlie has already placed under the tree. There are a few for her and a few for me. I'm hoping this means he's not mad at me anymore. Can you guys hook up the Sega while you're here? I ask them after I've ordered pizza. Emmett smirks. Can't even plug it in, and she thinks she can play. I let him gloat and silently watch as they move the TV. And connect cables and curse until the Sega logo graces my television. Who's first? I ask innocently as they finish up. Edward calls it. I pick Liu Kong before he even has the second remote in his hand. What? You don't want to be Sonia? Emmett taunts. Edward chooses Sub-Zero, and as soon as the announcer says fight, I unleash two, back-to-back, rounds of bicycle kicks on him and then throw him a little dragon fire. They're both silent as my character is declared the winner of round 1. He grips the remote tightly and moves a little quicker for round 2, getting a punch or kick in periodically, but I still kick his ass. When the game is over, he throws the remote down on the couch and crosses his arms. Bullshit, he mutters. I don't remember you being such a sore loser, I taunt. He gives me the evil eye and picks up the remote. I trounce him again as Emmett laughs behind us. Here, fucker. You try, Edward grits, tossing the remote. It's no surprise when Emmett picks Johnny Cage as his character. How predictable. He picks a character modeled after Van Damme. Because I'm a bitch, I choose Sonya. Losing to 2 girls will hurt a little more. He shakes his head and grins. Until I leg grab him 3 times in row and thoroughly kick his ass, easily winning both rounds. Hey, take that, bitches. I toss my remote to Edward. You play. I need to work on Charlie's and Jake's Christmas presents while we wait for the pizza. They pout silently for a while as I bask in the glory of wiping the floor with their virtual egos. It's what they deserve for being sexist pricks. Sam and Riley acted is same way when I first caught on and started beating them. Jake never liked losing to me after he taught me to play cards and shoot pool. There are more universal truths about guys than what Emmett shared with me years ago. Once Edward and Emmett get used to it, they'll start losing gracefully like the others. I make a quick trip upstairs to grab money, a Walgreens bag full of sleeves of developed prints, a shoebox full of old pictures, and 2 of the 4 new photo albums I bought a few weeks back. Some of the pictures in the box downstairs are of me and Charlie from way back. Way back as in baby pictures. I bought him a really nice watch, but letting these pictures stay in a box is such a waste. Maybe having them will help him when I'm gone. I don't usually give Jake anything for Christmas. But I have double sets of all the pictures I've taken of Hannah since she was born. He should have them. She's a gorgeous kid. The guys are cussing at each other and laughing as they play my new game while I sort through the pictures in the bag, removing all the ones of Hannah. I'm halfway through the old pictures from the box when the pizza arrives. Since I've covered the dining room table with my projects, we eat in the living room and watch How the Grinch Stole Christmas. Every time he taps his chin, I think of Carmen and her ridiculous bright green hair last Christmas. It makes me smile, even when the bastard is stealing all of the toys. I've been away from home for almost a week, and I have no idea what shift Charlie is working, so I work on his present first. It would suck if he walked in on me making it. Emmett makes fun of every single picture of me, especially the one of me and the girls wearing New Kids on the Block shirts when we were 11. Charlie was brave enough to take all of us to a concert in Seattle. He looks reluctantly amused in the picture. The New Kids, Bella. Edward's amusement is anything but reluctant. Don't, I tell him, pointing a finger at him in warning. We liked them for about 5 minutes. It doesn't count. If you went to the concert. He pauses, taking another look at the picture before crushing my pride, and you bought, are those buttons? He smirks a little, and I know that he knows they are. It counts. Give me that. I snatch the stupid picture out of his hand and slide it into one of the open slots in the album. Speaking of concerts, I use my best snob voice. I went to see Pearl Jam a few weeks ago in Seattle. 6th row. Damn. How was it? Don't be stupid. It was awesome. My parents wouldn't let me go because of school. Yeah, Charlie wasn't exactly happy with me. It's one of the things we fought about. I'm hoping this photo album might remind him I'm not always shitty and help him get over our spat. He shakes his head. He won't be able to stay mad at you for long. Trust me. His tone is playful, but those 2 little words are a reminder of my failure. I don't know if I've ever really trusted anyone. I don't know if I'll ever know how to. Instead of replying, I focus on Charlie's album, and pretend not to notice that he's looking at me more than the pictures. When the last page is full, I wrap the album quickly as Edward C. carries the box containing the rest of the old pictures upstairs to my room. I try not to think about him being in there, and I keep my ass firmly seated at the dining room table and start on Jake's present. I'm not exactly known for making wise decisions when left alone with Edward near a bed, or any other flat surface. Emmett loses interest and asks for permission to play my Sega. I expect Edward to join him when he comes back downstairs, but he comes to sit with me at the table instead. Whose kid? This is Jake's daughter Hannah. He glances at the stack of presents he helped me carry. All that stuff is for her. Most of them are clothes. Charlie and I try to help Jake out as much as we can. Being a single dad sucks big time. He lifts a picture to study it. I mean, he's not miserable because of her. He loves her. And he wants her. It's just hard on him financially. He's taking care of his dad, raising Hannah by himself, trying to watch out for his sister, and working full time. He's got a lot on his plate. Did you take these pictures? He asks as he looks through the set of duplicates. I did. Every time I see her, I go camera crazy. She's too cute, and I have fun following her around and catching that smile. She is a cute kid, he agrees, grinning. Because that's what people do when they look at Hannah. She makes people dumb. I have pictures from Florida in that bag if you want to see Phil's house. He looks through all of the Hannah, Jake pictures first, laughing at a few of them and asking me questions about others. We've never talked this civilly about Jake before, and it feels good to not feel bad about my friendship with Jake. The Florida pictures are in the two thickest sleeves, I tell him when he reaches for the bag. There are pictures of me with Riley and his family in one of those packages. And I don't want things to get weird. He only brings out the Florida pictures and looks at them silently as I finish up Jake's book. Jesus, Bella, some of these are amazing. Look at this, he tells me, holding up a picture of Renee and Phil standing in front of the fountain at Flagler. I've seen it, I remind him. I took it. You should have this enlarged and framed for them. It's not a bad idea. There are enough pictures for me to make a small album for them too. I'm not celebrating Christmas with them until they get back on New Year's Day, so I have time. I might do that. Is this his house? He asks, holding a picture of the back side of the house. It is. I lean over and point to the second floor balcony. That's my room. Waking up there is amazing. He flips over to a picture of the beach at sunrise. I bet. I wrap Jake's gift silently as Edward flips through my pictures. He takes his time, studying each one before moving to the next. I can see why you like it there. Everything is laid back and beautiful, he says. Even the school looks like a vacation. I think he's right. My attraction to a big city like Seattle or New York is still there, but the life I imagine in places like those is a busy one. Filled with parties and places to go. The life I imagine in Florida involves homework on the beach and falling asleep to the sound of the ocean every night in a really fucking comfortable bed. I put the pictures away quickly when I hear a car door slam in the driveway. Edward has a brief moment of panic and glances at the back door in the kitchen like he might try to escape. He shoots me a dirty look when I giggle. Charlie throws the front door open wide and glances around frantically as he enters the house. He relaxes a little when he sees Emmett on the couch punching away at buttons on the Sega controller. When he spots me standing next to Edward in the doorway, he scowls and says, "Do you want to tell me what the hell is going on here, Bella?" Edward shifts uncomfortably. "Chief, is your name Bella?" Charlie cuts him off with a glare that scares even me, and Emmett looks like he might piss his pants at any given moment. In the kitchen. Now, he says as he passes me on his way through the house. Shit. I'm sorry, I tell them. If you want to go, I understand. Thanks for helping today. We'll wait, Edward says. I want to talk to him. I didn't thank him last year. Emmett groans. We should leave now, Edward. While we still can. Dude carries a gun. It was on his hip when he walked by me. I'll be back. Go if you need to. If I keep Charlie waiting, it's going to piss him off even more. That's the last thing I need. He's pacing when I reach the kitchen. Are you trying to kill me? coming home to Emmett McCarty's Jeep parked in front of my house. It took a few years off my life, Bella. It's good to see you too, Dad. Why are they here? They helped me move some stuff from the house in Port Angeles. I gutted the attic, so I can rent the place for cash. Grandpa is giving it to me as a graduation gift. Shouldn't your current boyfriend be helping with that? He asks bitterly. We broke up, Dad. I'm not going to Philly. Christmas is 3 days from now. I don't want to fight with him anymore. And if hearing that Riley and I broke up doesn't make him happy, nothing will. For a second, he looks elated. Then, he glares me. That doesn't explain why Tweedledee and Tweedledum are standing in my living room. Now you're just being mean. He relaxes a little and has the decency to look ashamed. Edward wants to talk to you. Oh, he does. He asks, crossing his arms over his chest. Send him in. Poor Edward. Dad, please. We're trying to be friends. It's important to me. Having Edward in my life again is weird and unsettling, but I like it. I like it so much more than trying to hate him or forget him. Fine, he says quietly. I'll be polite. Thank you. Emmett is waiting by the front door by the time I rejoin them. He's all yours, I tell Edward, thumbing over my shoulder toward the kitchen. Sorry in advance for his bad mood. That's my fault. He disappears as I pull on my coat so I can have a smoke on the front porch and get Emmett out of my house. He breathes a sigh of relief the moment I close the door behind us. Your dad is scary, Bella. He always looks at me like he's taking aim. He is, I mumble around a camel, seconds before lighting it. He doesn't find it funny. In fact, he paces across the porch while I push back and forth slowly on the swing as I smoke. This is why I hate coming to Forks. We're gonna have to hang out in PA, Bella. Being around your old man freaks me out. He jumps when the door opens and doesn't relax until Edward steps outside to join us. Everything okay? I ask. He nods. Yeah, he didn't shoot me or threaten me, so it's cool. He runs a hand through his hair. I guess it's cool. He didn't really say much. Just stood there looking at me like I was trying to shoplift at a 7-Eleven store. Then he said, "You're welcome," and walked off. Dude, you're lucky you lived to tell about it, Emmett whispers. It wasn't that bad. I hope I don't ever have to do it again, but it wasn't that bad. We're gone, Bella. I love ya, but I can't hang with the chief. Emmett says as he approaches me, leaning over to pull me into a hug. Merry Christmas. I'm glad you called. Even if it means I had to see Charlie. Merry Christmas, I tell them. Thanks again for helping me. I promise that next time I see you, I won't make you work. Yeah, Emmett grumbles as he steps off the porch and into the rain. Good luck with Charlie, Edward says quietly. I'm sure you'll work it out. I hope you're right. Before I can move, I'm in his arms, and he's hugging me against his chest. Merry Christmas, Bella. You too. 2 words are all I can manage and my arms come up. But I can't make them actually touch him before he pulls away and disappears into the rain and the dark. If a light holiday squeeze leaves my hands shaky and my heart racing, how am I ever going to do this? It doesn't make sense because we're nothing like we were, but he's still the same in some ways. Are you going to tell me what happened with the child predator? Arlie asks as soon as I close the door behind me. Dad, I love you, but you have to stop. Riley isn't a child predator. He didn't touch me until after my birthday. You're not helping his case. There is no case. There is no Riley. We broke up. End of story. I'm not going to Philly or anywhere else with him ever again. Good. This might be our last Christmas together for a while, Dad. If I decide to get a job, I might not be able to come home next year. Or the next. Do you really want to spend it fighting? He shakes his head. I feel bad enough about the Riley thing. Rubbing it in my face only makes me feel worse. I don't like knowing that I hurt him. Fair enough, but I won't pretend to be unhappy about it. Fair enough, I agree. Mrs. N scheduled me for early shifts this week, so I hit the sack early and fall asleep easily. I've only been gutting the house for a couple of days, but I feel like I've been going non-stop for weeks. The days pass quickly since the store is busy and filled with last-minute shoppers. It's hard for me to be irritated with their desperation since I'm a bit of a procrastinator myself. Alice and Jasper join us for our yearly Bing Crosby movie-thon on Christmas Eve. Charlie has been in a much better mood since we talked. I can tell things still aren't quite right with us, but I can't figure out what's really wrong with us either. At least the silent treatment is over. When Jake and his family arrive on Christmas Day, Charlie calls me to the front door. Hannah is walking next to Jake carrying a small wrapped gift and smiling even though her knit hat is pulled down over her eyes. And her head is tilted back so she can see. I meet her halfway across the lawn and pick her up, lifting the hat and earning a sloppy kiss on the cheek. Ew. I whine, shaking my head at her. You're a bucket of drool. Kid. But she's a cute bucket of drool. Jake grins. True. No kisses, I tell her. Kisses are yucky. She scrunches her nose, mimicking my own facial expression. B, she says, jamming me in the face with the wet finger she pulled from her mouth. I swear if this kid wasn't so damn cute, I'd be tempted to disown her little butt for always coating me in saliva. You taught her to call you B? Charlie asks. All my girls call me B, I answer. Right, Hannah. B. Again, with the wet finger. I put her down and let her walk beside me. It takes her 5 minutes to climb the porch stairs. But she refuses assistance. We stand behind her and watch as she triumphantly reaches the porch, turns around, and claps for herself. And because she makes people stupid, we all clap for her too. As far as kids go, she's not so bad. She pauses when she gets to the front door, bending over to pick up a wrapped present propped against the wall. One of Charlie's female admirers must have left him a gift. Hannah carries it into the house and drops it next to the tree. Then she claps again, and we clap again. She claps every time she opens a gift. Well, she claps every time anyone opens a gift. I tear up a little when I open my gifts from Charlie. My own copy of White Christmas on VHS and a stack of prepaid long-distance calling cards. He ends up misty-eyed too as he flips through the photo album I made for him. Jake picks up the package Hannah found on the porch, and instead of giving it to Charlie, he tosses it in my lap. It's flat. A perfect flat square with a white bow. W and matching name tag with my name printed on it. In Edward's handwriting. I'll open this one later, I tell him, placing it on the table and excusing myself to the kitchen so I can check on the ham and catch my breath and clear my head. Alice and Jeanette show up not long after, and I'm thankful for an excuse to step out back for a smoke. Rachel and Alice join me, and we sit in the think tank and split a joint that Alice produces from her Marlboro box. Later, as I sit next to her, looking around the room at these people I love and will miss, I realize I had the best family in the world all along. I just didn't figure it out until now. I was so worried about what everyone else had, I never even noticed that what I have is so much better. I get to be a part of so many families. As happy as I am, it still feels like something is missing. I wish there were phones in those huts in Tahiti. Alice helps me clean up after dinner. Jasper and Jake sit at the kitchen table playing with Hannah and talking about cars. Since Jake is leaving soon anyway, we decide to drive around to look at Christmas lights. It's one of Alice's favorite things to do while stoned, and she only gets to do it a few times a year, so we humor her. We all walk out together, and Jasper helps Jake with Billy. B, Hannah says sleepily as I carry her out to the car. She lays her head against my chest, and I hug her tightly as I breathe in the candy cane scent in her hair. She's a sweet kid, and I almost hate that she'll have to grow up and be a teenager one day. She's out cold by the time I place her in Jake's AR. Ms. so he can buckle her into her car seat. When he's done, he closes the car door as quietly as possible and turns to me. Thank you for everything, he says, scooping me into his arms. You're the best. I love the album, Bella. It's the nicest thing anyone has ever done for me. Someday, I'm gonna be worth all the trouble I caused. Shut up. You big dummy. He gives me a quick peck on the cheek before releasing me. Not all kisses are yucky. Thanks for scarring my kid, he teases. Let's hang out again before you leave, okay? Don't be silly. We have plenty of time. But when I think about it, a few minutes later, as I sit in the back seat of the Impala on our way to the school, I realize that I really only see Jake and Hannah 4 or 5 times a year. I can see why he would think our time is running out. We smoke a bowl in the parking lot since I know Charlie is getting ready for work and Mark is at the station getting ready for shift change. Then we drive around listening to Guns N' Roses and looking at Christmas decorations. They drop me off at home around 10 and stay long enough to see me safely inside. The only light in the living room is coming from the lit tree. Charlie must have not iced the unopened gift on the table and moved it under the tree. I sit on the couch and stare at it for what feels like forever. I have a lot of regret. I've been carrying it for a long time. Opening that present might add to it. I lean over and pick it up, turning it in my hand. Before I can stop them, my traitorous fingers are ripping the paper to shreds. What's left is a 45 of A Kiss to Build a Dream on, and I get ideas. There is a folded paper tucked into the sleeve with the record. Bella. I found this at Spin City in Seattle during spring break. You might have already found a copy, but I picked it up anyway. I thought about keeping it and buying you a new Kids CD instead. But I decided to be nice. Merry Christmas, Edward. The ink blurs as I press my fingers to my lips. He kept looking. He probably ONL gave $2 or $3 for it, but he kept looking. He kept looking for something I gave up on a long time ago, and I have no idea what that means. I stand and walk to the stereo, holding the vinyl and carefully placing it on the stand. The scratch of the needle, a muted cackling, and then soft piano music makes the snot festival even worse. I have to wait a half hour for all the sniffling to stop. It's almost midnight, but the urge to pick up the phone outweighs the time and my common sense. My fingers punch the numbers in quickly, even though I haven't dialed them in a year and a half. There are some things a person never forgets. Hello. He answers on the first ring. I'm pretty sure I woke him up. God. I'm sorry. Were you asleep? Not really. Well, I might have dozed off for a few minutes. What time is? Damn, it's midnight. Are you okay? He's awake and concerned now. Not that I can blame him since I called him in the middle of the night like a crazy person. Damn. I'm the crazy ex-girlfriend. I'm fine. I just wanted to say thank you. There's a long silence, and for a moment I wonder if he fell asleep. You didn't have it? He asks quietly. No. But I do now. I can't believe you kept looking. I told you it was out there. He always swore we'd find it. I restart it in the background so he can hear it, and I play it over and over, occasionally switching sides and songs as we talk about our holidays, our families, and our gifts. An hour later, I'm sprawled on the couch yawning as we say goodbye. I'm comfortable in the dark with the soft colored glow of the tree, so I stay on the couch. Every time I close my eyes I can hear trumpets and piano, but having that record doesn't mean what I once thought it would. It isn't important to me because of my parents anymore. Come on, B. It will be fun. Carmen is in full-on begging mode in the middle of the Forks library. Fun for you, I answer. Too soon for me. Too soon for Riley. I don't want to ruin his night or Sam's party. I have 3 of the 4 books on my list in hand. The 4th has clearly been shelved incorrectly. If Leah wasn't one of my best friends, I'd file a complaint on her ass. I really like this guy, Bella. Good. Go to the party. Leah and Brent are going. You can hang out with them. Elliot is a junior in high school. Do you really think Brent is going to want to hang around with us? If you don't come, I'll be surrounded by his baseball friends by myself again. So, let me get this straight, I say, turning to look at her. You want me to come to a New Year's Eve party and hang out with 2 of the 3 guys that have handled my goods so you can feel more comfortable? She looks at the ground. Good. She should feel bad. Selfish much. I'm sorry. I just really want him to like me. It's weird. D seeing her so bent out of shape over a guy. She's smiling now, but I can tell she's covering. There is underlying fear in her eyes and in her voice. Carmen, he does like you. You know Emmett and Edward. They'll be nice. You'll be fine. I assure her. I'm going out to the res with Al and Jasper. The football team is planning to shoot off fireworks on the beach, and Jake is going to try to bring Hannah for a while. I give up on the missing book and make my way to the checkout counter. There are moments I truly believe that Carmen and Emmett are soulmates or twins that were separated at birth. Both of them are good people. They're just completely self-absorbed. On the other hand, seeing the way Emmett finally managed to settle down makes me think there may still be hope for Carmen. She's been interested in Elliot since July. And she's been on several dates with him since they reconnected at the wedding. The weirdest part is that she hasn't fucked him yet. Usually it's the other way around. Sex first, a couple of dates. More sex, then sayonara. Whatever happens, she's going to have to do it without me. It would be all kinds of wrong for me to show up at that party. Carmen doesn't say much as she drives us to Alice's house. Leah's car is already parked out front. Alice's dad sent her some of his homemade fish fry, and Lisa sent a note with instructions on how to make fried dill pickles. It sounds disgusting, but Alice swears we'll love them. She's right. As we're snacking, Leah looks at Alice and then Carmen before clearing her throat. What's the deal with Edward? She asks. We're friends. It's cool. Friends. She scoffs, shaking her head. Bella, you and Edward aren't capable of being friends. Seriously. Do you even remember what happened? Or how you were this time last year? You need to end this shit now. You've proved your point. My point. What the fuck are you talking about? You made nice. Everyone apologized. Now, let it go. We're just worried, sweetie, Alice adds. Sweetie, why are you using your Bella as being dumb again voice? They're all silent, looking at me like I'm missing something. But for the first time in a long time, I'm not. I'm not missing anything. His isn't like a stroll through Blockbuster. You guys can't pull a majority rule on who I can or can't be friends with. Carmen looks away first. I pick my own friends. You're going to get your fucking heart broke all over again, Leah rants. Leah, Carmen says loudly. She waits for Leah to look at her before speaking. Shut up. Both Leah and Alice close their mouths and straighten their spines. Bella is right. She can choose her own friends. We worry about each other. It's what we do. She moves to stand next to me. But I've talked to him a couple of times, and I don't think he has any plans to hurt her. He didn't plan to hurt her the first time either, Leah argues, rolling her eyes. Leah, enough, Alice says. It's B's decision. What the fuck ever, Leah mutters, digging around in her purse. I'm going outside to smoke. You know she's just worried about you, right? Alice asks after Leah slams the back door behind her. I know, and I love her for it. But I'm not gonna blow this now, Al. Things were so fucked up for so long. I don't know how to describe it, but this just feels right. I'm not stupid. He isn't the same person he was then, and I'm a different person now too. I know that what we had is over. I look her in the eye. But I also know that our friendship is what I miss the most, and it doesn't have to be over. He doesn't want it to be, and neither do I. Whoa. Slow down. I'm not trying to talk you out of it. I was just reminding you that she's being an asshole because she cares. I don't hate Edward. I never have, and that's the truth. I hated him, Carmen interrupts. But I hung out with him for a while at a party in PA the day after Christmas, and he told me some of his side of what happened. Don't be pissed, Bella, she says when I give her a nasty look. Elliot and I went outside to smoke a doobie. And Edward was out on the porch drinking a beer and talking to Felix. I may have apologized for sandbagging him. He thought I was fucking with him at first. She chuckles. But when he figured out that I was serious, he was nice about it. We talked for a while. Alice and I both stare at her, expecting her to continue. She doesn't. Well, what did he say? Alice finally asks. He explained that he and Emmett did everything they could to stop those asshole cheerleaders from talking shit. That chick Em is fucking Rosalie. She backed him up. She laughs again. And I D to believe his ass because he was being pretty fucking rude to the girl, and she still had his back. Truth or no truth, I would have busted his balls and told him to fuck off, but she stood up for him. Weird. There is something seriously wrong with Rosalie Hale. That bitch's wires are all kinds of crossed. Is that it? Alice demands. I congratulated him on breaking the fuck out of that Dutchabag's nose. She glances over her shoulder. Come on. Let's go burn one with Leah. It's kiss and make up time. She smooches loudly, puckering her lips and smacking them. She'll come around, she says as we zip our coats. Hopefully before baseball season, Alice adds. Oh my god. He got over it. Carmen laughs, and Alice and I do too as we join Leah outside. Let it go. Let what go? Leah asks. We were just elking about when Carmen ambushed Edward on the ball field, Alice answers. Ah. I hate that I missed it. What happened to Switzerland? I ask pointedly. Like I said whatever, she mumbles. Time is the only thing that will change her mind. So I give up. I don't know what's up with her lately, but she's been foul since Christmas. When she's ready to talk about it, we'll talk about it. I offer to drive to the res on New Year's Eve. Jasper is always DD, and I know he must be getting sick of it. He doesn't drink much, but he likes to relax with a few beers every now and then. Tyler, Lauren, and Jessica LL show up for the celebration and we talk about college, the things they like and the things they hate. Tyler can't stand being benched since he's a freshman. He didn't see any actual game time this year. Lauren likes UW but hates her roommate. She's stuck with a grungy chick who doesn't bathe often. Jessica likes Harvard, and she's dating a nice pretty boy named Liam. Jake shows up around 11 with a bundled up, sleeping Hannah. He holds her in his lap as we all sit around the huge bonfire and laugh. We wake her up when it's time for fireworks, and I miss most of the show because I'm busy King pictures of her as she claps gleefully and points at the display. They leave as soon as it's over. Alice and I decide to burn a fat one instead of drinking, and we end up hanging around until almost 2 in the morning. Catching up and hanging out with our past and our present. I sleep late on New Year's Day since I know Phil and Renee won't be home until late afternoon. Charlie sleeps late too after working all night. We have lunch at the diner, and I make my way to PA soon after. I took Edward's advice and had the picture of Renee and Phil enlarged and framed. It was actually a really great idea. Figuring out what to buy rich people is hard. Phil has all sorts of cool, expensive stuff, and I know he doesn't care about superficial shit, but I still want to give them something cool. At least this is original. I'm still too early when I get to town, so I stop by my house to watch TV for a bit. After an hour or so, I figure it's safe to make my way over to Phil's. His car is in the drive, and my mom answers the door moments after I push the buzzer. Happy New Year, honey, she says, pulling me into one of the tightest hugs I've ever been subjected to. We missed you. She passes me directly into Phil's arms. And it doesn't feel strange at all to let him hug me. Merry Christmas, Bella, he says. One holiday at a time, Renee. He laughs when she sticks her tongue out at him. You don't have to ring the bell, you know. She gushes as she pulls me into the living room. I'm sorry we didn't decorate for Christmas. We were busy with the wedding, and we knew we wouldn't be here. It is fine, Mom, really. I'm just glad you guys are back. That's the honest to God truth. I've missed them, both of them. They love the framed picture. My mom cries, wordlessly handing it to Phil as she leans forward to hug me again. It's perfect, she whispers in my ear. Thank you. You're welcome. They give me fancy new luggage with wheels and handles, a gift card to the vintage store, and a credit card I shoot in my name but billed to Phil in case I run into any emergencies wherever I choose to land. I'm starving. I'll go and find an open restaurant while you two catch up, Phil says once all the gifts are opened. He leans over, kissing my mom softly on the forehead. Be right back. She watches him walk away, and I don't blame her. If he wasn't Phil, I'd watch him too. As it stands, I just can't fin. It in me to think of him as hot anymore. My friends more than make up for my lack of interest with their own. How was the honeymoon? I ask politely. She looks at me dubiously. Do you really want me to answer that question? No, not really. Where is Riley? She asks. I'm a little surprised he isn't joining us tonight. Right. She doesn't know. It's hard to believe how much can change in a couple of weeks. We broke up. Her lips twist into a sympathetic grimace. I'm sorry, Bella. Then she surprises me. What happened? She listens quietly as I tell her what happened at the reception and after the wedding. She nods when I detail my moment of realization and looks surprised when I tell her that Edward and I are working to mend our friendship. The way she is looking at me is making me uncomfortable. So I subtly shift the conversation to the house by explaining that he and Emmett helped me move some stuff. She agrees that renting the house is the most sensible thing to do since I don't plan to live in it. Phil walks in with Indian takeout and overhears our discussion. This house is a rental. I can give you the name and number of the property management company. Since you'll be living out of town, it will be good to have someone to represent you in your absence. Jesus, Phil, you're making me feel old, talking like that. It sounds so grown up. It's so weird to be making these types of long-term plans. I'm leaving home. Both of my homes. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm getting out of here. After dinner, Phil and I make our way outside for our customary smoke. Have you ever considered majoring in photography? He asks, extending his Zippo and lighting my Camel. I've never really thought about it, I admit. I don't want to cross any lines or tell you what to do, but at the risk of sounding too stepfather-ish. Can I give you a piece of advice? His voice is soft but wise and somewhat serious. Shoot. He turns to face me. Choose something that makes you happy, something you'll enjoy. You have a gift, a real talent. I don't know what to say, I tell him. Every time I try to pick a major, I try to think of the career it would lead to. What the hell would I do with a photography degree? Anything you want. You could work for a newspaper or a magazine. You could get a job taking pictures in the photography studio at the mall or at Walmart. Hell, you could start your own studio. You could take it in so many different directions. I try to object. My mom wants you to be happy more than anything, Bella, he finishes. You might be surprised. Why do you think she teaches? It's what she always wanted. It isn't glamorous. At times, it's the pits. Both of us do it because we want to make some kind of difference, even if it's only for 1 or 2 kids a year. I get the added bonus of coaching the game I love and being a part of my players' lives for a while. It's the same for your dad. He loves being a cop. A year ago, I would have bristled or been angry at Phil for daring to mention my father. But I can hear the respect in his voice when he talks about Charlie, and it makes me like him even more. Riley and I broke up. He puffs his cigar quietly for a moment. I'm sorry. And it's a big if Flagler or Jacksonville you give me a shot, does the offer still stand on the house? Of course. He smiles. Should I make a call? No. I want to do it on my own or not at all. Having a super rich stepdad is cool and all, but I want to try to make my own way. You have my word. Thanks. Did you tell Renee? Yeah. Why do you think she was smiling like a lunatic during dinner? She missed you. She's happy to see you. He insists. She would have helped you get to Philadelphia if you had chosen to go. I know. Do you want to tell me what happened? Should I get my bat? His tone is light and playful. But I think he probably would take a bat to someone for me. No. Nothing like that. I know this sounds dumb, but I just knew he wasn't the one. Not that I believe in any of that soulmate crap anyway. I was considering Philadelphia for all the wrong reasons. Makes sense. He agrees. I like Riley. He's a nice guy, and I know you care about him, but I think you're right. Moving to Philadelphia would have been a bad decision. Edward and I are trying to be friends, I blurt. Oh yeah. He glances at me. He and Emmett helped me move some stuff out of the old house. He nods, satisfied. They're good boys, two of my favorites. Actually. Good. Don't be surprised if they're around occasionally. I wouldn't find that surprising at all, he says, stubbing his cigar. We join Renee inside, NDI. Sit next to her on the sofa as Phil settles into his recliner. If I'm really going to seriously entertain moving to Florida, there are a few things I need to do. Since I'm definitely not going to Drexler, we can skip the trip to Philly over spring break, right? Of course, Renee answers. Cool. I'm probably going to ask Dad if he wants to go to Florida with me to see Flagler and Jacksonville U. Renee glances at Phil before turning to me. I think that would be great. She nods slowly. Phil and I will probably go to Houston to move your grandfather and his things back here to Port Angeles. What? He has Alzheimer's, Bella. I wait for the punch line, thinking this must be some kind of sick joke until I remember his words as we danced. And in case I forget to tell you later, I'm so proud of you. I had no idea what he was trying to tell me at the wedding. I thought he meant before he left town. Are you sure? I ask even though I already know the answer. Why didn't you tell me? I'm trying not freak out. Simultaneously recalling the way his memory faltered as he told stories the weekend before the wedding. How long have you known about this? He was diagnosed a few months ago, but he wanted to tell me in person. So he remained quiet until he arrived for the wedding, she says sadly. He's going to move in with us at the new house. We'll make sure he has the best care possible, Bella, Phil assures me. Jesus. Wow. This is so fucked up. I lean over and lay my head against Renee's shoulder. I'm sorry, Mom. So am I, baby. She pats my hand. So am I. Phil chooses the last of the Mohicans because he's heard Renee and I talk about Daniel Day-Lewis and this particular movie on several occasions. It works for a while. Hawkeye is funny, wicked smart, and bad to the fucking bone in a fight, any kind of fight. By the end of the movie, I'm snotty and sniffling, and so is my mother. She seems happy when I ask if I can crash in one of the spare rooms. I guess now that they're married, the squick factor of staying the night is eliminated. We'll call it practice for the second week of January when we officially move into the new house. The next morning, they both come with me to my house so Renee can decide what to keep. Phil says to leave anything we don't want. He insists on hiring a cleaning crew. She agrees that the clothes should go to Goodwill instead of the trash. Phil helps load them into my truck and rides with me to drop them off. Then the three of us straighten up a bit and agree to meet back at Phil's house. I offer to drop by Pam's and pick up dinner on my way. Renee calls in the order. And I stay behind after they leave, waiting a little longer since the food isn't ready. When I arrive at Pam's, I'm greeted with the sight of Emmett holding Royce against the back of his Jeep with his forearm across Royce's throat. Rosalie is standing behind them crying. I almost run her over when I notice Edward and Elliot blocking Ben Chaney to keep him away from Emmett. There are others guys too. Most of them wearing baseball jackets. Jesus. What the hell is going on? I park as quickly as possible and exit the truck to try to get to Emmett. Edward stops me by blocking me with his body. Stay out of it, Bella. He says quietly. Oh, that's rich. Look at this, Royce, if it isn't our good friend Bella Swan, Ben says loudly. Royce can't answer because M's arm is still in his throat. Emmett, I say over Edward's shoulder. Let him go. Whatever it is isn't worth going to jail, dude. You know Royce is the kind of pussy who would call the cops. There is a parking lot full of witnesses. He relaxes a little, but still looks murderous. Come on, M. He backs away slowly, and Royce pushes away from the Jeep and spits on the ground as he eyes Emmett. He walks in our direction and stops a few feet away. Thanks, babe, he says with a wink. It's nice to see her mouth in action again, Ben adds. This time it's me blocking Edward to keep him away from Ben. Don't. I beg him. Please don't. I've got a death grip on his jacket. Trying to hold on to him and keep him here with me instead of losing him again to some asshole. You're 18 now, Edward. He really isn't worth it. That's it, Cullen. Hand your nads over to that heartless bitch again, Royce says. Don't listen to them. Seriously, it doesn't matter. I don't care what they say. I really don't, I tell him, willing him to just let this go, once and for all. Can't blame you, Cullen. It's hard to let go of a girl who gets down on her knees. I know I can't stop him anymore. I've never seen him this angry, but I'm done watching him hurt over this. I turn on my heel and look Ben dead in the eye. The statute of limitation on attempted rape is 3 years in the state of Washington. I say it loudly so every single person in this parking lot can know what kind of scum Ben Chaney really is. The weight of what I've just done is clear when every person freezes staring at me or at him, shaking their heads silently in disbelief. The worst part is that I thought you were nice. I thought you were different, I tell him. He looks away first as Edward steps up behind me. He doesn't touch me, but he's so close I can feel him like a silent rock. The same rock I've been beating my wave against since the moment he came into my life, whether he was standing beside me or not. Cat, got your tongue? I ask quietly. For the first time, Ben has nothing to say. Edward's teammates are starting to move around us, forming a wall of bodies in the parking lot. Whatever. Bitch, Ben mumbles. Then he and Royce slowly back away from the crowd, away from us. His silence speaks volumes. He didn't deny it. In front of all these people, he walked away like the big, fat coward he is. Oh my God. The shock is wearing off and so is my bravado. I saint. Pee forward until I get to the walkway and sit down as I light a camel. My hands are shaking, but I feel oddly relieved. The parking lot empties soon after Royce and Ben leave. Rosalie is standing a few feet away, wiping her face and talking quietly to Emmett. Edward says something to Elliot before leaving his friends to walk over and sit next to me. Are you okay? He asks. I'm fine. Surprised, but fine. Can I ask you something? I can tell from his tone that this has been bothering him for a while. And I already know what he wants to ask because I put it out there and said it out loud. There was no proof, Edward. No evidence. None. A bruise on my wrist might have earned a third-degree assault charge. Might have. We were both minors at the time, and he didn't leave any bruises anywhere that counts. I shudder, thinking of all the places he could have touched me. Chances are he would have got a slap on the wrist, maybe probation. Think of what it would do to Charlie to have his hands tied like that. I pause, letting the idea sink in. It would have killed him. You're right, he agrees, looking away. Feeling helpless is the worst. Don't say that. You've broken his nose twice. What more could you do? I smile a little and let it creep into my voice so he can hear it. Whether I want to admit it or not, knowing he fought for me after I deserted him is hot. He turns to face me. I could have ked my girlfriend what was really wrong instead of being afraid of her answer. Don't. I stand. Don't try to find a way to blame yourself for this, Edward. I could say it's my fault for answering the door in the first place. I hold up a hand when he tries to object. I'm not, because it was Ben's fault. He is the only one to blame. It's a different take on what Edward said to me the night we had dinner, but it works both ways. You're right. He stands when some of his teammates start to get into their vehicles. I'll be right back. He walks over to Emmett, Rosalie, and Elliot. He and Emmett begin a conversation. And Rosalie leaves them standing near the Jeep to join me. Thank you for stopping him. I can tell it's hard for her to say it by the set of her jaw and her crossed arms. He deserves better than jail. It's close enough to his birthday to get him in some serious trouble if he loses his head, I reply. What happened anyway? Royce and Ben showed up as we were leaving, and Royce said something nasty about leftovers. Emmett is usually pretty good about putting things behind him, but Royce just won't let it die. Well, good luck with that, I tell her. I'm not trying to be a bitch, not really. But I still leave her standing there alone and make my way inside to pick up dinner. When I get back to the parking lot, Edward and Elliot are the only ones left from Pa. Edward walks across the lot quickly. taking the oversized pizza box and bag of salads from me. I'll get these, you get the door. I open the door and let him place the food on the seat. That's a lot of food, he says. Mom and Phil are back. We worked at the house today, so I offered to pick up dinner. I slam the truck door. What are you guys doing tonight? Elliot and Edward are the only ones left, which makes me think they might have plans. Dinner with the guys. And well, you saw how that worked out. Some of them are going to the cages, but I'm gonna go home and wait for your girl to call when she's off work, Elliot says, walking away with a grin and a wave. See ya. Edward gives him the guy nod before turning to me. I guess I'm going to go home. I don't really want to go to the cages tonight. I'll have my fill of baseball soon enough. Do you play pool? I'm decent. Phil has a pool table. Is that an invitation? He cocks his head to the side after asking and subtly licks his bottom lip, and my mind goes straight to the gutter. Picturing all sorts of naked debauchery on my stepdad's pool table. I am the queen of bad fucking decisions, I swear. Bella. He asks, leaning forward a little. What? Pool? Were you inviting me to play pool? Poor bastard. I've confused him. I nod. I've confused myself too. Best not to talk at times like these. He follows me to Phil's house, and I ask myself again and again why I thought this would be a good idea. For the first time ever, I open the door without knocking and walk right into Phil's house. Edward follows me silently through the foyer and dining room toward the sound of laughter in the kitchen. It stops when Renee and Phil catch sight of the two of us standing in the doorway. I take the food from Edward and place it on the table as Phil greets him. Renee is actually nice to him and invites him to share the pizza. He declines politely, and the conversation carries on. Being with Phil has done a number on my mom. I dated Edward for a little over 6 months, and he and my mom would exchange general pleasantries and that would be it. I've never seen her interact with him this way before. It's a relief. She was a total bitch to Riley every time he came around. After dinner, I ask Phil for permission to shoot some pool. I call winner, he says with a wink. God, he is such a guy. He wants to watch me murder Edward on the felt. I rack for a quick game of 8-ball. He's busy admiring the Miyuchi pool cues. Are you going to break? I ask him. Sure. He has nice form and the most evil fucking hands I've ever seen. Strong and steady with veins and man fuzz. Your turn, Bella. He grins. My brain is goo. What did you sink? I don't know if I'm shooting stripes or solids. 14 on the break. 10 on my second, and I missed the third. Earth to Bella. You're solids. Phil gives me a strange look. And I hope like hell he doesn't know what I was just thinking about. He would never let me near this pool table again. God. What the fuck is wrong with me? 4 in the side. It's an easy shot. One almost anyone could make. The next one is a little tougher because of the banking, but I've done it before. 1 in the corner. I hear a huff behind me, and I'm not sure if came from Edward or Phil. I sink it. 6 in the side. Phil chuckles and I'm trying not to think about the possibility that Edward is checking out my ass as I line up. Then I get mad because if he isn't checking out my ass, he should be. I hit the cue ball with too much force and miss the shot by several inches. 15 in the corner. He makes it and chooses to walk around the side of the table next to me to get to his next shot. When he passes me, our arms are inches from each other, and he looks at me so shyly I almost want to cry. This is hard in so many ways I never expected. I worry. We wouldn't know what to say to each other, but we do. I worried I would feel resentful, but I don't. I worried that being around him would make me sad, and instead, it's made me happy. And it scares the ever-loving shit out of me. 12 in the corner. He misses, and when he straightens, I look away. Focusing on the table is a welcome distraction. I sink 3. He follows with 3 of his own. I'm up 2. But an empty table is easier to play, so I sink them quickly. 8 in the side. I lean over and aim. Try not to act like a baby this time. Brutal, he says, rubbing his chest above his heart. As the 8-ball drops into the pocket. Lucky 13, I hold up the orange striped ball between us. I don't kiss it because that would be rude. I'm still feeling the jet lag, so I'm going to skip my game and hit the sack, Phil says, yawning the last few words. Are you staying here tonight, Bella? Yeah, if that's okay. Lock up when Edward leaves. And then he walks out and leaves the two of us together alone with his pool table. And balls. And sticks. Phil obviously doesn't know us very well. But I do. Let's go outside for a smoke, I suggest. It's hard to tell if his shoulders really slump a little when he realizes I don't want to be alone with him. I might be seeing what I want to see. Either way, he follows me down the stairs and out to the porch. I pull a joint from my Camel box and offer it to him. He passes. I don't. I think I want to go to Florida. He's quiet and still beside me, but I feel like I should be honest about this from the very beginning. If I get accepted to Flagler or Jew, I'm going. I wave my hand between us. I don't know what that will do to this friendship thing, but I want you to know up front so it won't seem like I pulled another cut and run. I'll be leaving too, you know. Things are going to change anyway since we have school next week. This is a good opportunity to tone things down a little bit. Maybe gain some space and perspective. I want a rematch soon. Sure, I'll be around next Sunday. I tell him. I meant Mortal Kombat. He wants to come to Forks to game with me. It would mean alone time. It would mean trusting myself to behave and only play video games on my couch. No jumping of bones allowed. Sex complicates the fuck out of friendship. I have to work after school on Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday next week. Any other day is fine. Or you can call me. Shut up. Oh God. Just shut up. I'll call you. He waits until I'm inside, with the door locked, to leave. It makes me feel safe and cared for. It also makes me sad that I used to mock him for doing things like that. Even though I secretly loved it. I leave PA early Sunday morning and spend my afternoon getting stoned with Alice, watching Pretty in Pink for the 9,000th time. I'm joining the prom committee. She says as Iona and Andy dance. My giggles are cut short when she looks at me. The fuck? We don't do proms or dances. What if she's right? Dude. Al, you're fucking stoned. As your best friend, I cannot allow you to join the prom committee. I'm serious. I spent some time talking to the DJ at your mom's wedding. How long have you been planning this? I ask. The girl has clearly lost her mind. I know it's lame. In theory. But if I'm on the committee, I'll make it awesome. I can't explain why this is important to me. It just is. I want us to go. It will be like that on a perfect fairy tale night where we can all be together and be young and pretty and dressed up and stoned. Alice, we just did that at my mom's wedding. And it was fun, but this time we'll get corsages. And take cheesy pictures like everyone else does. Have you told Jasper about this? He's down with it as long as he can wear a bolo with his tux. You two are so fucking weird, I mutter. And disgusting. Fine. If you can convince Carmen and Leah, I'm in. Good luck with that. It's going to be awesome. The phone in my room is ringing when I walk through the door around 10. The answering machine picks up before I even get to the stairs. Since I'm already downstairs, I carry my suitcase to the laundry room and empty its contents into the washer. The message count on the machine is 0 and I'm glad. If there had been a message from Alice saying she'd talked the girls into it, I'd probably throw myself out of the window. I throw myself onto the bed instead. Before I even get comfortable, the phone starts ringing again. If it is Alice, she's going to keep calling every 15 minutes until I answer. I grab the phone and hit the receive button. I swear to God if this is about prom, I am going to kick your ass in the morning. You're going to prom? Edward asks. No. Well, maybe. And if I do, it's going to be entirely against my will. Your date sounds like an asshole. More like 3 of them. Alice has this crazy idea that we should go to prom. What we should actually do is stop watching so many fucking Molly Ringwald movies. She is going to join the planning committee. Hell, she'll probably make herself chairperson or whatever the fuck figurehead prom kids have. I'm trying hard not to be pissed at him for laughing at me, but I can't stop my mouth. I told her I would go if she could convince the others. Stop laughing. You don't want to go at all. Not even a little bit. I've never really thought about it until Alice mentioned it tonight. I don't know. The whole thing seems so cliché. Especially when you're the girl who can't keep a guy around long enough to take her to prom. Jake and I broke up a few weeks before his junior prom. The same thing happened last year with Tyler. And here I am, flying solo again. I haven't really thought about it either, but I guess it is last call, huh? Did Alice call you and ask you to harass me on her behalf? No. I'm sorry. I'll stop with the prom stuff. I called to see if tomorrow is good for you. I don't know if being alone with him will ever be good for me, but it's too late to turn back now. It works for me. He shows up on Monday about an hour after I get home from school. And we play as the afternoon turns to evening. We stopped keeping count about an hour in, but I'm still winning more than I'm losing. When he does win, he doesn't rub it in. His victory grin is killer. So in a way, I still kind of win. Charlie didn't do any grocery shopping, and I'm not ready to entertain the thought of riding somewhere with Edward in the Volvo. We order pizza. I walk him to the door around 8. Are you busy Wednesday? He asks, lingering on the porch. No, but Charlie is working day shift this week, so he'll be home. I know last time was weird. And it's fine if you don't want to be around him. It's cool. Same time. Sure. Tuesday night is hard. Every minute at work feels like an hour. When I get home, I bury myself in homework and try not to stare at the phone. On Wednesday, I shop after school. I'm craving a healthy dinner. Christmas break included way too much takeout and pizza delivery. The chief will eat chicken, broccoli, and Rick. Casserole as long as I put cheese on top of it. Trying to get him to eat vegetables is an uphill battle. Edward comments on how good it smells as I kick his ass repeatedly with my Sega controller. Yeah, Dad will complain about it. But then he'll eat seconds. Watch. Charlie doesn't let me down. When he walks in the door after work, the first thing he says is, "I smell broccoli." He also goes for seconds. You still fishing, Chief? Edward asks during dinner. Yeah, I'm leaving early Saturday morning for a day trip. I'll probably go to PA, if that's okay. I need to talk to Phil about a timeline and get the number for the property management firm. Can you take a vacation the week of spring break? I hate doing this with Edward here, but part of me feels like I'm running out of time. I want Charlie to spend that week with me somewhere that doesn't make either one of us sad. It might also satisfy the cop in him. He leans back in his seat, studying me. What do you have in mind? A Florida vacation. Yeah, he nods. I think I can swing it. Cool. Are you done with that Sega crap? Can I watch my TV now? Well, I could move the Sega upstairs to my room. We could play up there. Checkmate. Dad. Edward drops his fork, and Charlie chokes on his tea. When he catches his breath, he says, "No, it's fine. I'll watch TV in my room." I'm kidding. Sorta. I have homework I need to work on. You can have the television. Edward helps me clear the table, but he doesn't follow me outside for an after-dinner smoke. I think he may have quit. To each their own. I'll quit if I move to Phil's house. The cigarettes, anyway. I hope. Everything will change if I move to Florida. Everything. He walks outside with his coat already on. I guess he got the message about the homework. I've got some stuff I need to do tonight too, so I'm going to go. I'll be in Port Angeles this weekend if you want to hang out. Maybe Sunday, he says. See you later. Okay. That was weird. I chalk it up to him needing space the same way I do. This is like walking a tightrope. Exhilarating, exhausting, and terrifying all at the same time, and a high so high it makes the ground look miles away. Thursday morning, Alice greets me in the parking lot with news. Peter is having a party this weekend while some of the college kids are still in town. Brent and Leah are going. Carmen is inviting Elliot, and of course, Alice and Jasper will be there. It sounds like everyone is going. When Peter throws a party, people go. Renee and Phil won't care if I show up on Sunday. Something about this last call thing is hitting me in all sorts of unexpected ways. The days of blowing it out with this crowd are numbered and dwindling. I call Jake when I get home from school. Get a babysitter for Saturday night. Peter is having a big party, and you need a break. Tell Rachel that I invited you, and she'll babysit for you. It's mean, but it will work. She agrees to babysit, and he shows up a little after 9 on the Rebel. He likes to leave the rabbit with Rachel when she has the baby. He's lucky it isn't raining. We take my truck to the party. Even though he technically has the night away from Hannah, he still doesn't want to drink, so he gives me the solo cup that Peter shoves in his hand the moment we walk through the door. It's red, fruity punch with orange and apple slices floating around in it. Whoever mixed it is a dumbass. I can't even taste any alcohol. Peter has weird statues all over his house. There are Jesus, Mary, and Buddha figurines everywhere. It's a little creepy. He gives me and Jake a quick tour while the others congregate in the backyard. When we join them, Peter pulls a pipe and baggie from his jacket pocket. It's hash, he says, leaning in close enough to whisper. It's some good shit. True to form, I'll try anything once. Fire it up. Jasper grins. You're gonna love it. An hour later, we're back inside and I know I don't. I don't love it at all. Or it could be this second glass of the punch and maybe a little bit of the Jesus and Mary statues freaking me out. If there is a hell, I am most certainly going there. It's actually starting to feel like hell in here. I shed my hoodie in an effort to cool off. Jake, I'm not feeling so good. I tug on his sleeve, trying to pull him away from Jasper. I need to go home. What's wrong? Alice asks as she turns my body to face her. I feel really messed up. Hot and freaked out. Fucked up. How many of these have you had? She takes the red solo away from me. This is my second. Your second. Jake stares at me as I nod and teeter a little. Holy shit, Bella. That's PGA punch. They follow me as I walk out onto the porch. I ate some of the apple and orange slices to put something in my stomach. It's hot out here, too. Too hot. And something is definitely not right. Can I sit down for a minute? If I don't sit down soon, I'm going to fall down. Dude, the fruit soaked overnight in 190 proof. She can't weigh more than 110 pounds. She's about to be fucked up, Peter says. Plus she smoked that hash. I weigh 115 pounds, thank you very much. It's all in my butt. Mick says every bit of it is in my ass. I laugh. I don't think those 5 pounds are going to help you much, Bella. Jake looks at me sympathetically. Come on, let's get you home. He pulls me to my feet, and I hate him a little for it. The yard is spinning, and the stars all appear to be shooting randomly, but I'm pretty sure they're not when I notice 2 of my trucks sitting in a double driveway that was a single when we got here. Fuck. I am fucked up. And it's still so fucking hot. Sometime during the 5-minute drive from Peter's house to mine, I lose my shirt and roll down the passenger side window letting cold air fill the cab. The next time my eyes open, we're sitting in my driveway, and Jake is talking to me. Have to get dressed. Charlie is home. There's a big, red Jeep parked out front, lights on. I'm trying to listen, but the spit is starting to pool under my tongue. And I know I'm going to hurl any second. It starts right after I get the truck door open, and I keep it off of me and the truck. For the most part, I fall out right after. And Jake helps me up immediately and shoves my shirt over my head as Charlie shouts, Jake, everything okay out there? I shake my head sadly and give Jake the most ashamed look I can muster. I'm sorry, I whisper, wincing when I smell my own breath. I've been there. It's okay, he assures me, holding onto my arm to keep me upright. Bella got into the PGA punch, Charlie. She's a little drunk. Charlie walks around my truck and looks at the mess I've left. I smoked some hash too, I confess, before throwing up a second time all over the bushes lining the drive. Lovely, he mutters behind me. Sorry, I manage as I heave. Where were you while she was getting trashed? I nearly choke when I hear Edward question Jake behind me. What the fuck is he even doing here? I was talking to Peter and Jasper. I had no idea she was going to chow down on spiked fruit or chug PGA like that. I don't think she knew it was that strong. You could barely taste the alcohol. The hash probably didn't help. Besides, dude, I'm her friend, not her nanny. When I realized she was in trouble, I brought her home. I look up at Jake as he finishes his speech. He crosses his arms, making me so dizzy I topple over into a shrub. Damn, I moan. Jake, Charlie says. Clean up the mess in my driveway. Edward, get Bella out of my bushes and carry her upstairs. I want to tell them all to fuck off so I can sleep right here, but before I can protest. Edward leans over and hauls me into his arms, pulling me against his chest. It takes me a couple of minutes of clinging to his neck and keeping my eyes closed to tramp down the erg. Eat a barf on him as we move into the house. You smell like fish, I complain. You smell like puke. I twist my face away from him because blowing vom breath on Edward Cullen is my biggest nightmare. Put me down. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Bella, stop squirming or we're both going to fall down the stairs. Why did it have to be you? I ask weakly. He glances down at me. Why do you say that like it's a bad thing? I hate that his smile is sad and his voice is sad and that I'm drunk because I think we're doing that thing again and talking about two totally different things. If I was sober, I could probably understand it all a little better. I'm sorry, I tell him as he lowers me to the ground in front of the toilet in the bathroom. You never could handle your liquor. He smiles, and it's the sweetest smile. It's the one he used to give me when something he loved about me drove him nuts, and it makes me want to brush my teeth and kiss the shit out of him. I puke again instead. As I'm hovering over the John, Charlie comes in and asks Edward to give us some privacy. I'll help Jake clean up, Edward says. Wait, I say, choking a little on the burn in my throat. It wasn't his fault, so don't pick any fights with him, Edward. Whatever you say, Otis. He grins and disappears. I fall back on my ass, scooting until my back is against the wall. Charlie flushes the toilet before sliding down the wall until he is seated next to me. Dad. Yeah, who the hell is Otis? The drunk guy from the Andy Griffith show. He chuckles as he dials a number on the cordless phone. He holds it to his ear for a moment before speaking. Jeanette. It's Charlie. I'm a little worried about Bella. She smoked hash and drank way too much PGA. He's quiet for a few moments. Well, I hate to make you get out on your night off. My eyes are closed, and my head is still spinning, but I can hear her voice through the receiver as she scolds him. We'll see you in a few. I scramble to my knees, gripping the tops of my thighs as I heave again. Charlie pulls my hair back into a ponytail and holds it in his hand as I get sick over and over. I am so sorry, Dad, I tell him quietly when I'm done. Charlie is the only person who ever loved me enough to keep me. And it was shitty of me to say the things I said to him. I shouldn't have said what I said that morning in the kitchen. I know things have been different since then, and I hate it. The waterworks have started and the taste of bile and mucus makes me sick again. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I fall back against the wall when I'm done, full on weeping at this point, and poor Charlie pulls me against his side tightly, shushing me and telling me that he loves me. He promises that he wasn't mad, just scared of losing me. I cry even harder because, while I've always known, Charlie has never told me that he loves me. Not in those exact words. It's hard letting you live your own life, make your own mistakes. From the day you were born, the first moment I saw you, it's been my job to protect you. But sometimes you're your own worst enemy, kid. Finding the balance between cutting a little slack and giving enough rope to make a noose hasn't been easy. You've got a whole lot of book smart and not nearly enough common sense. You get that from your mother. And you're stubborn. You get that from me. Hell of a mix, I tell him. Just be a kid for a while, Bella. Stop trying to grow up so damn fast. Jeanette appears in the doorway wearing plaid flannel pajama bottoms and a black fuzzy sweater. Her cheeks are pink from the cold, and I never noticed until this minute how much she and Alice look alike. Despite her long hours at the hospital, she's aged well and could easily pass for Alice's older sister instead of her mother. Or maybe I'm just drunk and impressed with her attire. Her fingers feel like ice cubes as she checks my pulse. I'm starting to feel a little better, and I try to tell her that listening to my heart and breathing with her stethoscope isn't necessary. She and Charlie are in first responder mode and protective parent mode, so she gives me a thorough exam. I need to get out of these clothes, I beg. Every time I breathe, I think I'm going to be sick again. I want a shower. I'll help her, Charlie, Jeanette offers. A hot shower will help raise her body temperature. Get a bag for the clothes and put it outside the door. Her boots need to be cleaned too. He leaves the bathroom quickly. Sit here until I get some clean clothes for you, okay? Too tired to answer. I nod and close my eyes. I want the shower. I want to smell soapy and warm. Jean. Ed has donned a pair of hospital gloves by the time she rejoins me in the bathroom and places pajamas on the countertop. She helps me with my pukey boots and jeans and laughs as I promise to share my future publisher's clearinghouse winnings with her someday. After scrubbing my teeth with the toothbrush, I take the longest, hottest, steamiest shower of my life as Alice's mom sits on the toilet. On the other side of the curtain is a safety precaution. There can't be any alcohol left in my stomach, so the disorientation must be from the hash. Jeanette helps me as much as possible while trying to maintain my dignity as well. Honestly, I'm so tired and feel so shitty, I'll do anything to get to my bed. She tucks me in and presses the back of her hand against my forehead one last time. Get some sleep, Bella. You're going to feel like crap when you wake up. Awesome. Waking up the next morning is painful. Every inch of body hurts. There are scratches all over my hands and forearms. A nice, shiny bruise colors my lower left cheek, and my wrist hurts too for some reason. Jesus. I'm never smoking that shit again. Or drinking. I freeze on the bottom step. Edward is asleep on my couch. Take a single breath as I tiptoe across the room, trying not to wake him but unable to stay away. I stop a foot away from him and stare. It's been so long since I've seen him like this. Sleeping. All those nights. I think of all the nights I cried myself to sleep, missing falling asleep with him. I never once mourned the loss of seeing him like this in the mornings. I'm an idiot. As wrong as it is to ogle him as he sleeps, I do it anyway. His hair is darker than it was when we were younger, and his eyelashes are still long and way too pretty for a boy. He's wearing a Beastie Boys t-shirt and a pair of boxers. Edward is sleeping on my couch, the very couch we fucked on, in his underwear. Spooning my father's quilt and not smelling like fish. He smells like he just stepped out of the shower. His wallet and keys are sitting on the table in front him. A familiar pattern of blue hearts and brown thread is visible beneath his keys. For a moment I wonder if he had another bracelet made why on earth he would do such a thing. I found it in your glove box. His voice is scratchy and deep. It reminds me of sex. So does this room and this couch, his smell, that bracelet. Breathing. As looking for some napkins to wipe down the door. Oh my God. Edward cleaned up my puke. I am so embarrassed. God. I'm sorry about all that. I'm still looking at his keys and my bracelet. I haven't thought about that bracelet since the last time I slammed that glove box closed in the parking lot of PA High almost 2 years ago. I tried so thoroughly to erase him, and that stupid bracelet has been with me the entire time. How are you feeling? He asks as he sits up. It's the question of the century. Twisted up, tangled, confused, hung over. Like shit. He stands and rummages through his bag for moments before stepping into a pair of jeans right in front of me. I turn my back and quickly walk toward the kitchen. Oh, come on, Bella, he calls out from behind me. It isn't like you haven't seen it before. How can he be playful at a time like this? I want to cry or rip his clothes off and fuck him, and he's laughing. And getting dressed in front of me was evil. I'm going to picture those hands coming to rest on his hips a million times or more. He walks into the kitchen as I pop open a can of Coke and down a packet of BC. I need relief. Let's get breakfast at the diner, he suggests. Ed a little distracted as he lifts his shirt a little to scratch his side. Damn. The boy has some serious abs now. Bella. He tilts his head. Are you still feeling sick? No. Not sick. Definitely not sick. No. I'm not sick. I'm hungry. But I really don't want to eat, you know. You need a fried egg and some bacon. Greasy food helps, I promise. Fine. I'll go, but I'm going to eat toast. Maybe. Can I ask a question? Of course. What are you doing here? I asked your dad if I could tag along on his fishing trip. I haven't been in years, and it's something I should have made time for a long time ago. Oh, I'm at a loss and feel a need to run as far and as fast as I can to get away from whatever this shift is. It scares me. It scares the living shit out of me because it is different than before. I've never felt so trapped in all of my life. I know what it is like to be without him. I can't go back to that. Fuck. Maybe Leah was right. Where is Emmett? I ask as we step outside. We traded rides for the weekend. Are you ready to go? I guess. I'm going to take my truck. I need to see Renee and Phil later. Charlie's cruiser is in the lot when we get to the diner. How mad was my dad last night? I ask as Edward holds the door open for me. He wasn't mad. He was worried. Dad isn't worried now. Right now, he is leaning across a table, smiling at Alice's mother like I haven't seen him smile at anyone in the longest time. Hacking up my guts, ruining my favorite boots, and getting my ass kicked by foliage were all worth it. By moving weekend, Edward and I have established a routine. We see each other a couple of times during the week and once over the weekend. It's like dancing, with our time, with our words. But never touching. Never ever touching. Renee told me to skip my trip to PA since my room isn't ready. I need your help, I tell Edward over my shoulder as he follows me into the dining room at Charlie's house. There's a contest, and Jasper says I should enter it. He calls it future resume material. He walks over to the table and leans over to look at the 9 pictures spaced out evenly in groups of 3 across the surface. I can only enter 3 categories, so I'm going with landscape, portrait, and documentary. Do me a favor. Pick your favorite out of each group. Bella. I don't know anything about photography. He shakes his head. I'm not going to be much help. Just tell me which ones are your favorites. Is this one of those girl tricks? I pick 3 pictures and your feelings get hurt for the other 6. Please stop joking around and just tell me which ones you think are best. Please. The submission packet has to be postmarked by Monday. I know my favorites. Jasper picked the same ones, but now that it's go time I'm freaking out and having second thoughts. One more opinion can't hurt. He chooses the same 3 I already planned to send. It's the little boost I need to package them with the entry paperwork. Sealing the oversized envelope makes me freak out all over again. This is dumb. What? This whole contest thing. It's a dumb idea. Last year they had over 2,000 entries. So the chance of winning is slim. I leave the package on the table, but Edward blocks my path when I try to escape to the kitchen. Part of winning is learning how to lose, he says as he steps closer. Coach says that all the time. He says what matters is the experience, because even when you lose, you learn something from it. I can't believe he preaches fortune cookie shit in the locker room. I'm serious, Bella. The pictures are perfect. Win or lose, they will still be perfect. And you'll be able to chalk up the experience. I think I'm going to need thicker skin if I'm really going to pursue photography. He crosses his arms as he tilts his head and grins. What you need. A loud pounding on my front door interrupts him. Hold that thought, I tell him as I walk away. Leah is standing with her arms crossed, hugging herself, sniffling, and crying on my porch. It's a look I recognize well. Shit. I wrap an arm around her, guiding her into the house and over to the couch. I'm sorry, she says quietly. I know you have company. I just. She buries her face in her hands. I think I'll see what Jasper is up to. Edward says, grabbing his jacket and backpack from the dining room. Let me walk him out, I tell Leah. I'll be right back. She doesn't answer, but it's because she's still snotting hysterically. I'll send Alice over, he says after I close the door behind us. You're really going to hang out with Jasper? I honestly thought it was just an excuse to get away from girl tears. Why not? I'm not going to be working on Trig now, he says, purposefully hefting the backpack over his shoulder. I'm sorry. I promised to help him with homework. It's okay. I could come back tomorrow. Why don't I come to PA instead? If I'd known offering to come to the port would make him smile the way he is right now, I would have offered sooner. And often. My house. Double shit. I was originally thinking we could shoot pool for a while after tutoring. I can't believe I forgot this is moving weekend. Now, I've backed myself into a corner. The movers will be busy between the 3 houses in Port Angeles. Edward's house is the only logical choice. I don't think. My mom asks about you all the time. He's always been a sneaky boy. I see he's grown into a sneaky man. I've been putting off my talk with Esme. I had quit without any notice. Correction. I had her son quit for me after I dumped him. How the hell am I supposed to apologize for that? I know she doesn't expect it from me. She was nice to me at the hospital and the few times we were able to get a word in at the wedding, but I need to apologize for running out on her too. Let me see how this goes. I'll call you. These are the moments I hate how well I know him. Any other girl probably wouldn't notice the way his lips purse for just a moment before he forces a grin. Disappointing him has never been easy for me. But I need time to think about this. Go inside before you freeze, he tells me. We can reschedule for next week. It's not a big deal. Take care of Leah. Try not to OD on Molly Ringwald. Star Wars, I reply, crossing my arms to try to keep warm. Flannel is nice, but it's no match for this cold. We watch Star Wars when boys break our hearts. I've probably watched it 60 times over the last couple of years. This smile is small but real and makes me want to kiss it off his face. Of course you do. He leans in for the briefest moment, staring at my lips, and I have just enough time to ask myself if I should let it happen, but not enough time to reach an answer, before he comes to his senses and backs away. I'm glad one of us has a brain. We're constantly dealing with all of this residual stuff. There are moments I feel time warped, freaked out, and wrapped up in old emotions. They're rare, but they happen. Then there are brand new moments when things are comfortable and easy and talking to him about the dumbest parts of my day feels like Christmas. I'll call you, I repeat as I open the door. Okay. He nods, walking backwards until he reaches the top step. See ya. I'll admit to leaving the door cracked and watching him walk down the stairs. He has a really nice back. Leah's sniffles distract me as he makes it to the Volvo. Feeling guilty, I close the door and turn to face her. Looking at her bloodshot eyes and pink cheeks is a reminder of all the reasons I shouldn't even be thinking about kissing Edward. I sit down next to her, holding out my arm. She leans against me, and I let her cry. Edward hadn't been joking about tracking Alice down. She shows up 15 minutes later with a half-gallon of chocolate chip ice cream and magic shell. Carmen arrives 5 minutes later with H4 orders of chili cheese fries from the diner. It looks like Edward was pretty serious about me entering the contest too. I'm assuming that's why the entry package is missing from the dining room table when the girls and I sit down to kill our food. Leah has calmed down enough to pick at her fries as the rest of us chow down. When we're done, Carmen suggests the back porch. We smoke a fat one and listen as Leah makes every one of us hate Brent Mallory's ass. He's been breakup sexing his ex-girlfriend for the last month. Leah called in sick at the library today, drove to the port, waited for him to come out, and followed him to some girl's house. She called him out, and the other chick went ballistic on him. Oh, Leah, you followed him, I whisper, horrified that she did it and that she felt the need to. I know, she says, shaking her head. Things have been so weird. I knew something was wrong on Christmas. I showed up at his apartment with that cool Escher tie wrapped up in a funky little box. He liked it a lot. He told me to wait, and he went into his room for a few minutes. When he came out, he gave me a copy of his band's demo with a bow on it. She blows her nose. The fucker didn't even wrap it. Carmen laughs just long enough for the rest of us to give her dirty looks. Sorry. She shrugs. Gimme a break. I'm stoned and that was funny. In a god, this really sucks, but damn, he coulda wrapped it way. Speaking of wrapping it, please tell me you were still being careful with him, Alice begs. This brings on a new round of tears and sobs and leaves the rest of us silent. Fucking. A guy who fucks around with no condom is no joke. Did you miss any pills this month? I ask automatically. The last thing we need is a love child added to this train wreck. No. No way. That's good. It's one thing we can cross off the list. We distract her with weed and Harrison Ford for a while. Around 9, someone bangs on my front door. It's Brent, and I refuse to let him in, choosing to join him on the porch instead. Come on, Bella, he begs. You've got to let me talk to her. Over my dead, rotting corpse, I tell him with a smile. I'm not going away until I talk to her. He crosses his arms and leans against the porch rail. You will leave, or I'll call my father. You might live in PA now, but you're on my property, my dad's property. She doesn't want to talk to you. I was going to break it off, he insists. Now I'm ready to kick his ass. Shifting, I place my hand on my hip and narrow my eyes. With who? He stands, gaping at me, unable to answer. She's moving to Portland or Seattle, he finally manages. 18. 18. 18. Violence is not the answer. What is that? Your excuse. I glare at him. She meant what she said earlier, it's over. She hasn't changed her mind. She's not going to. As far as she's concerned. It's done. Bella. Please. No. I'm going to be honest with you, so you should listen. My first cheated on me too. It took me a year to forgive him, and we'd been tight since diapers. If she wanted to talk to him, I would let her. I wouldn't be happy about it, but I would do it. As it stands, all four of us would like to stab him repeatedly, and Leah seemed damn say. Rious when she said she never wanted to see him again. Inviting him into my house would be a very bad idea. I leave him standing outside in the cold and rejoin the girls inside. We decide to give it 10 minutes. If he isn't gone in 10, we'll call the station. He leaves in 5. The rest of the night is weed, ice cream, Reservoir Dogs, and repeated warnings from Leah to never trust a guy who has a Decepticon tattoo. The girls sleep over, and Sunday afternoon, I drive to the port when they leave to go home. I hadn't called Edward last night. I hadn't called him before leaving Forks today either. Because I'm a complete psycho. I drive by his house to see if he's home. The Volvo is parked out front, and my foot presses harder on the gas pedal. God. If he busts me doing a drive-by, I'll pack my shit and move to Florida tomorrow. I am a creepy stalker. After turning the corner, I park on the street in front of a random house to give myself a moment to figure out what to do. It's not stalking if you're invited. He most definitely invited me. It's so hard for me to imagine stepping foot in his house again. Then it hits me. He's been doing it for me for weeks, meeting on my terms, on my turf. This is my chance to make an effort. I shift into first and pull away from the curb. This time when I drive down his street, I park in front of his house, and before I lose my nerve, I power walk all the way to his front door. Now that I'm here, I'm impatient. I ring the doorbell 3 times, shifting my weight from foot to foot as I wait. Edward answers the door wearing flannel pajama bottoms and a gray V-neck t-shirt. He looks tired, but he grins. I thought you were going to call. Were you still in bed? Yeah, he says, scrubbing his hand across his jaw. I wasn't sleeping. I was being lazy. ND catching up on some reading for English. He opens the door wide and waves me inside. Give me a sec. I'll get dressed. It's hard for me to nod because I like him in pajamas. It's a good look. So good. I have to make myself look at my feet to keep from checking out his ass as he walks up the stairs to his room. I wonder if it's different now. It could be exactly the same. I'm not sure which option is worse. The downstairs is exactly the same. It even smells the same, like vanilla and coffee. There are magazines on the table in the living room, and the TV remote is sitting on the left armrest of Carlisle's recliner. It could be 1992, I swear. The kitchen is different. It's been painted a pale yellow, and there's a border just below the ceiling. Edward walks in as I sit on one of the stools at the bar. He opens the fridge and takes out a carton of milk. "Oh, you want some?" he asks, holding it up. "Nah, I'm good." He smiles, reaching in with his other hand and pulling out Hershey's chocolate syrup. "No fair," I complain. "You didn't say anything about chocolate." "I've changed my mind." "All right," he says, taking 2 glasses down from the cabinet. One muddy chocolate milk coming right up. He knows I like more chocolate than milk, and he makes it just right. His own glass of milk just looks like regular milk. I don't know why he even bothers with the tiny bit of chocolate he puts in it. "Are you going to tell me what's wrong?" he asks as he sits on the stool next to mine. "You looked upset when I walked in." "I'm fine." He shakes his head, looking away. "Really, Bella?" he asks quietly. "You didn't look fine." "It's hard to explain." "Try." "This is like handing my heart over, one spoonful at a time. I just got a little freaked out about sitting in your kitchen. It's been so long, I can't finish." "Hey." He leans forward, taking my right hand between both of his. "Would you believe me if I told you it gets easier? Is this hard for you sometimes?" "You have no idea," he answers. "But other times, it's as easy as breathing." "We're a mess," I tell him. "We'll figure it out." He squeezes lightly before letting go and leaning back in his seat. "Are you ready to tackle Trig?" I'm so thankful he knows me, knows when to back off. After a half hour of confunction identities, the sound of the garage door is a welcome distraction. Esme walks into the kitchen a few moments later carrying a brown paper sack full of groceries. "Can you get the rest, Edward?" She sets the bag on the counter as he walks away. "How are you, Bella?" "I'm good. School is busy, but I'm good." "How's business?" "Busy. Always busy. I had brunch with a potential client this morning, and now I have to make 3 dozen chocolate-dipped strawberries for one of Carlisle's coworkers. Tomorrow is his anniversary. I could help. It would give me a chance to talk to her." "You don't have to do that." "Well, Edward still has homework to finish, and I don't have anything else to do." "All right." Edward walks in carrying 2 overstuffed bags, one in each arm. When he goes back outside after sitting them on table, I turn to Esme. "I don't want to do it in front of Edward. I need to talk to you, privately if possible." She nods as he walks back into the room with 2 more sacks. This time, he closes the door behind him, so I assume he's done. "Thank you," she tells him. Before he can sit, she tells him, "Your clothes are folded and waiting for you in the laundry room." Now, he scowls. "I can't believe your mom still does your laundry. You're a grown man, Edward." "She doesn't do my laundry." He shakes his head in denial. "Whatever, man," I tease. He grumbles but follows her instructions, leaving us alone. "He'll probably rush through it to get back down here, so we only have a few minutes," she says once he's upstairs. "I just wanted to apologize for quitting the way I did. I didn't give you any kind of notice or letter of resignation or anything. I didn't even have the guts to tell you myself. I'm so sorry." "Thank you. It can't be that simple." "Only with her, it is." She and I dip the strawberries while Edward finishes his trig. Thankfully, she bought extra strawberries. She shakes her head every time I slip up and eat one. On my way back to Forks, I stop at the new house in time to have dinner with Renee and Phil. The movers have finished. Now, it's just a matter of unpacking. I promise to come back during the week if I can to help out. I call in sick for the first time ever on Monday so I can make the trip with Leah to Port Angeles after school. She looks absolutely petrified as we sit in the waiting room at the free clinic. The only thing I can really do is hold her hand, so that's what I do. I offer to go back with her when they call her name, but she says she's fine and that she'll see me in a few. As soon as the door swings closed behind her, I flee the room. There are two girls my age sitting in there, pregnant, alone, and looking just as scared as Leah was. If I'm being honest, I'm scared too. Brent is a really good looking guy. And he's the lead singer in a punk band. It's not like he has ever had to look very far for play. If he gave her something, I'll have to kill him. I stay outside, chain smoking, and worrying until she pushes through the exit door with a miserable look on her face. Oh no. What's wrong? I whisper. Nothing. She says. Not yet. Anyway, I'm clean for all the normal stuff. The doctor said herpes could take years to show up, and HIV results take 6 to 12 weeks. He said I need to follow up with HIV tests every 6 months for the next 5 years if this first one is negative. Her eyes water as her fists ball at her side, and I'm not sure who she's angrier with, Brent or herself. She's quiet in the truck on the way back to Forks. We both are. She's nursing her broken heart. And I'm wondering what it will do to her. Over the next few weeks, she surprises us. She throws herself into the final revisions of the yearbook and accepts Eric Yorkie's invitation to prom. What a hooker. She'll do anything for a new dress. We also find out our class ranks during the second week of February. Leah is the salutatorian and will have to give a speech at graduation. I am so freaking glad she aced phys ed the last 3 years, and I didn't. Third place is cool. Third place doesn't have to make a corny, bullshit speech in front of all of Forks. That's what graduation is like in a tiny town like this. Are you going to this thing at Emmett's house Saturday night? I ask Edward later over the phone. Elliot invited Carmen to M's birthday shindig and asked her to invite the rest of us. I have too. We're related, remember. God, this sucks. The last thing I want to do is hang out with Rosalie Hale. Just ignore her. I do. I guess I'll have to. I missed M's birthday last year, and it would be shitty of me to skip out. Even if his girlfriend is a heinous bitch. He's going to Peninsula so he can stay here with her. I shove away the yearbook proofs I've been working on during our conversation. Really? I know. I sigh. Maybe we should hit him over the head or something. I was really hoping he would take the deal from Tennessee. So was Aunt Carol. Are there going to be other people from the team there? Yeah. But they're cool, Bella. It's not like before. It's really not. Saturday night proves him right. The guys on the team now are much nicer. There is more beer present than liquor, and there's no sign of coke. It's weird seeing people like Tanya and Heidi again. I haven't thought about those girls in years. Heidi doesn't say a word to me, choosing to walk away when Tanya stays to talk Carmen and me for a few minutes. When Rosalie shows up, I say a quick goodbye to Tanya and pull Carmen down to Emmett's game room. Jasper and Edward are gaming as Alice, Emmett, Elliot, and Leah watch. Carmen sits on Elliot's lap and the way his hand moves to rest on her thigh makes me happy. He's affectionate, and she needs that so much. Can we watch TV? This is boring, Leah complains. It is kinda boring for the rest of us, I agree. You two were so much nicer when you were getting off regularly, Jasper says. Kill me now. Oh yeah. Leah leans forward. How's that magic button working out for you, Jay? Oh for fuck's sake, I say, standing up. I'm going outside for a smoke. This is embarrassing. I can't believe he called us out like that. There's a magic button, Emmett asks. Is that like a toy or something? No. You idiot. It's a clit. If you touch it, she will come. Haven't any of you ever watched porn? Leah asks dramatically. There's a reason the chick touches herself. I gotta go, I tell Alice. Leaving her sitting as she watches Leah instruct a room of people about clitoral etiquette. You watch porn? Emmett asks loudly as Carmen follows me up the stairs. I side-eye her when we get to the kitchen. Like I'm going to leave you alone for a minute at a PA party. Get real, she says as we walk outside. We smoke half of a joint, and she listens as I bitch about Jasper's mouth. It's a strange complaint since he hardly ever talks, but it's a valid one because he says some crazy shit when he does. Do you think it's safe to go back in there yet? I ask her as she stubs it. Before she can answer, the back door opens. And Rosalie walks out carrying a bottle of Goldschlager in one hand and 2 shot glasses in the other. Time for us to bury the hatchet, she says as she walks over to me. You're gonna need a bigger bottle, sweetie, Carmen tells her with narrowed eyes. It's fine, I tell her. I gave up the booze, remember? Ignoring Rosalie as immature, but at this moment, I don't care. She can say whatever she wants to say. I'm not going to make it easy for her. Oh, right, Carmen teases. The night you gold medaled in yakking. I sigh. Rosalie is still standing a few feet away with a determined look on her face. I don't think she's going to go away, I tell Carmen. Go inside without me. I'll be right behind you. I turn to face Rosalie. This won't take long. Rosalie waits until Carmen walks into the house and closes the door behind her to open the bottle. She fills both shot glasses. I wasn't kidding. I don't do hard liquor anymore. Have it your way, she says, picking up one and slamming it. She sits the empty on the deck rail and picks up the second shot, downing it quickly. If she's looking to get fucked up tonight, she's off to a great start. I could outdrink her, I'm sure. But my stomach turns at the thought of alcohol. In 7th grade, I had braces, and I was still wearing a training bra, she says. That's nice. Jesus. I didn't come to this party to hear about Rosalie's tits. I was a complete and total dweeb, she continues, ignoring my sarcasm. Emmett and I had 4 classes together that year. She smiles, pouring a third shot. He was the only boy who talked to me at all that entire school year. We sat together at lunch, and he teased me and picked on me for being quiet until I finally started talking more. She takes a break to take the shot. Can I have one of those? She asks, pointing to the Camel box on the table next to me. I take one out and hand it to her wordlessly. She pulls a lighter from her coat pocket and lights it, inhaling deeply. She exhales slowly, watching the clouds of smoke before continuing. We were friends. I liked him. I really liked him. I light up too. I can already tell I'm going to need a smoke for this. The summer before 8th, the braces came off. And I graduated to real bras. Then you came along, she says. Perfect. Awesome Bella with black eyeliner and combat boots. I got so tired of hearing him talk non-stop about you. You've been a bitch to me for 5 years because you didn't feel like sharing Emmett's friendship. This is such a waste of time. I really don't want to get irritated with Rosalie. Not caring at all is so much better. I've been a bitch to you because I don't like you. I'm explaining why I don't like you. I roll my eyes. I can't help it. This is the weirdest fucking apology ever. The day of our midterm exams. I walked out of English behind you and Angela and overheard you tell her you aced it. You bragged about barely studying. How she can remember a silly moment like that from 5 years ago is beyond my comprehension. I stayed up all night studying, and I got a C. So far, I'm getting that you hate me because Em thinks I'm awesome, and I get good grades. It wasn't just Emmett, she snips. Everybody was talking about you. The girls all hated you for being new and for actually being different. The boys all wanted to know who you were. And the thing that bothered me the most as that you had all that attention and you didn't even appreciate it. I would have killed for someone to notice me back then, especially Emmett. For the longest time, I thought you two were fuck buddies. I make a face, and she cackles. He did the same thing. Yeah, she's drunk or at least on her way. Everything came to you so easily, she continues. Even after I made the squad and landed Royce, peep. La were always judging me and watching us. I know there were rumors that he messed around. Seeing you and Edward in your own little world, not giving a shit about anyone, drove me nuts. You had the perfect life. Do you know how hard Irina tried to get his attention? Drunk or not, she's pissing me off. I don't want to hear any of this. You should stop now, Rosalie. She doesn't. I didn't OD on diet pills, she says quietly. I was dehydrated from throwing up for 3 days straight. I was pregnant. It turns out that doubling up the next day doesn't always work. She laughs bitterly before swallowing and lowering her gaze to the ground. My parents threatened to disown me. Royce called me a whore and said it wasn't his. I had no one. I was only 16. She pours another shot. I nudge the empty, pushing it towards her. I'll take one. I don't know if she lost her baby or made a choice. Either would have hurt like hell. I hate that for her, but it doesn't change anything. There won't be any hatchet burying. But the least I can do is have a shot with her. I down it quickly and try not to get distracted by the leftover burn of cinnamon on my tongue. You were the only person, other than Tanya, who spoke to me when I came back to school. And there I was, hating you again for being nice. Okay. I get it. You hate me. Is there a point to any of this? I didn't know Edward was going to lose it when I told him what happened. You might not believe me, but I was trying to make things right. He saw you with your friends at the play. Well, he had some rough moments. I felt bad for him. He was talking about you. And all I could think of was the way he turned Irina down, over and over again, and that day in the gym when you asked if I was okay. I've regretted that moment since the night Edward confronted me on my porch. I've kicked myself over and over for showing her any mercy at all. And you thought what exactly? That he would be happy about it. She had to know it would piss him off. Oh. Or maybe you wanted him to be pissed as a way to get back at Royce. That sounds more you. Maybe not having you around hurt Emmett. Maybe I wanted to fix that. Maybe I felt sorry for Edward and bad for what I did. There are a lot of reasons. But none of them have anything to do with Royce. I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to say to any of that. It's hard for me to imagine Rosalie doing anything out of the goodness of her heart. I only know she has one because I watched it break. Look, I feel bad about what happened to you, but it doesn't change the fact that you've been a complete and total bitch to me for years. I won't talk shit about you to Emmett anymore, and I can be polite if you can, but that's about it. Being civil to the girl for a few months won't kill me. I had no idea Ben was going to do what he did. I don't like you, but I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Then we're even. Another. No, I really am giving up the hard booze. A beer buzz doesn't hurt nearly as bad the next day. And beer has never landed me in the bushes. Can I ask you a question? I guess. She slurs. She's nice and drunk, and it may be wrong of me to take advantage of the situation, but I just can't stand not knowing anymore. What was he like when he was with Angela? Was he happy? The moment the words are out, I want them back. The questions I don't want answered are the ones I can't get out of my head. I'm not breathing, waiting for her to reply. She laughs, long and hard until she snorts. The only place Edward was ever with Angela was inside her crazy, psycho little head. My mom and Phil said they were dating. There is no way they would have lied about it. They knew how much it hurt me. Lots of people thought they were together. She followed him around like a puppy dog. And Edward, he told her he wasn't into her like that. But he was too nice to tell her to fuck off until she went completely mental. Esme fired her. It was awesome. She claps. She actually fucking claps as she laughs. Why didn't he tell me that at the hospital? Would it have mattered? We saw your boyfriend in the parking lot when I went out for a smoke. She gives me a critical glance and shakes her head. I still don't get the fuss. At least she's consistent. Eve drunk. She can't stand me. I've lost count of how many shots she's had, but when she pours this time, she spills more on the rail than in the glass. I show. ULD shut her down now before she ends up challenging my medal. Stay here, princess. I'll send Emmett for you. I grab the bottle and take it with me into the house. Edward, Jasper, Alice and Emmett are standing in the kitchen. And Emmett looks mildly alarmed that I'm alone and wielding a liquor bottle. He takes it from me when I hold it between us. I had one shot. She had. I wave my hand at the bottle, the rest. Shit. He sounds tired and irritated at the same time. Sorry. It's cool. Alice waits until Emmett is out the door to take my hand. Pee break, she announces as she pulls me down the hall. Through M's parents' bedroom and into the master bathroom. She wasn't kidding about peeing, so I turn my back to give her some privacy and let her grill me over what happened with Rosalie. She's a real treat, she mutters as she washes her hands. You want to burn one? Nah, I'm still a bit stoned, but I'll walk out with you. The others follow us, except Emmett. He's busy putting Rosalie to bed. I don't know if I should feel bad for the girl or just laugh it off. The second option is more fun, so I go with it. Edward steps out of the circle when the joint comes around. This is the fourth time I've seen Edward turn down weed since we started talking again. I join him on the bottom step away from the crowd. Are you Mr.? Just say no now. If you tell me I have to give up the ganja, this friendship thing is over, Cullen. I suck at trying to sound serious. Half giggling ruins the effect. I'm not asking you to give up anything. You're funny when you're stoned. What am I when I'm not stoned? Watching Edward have an oh shit moment is entertaining. First, his mouth closes, then his brow furrows. He's buying time to figure out what to say. Finally, he drags his palm across his mouth. Sleeping. Seriously, Edward, you're always funny. He scratches his head before looking away. I was kidding. You don't smoke weed anymore. Not really. I developed a bit of an aversion to the way it smells. So now I stink. He stands up and slowly takes a few steps, keeping his back to me. You smell like weed and flowers. You always have. Weed doesn't smell very good without the flowers. Again, he's left me speechless. I only went out with boys who chewed minty gum, I finally manage. He turns around to face me. I don't know what you heard, but I didn't go out with any other girls. Maggie. Asking is throwing every bit of my pride on the ground. But something is happening here and I need to know. He swallows. I didn't go out with her. I just nod. I don't want to know the details. The when doesn't matter either. It was physical. He didn't love her. And I hate that I'm both relieved and jealous at the same time. We were broken up. It doesn't matter. This makes no fucking sense. I was with Riley for a while. I wasn't an angel. I may not have had sex with him, but we did other stuff, lots of other stuff. I'm not stupid, Bella. The wedding wasn't the first time I saw you with him. Were you spying on me? No. I was playing basketball with Sam and Elliot one Saturday morning in Sam's lot when you walked out of his apartment. Oh my god. I only spent the night with him at his apartment once, a few days after I met him. Thanks for sharing that info. Awesome. No, I mean, we didn't even kiss until after I turned 18. Do you love him? He asks, looking at the ground. With his hands in his pockets and his shoulders slumped, he looks younger. Like a boy. Like my boy. I care about him, I tell him. Lying now won't do either of us any good. I should have loved him, but I didn't. I don't. What do you want from me, Bella? He asks quietly. Nothing. Everything. I don't know. I just don't know. Time. It's the one thing we're running out of, but I need it. My life is spiraling so far out of control right now I can barely get to sleep at night. I think about the girls and wonder how we'll heal each other's hearts when we're in 4 different cities. I think about my mom. We're finally getting along, and I'm leaving. I worry about Charlie. He's been working night shift every week since he and Jeanette started dating, and he meets her at the diner every morning for breakfast and coffee. What if it doesn't work out? I'd be lying if I said I don't think about Edward. He's the one who keeps me up at night. In the past, I wasted my nights thinking about all of the things I could have done differently. I can't stop thinking about what could be, now, in the future. It's emotional warfare. Yes, I want it. But I wanted it before too. I wanted it so much I was afraid to even think about it. I talk shit about marriage and babies. But there was a time I imagined that kind of life with him, dreamed about it even. Losing him almost killed me because it killed every dream and every bit of hope I ever had. Now that I have new dreams and other things to hope for, I can't afford to walk into this blindly. I don't know if I could survive round 2. I got a call this week from North Carolina State. he says quietly. Another reminder. Another reason. One more brick on the invisible wall between us. The universe is seriously fucking with me right now. I asked for one little sign to hook me up. All I wanted was a little enlightenment. Instead, the signs keep coming and pulling me in different directions. Are you thinking about it? It's not my first choice, but it could work. Dad and I are going to check it out over spring break. That's great. I don't know if I manage to sound sincere or not. It's the thought that counts. Time isn't an issue, Bella. You can have it. North Carolina isn't an issue. It's an 8-hour drive to St. Augustine. Time and distance. Those things don't matter. They don't, do they? We've had both, and here we are. Not with us. Finally. Fucking finally. I think we're talking about the same thing. He helps me up. And there's a moment I want to throw my arms around him and hold on. Somehow. I don't think that would be fair to either of us, so I don't do it. I need to get my head straight first. When I get back to Forks Sunday night, Charlie isn't home. There are 2 envelopes on the dining room table, both addressed to me. The one on bottom is huge, and it's from Flagler. I don't have to open it to know I got in. It isn't my first acceptance packet, but it is the one I want. I'm moving to Florida. I celebrate by dancing around the table and then sit and cry until there aren't any more tears. I rip into the smaller envelope and pull out a folded letter. It's an invitation to an awards ceremony being held at a framing shop in Seattle next month. 2 of my picks made it to the finals of the Washington State High School photography competition. Charlie's phone is the closer option, so I use it to call Edward. Remember the contest you forced me to enter? I ask when he answers. If I remember correctly, you were already entering. I just found a clever way to make sure you couldn't back out. You mean a sneaky way. Anyway, I've made it to the finals in 2 categories. Documentary. Yes. I'm glad. That one is my favorite. Mine too. Why have you been crying? Because of the contest. Making it to the finals is a big deal. No, it isn't that, I interrupt. It's dumb really. I'm sure it isn't. I got a packet from Flagler, the fat kind. I hope they were happy tears, he says, laughing. You talk about St. Augustine like it's the promised land, and Flagler is you. Our number 1 pick. Please tell me they were happy tears. To be honest, I think I cried every type of tear imaginable. Even I can hear how tired and nasally I sound. This is good, Bella. It's what you want. It is, I agree. The trouble is it isn't the only thing I want. Baseball season officially starts and so do practices. Phil makes them work on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. Edward and I still make time to hang out on the weekends. But sometimes we just can't make it work during the week, and that's cool. My desk in calculus is next to the wall, and I've fallen asleep while leaning against it several times AFTR late night phone calls. Pa's first game of the season is on a Friday afternoon. It's all Carmen talks about during lunch. She's dying to see Elliot in uniform. As we're leaving the cafeteria, she invites me to come to the game with her. The idea of watching Edward play again makes me ridiculously happy, so I agree to go with her. We sit in the PA stands, this time on the 3rd row behind first base. Renee is sitting with Carlisle and Esme in the next section, and they all wave before the game starts. Elliot walks out of the dugout scanning the crowd, looking for Carmen. When he spots us, he waves as he nudges Edward in the back with his other elbow. I'm glad I was already sitting down. Wow. He's always looked good in his uniform, but this is just ridiculous because now he has the uniform and the hair. Phil doesn't give a damn how his players wear their hair. Thank God. They all put on caps before the game starts anyway. For a minute, Edward just looks confused. But then he mouths the word hey and smiles so hard it feels like a physical blow to my chest. It's easier to enjoy the game today than it ever was in the past. No one is whispering or watching me. Hell, I only recognize half the people here, and the other half has no idea who I am. Carmen and I check out the guys on both teams, and we cheer accordingly whenever PA does something awesome. They win. Afterward, we all go to Pam's. Phil and Renee show up too, and he pays the tab for everyone the way a rich guy should. I'm smooshed between the wall and Edward thanks to some sophomore kid that decided to squeeze in at our table. It's not so bad though because our sides are touching and he's rockin' the shower smell. He walks me to the truck while Carmen and Elliot say their goodbyes. They linger. The way flirty couples do as I warm up in the truck with the window rolled down so I can still talk to Edward. I'm really glad you came to the game. I'm glad too. Staring at him for 9 innings was worth it. Watching him play and being awesome is even better. I might even try it again sometime. We have a game next Saturday morning at 9. If you want to try it then. I can't, I tell him, shaking my head. I'll be in Seattle for the contest thing. The hopeful little smile disappears. That's next weekend. Yes. Why didn't you say something? Because it isn't a big deal. Renee and I are making the trip Friday night and we'll be home by Sunday afternoon. I wish I could be there. I almost tell him, maybe next time, but if there is a next time, he'll probably be 8 hours away. Carmen opens the passenger door and climbs into the cab. Elliot leans in for one more kiss and then shuts the door for her. I'll call you later, I tell Edward as he steps back and away from the truck. Thanks again. Carmen waits until we're on the long, dark stretch between PA and home to speak. What the hell are you waiting for? She asks. I don't know. If I knew, I could make it happen. Then I wouldn't have to wait for it anymore. It's not like you haven't already been there, done that, and burned the t-shirt. Ha ha. It isn't that simple. Jesus, Bella. It isn't as complicated as you're making it either. Do you even pay attention to the way he looks at you? I know you think you've both changed, and sure, you have in some ways, but the way he looks at you hasn't changed at all. It's different, I insist. New. This is different and the same. Are you high? Did you smoke without me? No. I'm not stoned. I'm confused. Bullshit, she says before lighting a Marlboro. You're not confused. You're stubborn and petrified. Oh, and in case you didn't already know, you're also in love. You are an asshole for trying to help you work out your shit and get back together with the love of your life. She asks dramatically. Okay. What if we fuck it up again? She shrugs. What if you don't? I don't know if I can be with him because I know I'll want him for good. It is borderline moronic to think in terms of forever. We're still so young. My parents met when they were 17. They're still driving each other nuts and pawing each other in the kitchen. It can happen, Bella. Or one of us could decide 10 years from now that it was all a rotten mistake. Are you listening to yourself? You've already married him, had kids, and divorced him in your head. I know you don't want to hear this, but your parents just weren't right for each other. For each other. B. That has nothing to do with you. It didn't then, and it certainly doesn't now. You are not your parents. I'm not my parents. Well, I'm a walking, talking MI. Of all of their negative traits combined, but I'm not them. The week passes quickly, and on Friday, Renee and I make the trip to Seattle. It rains the entire time we're on the road, adding almost an hour to the drive. Phil reserves suites for us at the Sorrento Hotel. The bellhop offers to take our luggage to our rooms so we can hit the hotel restaurant for dinner. After driving more than 5 hours in the rain, neither of us wants to go out again tonight for any reason. The next morning is an entirely different story. She's energized and ready to shop. We spend the morning at her favorite mall. She buys several pairs of shorts for me, reminding me that in Jacksonville, I'll need shorts. She also springs for 3 new swimsuits. We arrive several minutes early for the awards ceremony. All of the finalists are on display, separated by category around the store. People are milling about, looking at the different photos and having quiet conversations. Bella, look, Renee says, tugging on my sleeve. Phil and Edward are standing at the store entrance, soaked and a little out of breath, but they're here. She waves to catch their attention, and as they walk across the room, I can't help but notice what Edward has in his hand. It's the prettiest arrangement of wild flowers I've ever seen, stems cut short and tied with a lavender ribbon. These are for you, he tells me, holding them between us. For luck. Good luck flowers. You drove for hours in the rain to bring me good luck flowers. I ask quietly. He smiles when our fingers touch as he places them in my hand. I came to see you win. What if I don't? He shoves his hands into the front pockets of his jeans as he pretends to think about it. Then I'll take you out for a cheeseburger and a chocolate shake. What about your game? I ask. The field is flooded. And it's still raining. They called it around 7 this morning. We'll make it up later. You must have driven like a maniac, Renee says to Phil. Not me, he teases. I let Edward drive since my car is already here. She drags him away quickly to show off my work. I'm guessing you broke every traffic law in the state of Washington, I tease Edward once we're alone. Not all of them, he answers with a grin. Are you flirting with me? Maybe. Is it working? Maybe. Good. When he reaches for my free hand, I let him take it. Now that he's here, I can admit that I wanted him to be. I had never asked because I knew they had a game today. Renee had told me as much when we were making plans for our trip. During baseball season, a busy Phil had meant a busy Edward too. We sit through architecture, animal, and landscape before they announce the winners for portrait. I don't place, and my feelings aren't even all that hurt. The winners are all awesome work, and I don't feel cheated at all. Maybe Edward was right, and I should just stop taking everything so freaking seriously. Win or lose, this has been a fun trip. The best prize of the day is already in my hand. He gave me flowers. He wanted to be here. I win. Edward is happier than I am, I think, when I score a second place in documentary and earn a spot on the stage and a place on the wall for 90 days. I think you were robbed. Edward whispers in my ear as we walk over to inspect my ribbon. Nah, I'm cool with it. It's a picture from New Year's Eve at the res. Hannah is standing several feet away from the fire but still in its glow. Jake is on one knee behind her pointing to the sky. Her little hands are tucked just beneath her chin, fingers entwined. It almost looks like she's praying, except for the huge smile on our face and her wide eyes. Do you know why this one is my favorite? He asks, pausing to take a step forward. He's just close enough for me to feel him. It isn't enough, so I lean back against his chest. If you hadn't told me about Jake's troubles, if I hadn't talked to him myself at your house that night, I would have never guessed he had a care in the world. Looking at this picture. It's like a fairy tale. She's a tiny little princess, and he looks at her like she's everything. You made that moment last forever. He's right. I can't argue. I've taken a lot of pictures over the last 2 years, and this one is my very favorite. For all the same reasons he mentioned, and maybe because it reminds me of Charlie and me. We hang around long enough to be polite before exiting with my mom and Phil. Can I still take you for a burger and shake? He asks. Are you driving back to the port tonight? I'm not sure yet. It seemed like a simple question. Well, I kind of just asked a complicated girl if I could take her to dinner. And my answer depends on hers. It sounds good, but I don't want to make you stay if you need to go home. I'd rather spend the rest of the day with you and then crash at my grandparents' house. We could ride back together tomorrow. Really? Unless you already have plans. We see each other all the time, ask each other to hang out, but I'm choking on one invitation. This will change things. We should start with a date this time, a real date, before any kind of kissy face and or hanky-panky. That's part of what got us into this mess in the first place. It was a fun part, but still. Would you like to come with me to a play tonight? My friend Mike. Well, you remember Mike. He nods so I keep going. He's in the Angels in America production at UW, and he's leaving 2 tickets for me at will call. Mom will be busy with Phil now. And it's cool if you don't want to go. I'm a total geek, and I get off on theater, but not everyone is like that. Did I seriously tell him that I get off on theater? Shoot me now. Are you asking me out? He does the evil grin because he knows I am, and he wants to make me say it. Bastard. Yeah, I think I am. I'd love to. We stop walking when we reach the Volvo. It's hard not to freak out as he unlocks the passenger door for me. I'm cool as a cucumber on the outside, though. Passive and cool. It smells exactly the same. I'm not sure what I expected. But it's leather and Edward just like it was back then. I sneak a peek or two as he gets into the car. Everything is fine until he swings his keys on his finger before he searches out the right one for the ignition. What's left of my bracelet is tied to his key ring. He kept it. It had disappeared from my table that day with his wallet and his keys. I had assumed he'd gotten rid of it, but there it is. With him all the time. I'm an idiot, a complete and total moron. It's time to fix that. He's sweet enough to take me by the Sorrento so I can change into jeans and put the flowers in water. I make him wait in the lobby because, yeah, the last thing we need is the temptation of a hotel room. Jeans and flannel are more comfortable than the dress Renee made me wear. Well, she didn't make me. But she did offer me $10 to wear it. Money is money. He takes me to some hole-in-the-wall burger joint near UW. They have the best chocolate milkshakes I've ever tasted and Edward convinces me to try a chili burger. It's messy as hell, but he's eating one too and having the same issues I am, so it isn't as embarrassing as it should be. Instead of judging me, he laughs when I spoon the extra chili from my wrapper onto my fries. Then he does the same. We're early enough to get really good seats for the play. Mike's boyfriend Casey is somewhere in this audience, but I have no idea what he looks like. Well, other than the fact that he has brown hair and he's perfect. There are a lot of good-looking men with dark hair in attendance. Because I'm me, I cry. Mike's character, Joe Pitt, is a married man who struggles with his sexuality throughout the play, eventually leaving his wife for another man. Mike owns it. I'd even say he makes this part his bitch. It feels like forever waiting for him after the show. When he finally comes outside, I attack him, jumping into his arms and maybe squealing a little. You were amazing, I tell him as he hugs me. You think so? He asks, grinning as he pulls away. Yeah, I do. Something's different, he mumbles, studying my face. You look different. Oh my god, is that a smile? Shut up. I punch him in the gut. He laughs until he notices Edward standing behind me. I hope that it's okay that he's here. Yeah, it's fine. He steps around me, extending his arm to shake Edward's hand. What's up, man? Not much, Edward answers. They both seem a little uncomfortable until Mike's guy shows up. I have to give it to him, the dude is hot. He's stocky and a bit preppy with his baggy khakis and Gap hoodie. And I'm right. Boy kissing is hot. Edward looks stunned for a moment. But he recovers nicely as Mike introduces us to Casey and they shake hands. Then Mike jokingly scolds me for not telling Edward before the show. A little warning, my T have been good since the last person he saw Mike kissing was Jessica. I guess maybe I should have told him, but really, I've never told anyone Mike's business. Not even the girls. Mike had wanted to keep it quiet, so I kept quiet. It's so nice to see he doesn't have to live that way anymore. The guys talk about sports as an icebreaker until Edward tells Mike about my big day. Then Mike harps on me for not bringing it up myself. They invite us back to their apartment. Their other roommate, McKenna, is having a party tonight. She's an art major with awesome taste in everything according to Casey. It sounds like fun. But I've spent my entire day in rooms full of strangers. Now, I want to be with someone I know. I turn them down gently, explaining that I didn't get much sleep last night because I was nervous. It's the truth. Mike makes me promise to come and visit this summer before I leave for Florida. We say goodbye to them in the parking lot, and Edward waits until we're in the Volvo to speak. Thanks for the heads up. He laughs. I know. I'm sorry. It's a secret back in Forks. I've never told anyone. Does it bother you? No. He laughs, shaking his head. I'm thrilled that Mike Newton is gay. You have no idea. Why? He stares straight ahead at the road as he changes lanes. I kind of thought you two were a thing for a while. After that day, the first day of 11th, you were together. Emmett told me you were working at Newton's. Then, there was homecoming, and believe me, every time there was a Bella Mike sighting, the Harpies made sure that I heard about it. I saw you leave together at the play. Jesus Christ, if I could only get a redo of that night. But then we would have been right back to him not knowing. I don't know if I ever would have had the guts to tell him. And what if we'd gotten close like this and then I'd told him? That would have been a nightmare. So you're happy Mike's gay because it means he didn't touch me? I'm half joking and half curious. Yes. His arm tenses with his voice as he shifts to third. I forgot how hot a mildly jealous Edward is, and if I'm being totally honest, part of me is glad he was jealous. It means he cared. He parks when we get to the hotel and insists on walking me to my door. Instead of arguing or teasing, I thank him. When we reach my suite, I turn to face him. I'm so glad you came today. It really means a lot to me, I tell him. And before I can talk myself out of it, I reach out with both arms and hug him. When he stiffens, I panic, wondering if this is too much, if I've messed up, until he relaxes and leans over, wrapping his arms around me as I step in even closer. I don't stop until the stubble on his jaw is tickling my temple and my body is flush against his. Now that I've started hugging him, I can't make myself stop. He doesn't let go either. He pulls his head back slowly, keeping his cheek against mine until the corners of our mouths touch. I've missed you. They're the sweetest, saddest words I've ever heard because I can feel how much he means them in the way his arms tighten around me. I've missed you, too, I whisper. It feels like such an understatement, but God, it's the truth. I missed him every minute he was gone. I'm tired of not touching him. I'm tired of trying to figure out which way is the right way. I might end up looking back 10 years from now and regretting this, but I refuse. Say to wake up every day for the next 10 years wondering what might have been. He pulls back enough to let me know with his eyes that he's going to kiss me, pauses long enough for me to stop him, and then it's all soft lips and Edward. His hand moves up my back and into my hair the same moment my lips part. He groans a little as he deepens the kiss, managing to keep it sweet even though our bodies are screaming for more. Clinging to each other the way we are makes it hard to hide our physical reactions, so we don't even try. He kisses me like he wants me in his bed and in his heart until everything else disappears. It's easy to forget we're standing in the hall of the Sorrento until my mom and Phil crash our party. Don't you two ever learn? She asks loudly. We stop tonguing each other long enough to look ashamed. But neither of us is ready to let go. You have a room, Bella. Use it, Phil says as he unlocks their door. Sorry, Coach. Edward doesn't sound sorry at all, and the big, happy grin on his face is proof that he isn't. They don't stick around to lecture us, choosing to turn in for the night instead. There's an awkward moment of silence after the door closes behind them. I'm seconds away from inviting him into my room when he stops me. Don't, he says quietly, shaking his head. Don't ask me to come in there with you, Bella, because I will. This morning, when you woke up, you weren't ready to kiss me. I'm not sure what changed today, but if you let me in that room, I'm going to do so much more than kiss you, and we're just not ready for that. Damn him for being so smart and logical. And damn him even more for saying that in his deep, sexy I want you voice. He's right, though. The last time we had sex, we ended up hurting each other and that's the last thing I want now. After making plans to meet downstairs in the lobby at 10, he leaves me at my door with a goodbye kiss lingering on my lips. For the second night in a row, I lie awake in the dark unable to sleep. Last night, it had been nerves. Tonight, it's Edward. Every time I close my eyes, I think of that kiss. And every time I think of that kiss, I know this is right. No more worrying. No more regrets. This is our time. Renee wakes me the next morning at 8:30 by pounding on the door until I drag myself from the bed. I have no idea what time I finally fell asleep last night, but it must have been late. Can you be ready to leave in an hour? She asks. Edward is picking me up at 10. I'm riding back with him. He didn't stay here last night. She tries to inspect my room, so I move to block her view. I'm almost offended that my mom thinks I would screw around on a first date until I remember exactly how much I wanted to. Technically, I'm not really sure it qualifies as a first date anyway. God, why can't we ever do things like normal people? He spent the night at his grandparents' house, Mom. Gah, is there anything else? Or can I go take a shower now? She smiles, shaking her head. Maybe you learned something after all. See you at home. My brain is wide awake, so I know going back to sleep isn't an option. I'm showered, dressed, checked out of the hotel, and waiting in the lobby by 9:30. Watching him walk through the door and scan the room is like a treat. He's looking for me. When he sees me, his feet start moving and he doesn't stop until he's right in front of me. Good morning. Yes, it is, he agrees. Eyeing my lips but settling for a hug since we're in a hotel lobby surrounded by old people who would judge us if we pulled our shenanigans in front of them. Did you bring your camera? He asks, taking the handle of my suitcase from me. It's in my bag. Why? Just wondering. He holds the door open as I pass him. Have you had breakfast? No, not yet. Once we're on the sidewalk, he reaches for my hand. There's somewhere I want to take you if you're not in a hurry to get home. I'm not in any hurry, I tell him as we reach the parking lot. I'm all yours. For the day, I mean. Having my own oh shit moment isn't much fun. Shit. He puts my luggage in the trunk before unlocking my door. Instead of opening it for me, he leans against it, facing me. If I only get you for one day, I'm going to make it count. Starting now. I watch as he reaches out, hooking my belt loops with his thumbs and reeling me in with the sexiest forearms I've ever seen. Am I allowed to kiss you today? His lips are 2 inches away from mine, and he's smiling because he knows damn well he can kiss me. My whole body is giving him permission. Impatient, I lean up on my toes and beat him to it, taking him by surprise. I've kissed other boys while we were apart. I've critiqued them on bullshit and nonsense. True, no girl likes to choke on some jerk's tongue, but for the most part kissing is standard. This is something totally different. It's why no one else has ever measured up or ever could have. It's his hands on my skin and the warmth that starts in my toes and then floods every part of me. He's fall in the middle of March and so many of my favorite things: cinnamon, soap, boy eyes, and man scruff. It's never just about kissing, and I make a promise to myself not to ever forget that again. Ever. My stomach growls and I hate it a little because he peels me off of him and insists on feeding me breakfast. It's for the best, though. I could make out with him in this parking lot all day. Normal Edward is bad enough. Flirty Edward is killing me, opening the car door and leaning over it so I can envy his lashes. It really isn't fair. He closes the door and walks around the back of the car. And I have to really fight to not laugh out loud at how completely bizarre this feels. Thankfully, I manage to keep quiet as he opens his door, and I try not to focus too much on his long legs and how good they look covered in denim. I totally fail. He starts the car and turns on the stereo. I've got a surprise, he says, reaching up and choosing a CD from the visor sleeve. This just came out Monday. And I know you haven't been in the port all week. I try to catch a glimpse of the label on the CD he's holding, but his big ass man hand is blocking my view until it disappears. There are guitars and drums for long moments and then Chris Cornell. Fuck. Is that superunk noun? It is. I know it is. I'm moving as much as I can in my seat, keeping time with my head. He smiles, nodding as he lays his hand over mine for a quick squeeze. Then he reaches behind my seat with his right arm, and it reminds me of the night of my 16th birthday so much I can't breathe. Here. He places the case on my thigh. I know you like to read the lyrics the first time you listen. I don't know if he does these things on purpose or if he even knows he does them. It could just be us. This is who we are. It's everything I've missed and everything I want. He's singing quietly and tapping the steering wheel with his thumbs. He's had this album less than a week, and he knows the words. I kind of love that he likes it so much. I really love his breakfast idea as he parks in the lot of a place I've read about but never visited. B&O Espresso. According to lore, Pearl Jam chose the band's name while sitting in this coffee shop. And it isn't just a coffee shop. It's a restaurant with a full breakfast menu. They serve chocolate pancakes with creme fraiche and raspberry sauce. Holy hell. Edward shares some of his mushroom and feta scramble. Soundgarden. Good food, and Pearl Jam. This man knows the way to my heart. I'm so fucking screwed. He lets me dork around and take pictures for as long as I want, some inside, some outside. I'm excited to get back in the car and listen to the rest of the album. Isn't that the record store you mentioned in the note? I ask. He turns off of Belmont. There's a huge Spin City sign near the road. And I can see the matching logo above one of the shops. Yeah. Can we stop? If you really want to, he says, making a quick right into the parking lot. After parking, he stalls, taking his time as he locks the Volvo. Is there some reason you don't want to go in there? There's a girl. If any 3 words could spoil a mood and a day, it's those. She's Maggie's best friend, and she works there. At least she did last spring. Oh. I stop walking, thinking maybe I don't want to go in there after all. And, as usual, once I start thinking, I can't stop. Was Maggie with him when he found that record? Does it matter if she was? I'm beginning to think maybe she was a bit more long-term than I had originally assumed. Apparently there is a big difference between not wanting to know something and not needing to know. I'm going to forever question everything until I know what happened. That means I have to come clean too. But if we're ever going to move forward, we're going to have to deal with our past. Even the time we were apart. Avoiding the hard stuff had killed us the last time. Whether I want or not, we're going to have to talk about this. It's not at all I want to have now in the parking lot of a record store when I've promised him an entire day together. My curiosity can wait until we're back in Port Angeles. I only need to know the answer to one question right now. Is there some reason you don't want her to see us together? Is there some sort of standing arrangement? No. He reaches for my hand to prove his point. No. It's not that. She's never really liked me. So she probably won't be nice. Most girls aren't. Do you still want to go in there? Yeah. I have a good feeling about it. There are records in there that will be leaving with me today. I can almost smell them. He relaxes after a quick glance around the store. She must be off today. Lucky bastard. I'm glad she's not here because I need free hands to dig through records. He looks surprised but appreciative when I snatch up 2 B. King albums and disgusted when I refuse to leave without 2 copies of Willie Nelson's greatest hits. One is for Jasper, I tell him. He's a fan. Anyway, it's a good album. Really fun when you're stoned. Didn't you notice him getting down to all the country songs at the wedding? I was busy keeping tabs on some hot chick with blue hair. Stalking. Waiting. Whatever. Carmen asked Elliot to prom Friday night at Pam's. I stop and he plows into my back. Are you fucking kidding me? He has to be kidding. She promised me she wouldn't cave. No. He asked her to go with him to our prom first. She refused. Said she'd rather be shot in the kneecap than hang out with those bitches at PA. That's my girl. Always classy. He wipes the smile right off my face with his next words. Then she said if he really wanted to go to prom, they would go to hers. Motherfucker. I hate my friends. No, you don't, he laughs. Sometimes I do. Carmen promised me she wouldn't force me into prom. I blame your friend. He's turned her into a sap. He's cool. Yeah, I guess. So far. If he screws up, I'll kill him. He laughs, shaking his head. What's so funny? You sounded a lot like Leah just then. Leah. Never mind. No, I tell him, grabbing his arm before he can get away. What did you mean by that? Leah had a little talk with me New Year's Eve at Sam's place. Oh, God. She threatened to kill you. I'm sorry. I'm sure it was bad. It irritates me that she would go behind my back like that, but I get it. She was dealing with some weird stuff at the time, so I hope you didn't take it personally. I'm not mad. I just wish she didn't hate me so much because I know you value her opinion. On politics and music. Yes. On whom I should date. No way. She tried to hook me up with Jasper to keep me from going out with Jake. Jasper. Like I would ever go there. Ew. And she doesn't hate you. She just doesn't want you to date me. Is that what we're doing? The middle of tea. He 70s section of a record store might not be the most ideal place to discuss our relationship status, but since he brought it up, I'm not sure what we're doing. If labeling it is going to freak you out, then hell no, we're not dating. And if we are dating, it's going to be really fucking hard because we're starting in the middle. Of what? Exactly. We're going to have to talk about this. I know, and we will. He rests his hands on my hips and watches over my shoulder as I flip through a stack of vinyl. He's evil and trying to distract me by stepping closer. He moves his hand, using it to sweep my hair over my shoulder. I really love this, he whispers. Before I can turn to ask him what the hell he's talking about, he leans in and kisses the back of my neck. The wicked, sneaky bastard is making out with my tattoo. Oh God. He's doing it really, really well, brushing back and forth lightly and occasionally parting his lips. If you're mine for the day, I want to enjoy it. We can talk abo. Oot anything and everything you want the minute I park the car in Port Angeles. I'll stay as long as it takes, I swear. He likes my tattoo. I can feel how much he likes it and exactly how much he wants me when I lean back against him. Alright. I add heart, the mamas and the papas, and Hall & Oates before moving on to the punk section. I might be in love with this store. It is so much bigger and better than the one back home. The Sex Pistols and the Ramones join the stack. Edward tries to pay for the records after the cashier rings me up. I don't let him, thanking him for the offer but firmly declining. I've got a job, and I can pay for my own stuff. He waits until we're back on the road to bring it up. So, I'm not allowed to buy things for you. He doesn't sound angry or upset. He just doesn't understand. Sure, you can buy things for me, gifts, surprises, whatever. But when we're out, and I'm shopping, I like to pay for my own things. I have a job and a bank account now. Buying stuff makes me feel good. You're not mad about the flowers, are you? He asks. I glance down at the cup holder between us. My beautiful flowers are hanging out in a McDonald's cup until I can put them in a vase at home. Why would I be mad? Before we ever even met, Emmett warned me that you weren't the kind of girl that wanted flowers and romance. Every girl wants flowers and romance, I tell him, watching the road signs go by. Some of us just don't know how to admit it. Is that why none of your favorite movies have happy endings? Maybe. Did you see the series finale of The Wonder Years? He asks. I bet you loved it. Yes, I had seen. No, I didn't love it. It still hurts to think about it. The show finally ended last year and I'd never missed an episode. I wish I'd skipped the last one. I hated it. What kind of asshole makes you fall in love with a couple of kids and then doesn't give them their happy ending? I threw things at the TV. Charlie asked me if I was on drugs. What did you tell him? I told him I was on my period. And he shut the hell up. I feel so sorry for your dad sometimes, he says, glancing over at me long enough to smile and I fuck me a little. Damn him. While we're on the subject. What did you and Charlie talk about during your all-day fishing trip? We didn't talk much at all. If you talk, you scare away the fish. I've heard my dad say those very same words dozens of times. Edward merges onto I-90. And before I have time to ask him why we're going to Portland, he merges again and we're heading toward Bellevue and Spokane. Is there a reason we're going to Spokane? I ask. My day. Remember. Okay. Back to our original topic then. You must have talked in the Jeep. He asked me about school and baseball. After the pleasantries, he told me he'd already run a background check on me to see if I had any other occurrences. Then he asked me who kicked my ass the night I showed up on your porch. He scoffs. I told him he should have seen the other guy, and that finally made him laugh. After that, we didn't really talk much. And he invited you for a sleepover on our couch. Not our couch as in. I wave my hand between us. Our couch. I meant Charlie's couch. Whatever. Damn. That wasn't planned. I was only going to stay long enough to see you and tell you goodnight. We knew you were with Jake because his bike was parked at your house. Charlie said you'd be home early since Jake had work that day. It took me and Jake a while to get everything cleaned up. Then we sat outside on the porch waiting to see if you were okay. He shifts and glances at me before continuing. It's ska. Read the shit out of me when Alice's mom showed up, Bella. I'm sorry. That was an awful night. There were religious statues judging me. I stripped down to my bra in front of Jake, and you know what my puke smells like. The whole thing was a nightmare. Charlie let me stick around until Jeanette came down to tell us you were okay. By then it was late, and I'd been up since 4:30. Your dad gave me a lecture about tired driving being as bad as drunk driving and told me to sleep on your couch. He likes you. I don't think so. He told me that you would be pissed if something happened to me and tossed me a blanket. Then he said his door would be open all night and carried his gun upstairs with him. That sounds like Charlie. You don't know how many times I wanted to go up and check on you. And every time I drifted off. I had dreams about our couch. It was impossible not to think about it, so please don't hate me for perving over you while you were sick. I couldn't hate you if I tried. Every now and then, there are new faces he makes that I don't recognize or understand. This is one of them. I have no idea why those words would make him sad, but I can tell they do. I kind of like knowing you were thinking about me, I admit. I wish I could say the same, but I was knocked out. Not that I haven't spent plenty of other nights thinking about him, but he doesn't need to know that. Or maybe he does. I've spent several restless nights perving over you since then, so don't feel bad. This is what he meant by starting in the middle. We're brand new, but we have this huge past we can't ignore. It's going to make it hard to set boundaries, especially if he decides to kiss my neck like that again. We're going to need to hire a damn chaperone. He takes the Snoqualmie Parkway exit, and things fall into place. I've heard of Snoqualmie Falls, and I've seen pictures of it, but I've never taken any of my own. This must be why he asked if I had my camera. Luckily, I always keep 2 or 3 spare rolls of film in the case Charlie gave me. We stop at the lower observation deck first and then move on to the 2 upper decks. A nice old lady offers to take a picture of us with my camera. There's a moment I want to hit her with it and ask her if she's nuts. Pictures are real and permanent. They're scary. Edward tries to come to the rescue and turn her down for me, but I stop him. I show her how to use my camera and then stand next to him in front of the railing with the Salish Lodge and the falls in the background. When she's taken more than I can count, she gives it back to me and tells us to have a nice day. It's chilly. And I shiver a little as I lean on the rail to admire the view. He steps in right behind me, holding me to him and warming me without a word. When we're done with the chill and roaring waters, he drives to the lodge. We have lunch at one of the on-site restaurants, the Attic. Since we both ate horrible junk food for dinner last night, we order grilled portobello and eggplant sandwiches. Conversation is easier here since we don't have to compete with the noise of the falls. What do you do with all of the pictures you take? He asks as he inspects my camera. Some of them sit in Walgreens bags for too long. I'm trying to be more organized, really I am. Jasper and the girls have donated shoe boxes, and I'm trying to file them according to date. It isn't fancy, but so far it's working. Where are the shoe boxes? Stacked in my closet. Won't you run out of space? Sure. But by then it will be time to move to Florida. I'll put my favorites in an album, but I can't take them all with me. I reach for my water, wishing the server would come with our food. I don't want to think about the things I can't take with me. Not today. He doesn't seem to want to talk about it either. He changes the subject to the upcoming Pink Floyd tour. So far, None of the cities announced or anywhere close to Washington. His current plan is to blow his entire savings ACO and his graduation money to pay for a trip to New York to see them at Yankee Stadium in June. They're playing 2 shows, and he wants to go to both. God. That would be really fucking amazing. It's like a once-in-a-lifetime jackpot. I haven't booked anything yet, he says. Why don't you come with me? Like a senior trip. I'd rather think of it as a private vacation. I smile at the table for a few seconds because I can't really look him in the face yet. Being this happy makes me feel dumb. Edward Cullen just asked me to go and see Pink Floyd with him. In New York. This might just be the best fucking weekend of my entire life. When I finally get the dork off my face, I meet his gaze. I'm in. Lunch is delicious, and we take our time exploring before we hit the road. He lets me take pictures and watches without rushing me. I manage to get a few of him when he's not looking. The first couple of hours on the road aren't so bad. We listen to music, and he asks me about St. Augustine. When it gets dark, I start yawning and nodding off until he finally turns the volume down and tells me to quit fighting so hard. Rain on the windshield wakes me a few miles from Mom's house. What did I miss? I ask after straightening in my seat and stealing a quick glance in the mirror on the visor. It's still raining here in the port, he says, adjusting the controls to increase the speed of the wipers. How long has it been raining like this? About an hour, he says, shaking his head a little. The roads are complete shit. He downshifts and comes off the gas, stopping at a red light. The irritation disappears from his face when he glances over at me. How was your nap? The corner of his mouth turns up a little. Shit. I must have done something stupid while sleeping. Best case scenario. Drool. Worst case scenario. I refuse to even think it. Did I drool all over the leather? Please let it be drool. No. He looks out his window, and he might not know it, but I can see his reflection in the glass. He looks happy and satisfied. Not grossed out. That's a good sign. Then what? Why did you do that smirk thing? He nails me with his eyes. You still talk in your sleep. There it is again, the want in his voice. The worst part is I recognize it because I feel it too. It's the fucked up thing about starting in the middle. You already know what you're missing. I'm scared to ask, but too scared not to. Oh, God. What did I say? I'm the one looking out my window now. I don't remember dreaming, but that doesn't mean I didn't. Quit freaking out. For the most part, it was mumbling. For the most part, I repeat. He can be as stubborn as I am when he wants to be. Right now, he wants to be. You didn't say anything I didn't already know. He's not even hiding his smile now. What did I say? I can't tell you because right after you said it, you mumbled that it was a secret. You're kidding me, right? He parks behind my truck in the driveway and cuts the engine so the only sound is the pelting rain. You didn't say anything bad or embarrassing, okay. Let's leave it at that. Fine. I grumble. You promised me a talk. I did. What are we? May as well get the big one out of the way first. Us. Good answer, but not what I meant. Are we together? He studies my face for a moment before speaking. It's hard to sit here with him, knowing I'm about to hurt him, and he's going to hurt me. It's what I want. I want you. I need to ask questions. And I need you to be honest, okay? You might think I'm a masochist, but trust me, not knowing is worse. I think it would be better to just put everything out there now. I have a few of my own. Where do we even start? Is whatever you had going with Maggie over? Bella. It was one time. One time. Thoughts of Leah and that damn clinic waiting room invade my mind. Were you safe? I mean, I'm only asking because of that afternoon on the couch. Yes, I was careful, and it happened after that anyway. When? He sighs and looks out the window. Christmas break. Junior year. I've had 2 physicals for baseball since then. I'm clean, I promise. Oh, after. We're done. We're done. We're done. I'm pissed at Rosalie all over again. I can't help it. What about you? Huh? Were you careful? I had sex with one person while we were broken up, Edward. You. But you said, and what Jasper said, I guess I can see why he would think that. We didn't have sex. Not real sex, anyway. We messed around and did other stuff. Other stuff, he repeats, watching the rain beat against the window. What other stuff? Pretty much all the other stuff. I'm not sure if he's going to punch something or puke. It looks like it could go either way, until anger sets in. He pulls on the door handle and steps out into the rain, leaving me alone in a silent car. I get out as quickly as possible and walk around to meet him. He's pacing and soaking wet, with dripping hair and angry eyes, and I want to go back to this morning. Please don't be mad at me. You don't know how hard it was for me to even try again, Edward. You said we were done. You fucked someone else. Be fair about this. I'm not mad at you. I want to break his goddamn neck, but I'm not mad at you. You're right. We both have to be fair about this. If we'd just met, if we didn't have a history, it would be perfectly normal and acceptable for us to have pasts. It just hurts knowing you had feelings for him. That part hurts more than the other stuff. I'm sorry. I don't know how to explain it except to say it was casual, which almost makes it sound worse. I block his path, grab both of his arms, and force him to look at me. Were there any others? Besides Maggie. I messed around with a few chicks at parties, but nothing too bad. Angela tried to kiss me the day she was fired. That's it. You. Peter kissed me once. I messed around a little with Tyler. And then there was Riley. That's it. I'm so fucking sorry about what happened that day at your house. I just missed you so much. He wraps his arms around me, holding me tightly even though we're both soaked. I wanted to talk to you, but you were so sexy and mad. He buries his face in my neck, licking the rain and biting my skin. Just like a minute ago, when you yelled at me. Sorry. He leans back, smiling and raising a hand to push a wet clump of hair behind my ear. I'm not. I want you to yell at me. I want you to get pissed and tell me to fuck off. You can even slap me again if you need to. Just don't leave. I promise. Now, come inside with me. I'm freezing. It's hard to be sexy when you're saturated and shivering. Let me get my bag. I need dry clothes. He gets his bag and my suitcase from the trunk as I unlock the door. Phil offers him the downstairs shower, and I make my way upstairs to my own. When I'm done, I call Charlie to let him know I'll be home in time for school in the morning. It's late. I'm tired, and the roads are crappy. He doesn't argue. We watch TV with Mom and Phil for a while, side by side on the loveseat with me leaning against him. His fingers are in my hair, combing lightly, absently, and I think this might be one of the perks of starting in the middle. They turn in early to watch the news in bed. Yeah, right. It's hard walking Edward to the door an hour later because tomorrow we go back to our real worlds. Not much changes when we do. We go to school, we talk every night, and he even tells me he misses me a few times. Wednesday, after school, I drive to the port to sign a 2-year rental agreement for the house. Once all the fees are deducted, I'm going to get a $600 check every month. That's almost double what I'm making at Newton's. I take my portion of the deposit money to the vintage shop and spend it on a badass red silk dress since my bitchy friends are forcing me to go to prom. The rest of the money disappears on checkered vans, a few new CDs, and a quarter. While visiting Embry at the video shop, I also score a copy of the Twin Peaks movie on VHS. Edward meets me at the taco shack for dinner since we're both getting sick of pizza. We want to hang out but we have homework. School is down to the wire, and he has extra work since he has an away game after school on Thursday. I have work on Friday. Man, this sucks. I tell him as we walk to my truck after dinner. Maybe I should quit my job. I'll have money from the house, a lot more than I'm making now actually. Can you live without your Newton's discount? He jokes. HMPH. I'm just kidding. If you want to quit, quit. If you want to work, work. Well, I am going to be quitting before I move, and between spring break, New York in June, and visiting Mike in Seattle. I'm not really going to be working much anyway, am I? True. Don't forget prom. You bought a dress, so you'll have to take the night off for that too. Because I have shitty friends. Do you have a date? He knows damn well I don't. We've talked about this before. No. Still no date. Am I going to have to invite you to my prom to get you to ask me to yours? There is no way in hell I'm going to yours. Then ask me. You just spent 15 minutes telling me about an awesome, sexy dress during dinner. If you don't ask me, I'm going to show up and take you anyway just so I can see the dress. Is that right? Instead of answering, he kisses me senseless. That's right, he says when he's sure my brain is totally scrambled. And if everything works out the way I hope it will, I'm going to take that awesome, sexy dress off of you at the end of the night. Okay. I might be a little dumb but not dumb enough to turn down an offer like that. I guess you can take me to my prom if you really want to. He leans in to whisper in my ear. Are you going to let me take off the dress? The way he has me pinned between his body and my truck makes me want to take off my clothes now. Prom is in a month. Roughly. Are you really going to make me wait a month? Probably not. The way his hands are creeping under my shirt convinces me that he won't. He wants this as much as I do. Good. Being responsible sucks. I have calc and physics homework and a long drive back to Forks despite how much I want to stay here in PA and follow him home to take care of the problem he's having in his jeans. Call me when you get to Forks, he says as I unlock the truck. I will. My phone is already ringing when I make it home, but instead of Edward, it's Jake. I hate to do this to you, I really do, but I'm desperate. This doesn't sound good. You know the night I was supposed to get a break and ended up hosing down your driveway instead. I'm glad he's not here in person to see me cringing. Yeah, I owe you one. Yep, and I'm cashing in. What the hell are you talking about? Rachel has to take her SATs in Port Angeles Saturday morning. Quill's mom is out of town visiting her sister, and I have to work. And I can't leave Hannah with my dad. He's not comfortable taking care of her by himself now that she can walk and run. She climbs shit. It's insane. Whoa. No. 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 I haven't had to babysit in years. When I did, I had rules. Well, one rule. The kid had to be potty trained. Hannah isn't. Jake. I can't. I've never even changed a diaper. Believe me, you're my last resort. I wouldn't ask if I had anyone else I could leave her with. Thanks a lot, fucker. Bella. Please. Alright. I grumble. What time? 7. The shop opens at 8. Oh my god. 7 o'clock on a Saturday morning. You're lucky I love you, Jake. I really am. Hannah is sleeping when he drops her off Saturday morning. It hardly seems fair. I can barely keep my eyes open. I'd tried to end my conversation with Edward last night around 11, but as I was about to hang up, he mentioned that Pump Up the Volume was on HBO. Instead of hanging up and going to bed, I had stayed up all night watching it and talking to him on the phone. I'm paying for it now. Jake carries her in and places her on the couch, covering her with a worn yellow blanket. I'm going to put the car seat in the truck. Rachel is going to meet you at the food court in the mall around noon. Got it. Do I need to show you how to change her diaper? Nah, I'm good. Alice showed me with one of her old Cabbage Patch Kid dolls after school Thursday. The way he laughs makes me think he knows something I don't. Have fun. When she wakes up an hour later, we watch an episode of Scooby-Doo. Jake had said to feed her chopped up human food, so we have blueberry Eggos and chocolate milk for breakfast. I figure out quickly that there is a big difference between changing a Cabbage Patch Kid and a wiggling, kicking almost 2-year-old. She's cool during the drive to PA, kicking her legs and gazing out the window. I think she recognizes the mall, because she kicks, claps, and squeals as I park. We come across a small pink Metallica t-shirt, and I have to buy it for her. Jake will love it. Hannah spends a lot of her time hanging around with Rachel in the office at the garage. She's already an accomplished headbanger before her second birthday. She's probably going to end up being the coolest girl ever. We ride the carousel twice. The first time, I stand a few feet away from her and catch a few quick pictures for Jake. The second time, I ride on the horse next to hers and clap with her. Diaper changes in public bathrooms are even worse, and she comes really close to head diving off the table thingy. She's an awesome kid, but I'm dying for Rachel to get here. I don't care. Now how she and Jake do this all the time. Eat, 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 she yells, pointing to the different vendors when we get to the food court. Yeah, I'm working on it. Bella. I'm not surprised to see Riley here. His store is just around the corner from where we're standing. Hey, you have a kid with you. This is Hannah. We're meeting her aunt here any minute. I pick her up, resting her on my hip. It's the only way to keep her from running off. Are you working today? No. I actually came to have lunch with my mom. We finished up a few minutes ago. How's your grandma? Perfect. She got a clean bill of health a few weeks ago. Mom is back at work, and things are starting to get back to normal. That's great. Really great. Eat. Eat. Hannah doesn't care that Riley and I haven't seen each other in months. Our discomfort doesn't mean much to her either. She just wants to eat. She's hungry. I'd better go. I've been packing, and I found some of your things. Should I throw them out? What things? Some film canisters, pictures. A couple of books, CDs, records. I'd like to have them back if you don't mind. I'll be home all afternoon. Drop by anytime. He doesn't say goodbye, just backs away slowly before turning and walking away. Shit. I don't want to go to his place. I have plans with Edward after I drop Hannah with Rachel. When I had said I'd like to get my stuff back, I was hoping Riley would offer to get it to my mom for me. Of course it can't be that simple. Going to his place means talking to him. I guess I owe him a conversation. Rachel shows up as I'm trying to figure out what to order for Hannah's lunch. She takes over, getting fries for both of them. It takes Hannah forever to eat, and I feel so trapped. I can't leave until I've given Rachel the car seat, but I promised Edward the first would be at his house by 1. There is no way I can make it on time. I still need to pick up food on the way, and now I have to deal with Riley. As they eat, I leave them to call Edward from a payphone. I'm going to be late. I tell him after he answers. Is everything okay? You sound stressed. Babysitting sucks. It's exhausting. Rachel was a little late. They're eating now, and I can't leave until they're done. It's cool. I'm practicing Mortal Kombat while I wait for you. I can hear the pause music playing in the background, and I want to be there next to him with a remote in my hand and my leg against his. I'll be there as soon as possible. Good. See you soon. I hang up before I can tell him where I'm going. I'm not going to keep it from him. I'll never keep another secret from him for as long as I live. But I won't unnecessarily hurt him either. I don't want him to count the minutes until I get there like I would if I knew he was going to talk to Maggie. Rachel is wiping Hannah's face when I get back to the table. We make a pit stop for another freaking diaper change before swapping out the car seat in the parking lot. She agrees the Metallica shirt is awesome and promises to take a picture of Hannah wearing it. I sit in my truck in the lot at Riley's apartment complex for 5 minutes after I've parked. The only thing that convinces me to finally move my ass is realizing I can't get to Edward until I get this out of the way. The weather is nice, and I can hear the buzzcocks from the bottom of the stairs in front of his building and see from here that only his screen door is closed. Ever fallen in love? In love with someone you shouldn't have fallen in love with? He's listening to the Love Bites album. Not a good sign. I wonder if his run-in with me at the mall inspired his selection. Although he had known I was coming. It's almost like a musical fuck you, Bella. I bang on the wooden portion of the screen door when the song ends. He's bent over a box, stretching packing tape across the folded lid. Come in. He doesn't bother to look up from what he's doing. If he's going for moody and somehow still nonchalant, he's winning. It isn't an easy look to pull off. I know. I've tried. The crates that once lined the wall, filled with records, are all empty and stacked in a corner now with the exception of one. The one with his favorites. There are boxes everywhere, taped and stacked with black markers splashed across cardboard surfaces. Bathroom and kitchen boxes, and it feels so familiar because I just did this not long ago myself. The box on the dining room table is yours, he says curtly. Still not looking at me. Riley, I'm sorry. It's lame and I know it, but I really don't know what else to say. Don't be. Shit happens. I don't want you to be angry with me. We might not ever see each other again. Chances are we won't. I won't die if he walks away hating me, but I'd rather him not. How do you expect me to feel, Bella? I'm sorry I couldn't talk to you. I wasn't fair. But I don't want you to think I was using you either. We had fun. You were good to me and patient when you didn't have to be. I tried, Riley, really I did. He drops the tape, closing his eyes and leaning heavily on the box with both hands. I know you did. I had hoped getting you away from this town would help. I don't know if it would have. I'm glad I'll never know. I am getting away. I'm going to Florida. Congrats. College girl. For a moment he smiles. A quick moment. Thank you. Good luck in Philly. I pick up the box and walk past him on my way to the door. This is a much more civil ending than I expected. Before I make it to the bottom of the stairs, he's blaring dazed and confused. I guess he forgot that someone else already owns me with Zeppelin. I'm supposed to pick up Pam's, but it's almost 1:30. And I just want to see Edward and touch him and tell him so I can know we'll be okay. I make a Wendy's run instead. He answers the door, happy and relaxed in baggy CA/RGO shorts that make his fuzzy legs look especially hot. I want to hug him and rub my cheek all over his t-shirt, but holding a sack of food and a drink carrier makes it impossible. We eat in the kitchen at the bar. And he listens as I tell him all about my morning with Hannah. We're done with lunch by the time I get to the Riley part. I went to his apartment. It's one of the reasons I was late. You went there to get your stuff. Yes. Mainly the film and prints. My pictures, well, it's hard for me to just let them die in a trash can somewhere. I also apologized for hurting him. And it was okay, I guess. He's still mad or hurt or both, but he was nice for the most part. I'm glad because the last time I saw him we weren't very nice to each other. He was drunk, and I was a wreck. He puts his arm around my waist, stepping in closer to hold me. Why were you a wreck? Don't ask me that. Yo know why. That was the worst goddamn night of my life, he says, lips tickling my neck. You looked so fucking beautiful. I hated Riley the first time I saw him because you smiled at him. I hated him even more the night of your mom's wedding for not dancing with you. What kind of fucking sense does that make? I spent the next day and a half in bed but couldn't sleep for shit thinking about his hands on you and that stupid fucking bottle of champagne. God, my imagination is bad enough. I probably would have gone crazy if I'd seen him with someone else. Thinking you were going to live with him. I was honest at the wedding, Edward. I never planned to live with him. It was always going to be the dorms if I moved to Philly. Why was Philly even an option? He's asking why I was willing to move to a strange city with another man. I don't have an answer. Because I'm an 18-year-old girl with very little common sense. Maybe. He was never supposed to ask, I tell him. It took me a while to figure this out, but Tyler and Riley were both safe, because they were temporary. I went into it knowing they would leave. He wasn't supposed to ask me to go with him, and for the record, I never said I would. Are you sure you're okay just letting him leave your life? I've never missed him. Not once. I wish him well. But I know what it's like to really miss someone. I lean against him, resting my head on his chest. I used to miss you when I was still at your house. Just knowing I had to leave was enough to make me miss you. And I can't tell you how it was when we were apart. There aren't words. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be, and I'm fine letting him leave. I'm more worried about how I'm going to say goodbye to you when it's time for school in August. Spring break is just around the corner. The acceptance deadline is only a month away for my offer from Flagler. Renee's advice about not jumping the gun still applies. I've been accepted to Flagler, UW, NYU, Drexel, and, most recently, Jacksonville University. The only one I've officially rejected is Drexel. I'm not sure why I'm holding out on the rest. We're going to be fine. I'll have to get a part-time job to pay long-distance charges, he jokes. But we'll be fine. Still no word from your first choice. Not yet. Are you ever going to tell me which school is your number one? Any one of the 6 schools in Florida I sent late applications to back in January. January. He's been thinking about this since January. January. But there is no way in hell I'm letting you get away twice, Bella. No fucking way. So far, Raleigh is my closest option, and if we have to make the long distance thing work, we will. I've never cared about the where. I want to go to a good school, hopefully with a baseball scholarship, and I want to be close to you. Have you ever even been to Florida? No, but my girl takes these amazing pictures, and I've seen everything I need to see. I am, you know. What? I pull away so I can look at him. Your girl, I answer. I always have been. Always. I know that now. Do you really think we can do this? There isn't any other option. It was always supposed to be us, Bella. I kiss him, because I have to when he says stuff like that. There are so many ways this might not have happened. I have to believe that he's right. Being in his arms feels different now because for every inch I grew while we were apart, he grew too. He's solid around me, and even something as simple as running a finger over his arm feels new. But he still loves my hair. He can't keep his hands out of it. Carlisle walks into the kitchen, clearing his throat as a polite way to remind us not to make out in family areas. We spend tea. He rest of the day playing Mortal Kombat, and I can tell he's been practicing. I'm actually glad because it's more of a challenge this way. Beating everyone all the time gets boring. His parents invite us to dinner. We agree to go with them, and since Esme is craving Greek, we end up at Mykonos. He mouths the words "I'm sorry" in the car. I couldn't drive by that restaurant for a year. Now, I'm craving moussaka. Dinner is delicious and the company is perfect. His parents haven't changed at all. We talk about school, my choices and Edward's, and I can tell I'm missing something from the looks they're giving him and each other. Family business is none of my business, so I don't ask. I have to leave for Forks when we get back to his house. Charlie and I have plans for Sunday. Important plans. Call me when you get home. He says after kissing me goodbye. You know I will. He smiles as he closes my car door because he knows I will. We talk way too late, and Charlie wakes me up way too early Sunday morning. This is shopping day. Dad needs some new duds before we hit the Sunshine State. The man doesn't even own a pair of shorts or white socks. He drives to the port and makes me listen to the E.A.C. listening radio station the entire trip. Every now and then, they play something cool like Billy Joel or Don Henley. The rest is just lame. We shop all afternoon, and it wouldn't be a trip to PA without dinner at Barry's. I hope he doesn't bring Jeanette here on dates. I advise him against it, just in case. The week drags at school. The yearbook is done. All of our tests are next week since it's the last one before spring break. And I don't get to see Edward at all, which makes it feel even longer. Friday is my last night at Newton's. Mrs. N springs for a cake, and my coworkers give me a farewell card with $100 in it. Walking the store at closing is strange. I don't even feel like I'm the same girl who walked in there begging for a job a year and a half ago. Mr. Newton excluded. This place has been good to me. Mrs. N cries when she gives me my final paycheck, and she wishes me good luck before we walk out together for the last time. Instead of going back to Charlie's, I stay on the highway. My plan is to spend the entire weekend in PA. Emmett and Elliot show up with Edward on Saturday night for a few friendly games of pool. Edward has the good sense to keep quiet. Emmett makes a big deal about not wanting to be my partner. Like a true hustler, Edward lets them tease him into joining forces with me. We cream them. It's a fun night. I love hanging out with Emmett, and Elliot isn't so bad. The only downside is no alone time with Edward. It's frustrating because now that he's allowed to touch me, he won't stop. Hands on my hips as we watch Emmett shoot. A key. SS on my ear before I walk away to line up. A hand in my back pocket gripping my ass when it's Elliot's turn. It's enough to drive a poor, horny girl insane. By the end of the night, I'm a mess. He knows it too. The goodbye kiss he gives me isn't the one I want. I want my back against the brick wall and his tongue in my mouth. What I get is sweet and chaste with taunts from Emmett in the background. I'm beyond surprised the next day when Phil pounds on my bedroom door to wake me up at noon. I don't remember the last time I slept this late. The only thing that gets me going is the knowledge that Edward is downstairs waiting. We won't see each other again until Wednesday, and we're both leaving early Saturday morning for our spring break trips. I try not to get freaked out about the way time seems to be passing more quickly now. It had ticked by when I'd had nothing to lose. Now, I want every minute. Instead of wasting time drying my hair, I roll it into a bun and use decorative chopsticks to hold it in place. Edward likes it. I'm going to start wearing my hair up all the time if it means he'll touch and kiss my tattoo this way. It makes it hard to focus on my cereal, but my neck really likes it. My heart does too. I'm a little surprised when he drives to putt around. Instead of walking over to the batting cages, he pays for 2 games of mini golf. I can't figure out why because he's terrible at it. Stop. I tell him after his third pouting incident. You're approaching it too directly. You're good at pool. This is the same thing, angles and force. The playing table and the execution are different. But the core is the same. Once he stops worrying and over-swinging, he has fun. The athlete in him wants to win everything, and the man in him can't stand losing to a girl. I could ease up. But that's just not my style. He does much better on the second course without any help from me. We skip lunch and catch a 4 o'clock showing of Reality Bites. We quietly discuss our mutual crush on Winona Ryder through the entire movie. I love the chick to death because she's just so damn naturally pretty. Edward calls her hot since he's a dude, and I can't really disagree. She's a total babe. He tries to give up on the movie and make out with me after I admit that I'd rather do her than Ethan Hawke. I don't let him. He's been sexually frustrating me since the minute he touched my hand at my mother's wedding. He'll survive the last 45 minutes of this movie. We run into Emmett and Rosalie later outside of Pam's, and we walk in with them. There's an awkward moment at the hostess stand when she asks how many are in our party. Fuck it. 4. I tell her. After ordering, we tell them about the movie. Edward tells Emmett that watching Winona was worth all the girly parts he had to endure. She's so plain, Rosalie says. She would think that. Why? Edward asks. Because she's pale. It makes her look soft. I didn't care much for the way she looked in Edward Scissorhands. But she did the best she could with the whole generic blonde cheerleader thing. I squeeze his thigh under the table. He deserves a hand job for that, but it would hardly be appropriate to give it to him here. Besides, she had asked for it. To each his own, Emmett says, glancing over the menu. Exactly, Edward agrees, squeezing my hand and holding it in his lap. Conversation isn't easy. Emmett and I are trying more than Edward and Rosalie. I answer her questions about school and somehow she brings up prom. Is he bringing you to prom? She asks. We could double. I've gotta go with Carmen on this one. I'd rather be shot in the kneecap. No, I'm taking her to prom in Forks instead, Edward answers for me. Oh, well, that's cool. I guess. When is it? The week before ours. On Friday or Saturday? Emmett asks. Friday. I answer. It's my first chance to join the prom conversation because I don't really know anything about what goes on at PA High anymore unless it involves baseball or Edward. I wonder if he wants to go to his prom. I would rather be shot in the leg, but if he wants to go, I'll go with him. Someone in this restaurant has a serious love for Phil Collins. I love him too, but I need some rock and a breather from the suffocating prom talk and Rosalie's face. A 5-minute trip to the jukebox does wonders for my patience. It doesn't hurt that our food is being delivered when I get back to the table. Emmett and Rosalie leave as soon as they're finished eating so they can make the evening showing of the new Seagal movie. Poor girl. He leaves money with Edward, and we wait around for the waitress to bring the check. Are you cool with not going to your prom? I ask. Yeah. He seems uncomfortable as he examines my hand in his lap. You remember the game that was cancelled? Of course I remember. It had been the day of our first kiss. Well, this time, first kiss. Emmett just told me it's been rescheduled. He's still staring at my fingers as he plays with them, and I'm starting to get a really bad feeling about this. For prom Friday. Oh. The last thing I would have expected to feel is disappointment, but it's exactly what I feel. It doesn't make sense because prom is lame. And I didn't really want to go in the first place. He takes the change from the waitress and tips her as I try not to freak out. We walk out silently, and I remind myself not to be angry over something he can't control. I guess Carmen will be dateless too, I tell him when we get to the car. We can go together since we already have dresses. Bella, I'm not backing out on you. I was kind of hoping you might not mind being a little late. The game is right after school. It sucks because I wanted to bring you back to the port for a nice dinner and maybe some pictures for my mom, but now we won't have time for any of that. For a girl who doesn't want to go to prom, I'm awfully fucking relieved that he doesn't cancel. We can eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and Doritos in my kitchen if you want. I kiss his jaw, loving the scrape of his stubble on my lips. And I don't mind being late at all. Prom is stupid. He puts his hands on my waist, probably trying to keep me from rubbing my boobs all over him, but he's too late. He ends up pulling me against him instead. I think you might actually want to go to prom with me, he says, brushing his lips across my ear. I think you're right. Maybe I do want to go with him. If that makes me a sissy, so be it. I wish I could take you on a real prom date. He sounds so frustrated, and I get it. Edward's all about the fancy dates. I just want hang out with you. Maybe dance a little. I don't care about the rest. You're sure? Very. I'm also sure that I'm ready to get him out of his clothes. He's done everything he can to show me how important I am to him. I'm not kidding myself about our situation. There will be times we won't be able to be there for each other. I'll miss games. He'll miss events. Life happens. We'll get through it. Can we go? I ask. He knows I'm really saying take me home and do me. Absolutely. Phil and Mom aren't home when we get back to the house. It wouldn't matter if they were. I have an entire floor to myself, including a king-sized bed. He doesn't protest when I take his hand and silently lead him up the stairs to my room. He smiles like a 16-year-old boy when I shove him down onto my bed and crawl over him until I'm straddling his lap. What are you doing? It's low and husky in his throat. Taking off your clothes, I answer, pulling his shirt over his head. You're sure? Please. Bella, he says, catsy. Hing my hands in his and moving them away from his belt. Don't do this unless you mean it. Oh, I mean it. I shift, hoping a little friction might convince him. We should talk about this. I sit back on his thighs, tug the sticks from my hair, and pull my own shirt over my head. Okay, talk. Maybe we shouldn't do this so soon, he says quietly. His hands are saying something entirely different, reaching behind me to unfasten my bra. He has my tits in his palms and his thumbs on my nipples before I can even pull it away from my body. If we wait for things to be perfect, we'll be celibate forever, I tell him. Tossing the bra across the room and watching his mind war with his dick in his hands. So far, his body is winning. I can feel it. We're human, and we're kids. We won't ever be perfect. That doesn't mean we can't love each other. His hands freeze. Is that what we're doing? I should be embarrassed that he's feeling me up while we're having this conversation, but I'm not. I am. I tell him seriously. I love you. I let my hand roam into his hair and lean forward until every part of me is touching him. Except my lips. Those are still talking. Somehow, You managed to make me fall in love with you twice. It's the only way I know to tell him I love him exactly as he is. Right now. Does this mean it's not a secret anymore? I should have figured. I'm forever humiliating myself while sleeping in front of him. I don't think it's ever been much of a secret. I love you back. Always. Bella. I promise. It isn't the first time he's said those words to me. It is the first time I've really believed them. I know. He doesn't stop me when I reach for his belt a second time. He stands to shed his jeans, and I do the same. We're not shy 16-year-old kids anymore, and we watch each other as we undress. The moment I'm naked, he steps in front of me and lifts me onto the bed. Thankfully, the talking part is over. The kissing part is just getting started. His weight on top of me and his tongue against mine, he's right. This is what we were always supposed to be, what we didn't know how to be before. I've always loved his teeth, the way they feel on my lips, my neck, my nipples, especially those evil bastards, and tonight. He's taking his time, putting his mouth on every inch of me from neck to navel. I'm dying. Squirming and desperate, I push his head, trying to get him where I want him. Oh no, you don't. His lips move against my skin. I've waited 2 years for this. You can wait a few more minutes. A little patience won't kill you. His tongue drags across my hip. The hell it won't. Ah is the only thing I can manage. I sit up a little to lean on my elbows so I can watch. Jesus. I've never seen anything so pretty in all my life, and of course, my camera is downstairs. Damn it. His hair is everywhere, crazy and wild. And he's kissing a path from hip to thigh and down, not missing an inch of flesh. And if he doesn't put his mouth on me soon, I will die. I watch as he grips my legs, pushing them further apart as he kisses my inner thigh. The man is a demon. He looks sweet and innocent, but he's pure fucking evil. He proves it by lifting his head to give me a cocky little smile. How am I doing? As close as his face is to my goods, he can probably see how well he's doing. But he's being perfect, and I want him to know it. You're killing it. Not yet, he promises, and I street up breathing as he leans down to gently kiss my clit. It's a sweet introduction. Then, he alternates teeth and tongue, adding his fingers, and I give up on watching and fall back against the mattress. Eyes closed and fists full of bedding. I curse and call on Jesus, but when I say Edward's name, he twists his wrist and gives it to me harder with his mouth and his hand until the scruff I love so mew. CH is burning my skin in the best possible way, and I'm so fucking close. He moans when I bury my hand in his hair. Hearing it makes me want to hear it again and again, so I tug, and this time, when he moans, I do too because I'm being gifted the best fucking orgasm of my life. It feels so good it almost hurts and my legs try to close on pure instinct, but he's quick to pin them down with his hands, keeping me open and his mouth fast and hard against me until I'm not sure whether to beg him to stop or tell him to keep going forever. He slows on his own, ending as gently as he started before kiss. Ing a path up my body until he's hovering over me. Screw that. I kiss him until he relaxes against me. Bella. We need. You're clean. I'm clean. I haven't missed any pills. I don't want anything between us ever again. Secrets, lies, guilt. Even condoms. I've never forgotten that afternoon on the couch in Forks or the way it felt with nothing between us. I want that every day. If I miss a pill, we'll fall back on condoms. We'll be careful and smart. I love him, but I still don't want babies. Not yet. I lift my hips, trying to position him. He groans as he settles between my legs but stops long enough to whisper, "Are you sure?" He doesn't hesitate when I nod, and we kiss with his hand cupping the back of my neck as he slowly pushes inside. Fuck. Bella, he moans. Maybe I should get a rubber. This isn't going to last long if I don't. I squeeze his hips with my thighs and kiss his neck until he starts to move. I want you. Just you. Christ. He gives up the slow and shallow, kissing me and hitting deeper with every thrust. Letting go of my neck, he rests his arm on the bed, cradling my head so I don't have to reach to kiss him. The fingers of his other hand leave a trail of want as he skims the skin from my neck to my nipple, stopping to pull and tease and make me groan into his mouth. He tickles my ribs with his thumb on the way down, and the feel of him gripping my hip with his bare hand, moving my body to meet his, just makes me want more. 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 Yes, he agrees, sliding his hand down over my ass and holding me still as moves hard enough for both of us. I love you. He ives me words and his body again and again, straining, coming, and pushing through it so I can burn with him. We're sweaty and breathless, and I feel so lucky to have him like this. Are you okay? He asks, resting his forehead against mine. Is that a yes? He rolls us onto our sides, and as much I want him inside me all the time, it just isn't physically possible. Damn it. I want to take a 15-minute nap and then do that again. When I finally open my eyes, he's watching me. Thank you, he says, scooting closer and kissing me softly. For what? Because really, I should be thanking him. For trying. Another kiss. For not quitting. Lips on my neck. For being here. He leans back to look at me. Any other questions? No. Although there is one thing I'm curious about now. Well, what? I look at his chest to avoid his eyes. Have you done that before? There's no way he hasn't. He's way too good at it. No. Don't lie. I'm not. I've never done it before. If he's telling the truth. ND that was his first time. I'm a lucky fucking girl. He'll only get better with time, the same way he did with sex. It was way too good for a first try, I insist. Carmen had plenty of advice for me after she made fun of me. Oh man. I'm sorry. I told you my friends suck. But this time, I don't know, I kind of want to kiss her. She should write a book instructing guys on how to give oral. Only if I can watch. 16. 18. I guess it doesn't matter. Boys will be boys. I need your advice, Carmen says as she stares at her shoes. I exhale slowly and pass the pipe to her. About sex. Carmen, you've slept with half of Forks. What could I possibly know about sex that you don't? How to have sex with a virgin. Oh sweet Jesus. You do know that boys don't have hymens, right? It isn't going to hurt him. It earns me a dirty look. But damn. And technically, Edward wasn't a virgin. Don't be an asshole. We're getting a hotel room for prom night, and I've never spent the night with a boy. God. That's sad. All those boys. And she's never woken up in someone's arms. I am an asshole. I'm sorry. I knock my knee against hers. You know I have trouble talking about sex. I know. I'm not really mad. I can get through the act, I think. What do you mean you think? It doesn't sound like you're ready for this. I just don't want to seem overexperienced. I love this girl. She's so much like me in some ways and so completely opposite in others. He won't care. He loves you, and he won't care. You've been honest, right? Yeah, we've talked. With him being friends with Emmett, I figured it was for the best. I guess I'm worried that I don't know how to do all the emotional stuff. My instinct is to just fuck him like crazy. But it's his first time. Ever. Shouldn't that be all sweet and romantic and stuff? Why don't you let him set the mood? If he goes for slow and romantic, be gentle with him. If he's eager, make him your bitch. Just don't expect it to last very long the first time. I don't care about that. Yep. She's in love. The phone rings in my hand, and I smile because I know it is Edward calling from the payphone outside the gym before practice. Hey, I answer as I motion to Carmen and leave her outside. Is it tomorrow yet? He misses me. I can hear it in his voice. No, it's still Tuesday. Are you still coming over after school? He's asked me this question a dozen times since he kissed me goodnight and left me at Renee's house Sunday night. Yes, but if you ask me again, I won't. I'm sorry. I'm just anxious. I bet you are, I tease. What color panties are you wearing? Goodbye, Edward. I'm serious. What color? I know Carmen is outside, but I still glance around before quietly answering, blue. Damn it. He groans. Blue looks so good against your skin. Does your mom still have that church banquet thing tomorrow night? Yes, and dad will be working. Do you see why I'm going nuts? Are you going to survive practice? I guess. He grumbles. I can almost see the pout. I'll reward you tomorrow afternoon. I promise. Bella. I know. I'm sorry. I'm not really. I like knowing he wants me. I really like knowing he's been thinking about me naked. Go to practice. I'll talk to you tonight. Phil had made him run 5 extra laps during yesterday's warm-up, one for each minute he was late. I'm doing my best to help him avoid the same thing today. Knowing Phil, he'll double it. He's not an asshole like Banks. But he expects respect from his players. I'll call you when I get home. Love you, Bella. I love you too. I stare at the phone for a moment after ending the call. Part of me still can't believe this is real. I may have said it first this time around, but he says it every time we're saying goodbye now. Maybe it's because we're more grown up. Or maybe it's because we couldn't say it to each other at all for so long. Whatever the reason, I like it. I'm guessing that was Edward, Carmen says as I rejoin her on the steps outside. You look a little dumbstruck. I do not. Dude, you look happy. There's nothing wrong with it. I want to hear about Sunday. Of course she does. It's odd that I'm sexually active and she hasn't been since last year. Last year. When she says it, she makes it sound like she's dying. November was 5 months ago. I went a hell of a lot longer than 5 months, so I have zero sympathy. Besides, I want to know how she ended up shooling Edward in the first place. I want to hear about your oral sex discussion with my boyfriend. She covers her heart with her hand like she's saying the Pledge of Allegiance and sighs. Did he do it? Yes. Are you happy? Why is my sex life always so damn fascinating? Yes. He is so sweet. Bella. I feel like a real jerk for being such a shit to him, and part of me kind of wonders if what I did might have messed you guys up even more. So when he asked for tips, I hooked him up. But why would he ask? Were you guys just sitting around talking about oral at Pam's? No, dumbass. He asked me Friday night at Sam's. What? I was outside on the lawn. Smokin' and chillin' with him and Elliot. Sam needed Elle's help moving the table, and while he was gone, Edward brought it up. He seemed nervous, so I explained the bare basics, you know. Hand-mouth coordination and such. He listened well. She laughs, leaning forward to rest her elbows on her knees. Good. The boy is smitten. I wasn't going to mention this, but fuck it. Riley is gone. And there's a new tenant in his old place. The change in her tone is enough to make me dislike this new tenant already. Her name is Bree, and the bitch is perfect. I mean perfect. Tits, ass, face, she even has brains. And, well, I thought I was going to have to kick her ass for a minute. She tried to give Edward a boob flash while I was standing right there. Hello. I recognize the, hey, I wanna fuck you, introduction from a mile away. I'm the queen of that shit. Any girl with brains would hit on Edward. I can't blame her really. What stopped you, Edward? He seemed so uninterested, I almost felt bad for her. I'll give it to her though, once he said he was taken, she backed off. Well, it's good to know not all chicks are like Maria and Irina. I don't know Bree, and I might not ever meet her. But she sounds like a decent girl. It's also good to hear what I already know. He's mine. Can't blame a girl for trying, I joke. She told him his girlfriend is a lucky girl. She stops to look at me and grin. He looked at her and said, I'm the lucky one. That's some sweet shit, Bella. I can't believe it took you so long. I can't believe it either. He's sweet and shy when he opens the door Wednesday afternoon. But I'm more nervous than anything. I think he knows it too because he holds my hand tightly as we walk up the stairs to his room. The bedding is white now instead of black. But everything else looks exactly the same down to the picture of us sitting on his bedside table. What's wrong? He asks. I burned it. Burned what? Everything. I whisper. Every note. The picture. Your t-shirt. I burned it all in the trash barrel out back on New Year's Eve. It was supposed to help. He looks surprised. And hurt. Did it? I shake my head. No. Don't be sad, he says quietly, cupping my cheeks in his hands and wiping my tears with his thumbs. Please don't cry. I'll write you new notes. Every day I don't see you, I'll write one. We have new pictures now, Bella. None of that stuff matters. He kisses me softly. I don't want to make you sad anymore. I want you to be happy. I am. It's just confusing sometimes. It won't always be like this. His hand moves to my neck, and his thumb rubs lightly over my tat. We'll keep making new memories until the old ones just don't hurt anymore. I love you, I tell him, resting my head on his chest and my arms on his waist. He pulls me over to his bed, and I follow when he leans back against the headboard, sitting between his bent knees and relaxing with my back against his chest. I'm sorry. I wipe my cheeks and try to stop crying like a baby. I'm premenstrual, which is awesome by the way, and I think too much. You don't have to apologize. That picture hasn't been there the whole time, Bella. It spent a year in an old paper sack in the corner of my closet with everything else that reminded me of you. I've ruined our whole afternoon. This is not what I had in mind when we talked on the phone yesterday. This is perfect. Any time you're in my bed, it's perfect. Though I have to admit, I'd prefer no tears. Yeah, me too. I'm done. All clear. He picks up the remote and turns on the TV as I move to sit next to him. We adjust the pillows, getting comfortable, and when he holds out his arm, I snuggle in close. He's right. This is perfect. The only problem is we've stayed up 2 nights in a row talking instead of sleeping, and we doze off with my arm across his chest and his arm wrapped around me. Waking up in the same position is the best feeling in the world. He drops a couple of sleepy forehead kisses on me as he tries to wake up. I don't mind. I also don't mind when he wakes up all the way and slides his arm down my back until his hand is resting on my ass. Forehead kisses turn into neck kisses as he flips me onto my back and slowly unbuttons my shirt. Feeling better. His voice is deep and rough, and his fingers are like gentle matches, lighting the flame with every brush against my skin. I let him take the shirt and my bra. And I end up losing my pants too before he even sheds his t-shirt. When he finally does, I kiss his chest because there is no way I'm mouth kissing him after a crying spell and a nap. My mouth is staying closed. I work my fingers between us, popping open the buttons on his jeans one by one until I can get my hand in. Can I have you? Like he even needs to ask. Is he crazy? He's holding back, trying not to assault my palm. You should be naked by now, I tell him, tightening my grip and moving my hand until he caves. One quick thrust before he moves away to get rid of his pants, and then he peels off my underwear on his way back up. You should be naked all the time, he says, trailing his fingers lightly across my inner thigh. I exhale and relax against the pillow as his hand moves then lower and he slips 2 fingers inside. It feels different physically. I mean, he's a man now. But it's also the same because he knows the exact way to touch me. It's almost embarrassing how quickly he leaves me shaking and breathless. He's frustrated when I won't let him kiss me, but he doesn't let it deter him, moving his lips to my neck instead as his fingers disappear and he gives me something so much better. He hadn't been joking about being anxious. I can feel it in the way he moves, tense above me. I kiss his chest, right above his heart, to remind him that I love him and then say the words out loud for him too. His I love you is quiet and soft, but his hips are merciless as he shows me exactly how much he missed me and makes me forget everything else in the world but us. Trying to get to the bathroom after is embarrassing. I'm naked, and gravity is a bitch when spunk is involved. He only laughs a little, and I can't really be mad because I'm laughing at myself too for a change. He hides my shirt while I'm taking care of business. If we order pizza, we can stay naked in bed. It's tempting. Naked Edward is always tempting, but I'm still sick of pizza. We compromise on fast food. The lot at Wendy's is full. And there is a large group of heavy-hitting punk kids standing in clusters around 3 parked cars. Some of them are smoking, and I catch glimpses of 2 flasks of their passed from hand to hand. Edward. That's Jane, I say quietly, horrified by her appearance. Her tights are ripped, her hair cut short, and if the wind blows, I'm afraid she might topple over. She's that skinny. What's wrong with her? Looks like she's off the wagon again. I'm not sure what he means by that, but she obviously needs help. We need to call her parents. She looks awful. Try to keep her here for a few minutes. I'll try to reach them from the payphone behind the building. I'll be right back. Promise me you won't get in any of those cars. Not even for a minute, Bella. Not all of these kids are strangers. A few went to PA and graduated before I even left. I've seen some of the others at the hole a time or two. They all look pretty rough. Jane looks pretty rough. I promise. He steps out of the car before he can change his mind. I can see he doesn't like this. He knows what happened the night Lonnie died, and he doesn't want to leave me alone with Jane. I get out too. As she approaches, the first thing I notice is that she's even thinner up close with pale skin stretched thin and sallow. There's a pink barbell in her bottom lip and a line of track marks on the inside of her left arm. Hey, Bella. She hugs me briefly and asks where Edward is going. He's calling Emmett. He was supposed to meet us here, but the Jeep is Mia. She seems happy enough with my answer and asks what I've been up to. I tell her about school in Florida, and she nods politely until Edward joins us. I don't know if he reached her parents. I'm stalling anyway, hoping someone might show up to get her away from these people and get her some help. I'm kind of hungry, she says, rubbing her stomach. Can I borrow some money? Like a 5. Don't give her any money, Edward whispers in my ear as I dig through my purse. I can't let her starve. She won't spend it on food. Trust me. He hates this as much as I do, and it sounds like he knows much more of her story. Come in with us, Jane, I offer. I'll buy you a combo. You can supersize it. She needs to. God. She needs to. I'll buy her 2 combos if she'll eat them. She looks emaciated and unkempt, and her friends are starting to give us dirty looks. Nah, I'm waiting on someone out here. I'm gonna eat when he gets here. If you give me a 5, I'm good. I can't. Sure you can. I'll get a combo when my friends go inside. We'll just be a few more minutes. I can't give you money. Not for heroin. I can't help this poor girl kill herself. Edward. She asks. Let us buy you dinner. Jane. He tries to reason with her. You can have a burger, and we'll give you a lift home. $5. She says, shaking her head. You fuckers can't spare a 5 for an old friend. Her voice is getting louder with each word, and people are starting to stare. You know what? Fuck you both. I don't need your money anyway. She turns to join her friends, and they disappear into cars as she walks away from us. Jane, please let us take you home. I try one last time as S. He opens the passenger door of a green Civic hatchback. Fuck off. Bella. Come on, Edward says quietly, tugging my hand. We can't just let her leave. I don't know how to walk away even though the car he's in is already backing out of the parking space. She's already gone. She has been for a while. The Honda turns left out of the lot and disappears after making a right at the light. Finally, I let him pull me into the restaurant. We save the conversation until we're alone at a table in the corner munching on fries and junior bacon cheeseburgers. Mrs. Nelson had answered when Edward called and told him that she and Jane's dad had kicked Jane out 3 months ago. She'd robbed her parents a few weeks after coming home from her second trip to rehab. Her mother had cried when Edward called tonight. But she had also insisted it was time for tough love and refused to come. How is Alec handling all of this? When I saw him over winter break, he was happy and excited that Jane was about to be released in time for Christmas. God. He's probably crushed. Poor Jane. The whole situation is fucked, he agrees. I can't help but wonder what it would have taken to push me over whatever line she crossed. Don't say things like that. If Ben had succeeded, If that line I blew with Jane had made me feel good instead of awful. If I'd stayed in Port Angeles and hadn't had Charlie and the girls. I've been walking such a thin line for the longest time. It's one reason I'm glad I'm leaving, I admit. I've been walking around in a haze for years, since before I met you if I'm being honest. I watch the white paper of the straw wrapper as I tear it into tiny pieces. I'm tired of being numb all the time and the partying, it gets old. Are you breaking up with Mary Jane? He would never say it out loud, but he's totally giving me a bitch. Please look. Never. I'm not going to give it up, but when I get to Florida, I'm not going to go looking for a dealer either. I'll probably take some with me and smoke every now and then. I just need to slow down. There's nothing wrong with that. I still drink beer occasionally. I don't miss the other shit one bit. You're probably the only drug-free person I know, I joke. Well, except for Jake. He's been clean for years. Messing around with liquor and coke is how I ended up in so much trouble over Christmas break junior year. It was easy to walk away from it. More pieces of the Maggie puzzle click into place, but I can't be angry. The same thing could have happened to me. I'd thought of Tyler that way, even if it had only been for a moment. He pulls off the lid covering the Frosty and dips 2 fries into the chocolate ice cream. Leaning forward, he feeds them to me instead of being greedy, and I decide to really put the Maggie thing to rest in my mind for good. We split the ice cream and wipe out our fries. As we're leaving, I scan the parking lot, hoping Jane changed her mind, but there's no sign of her. When we get back to Edward's house, it's as dark as we left it. And we're still alone. I'm half undressed by the time we fall onto his bed, and he tugs my jeans off before getting rid of his own clothes. When he's finally naked, I push him onto his back. Oh yeah, he asks as I climb over him. His hands are on my waist before I can moan a yes, and then it's his turn to moan as I slowly take him inside. His lips part and he watches with me eyes and shallow breaths until the urge to move takes over. Years ago, I could barely look him in the eye when we'd done this, but the way he looks at me now makes it impossible to look away. I watch his breath catch as I lean back, placing a hand on each of his thighs for support. It's the leverage I need for the pace I want. He meets it easily, adding his thumb in tight circles when I'm say and groaning my name as I bring him with me. Esme will be home soon, and we both know it, but getting dressed puts us one step closer to saying goodbye. We leave our clothes off and our bodies toque hing until the sound of the garage door opening forces our hand. After dressing quickly, we make our way downstairs to chat with her for a while. If she suspects anything, she doesn't call us on it. He sits on one of the stools. And I stay on my feet but lean on him enough to probably label it a new form of sitting. Each tick of the clock in the kitchen serves as a reminder of how late it's getting. This is still a school night. I've got to make the drive back to Forks and drag my ass out of bed in the morning. We had been apart for 2 freaking years, and I'm waffling like being away from each other for spring break is going to kill us. As if. Edward kicks me out at 10. I hate for you to be out on the highway this late, he says as we walk outside. I'll be careful, and I'll call you as soon as I get home. I've already cried once today, and I refuse to go all psycho and do it again now. So, a week and a half, right? Next Saturday. He hugs me, talking against my hair. Are you planning any beach time? I don't know. Why? Don't fall for any surfer boys. I can tell he's teasing. He knows I won't. I'm into baseball players. Lucky me. Lucky us. Getting my own war movie-worthy goodbye kiss is pretty amazing. Charlie is set on leaving Forks the minute the final bell rings on Friday. He's in the parking lot waiting for me after school, and we're on the road to Seattle in the time it takes me to give the girls goodbye hugs. I wish he'd given me time to call Edward to at least say goodbye. 7 more days. This is going to suck, but we'll have the entire summer together, and New York. I'm really excited about New York. We spend the night in a hotel near SeaTac and arrive at the airport at the ungodly hour of 6 o'clock in the morning on Saturday so we can make our flight at 7. I'm snoozing before the fasten seatbelt light turns off. We grab a bite to eat in Atlanta during our 2-hour layover. After landing in Jacksonville, it takes 45 minutes to get the rental car and finally get on the road. Charlie wasn't comfortable with the idea of staying at Phil's house, so he made reservations for us at the Hilton in St. Augustine. The sun is setting as we arrive, and it's hard for me to wait for Charlie to park. The hotel is bayfront, and there are beautiful boats and so many colors. My camera is already in hand. He leaves me to it and goes inside to check us in. Charlie is always hungry, and by the time we're settled, it's well past dinner time for us. He looks annoyed when he parks in the lot at Austine's, per my instructions, and sees a line of patrons outside waiting. Trust me, Dad, I tell him as I step out of the car. You're going to love this place. Everything is fried, and it's delicious. It's totally worth the wait. He agrees as we're walking out an hour and a half later. The campus tours don't run on Sundays, so we spend our first day hitting some of the attractions. I take him to Fort Matanzas and the Pirate Museum. After lunch, he insists going to the Ripley's Believe It or Not museum. It's a total rip-off, but he chuckles a time or two and that's worth the price of my boredom. I breathe a sigh of relief Monday morning when my period shows up right on schedule. It will suck dealing with it on vacation, but it is way better than the alternative. I think I'm in love with my birth control pills. We spend most of the day at Flagler. Charlie completely embarrasses me by asking to speak to the head of campus security. After interrogating the man over statistics and precautionary measures, he tells him, "Good job," and the poor guy walks away sweating bullets. He buys 2 Flagler hoodies in the bookstore, one for him and one for me, and I know he's sold. This is his way of giving me his blessing or whatever. Since I know he's too proud to ask to see it, I drive to Phil's house on Tuesday. Charlie watches as I put in the code at the neighborhood entrance and wave to the 2 guards on duty in the guard shack. He doesn't seem early impressed by the house until we walk in and I have to disarm the fancy alarm system. Then he looks outright happy. I give him a quick tour, and we step out back to admire the view. No swimming alone. I'm not a total idiot, Dad. Say it. I promise. All right. This place will do. It's hard not to laugh, but I manage. I'm glad, because my scholarship only covers tuition and a $200 book stipend each semester. It would suck if you made me pay for a dorm. I'm trying to keep the mood light. My dad has a lot of pride, and this can't be easy for him. You know, I started a college fund with my very first paycheck from the station. I put back $2. There were some weeks during the early years I could only add a few dollars. But I never stopped adding to it. He pauses, smiling a little. After I paid off the house, the deposits were much bigger. With or without the scholarship, it's still for you. We'll sign over the account at the bank before you leave this summer. You're really okay with me leaving? I want you to be happy. If living here for a while will make you happy, then you should do it. And if it doesn't work out, I've already told you that you never need a reason to come home. That offer never expires, Bella. Thanks, Dad. I rest my head against his shoulder. I'm going to miss you. He drops a kiss on my hair. I'll miss you too, and I don't expect you to use all of those long distance cards calling me, but I want to hear your voice at least once a week, young lady. Deal. I want my station listed as your emergency contact. Someone is always there. Okay. If you decide to take night classes, call security to take you to your car. I'm not kidding about this one. He points a finger in my face to prove it. There are phones outside every building and waiting 10 or 15 minutes could be the difference between life and death. Having a cop for a dad is a trip. Got it. Good. I think that's it. After locking up, we make it back to town in time to catch a lull in the crowd at Austine's. Charlie can't get enough fried seafood. Wednesday morning, he tells me to pack after breakfast. We check out around 9 and by noon, we're in Orlando parking in the lot at Magic Kingdom. Neither of us has ever been to Disney World, and I don't care if I am 18, this is the most awesome fucking surprise ever. We wait in long lines for rides and food, and T's worth every sore muscle at the end of the day when we leave. It had been a spur of the moment thing, so he pulls in at the first nice looking hotel he sees and books rooms for 2 nights. Thursday morning we make the drive over to Universal Studios and catch the rides there. This might be the first time I've ever seen my dad let loose and act like a kid. The days have passed so much more quickly than I expected them to. Before I know it, Charlie is making the drive back to Jacksonville Friday morning, and then I'm saying goodbye to Florida again as I board a flight back to Seattle. The drive to Forks seems to take longer than ever. Hey, Dad. Yeah, Grandpa has Alzheimer's. Mom and Phil moved him into their house this week. I'm sorry, kid. That's terrible. He's a good man. Do you think maybe we could go fishing Sunday? The 3 of us. Sure. If you think he'll want to. We get in late, and after sleeping well past noon on Saturday, I finally check the messages on my answering machine. He first one is time-stamped Friday around noon. I don't recognize the number, but I can tell it's not local because of the area code. Hey, it's me. I can't explain right now, but I'm not going to make it home this weekend. It looks like we'll be gone until Tuesday. I'm not sure yet, but that's the plan. I miss you, and I can't wait to see you. I love you, Bella. I wonder if he is signing. If he is, he sounds excited about it. I'm guessing they made him an offer too good to refuse. 8 hours isn't so bad. Plus we'll have Labor Day, fall break, and Thanksgiving to get us through until winter break. We'll still have the phone. We'll be fine. The next 2 messages are from Mom. They've been home since Wednesday, and she wants to hear about my trip. Instead of returning her call, I get dressed and drive to the port. She and Grandpa are relaxing on the back deck and watching Phil drive golf balls into the woods at the back of their property line when I arrive. We talk about my trip, and They seem genuinely happy that I've chosen Florida. Renee even gives me the okay to dump all the other schools. Grandpa asks about tuition and beams when I tell him I've got it covered. Do you want to go fishing tomorrow? I ask him. Dad doesn't have to work until Monday. We could leave early in the morning for Forks. That sounds good, Dad. I can pick you up tomorrow night if you want to go. My mother's offer doesn't surprise me, but the hopeful tone of her voice does. Have you learned to bait your own hook yet? He asks playfully. Gross, Grandpa. He sighs, shaking his head. I'm going to teach you tomorrow. It hardly seems right to send you out into the world without teaching you how to fish properly. After dinner, Phil and I make our way out to the deck for a smoke. I've been thinking, he says, doing that nervous thing again. Man, I thought the wedding might put an end to all that. You don't say. He ignores me. I'd like to pick Walter up tomorrow night if you think it would be okay. I don't want to meet your father for the first time at your graduation, Bella. I think we'd both be more comfortable in a less public setting. And he's offering to do it on Charlie's turf. It's a good idea. I think that would be pretty awesome of you, but I think Mom needs to stay here. I agree. I'm so glad my mom found this man instead of some asshole douchebag. As far as stepdads go, Phil is the bomb. Grandpa and I turn in early because I told Charlie we would be at the house by 8 o'clock Sunday morning. I lied. We don't arrive until almost 9. Charlie loads rods and 3 different tackle boxes in the bed of my truck before climbing into the cab. It feels weird driving with both of them in the truck, almost backwards. They're the grown-ups. Luckily, Charlie has an old pair of gloves in the largest tackle box. Grandpa was serious about teaching me to fish. Handling crickets and worms and stabbing them in the guts feels less personal with thick gloves on, but it's still nasty and makes me want to hurl. My memories obviously live in the rose-colored corner of my mind. This doesn't seem nearly as cool as I remember. It gets better as the day progresses. I give up on the fishing part and listen to Grandpa quietly tell stories about his days in the Air Force. Dad entertains him in return with small-town cop stories. My parents may be divorced, but these 2 men are still family. Ditch the boat and hit the diner for a late lunch. While Grandpa is in the bathroom, I use the time alone to give Charlie a heads up. Dad. Yeah, Phil is coming to pick up Grandpa later. He doesn't look up from his sandwich. Chewing slowly, turning it over in his head. I like him, Dad. He's good to Mom, and he's good to me. And not just us. He's good to his players. He visited Emmett in the hospital when he had surgery. I don't mention the women's shelter. It's in the news all the time and I don't want to go overboard. I don't want to feel bad for liking him. I don't want you to feel bad for it. It's not easy for me to talk about your mom, Bella. It's not easy for him to talk about his feelings, period. Stubbornness isn't the only thing I inherited from my dad. I made a lot of mistakes. I lost my family because of pride and stupidity. So I can't really blame your mother for making the choice she made. He glances over at me before continuing. We both made bad decisions after the divorce. And I'm not proud of the way we put you in the middle for so long. I won't ever do that to you again, kid. I swear. He proves it later by shaking Phil's hand and introducing himself instead of making me do it. They chat about baseball while Grandpa watches the last 10 minutes of the news. Charlie brings up Florida and tells Phil how much better he feels about me staying in a gated community than some unruly dorm. It's his way of saying thanks. Phil nods a silent "you're welcome" and conversation picks right up with talk about the campus. Grandpa hugs me before leaving, and I might cry a little. When he hugs my dad too and pats him on the face. Wait. None of them move as I rush to the dining room to get my camera. Dad and Grandpa humor me, standing awkwardly next to each other while I take a few pictures. Why don't you go stand with them, Bella? I'll take some of you together. Phil's offer doesn't surprise me. This is why I love him. I stand in the middle, and they each put an arm around me, and I hate that my grandpa is sick. But I'm so glad he's here. I'll have these pictures forever. We stand outside until Phil's car disappears from our street. He's not so bad, Charlie says as we walk into the house. Thanks, Dad. You're welcome. He points in the direction of the stairs. Do you mind if I shower first? I'd like to see Jeanette for a while before her shift starts. Go for it. While he's in the shower, I call Alice to see if she wants to come over for a while. When she finds out Charlie is coming over, she decides to invite herself over for a sleepover. It's gross, the way she's dying for our parents to start doing the deed. Ick. Jeanette and Alice talk about everything. Unfortunately, Alice repeats some of it to me. Stuff I never ever want to know. Charlie won't touch her mom if Alice is in the house. So, tonight, Alice is removing herself from the equation and crossing her fingers. I'm trying not to think about it at all as Charlie comes down the stairs. See you later, he says as he walks out the door. Alice is sitting on my bed when I get back to my room after my shower. This is so romantic, she says, grinning. Your dad is looking hot in that button-up. Shut the hell up if you want me to speak to you at all tonight. She tortures me by singing the chorus of Let's Get It On as I slip into my favorite pajamas. Bitch, you are no Marvin Gaye. Shut up. Come on. She takes my hand after I'm dressed, pulling me out of my room and down the stairs. You need to relax. With Charlie gone, we don't have to sneak out to the woods. I roll one on the back porch, and we smoke and laugh. Every time she says something suggestive about our parents, I punch her in the leg. Tell me about your trip. How was Florida? Almost perfect, I tell her. She already knows why I'm struggling with this. We've talked about it enough. And the reunion sex yesterday. He's not back yet. Is everything okay? I guess. I'm not really sure. Instead of trying to explain, I play Edward's message for her when we get back to my room. Do you think he's signing? I don't know. I don't think he would do something like that without at least talking to you about it first. Technically, we have talked about it several times. Well, Tuesday is only a couple of days away. Easy for her to say. Monday sucks harder than a normal first day back after a break because I drive myself crazy wondering if he Really is coming home on Tuesday and what he'll tell me if he does. The girls do a good job keeping me busy after school. We make a trip to PA for some shopping, and even though I know it is still Monday, and there's no way he's home, I make Leah drive by Edward's house before leaving the port. Seeing his Volvo in the driveway is enough to make me miss him a little less. We stop in to say hello to Mom and Phil and end up having dinner with them before heading back to Forks. I'm the last one Leah drops off since I live closest to her house. I'm sorry I gave you a hard time over Edward, she says after parking in my driveway. It's okay. I'm more upset about you threatening him. Really? She asks, laughing. No, I guess not. I'm just glad it didn't scare him away. So am I. Tuesday takes even longer than Monday did. I check my watch 3 or 4 times during each class, wishing the minutes would tick by a little faster. During lunch, I use the payphone in the cafeteria to call home to check my messages, but there aren't any. When the final bell rings, I have no idea if I should go home to Charlie's house or head to the port and wait in Edward's driveway until he gets there. I don't have to do either. He's already waiting for me in the parking lot, sporting a tan and standing next to the tailgate of my truck. He's talking to Jasper and watching the front exit of Forks High as I walk through it. He looks excited, Alice says as we walk down the stairs. I know. I'm not sure if he's excited to see me or excited because he's going to tell me he's moving to North Carolina. Either way, he's happy. We'll be fine. He's still looking at me like he loves me, and that's what counts. Hey, he says, pulling my backpack from my shoulder and dropping it next to his feet. Hey, I answer as he hugs me tightly. I'm scared to ask. But I've been driving myself batty for days. What's going on? Do you want to go back to your house first? No. I can't wait anymore. Why didn't you come home on Saturday? I was in Florida this weekend. Florida. It explains the tan, but that's about it. I thought you were in North Carolina. I was. Until Thursday morning. Mom called the hotel Wednesday. Jacksonville University left a message. Some kid they offered a scholarship decided to stay close to home in Oklahoma. They wanted to make an offer. My heart starts beating double time the second he mentions Jew. And, please, 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 please. Dad and I flew down to Jacksonville Thursday afternoon, and Mom met us there Friday. We toured the campus Saturday morning and went to a game that afternoon. Did you take it? I interrupt. Of course. It's perfect. Baseball, beaches, sunny days, and you. It is perfect. You're going to be a Dolphin. He grins. You know the Jew mascot. I toured the school last summer. In fact, I have an offer from Jew too. I could easily commute from St. Augustine to Jacksonville. But you want Flagler, Bella. You can still have that. It's an hour drive, the same distance we're dealing with now. And we've been doing pretty well so far. You don't have to give up what you want, and I don't want you to. You're sure? I mean, you're willing to move all the way across the country to be with me. I'm sure. We can arrange our own schedules in college, so we'll figure out how to maximize our time together. I'll probably load up on classes for the fall semester and then do only the minimum course hours required for the scholarship in the spring during baseball season. We'll make it work. I love this man for thinking about things like this and already planning ways to make me a priority. I think we've both learned our lessons. Maybe we can make Fridays early days so you can spend long weekends on the beach with me. Throw in some salty, kinky sex on that king-sized bed of yours and you're on. Deal. I missed you. Hands on my waist. Every day. A whisper in my ear. Every night. Sweet, sweet kisses on my neck. I missed him too. Come home with me. I ask. I'd like to celebrate. Naked. Your dad is in the port with Jeanette. Let's go. When we get to my house, we bypass the couch this time, opting for my bed upstairs. It's no king, but it will do. I hope. This is new. That afternoon, and the couch is the only time we've ever had sex in Charlie's house. I should probably feel guilty about it now, but I don't. I haven't seen Edward in 13 days. With any luck, I'll never have to go that long again. We take our time. We have plenty of it now. He kisses me the same way he's loving me, slow and deep, hard and sweet. Rough and frantic until it hurts so good. We're left boneless and floating, facing each other with our legs still tangled beneath the sheets. I owe your mom and Phil. His fingers are threaded with mine between us, and his voice is thick even though his eyes are happy. Why do you say that? She wrote a really badass recommendation letter, and he FedExed some of my best tapes to the coaches down at Jew. He followed up with a phone call, a few phone calls actually. But you got in on your own, I tell him. If you didn't have the talent, there's no way they would want you. A phone call from Phil won't do them much good on the field. I also owe you. You don't owe me anything. You're the one changing plans for me. I owe you 6 college baseball scholarships. The only reason I played last year was because you begged my coach not to give up on me. He rubs his thumb over my knuckles. I hated being on the field with Ben and Royce. I hated every minute of it. Why did you do it? Phil told me what you said, and I didn't want you to feel like it was all for nothing. I feel like I should apologize again. Don't. I'm glad I played. It's my ride to Florida. Okay. Universe. I'm good now. I get it. I try not to. I really do, but the tears come fast and hot. Again. He asks, looking a bit panicked. These are good tears. Really good tears. Maybe the best fucking tears ever. I giggle like an idiot as I wipe my face. The best? He asks. The very best. I've officially rejected every school but Flagler. It feels good to have a solid plan and a partner in crime. Edward had called Durham and turned down their offer before he even left Jacksonville. A phone call to me woo. LD have been nice, but he'd wanted to tell me in person, and I can't be mad about that. He's also had to make calls to San Diego, New Hampshire, and 2 schools in Chicago over the last few days. His parents are relieved that he finally made a decision. He'd been pushing the deadlines, waiting and hoping for a call from any of the schools in Florida. Leah had received a full ride to UW but no dorm, so she's decided to go to Portland. Her tuition and books will be covered by scholarship, and her Gron have offered her free room and board. Her plan is set. Undergrad then law school. Carmen is already registered for beauty school. And Elliot will be a senior at PA. Jasper and Eric are going to UW and have decided to share an apartment off campus instead of getting stuck in a sucky dorm. Jasper had gone with Alice and Carmen to the tattoo shop a couple of weeks ago, and Camilla hooked him up with the number of a shop in Seattle. He's already set up an interview for an apprenticeship. Bine. A tattoo artist would be kind of perfect for him, and I'm not just saying that because I know he'll give me a discount. Alice doesn't talk much about Mississippi, but I know she's nervous. She's Ald at Belhaven but only taking general education courses. She has no idea what she wants to major in. We're so close to being done with high school, it's starting to freak me out. Next step. Prom. I have to admit the theme for prom this year isn't as lame as last year's. Last year they'd ripped off Boys II Men and themed the whole damn prom end of the road, which is just weird because it's a song about cheating and breaking up. Not to mention when the prom pics had come in, the bottom of every picture had been captioned End of the Road, Forks High 1993. We'd made fun of that for an entire AF turnoon while stoned out in the woods behind my house. And now these hookers are making me go to prom. The only good thing about it is Edward. Well, the dress is cool too. We're sifting through Storag boxes of old pictures that the past yearbook staff had left behind. Alice suggested a walk through time as a prom theme, and her little minions happily agreed. We're looking for old prom pictures own past classes to use as decorations in the gym. Couples are encouraged to choose attire from any era. Alice is going to do the Cyndi Lauper prom look. There's rainbow tulle, denim, and white leggings involved. She promised Jasper the bolo. Their pictures should be interesting. Leah is wearing her mom's prom dress from back in the 60s, and Eric has already rented a light blue tux at the shop in PA. I don't even know what to think about that. Carmen and I refuse to play this game. We're letting our boyfriends wear normal black tuxes. She's already bought a black flapper dress, and I'm sticking with the slip dress. It's clingy. And I can almost guarantee Edward will be too once he sees it. Holy shit. Look at this, Leah says, holding out a picture for my inspection. It's my parents at my dad's senior prom. What the hell are they wearing? Pink. His shirt is pink and matches her hideous dress. Then I feel bad for a second because she probably had to wear that style because she was pregnant. The funny thing is she's happy in this picture. She doesn't look upset or sad or like she's being robbed of something. She's smiling. I've taken enough pictures over the last 2 years to recognize a real smile, and I know my mom. Can I keep this? I ask. Did you seriously ask me that? Leah shoots back. Thanks. I put it in my camera bag. I'm out. It's almost 4. It's Friday and Edward should be in Forks any minute now. They huff and tease but don't object as I ditch them and our dumb school so I can get home. He's already there waiting on the porch swing when I arrive. Sorry I'm late. Prom crap. He takes my key from me and unlocks the front door since I'm juggling my backpack, my camera case, and several library books I've been using for my final English research paper. I haven't been here long. After dumping my stuff all over the dining room table, I wave him closer. You have to see this, I tell him as I pull the old prom pic out of my case. Jesus. Your dad is pimpin'. I know, right? Laughing at this is so easy. They look ridiculous, but Charlie is undeniably suave. Thank you for not forcing me to wear a retro tux. I'm not cool enough to pull it off. Stop it. An elbow in the ribs seems appropriate. He's plenty cool. What? Pink is not my color. Yeah. I can't see him wearing pink. I can't see myself wearing it either. I'm in this picture too. She had me 5 months later. Best day ever. His arms sneak around my waist, and he rests his chin on my shoulder. Sometimes it's hard to decide which I like best, the naked times or the hugging times like this. I want them both forever in equal parts. Promise me something. Anything. I don't ever want us to lose this part of us again, our friendship. You know I love the sexin, but this is important too. He squeezes me a little tighter. I promise. Good. Are you ready to have your ass handed to you? I nod in the direction of the TV. Not this time, he warns. I've been practicing with the volume down every night while we talk on the phone. You're going down. I don't tell him that I do the same thing on nights Charlie is working. I don't let him win either. He kicks my ass fair and square, and I don't even mind because sitting so close our legs are touching, laughing and heckling each other as we try to kill each other on screen. When Charlie comes downstairs, he invites us to dinner, and since I was busy playing instead of cooking, we take him up on it. Instead of riding with him, we follow in the Volvo listening to Superchunk with the windows rolled down since the weather is nice. It makes me think of Flory. And how it will feel to ride like this with salt-kissed skin after being on the beach together all day. I can't wait. I hope I'm the reason for that smile, he says, grabbing my hand and placing it on the gear shift so he can cover mine with his own. Always. Want to share. Thinking about Florida. I think about it too, he says. A lot. I want to see your favorite places and eat at that restaurant you keep talking about. His smile matches mine and seeing it does funny things to my heart. My favorite place is the balcony outside my bedroom. I fell asleep out there one night sitting in a patio chair with my feet propped up on the rail. The sounds, the view, even the air, all so perfect. You're sure you don't mind sharing? Evil grin is back because he knows damn well I don't mind. I'm looking forward to our weekends. We'll kick it on the beach during the day, game or watch movies when it's dark, and have all kinds of the sexin in between. No parents. No sneaking around. When baseball season starts, I'll be at every home game I can make, and not because I feel like I have to be because I'm his girlfriend. I'll be there because he's my best friend and I love him. I want to see him win. Always. He parks in the lot next to Charlie's cruiser, and instead of answering, before Edward kills the engine, I ask a much more important question of my own. Do you think we should tell him and just get it out of the way? My dad knows we're back together, and he's okay with it. Not overjoyed, but he's okay with it. My dad doesn't know that Edward is moving to Florida too. The sooner we tell him, the better. Telling him here in public is a good idea. He'll be less inclined to shoot me with witnesses hanging around. Now you sound like Emmett. Come on, he says, reaching for the door handle. He's starting to give me funny looks. You're imagining things. That's his hungry face. Charlie rolls his eyes when Edward takes my hand the moment it's within reach, but I see the half grin he tries to hide as he turns in the direction of the door. Edward and I hadn't discussed possible ways to bring this up to my dad on the way here because I'd been busy, off in La La Land, daydreaming about sex and beaches. Once we've ordered, Charlie leans back against the booth's bright red pleather. How was your break, Edward? It was great, Chief. He glances at me, looking for direction, but I'm not there yet in my head. How was Florida? Good. Turn it around. It works for a while. Charlie talks about Disney and Austen's, and our food comes out as he's going on about Phil's security system. As he adds an unhealthy amount of butter to his baked potato, he turns it around again by asking one simple question. Did you make a decision while you were in North Carolina? We left early to visit another school. My dad stops jabbing his food long enough to look up at us. Let me guess. A small, private college in a little town in Florida. No, sir. A big city in a large, private college that just happened to be close to the little town you're thinking of. Jacksonville. You made a great offer. Close but not too close, Charlie mutters. I hate to admit it, but I'm glad you'll be close by. As much as I want Bella to spread her wings, or whatever they're calling it these days, it's good to know she'll have someone to look out for her. Dad, I'm not a toddler. The same goes for Edward. He'll have you. I'm pretty sure this is my dad's awkward way of saying he's cool with it, so I let the subject die as he attacks his steak. I can't really argue anyway because there's an undeniable truth in his words. Even during our worst and most misguided moments, we'd done the best we could to look out for each other. After dinner, he goes to work, and Edward comes home with me. There are 6 messages on my machine when we get upstairs to my room. The first one is from Alice, and she says for me to call her back immediately. What's got your panties in twist? I ask after she answers. Kurt Cobain killed himself. What the fuck? Seriously, dude, come over. Jasper, Leah, and a few other kids are here. We're listening to Nirvana under the stars. What happened? MTV has been reporting all night on it, so have the major stations. It's crazy. Come over and we'll fill you in. Man, what a sad frickin' day. This reminds me of when River Phoenix died last year. Only that put me in the bed for a day. Edward is as shocked as I am when I tell him what she said. I mean, sure, everyone knows the dude had issues, but damn. And his kidman, that's just sad. There are more than just a few kids at her house when we get there. Edward has to park on the street. And it kind of pisses me off. There should be reserved parking for best friends. We can hear "Come as You Are" before we even reach the driveway. It's a good thing her on. Lee neighbor works the night shift in the port. A shotgun to the chin will do it. God. It's depressing and creepy, and it makes me think about Lonnie, which makes me think about Jane even though what he's doing is more like Russian roulette with a hypodermic needle. Edward has a game tomorrow afternoon, so he turns down the beer Jasper offers him. I've been to a lot of parties in my day but none like this. There's weed in the air. And the only sound is Nirvana. The normal chatter is absent. Instead of dancing, we're all sitting in the yard, getting stoned and keeping time with our heads. We stick around until a little past 11. I'll see you tomorrow, I tell him as we stand outside my door, saying our goodnights. You don't have to make the drive to Klahowya. Carmen and I are riding together. It's a Saturday on the Olympic Peninsula. What else are we going to do? Thanks a lot. You asked for it. You know I want to see you play. I think I'm going to spend the night in the port. Can you give me a ride back to Forks sometime Sunday? You know I will. He steps back, looking nervous and unsure in a way I haven't seen in weeks. I don't like it at all. I want to ask you something, but I don't want you to take it the wrong way. Not liking this at all. Okay. Will you spend the night with me? Prom night. It's a week away, and I thought about surprising you with hotel reservations, but tea wouldn't really work since you'll need clothes and stuff. I know we're still trying to find a balance with the physical stuff, and I don't want you to think it's about sex. He swallows, looks away for a second, and then tells me with his eyes and his mouth, I want to sleep with you again. He means sleep with me in his arms and his face in my hair, and I'd have to be a complete idiot to turn him down. The suites at the Olympic Lodge are nice. We could swing by your house so your mom can say us all dressed up. I kiss him and grope him a little. And at least some of it had better be about sex. We're going to prom. We're getting a room. We have to have the sex. Don't you know how cliches work? Nah, prom sex is only cliche if it's cherry popping sex. We're clearly past that. True. Watching him drive away with a smile on my face is a recent development. The desperation his tail lights used to cause doesn't come. The sense of living on borrowed time is gone. It isn't too good to be true anymore. It's too real not to be. He grins and flirts the next day when he sees me sitting in the visitors section at the ballpark. It makes me feel dumb, lucky, and horny all at the same time. No one can turn me into a moron the way Edward can. The game goes into overtime. Carmen makes so much fun of me when I complain because apparently there is no overtime in baseball. There are only extra innings. 2 extra innings. But PA pulls it off in the end. The boys look beat, and in the few minutes I have with Edward before his bus leaves, I offer to skip our plans for tonight so he can rest. Not a chance. He smiles and plants a sweaty, nasty, delicious kiss on me. I don't know how he can be so gross and hot at the same time. When he shows up at my house later, he's anything but gross. Baggy button-fly jeans, a green and white Jew baseball t-shirt, and a white Jew ball cap that he's only owned for a couple of weeks, but the bill is broken in, curved like he's had it for years. He looks ridiculously good and smells like heaven, and I can't touch him because I'm busy introducing him to my grandpa. The joke is on me. It seems they met at the wedding. I see you finally talked to the girl. Grandpa says after shaking Edward's hand. Yes, sir, he answers, blushing a little. Oh please. He's done so much more than talk to me, and now he wants to blush. You're going to explain that later when we're alone. I whisper as we make our way up to the 3rd floor for some pool with Carmen and Elliot in tow. We play boys against girls, and I lose a couple of times because of Carmen, but it's okay. She can't help that she sucks at pool. She makes up for it with her baseball knowledge. We quit when the boys' stomachs start rumbling. Elliot is craving Mexican food, so we agree to hit Taco Shack. What's up with you and my grandpa? I ask as soon as we're alone in the Volvo. He noticed me stalking you at the wedding. He offered to introduce me to you, and I told him that would be a bad idea since you didn't care much for me at the time. That's not true, I protest. He leans forward and kisses me lightly. I know that. Now. I can't believe he was going to try to hook us up. It wasn't like that. Not at all. He laughs. He walked up and said, the first step is talking to the girl. I could help you out with an introduction. I had to explain that we already knew each other. I gave it to him in a nutshell. He looks over his shoulder as he backs out of the drive and onto the highway. I had her. I lost her. What did he say? He said exactly what he said before. The first step is talking to the girl. Thank God that stupid DJ played that Sade song. I knew it was my best shot. Maybe my only shot. You ambushed me, I say quietly, trying to decide how I feel about this. He glances over at me. Well, yeah. Do you have any idea how much it hurt me to dance with you to that song? Angry. I'm a little angry. Yes, he says firmly. It hurt me just as much. Don't think for 1 minute that it didn't. But I'm still not sorry I did it. I needed an opening, something to get me to you. You could have walked up and said hello. Yes, But then I wouldn't have been able to dance with you. My way meant dancing and talking. True. Damn you for being such a sneaky, irresistible boy, I tell him, shaking my head, trying not to smile and failing. You love me. You know it. I am sorry it hurt you. I'm sorry I hurt you. More than anything. I wish I could promise to never hurt you again. But I am a guy, Bella, and I can't read your mind. Do you know how glad I am that you didn't shut me down and give me the silent treatment just now when you were mad at me? When you're upset, I need you to tell me. I had done those things when we were younger. I'd avoided and distracted. It doesn't excuse his behavior or the way he'd treated me. But I certainly hadn't helped our situation. Fighting scares me. My parents fought all the time those last few years. All the time. My parents fight. They love each other, and they fight. They even yell occasionally. Sometimes, I know exactly what you're thinking or how you're feeling because I can see it all over your face. Other times, you have a hell of a poker face, Bella. He parks the car in the lot at Taco Shack, and Carmen pulls into the spot next to ours. I roll down my window as she gets out. Can you guys grab a table? I ask her. We need a minute. Her eyes widen a little, and her head tilts until she makes eye contact with Edward. Stop being a jackass. We're finishing an important conversation. It's cool. She still looks suspicious, but she and Elliot leave us to go inside. I didn't fight either, he says quietly. He turns in his seat, leans forward, and wraps his right hand around the back of my neck. Slowly he pulls me in, letting his fingers wander into my hair as he looks me square in the eye. I'm going to fight from now on, and I swear, if and when I ever hurt you again, it won't be deliberately. I need you to let me in, all the way. Being a clueless bastard was never intentional. This is it. I either believe him or I don't. The one thing I know now is that he has never purposefully hurt me. Trust is believing that he never will. I thought fighting meant admitting there was something wrong. I didn't want to believe that. It was all so confusing because I'd been taking care of myself since Renee left. I'm not trying to say I was doing a stellar job or anything. But it was hard for me to let you take care of me, and then you just stopped. The same way Renee and Jake did. Only it was worse because it was happening in slow motion. Fuck. Bella. Don't. I interrupt. I can already tell he's starting to feel guilty. You were a shit, no doubt. He laughs a little, and I'm glad we can talk about things like this now. But I was too. And I never meant to hurt you either. I'm going to try trusting you to pick me, and I'm hoping this time we can take care of each other, even if that means arguing every now and then. Every time you get mad. I want to fuck you silly, so we'll try to have heated discussions instead of real fights, and we'll skip quickly to the makeup sex. Oh my god. You're such a closet freak. Let's go inside before Carmen gets suspicious. He laughs, but he doesn't deny it. Dinner is fun, even after a few of the boys' teammates show up and take tables surrounding ours. Edward is right. These guys are different. They're definitely well-mannered and more respectful of girls. It's nice to see Edward laughing and joking around with them. He gives me a lift back to Renee's, and I can see how tired he is. Go home and get some rest. I tell him, brushing my fingers across the bags under his eyes. You've had a long day. He's not too tired to reach out and pull me close for a goodnight kiss. Yeah, I'm actually starting to look forward to prom night. Grandpa has already turned in for the night, and Phil is on the phone in his office talking to an old college buddy. Renee is sitting on the couch watching Ghost on HBO. I'm not really tired, so I sit with her for a while. Edward told me what you did back in January, with the recommendation letter. Thank you. My mom and Phil had both seemed happy when Edward told them about you. Please. Don't thank me. I owed it to the poor kid after giving him hell the first half of his junior year. What? I wasn't exactly nice. I graded him fairly, but I didn't treat him fairly. I can hear the regret in her tone, so I let her continue without interrupting. I didn't realize it was the same for him until after the fight with Ben. Before then, he'd seemed okay, but after She shakes her head, frowning. He looked exactly like you had looked for months, like someone had died. I'm so sorry I didn't take you seriously. It's obvious when you two are together. I can see that now. Maybe I ignored it intentionally before, I'm not sure. Or maybe I dismissed it because I was blinded by my own past. It's okay. I guess we weren't ready then. If we had been, we wouldn't have fallen apart the way we did. But, Mom, I make sure I have her full attention and eye contact. I really think we're going to make it this time. I really hope you do. She says the words so warmly. Wrapping one arm around me as she does, I have no doubt she means them. I'm glad Florida worked out. I am too. Edward and I spend Sunday at the mall, meeting with Phil's travel agent and booking our New York trip. I hate wishing time away, but I'm counting down the days until June. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm more excited about Floyd than I was Pearl Jam. The week passes quickly even though I don't see Edward at all. We're both finishing up projects and papers amidst studying for finals, and he's still juggling baseball too. The skies are mercifully clear the morning of prom. Chick wants to deal with wet prom hair. Our morning classes seem to take forever, and instead of going to the cafeteria for lunch, we make our way to the office to check out for the day. Lots of girls skipped school today. And a few of them are already at Louise's shop when we get there. It doesn't matter. Carmen is the one doing our hair. Leah is opting for a beehive. I'm skeptical at first, but when it's done, it's gorgeous. Alice requests a genuine 80s crimp. It's crazy, puffy, and weird. She's thrilled. I go for a simple updo with the tips curled, almost an exact duplicate of my wedding do, only minus the blue. I'm back to my natural color. Carmen's hair is orange. Her dress is black. All she needs is a broom to complete the look. It's cool, though. She may have turned into a sap. But she's still my girl. Ballsy and wild. She comes home and hangs out with me in the kitchen as I make chicken Alfredo. It might not be Edward's favorite anymore. I'm not really sure, but chances are he still likes it. I hadn't been kidding about the peanut butter and jelly sandwich thing until Carmen mentions doubling whatever we decide to do. We can't make it to a fancy dinner in the port. But I'm a decent cook and there's no reason we can't have a nice dinner here. Carmen does my makeup first then her own. We make a quick trip out back for a blunt before Charlie wakes up around 7. He always works night shift on prom nights and on graduation nights. Statistically speaking, kids are more likely to be stupid on special occasions. He eats dinner alone in the kitchen while Carmen and I finally get dressed upstairs. My dad isn't one to get all mushy, but he smiles and tells us both we look beautiful when we come down the stairs all dressed up. I'm going to skip the designated drive. Yver's speech because I've given it to both of you 100 times or more, he says. Be careful and be safe. We will, Dad. Drinking would interfere with our after-prom plans. His eyes go wide for a moment. Until I realize what I just implied and fix it by amending, we're going to Edward's house after prom so his parents can see us all gussied up. Esme wants to take a few pictures. HMPH. Like clockwork. There's a quick series of knocks on the front door. Jesus. He's here. It's dumb to be nervous because it's Edward, but I am because I want him to think I look pretty, and I can't wait to see him in a tuxedo. It's a happy nervous pukey type feeling for a change. Charlie opens the door, blocking our view of the boys and pissing me off by making small talk instead of just letting them into the freaking house already. I want to see my hot boyfriend all dressed up. Is that too much to ask? Apparently it's not, because he finally decides to end the torture by inviting them inside. Damn. Just. Damn. Edward has always looked great in a suit. He'd nearly killed me by wearing a suit to my mom's wedding. This prom tux thing just might put me in my fucking grave. The best part is he's kind of looking at me like he wants to eat me alive. The feeling is definitely mutual. Hey, he says, smiling and walking over to me with a small, clear plastic box in his hand. You look amazing. Charlie coughs. You're looking awfully spiffy yourself. I tell him. Did you guys win the game? It was a shutout. He answers, nodding in Elliot's direction. Our pitcher told the guys we had hot dates tonight and begged the whole team to make it quick and lethal. I also threatened to quit on the spot if we went into extra innings, Elliot adds, laughing. Awesome. Cooked. Are you hungry? Edward rubs his stomach. Is that chicken Alfredo I smell? I nod as he wraps an arm around me and hugs me close. You're the best. Charlie clears his throat behind us. Sorry, Chief. He turns his head to look my dad in the eye. But she is. My dad just smirks as he shakes his head and rests his hands on his hips. I'm glad you finally figured that out. You kids be good. Yes, sir, Edward answers. Of course we will, Chief. Carmen gives him her best church smile. He leaves, sparing us any more warnings. Dinner is fun, and we take our time, laughing and talking. Elliot and Edward insist on cleaning up since I cooked. I let them. It gives me and Carmen a chance to burn one before we leave. I only stab Edward once as I'm pinning on the stupid boutonniere. I stick myself twice. It's what I deserve for trying to do it stoned. Luckily, he chose a wrist corsage for me. Tiny white roses atop silver tulle. I'm wondering if Carmen helped him choose it since the silver matches my heels. It's small and classy. This prom thing might not be so bad after all. Carmen and I hit the Visine right before we leave for the school. We're clear-eyed and smiling for pictures 10 minutes later in the atrium at Forks High. There are Marilyn Monroe wannabes, a Southern belle, and some leather chicks doing the Lita Ford thing. It's kinda cool. People seem to be having fun, and it almost feels like a costume party with lots of cute dudes in tuxedos. Leah and Eric are pretty easy to find thanks to the blue tux. They're standing together admiring the pictures on the back wall. Alice and her friends did a great job. The old prom pics are secured to a black background. Angled and spread out. Alice brings Jasper over when she spots us. We ditch the boys long enough to have pictures taken together. It wouldn't be a time warp without a disco ball. So her gang took care of that too, and the DJ is rockin' tunes from every era and genre imaginable. We hit the floor and act stupid. Jasper air guitars his way through an entire Bon Jovi song, making me laugh until I cry. When Alice declares it line dancing time, I have mercy on Edward, and we sneak outside and over to the parking lot so I can catch a smoke. Instead of smoking, we end up acting out against the Volvo for a few minutes. The music is loud and we can hear the switch from country to the Nat King Cole and Natalie Cole duet version of Unforgettable. His kiss is slow as he pulls me away from the car, taking my left hand in his right and swaying with me in the darkened corner of the lot. Kissing is awesome. Dancing and kissing in a parking lot during prom is even better. We go back inside to be with our friends a little longer instead of ditching them to rush to the hotel. I dance with Jasper once when the DJ plays Willie Nelson. Willie is our guy. Every other dance is with Edward. Billie Holiday, Elvis, the Beach Boys. This DJ is killin' it with this mix. But when Zeppelin plays, I lay my head against Edward's chest and really let him hold me as we dance. I think he always will if I let him. If the sun refused to shine, I would still be loving you. When mountains crumble to the sea, there would still be you and me. Edward sings the words, calm and sweet, but I can feel his heart pounding against my cheek. This song does the same thing to me. It always has. It's our song. Technically, we have our own little soundtrack, thanks to him and that damned mixed tape, but this song is us. My eyes close because what I really want to remember about this moment is the way it feels. His chest moving as he sings, the way his arm feels around my waist, soap and cinnamon, and I have a lot of homes now. But this one is my favorite. He doesn't miss a word, and when the song ends, I kiss him because I have to when he does sweet stuff like singing to me at prom. Carmen pulls us apart as she freaks out over Push It. It makes me wish I had some roller skates, until Edward decides we should dance to it. Then it makes me wish we could sneak off to a stairwell. As if. It gets worse and things get dirtier when that bastard DJ follows it with Purple Rain, another A-side from our soundtrack. Much dirtier. God, please don't get pissed at me, but I miss fucking you to this song. He says quietly before kissing the spot just below my ear. My stupid nipples decide to join the party, and every time his chest brushes against mine, it only makes the ache worse. We should rectify that immediately. I tell him. Tease. His hand wanders down my back to my ass, and he pulls me against him so I can feel exactly how much he misses it. I think we should go. I rub my boobs all over him to seal the deal. Minutes later, we're saying goodbye to our friends on our way out the door, making excuses about getting back to PA so his mom can take pictures. Our hands are locked together. And our steps are quick as we make our way to the Volvo. The keys don't even make it out of his pocket. This time, I pin him against the car. He lets me get away with it since I kiss him and palm his dick before giving it a little squeeze. When I try to slide down his body to help him out, he catches my elbows, shaking his head. Not out here. Not where people can see. He doesn't let go of me as he pushes away from the car and turns to unlock the door. Making out in the Volvo feels like such a kid thing to do, until he puts the Purple Rain album in the stereo before sliding his hand up my leg. He tortures me by slipping one finger into the stupid thong I had to wear to prevent panty lines. Now who's teasing? I challenge. He doesn't disappoint. When I decide to tease you, you'll know it, he says. Somehow being cocky and hot all at the same time. Fuck, Bella, you're killing me. Take these off so I can touch you the way I want to. I hike my dress and ditch the satin as quickly as possible. The evil boy sits next to me licking his lips as he watches me do it. Jesus. I wish I hadn't promised Esme a visit. It's the only thing keeping me from ditching the dress entirely to get naked in the back seat. He reaches across my lap and pulls the lever, reclining my seat. Always so thoughtful, especially when it comes to getting me off. Is this better? I ask, catching his hand and putting it exactly where I want it. I move my own fingers just beneath his, touching myself until he tangles his fingers with mine to help me along. Fuck. I can feel the word as a breath on my neck. CK in his hand. His perfect fucking hand. He kisses me and doesn't stop when I can barely breathe from how good it feels. His mouth is soft, even when I bite down on his lip as I come. He leans back in his seat with a satisfied little smirk on his hot face. It's my turn, I tell him, turning in my seat as I reach out to unzip his pants. You don't have to. He loses his train of thought, the mom. And I make my intentions clear by leaning over and giving him a little kiss on the tip. My lips end up sticky, so I look up at him and lick them. I'm trying to make it impossible for him to turn me down. He's been hesitant to let me do this after what happened at PA. Of course, the one time I tried, I dropped down on my knees, and he flipped the fuck out. I don't want to push him, but this is something I like doing. There's no reason he should feel bad about liking it too. He didn't do anything wrong. The lip trick works, and when he cups the back of my neck and nods, I have to give him a warning. Don't mess up my hair. We still have to take pictures for your mom. It sucks too, because Darling Nikki is playing and that song could make a nun want to get her freak on. I'll try, he says grudgingly. I've read a ton of blow-job advice in Cosmo over the last 2 years, and I pull out all the big guns, hollowing my cheeks and hitting certain spots with my teeth. His left hand is squeezing the steering wheel so tightly. I can hear it, and his right hand is on the back of my neck as he watches. Bella, he warns. He should know by now that I'm not a spitter or a quitter. And since I know he's close, I close my eyes. Take a deep breath and swallow. I memorized the Deep Throat article in the February issue, and a low grumble from his chest is my reward. Once he sees that I'm alright, he tightens his grip on my neck and shifts his hips beneath me before stilling as he finally loses it. We sit for a few minutes in a quiet post-orgasmic haze until we notice the time and decide it's time to hit the port. He stops at a service station before we leave Forks, running in long enough to buy a peach clearly for me and a Coke for himself. I still make him give me piece of Trident before we make it to the port. Esme is excited when we finally get to his house. She takes at least a dozen pictures, and I don't mind a bit because his arms are wrapped tightly around me for every single one. We don't stay long because she has a big wedding tomorrow. The moment we step out of his house, the need takes over, and we can't get to the car fast enough. Balance is a bitch, but we haven't seen each other in a week. And he's wearing a tux. I'm giving us a pass for the night. Prom turned out to be a very hormonal occasion. After parking in the lot at the hotel, he carries my backpack over his shoulder and his in his hand. Instead of walking to the front desk to check in, he slips his free arm around my waist and guides me straight to the stairs. When we reach the top, he turns us to the left. And doesn't stop until we've reached room 113. He reaches into the inside pocket of the tux jacket and pulls out a card key. When did you have time to check in? I ask. He'd had a game right after school. My last class of the day is PE. You skipped. No. I left with permission. He opens the door, and we walk inside letting it close behind us. The backpacks hit the floor, and his chest hits my back as he slowly pushes me forward. Closer to the sofa. Your skin has been driving me crazy all night, he says, pulling me against him. Seeing your back and your neck, even your shoulders are sexy. His lips tickle the skin behind my ear. You drive me crazy. His words are low and quiet as evil fingers tug slowly, grazing my thighs, pulling my dress up a little at a time. I can hear his sharp ache of breath as he pulls it over my ass. Bella. He's begging with his mouth, but his fingers are already on the move. Oh God. I'm holding myself up with the couch. His other hand on my back, pushing. And I can't turn around to unzip his pants because he's doing what he's always done, making me come first. Please, I beg. What? Stubborn. I pull my bottom lip between my teeth. His fingers disappear. Tell me, Bella. His breath is hot against my ear, and I can hear his zipper. I push back as much as possible. Tell me what you want. He teases, lining up and pushing in but only giving me the head. His hands move up and over my ass, settling across my lower back with his thumbs touching and his fingers curved around my waist. Look at that. You're a perfect fit in my hands. Slowly, he moves, pulling me down on him as he stops again. If you say it, I'll give it to you, anything you want. I want. He starts to move but not the way I want. I'm taut, dying for it, and he's still torturing me with shallow. Say it. In and back, slow. But not deep. When I can't take another second, I crack. I want you to fuck me. There's no time to be embarrassed. The moment the words leave my lips, he pulls me hard against him. Fuck. There's my dirty girl. He might be right. I might be a little dirty, because it makes it so much hotter when he says things like that. It always has. I also might be feeling dirty because of this session. I've never done it like this before. I like it. Scratch that. I love it. Slow and teasing is gone as he pushes the dress higher. I know he promised to take it off, but I can take a hint. I have no problem taking my own dress off as long he keeps moving. It lands somewhere on the floor across the room. Do you have any idea how fucking sexy this is? This is what I'm going to think about the next time I have to go days without seeing you. I love it when you wear your hair up. His left hand brushes against my neck, but it's the grip of his right hand on my hip that's driving me crazy. I'm not the kind of chick that likes to be bossed around, but I like it when he takes over like this. Lovey-dovey is great, but a good, hard fucking is awesome too. I don't remember ever whimpering like an idiot before. But I do now as his left hand slides over my belly, and then he proves he was paying attention when Leah gave the clit lecture. Is this good? His voice is low and teasing. And I want to tell him it's the best fucking thing under the sun, but I hooker moan instead because I'm almost there. I'm gonna take that as a yes. He can take it however he wants because I'm putty beneath him. Lost and coming as he groans and pushes through his own to make mine better. Neither of us can move, and it's okay. I like his cheek on my shoulder and his breath on my skin. When we finally have no choice, he pulls away slowly. It's a little weird that I'm totally naked, and he's fully dressed. He grabs a few tissues from the box on the table and hands them to me as he tries not to smile. Turn around, I tell him. I will not do a tissue walk in front of him. No fucking way. You're being silly. He's teasing and serious, but he turns around like the gentleman he is. I'm going to take a shower. I wait until I'm just inside the bathroom door and lean back a little to look at him. Do you want one? He's as still as a statue for about 30 seconds. Then he turns around and starts tugging on his bow tie with one hand and unbuttoning his shirt with the other. I ditch the tissue, start the shower, and set to work pulling bobby pins from my hair before he finally trips his way into the bathroom. Naked. It's hard not to feel a little shy under the bright lights in a hotel bathroom, but he makes it easier by stepping up behind me and helping with my hair. When all the pins are out, he checks the water and steps in first. I wash my hair right away since Carmen sprayed all kinds of shit in it to get it to cooperate for prom. This whole night is going to end up being jackin' material, he says with a grin. Running his finger through the trails of shampoo bubbles running down my back. Stop it, I tell him. He can't talk masturbation while there's shampoo so close to my eyes. Touching you. He shakes his head. No way. You're naked and wet. There's going to be touching. The hotel must have a kick-ass water heater because touching turns into kissing and a hot round of literally steamy shower sex. By the time we fall onto the bed, I can barely keep my eyes open. This is what it will be like in Florida, he promises. Just us. No parents to tell us what we can or can't do. No sneaking around for sex. No more worrying that someone might bust us or overhear. So, you're looking forward to the easy access, huh? I am too, and he knows it. I'm just glad we'll have more, I don't know, freedom. I get what he's trying to say. I'm glad too. I never even asked. I just kind of told you I'm coming to Florida. He's tensing up behind me, and I have no idea why. I hope you're really okay with it. Stupid boy. I turn in his arms and snuggle in close. How could I not be okay with it? I kiss his stubble. On what planet would I turn down you on my beach in swim trunks? My lips brush his throat as he laughs. I would have accepted North Carolina. It would have been hard, but I would have done it. I'm so much more than happy about Florida. There isn't a word for it. I hope you'll like it there. I'm going to love it there. His fingertips tickle my spine, and I wiggle a little more than I should when we're naked like this, but he doesn't take advantage because we need to get this out. We are going to love it there. It should freak me out, but it doesn't. I want us to always be together. It's the hardest thing I've ever said because he knows I'm not talking about hanging together 24/7 like psychos. I'm telling him something I've never had the guts to say before, not even when I was 16. As much as I'd loved him, I'd gone into it believing there would be an expiration date. I don't want to believe that anymore. I know forever scares you, Bella, but it's what I want. You're the only girl I'm ever going to want. Promise. I swear, and I plan on hanging around and proving it. He seals it with a kiss, and I believe him. He's the only boy I've ever really wanted, and I don't think anything could change that. I know how he feels. It sucks that we found each other too early and nearly killed this, but he's seen me at my worst, hateful and hurtful, and still, he loves me. I swear I'm going to let you. The next few weeks are a blur because Pa beat North Kitsap for the Olympic League Championship. They make the trip to districts, only to lose their last game by one stinking point. Edward is fine with it. He's more than happy to say goodbye to his high school baseball career. I make the drive to the port for our first postseason real date. He won't tell me where we're going, but he did tell me not to worry about dressing up. Carlisle is at the hospital. Esme is working a rehearsal dinner. And when he opens the door, I hug him like I haven't seen him in a week because I haven't. I'm sorry I couldn't come to your game, I tell him before he even has time to say hello. You know I love Mr. Birdie, but that fucker refused to let me change the dates for my oral presentation. It counted as 30% of my final. I wanted to be there. I know, he says. still hugging me back like he hasn't seen me in a week either. Can we stay here tonight? I don't want to share you with anyone. General So. He agrees and we sit in the kitchen, talking. And catching up while we wait for it to be delivered. Why didn't you tell me my mom pulled a Banks on you? I ask him. He's confused for a moment. When he gets it, he shrugs like it really isn't even a big deal. She apologized and stopped acting like a shrew after Christmas break last year. I didn't really think about it much after that. She wasn't that bad. She didn't do anything shitty like Banks, right? I don't think my mom would do that, but I want to be sure. No. My grades in her class were perfect. She was just rude and condescending at times. She shouldn't have acted that way. It bothers me to no end that she did it. Esme has never been nasty to me, even after my best friend hurt her son. I made it worse by not kissing her ass. But you're okay with her now? Yes. He stands and moves to stand between my legs. I'm glad you're okay with her now. Things are different with you and your mom, and I'm so fucking glad because I love it when you smile, so please don't be mad at her over it. I let him get away with saying stuff like that because I love it when he smiles too, no matter the reason. As a reward for being so sweet and cheesy, I give him a few little neck kisses, but the door bell rings before anything fun can happen. He picks up the conversation as we eat at the bar in the kitchen. Are you and your mom going anywhere this summer? No. I don't mean to shake my head when I answer. It just happens like some kind of auto sad. Not this year. She doesn't want to leave grandpa while he's still, fuck. This stuff is hard to talk about. Before things get bad. She's been freaking out lately. We read these books. And she's scared. She and Phil are going to take him to Florida in July, and they invited me to go too, but I can't. I can't go to New York for 2 weeks, come home only to leave Charlie for a month. Come home for a couple of weeks, and then leave him again. I can't. And what about us? I don't give him time to answer. 13 days was hard, Edward. I don't want to do a MNTH. Plus I promised Mike a visit, and I want to spend time with Leah and Carmen. Bella, he interrupts, reaching over and running his fingers up my neck and into my hair. Breathe. I swallow. Rambling isn't good. Nothing good ever comes from rambling. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. I don't want to do a month either. Maybe you could spend a week with them in Florida instead of a month. We can handle 7 days. Then you'd still have plenty of time to spend here. If you want, you can hitch a ride with me to Seattle and spend a weekend with Mike. I'll stay with my grandparents since I promise. Them a visit this summer before we move. I'm glad he has enough common sense for both of us. That sounds reasonable. All of it. I don't know why I'm freaking out about all of this weird dumb shit. You'll sit down with a calendar and figure it out later. Please don't worry. This is supposed to be fun. We're graduating, going to New York, moving to Florida, I add. Exactly. Everything is crazy right now. And it's probably going to get crazier as the days go by, but we'll work it all out. I promise. Instead of rushing up to his room, we stretch out on the sofa and watch The Wizard of Oz. His fingers are tucked under my shirt, tickling the skin beneath my navel, and we're so close, I can feel every breath he takes. When the movie is over, he lets his lips touch my ear as he whispers, "Can I take you upstairs now?" I don't make him ask twice. Renee is thrilled the next day when I ask if I can come to Florida for a week while they're there. Phil promises to take care of the arrangements as soon as I give him dates. Edward keeps his word, and we spend our afternoon with a calendar, working out New York, Florida, Seattle, and our move. We both want to be settled before school starts, so we agree on August the 1st as our moving date. He circles the calendar block several times with a red Sharpie. We tell Renee and Phil our plans, and they mark their own planners. I call Charlie from the kitchen phone and give him the dates to make sure nothing conflicts with him. He's good. The same routine follows during an after-dinner visit with Edward's parents. Carlisle doesn't want Edward to drive across the country and be exhausted when we finally get to Florida. We listen as he proposes hiring a moving company to take our stuff down, including the Volvo. Flying would mean more salt and sand for us before school starts. Extra time equals extra lovin'. I agree on the condition that my family pays my part of the moving expenses. With all of that settled, Edward and I reward ourselves with a show at the Hole. Charlotte is fronting a new band. I say fronting, but really she's singing with a guy, harmonizing grunge with folk and playing guitar to boot. The girl rocks. Her band rocks too, but she has some serious talent. Peter seems to agree. His bandmates get stuck doing the set change because Peter is busy macking on Charlotte after I introduce them. When his buddies finally drag him away, I get a chance to talk to her. You guys are great, I tell her. Thanks, she answers, glancing at my hand in Edward's between us. So you finally got your shit straight. We're good, I tell her. That's cool. We talk about old friends for a while and catch up on other stuff until the lights lower again as Peter steps up to the mic. He watches Charlotte's every move as she dances next to me. And I'm thinking they'll be collaborating by the end of the night because she's giving him quite the show. They could have cute little rocker babies together. Or not. Whatever. Edward and I spend Sunday studying, getting ready for finals, and quizzing each other. I could fail every one of my tests and still graduate, but why ruin a good thing? Studying with him is fun. It's more playing than studying, and that's always fun. I don't see him at all the week of finals. Seniors take exams 2.5 weeks before the rest of the school. It's also the week the yearbooks come in, so I'm stuck after school 2 days in a row, counting books for each home room and getting everything ready for delivery day. Exams are a joke, and I wonder if our teachers decided to go easy on us as a farewell gift. When I'm done with my last test, I leave for the port. My parents let me come and go as I please and have for a while now. The custody agreement has been out the window for months. When I want to stay with Renee and Phil, I stay with them. Charlie is cool with it as long as I call or leave a note. Edward and I spend a relaxed weekend dividing our time between his house and mine, staying up late, and sleeping even later. We literally have nothing to do. It's wonderful. Phil gives me the tickets to Jacksonville before I leave for Forks Sunday night. I have to roll my eyes after I thank him. First class. Rich people spend money on the dumbest things. I fall asleep every time I fly, usually during takeoff. He'd spent a lot of dough on a seat I'm going to use for nap time. The girls and I slay. EP over at Alice's house 2 nights in a row. I miss Edward, and it's tough being away from him, but Alice's dad and her family are arriving on Wednesday, so we're trying to spend some time together. She'll be leaving with them the day after graduation. I still can't believe that I won't see her again until Christmas. It's so hard to imagine. Edward comes to Forks Wednesday and Thursday so I can Avenue some time with Charlie before graduation. I spend most of Friday in Edward's bed. It's his graduation day, and his parents are in Port Townsend collecting his mom's parents. His dad's parents won't be here until around 4. I try not to freak out because I'm meeting his grandparents today. All of them. When I think about it, I get stage frighty, so Edward keeps me naked and distracted. We shower and get dressed together. And it makes me feel the same crazy way it did the morning after prom. Good crazy. I like watching him get dressed almost as much as I like watching him undress. I never thought I'd say that. But it's true. Watching him button his dress shirt makes me want to jump him, even though I've already had my wicked way with him twice today, and I almost lose my cool when he slides his watch onto his wrist. I wear a nice black dress that Renee had helped me pick out at the vintage shop. It's retro and grandparent friendly. But it's still a dress, which means Edward is constantly getting his hand smacked for groping. There is no way in hell I am going to get caught, bent over and getting nailed, as his grandparents walk in the door. For the first time ever, I just say no. He sulks until I promise to make it up to him after graduation. His grandparents are nice. All of them. Esme's dad looks like a chunky, gray-haired Emmett. It's a little creepy, but he wins me over by telling me stories about a sneaky young Edward. We ride alone in the Volvo, and I'm nervous. Everyone shows up for graduations. Everyone. It's Edward's graduation day, but for me this feels more like an unhappy reunion. Talk to me, he says when the silence stretches too long. Promise me something. No fights. No matter who comes or what's said, no fights. Bella. I can already tell he's going to argue, so I nip it. An arrest would probably mess up your scholarship, right? Damn his jaw when he's mad. It's very distracting, and I need to focus. Some of last year's class might be at his graduation. I know several of my old classmates are planning to attend Ferk's graduation tomorrow. I don't want him to fight with Ben anymore. Yes, he admits. So, we're good then. We agree to ignore any assholes. I guess. It isn't a promise. But I have to trust him to do the right thing and not blow Florida by losing his temper. He hugs me the minute we're out of the car and quietly gives me his word that he will behave, no matter what. He also tells me he loves me and promises that this is the last time either of us will ever have to step foot in this hellhole. Those are nice words. Stubborn Edward takes over. And he refuses to leave me until Elliot and Carmen or his family show up. It's sweet and annoying, and I hate that he's late because of me, but I get it. My mom is working backstage, organizing, and she'll go easy on him. The moment he sees Carlisle's car, he leans over for a quick kiss and rushes off. Elliot and Carmen sit with us, and so do Emmett's parents. Felix shows up with a couple of minutes to spare. He and I catch up as we watch the graduates file into the room. Edward smiles and winks after spotting me in the crowd. Never thought a graduation gown would be a turn on. Damn. He's so handsome and hot in mine. Angela is the valedictorian, which means I would have been if I'd stayed here. No fucking thank you. Her speech is lame. A journey of faith, change, blah blah blah. I don't clap when she's finished. I do cheer my ass off when Mr. Green calls Edward's name and hands him his diploma. He walks across the stage looking fuckhot and smart, and I'm so proud and horny it's ridiculous. I should be ashamed of myself, sitting in front of his grandmothers and entertaining the thoughts in my head, but I'm not. I'm only sorry we don't get to keep the gowns. Rosalie is pristine as she walks across the stage. And Edward's family claps for her and Emmett as he goofs his way across the stage laughing and pointing at different people in the crowd. Heidi shares her best beauty pageant wave with us. My ass is completely asleep and Edward looks bored to tears by the time it finally ends. He moves so fast when it's over. I'm in his arms before I can get down the bleachers. Congratulations, I tell him. I'm so jealous that you're done. One more day. He answers, stepping back to unzip his robe. I share him with his family because I have to, but they're nice enough to end the favor by making sure I never feel left out. We agree to meet them at Edward's house for dinner. I walk with him to Phil's office to turn in his robe and pick up his real diploma, and on our way we bump into Irina. Literally. Stupid crowd. I hate the way my hand squeezes Edward's harder at the sight of her, but I guess it's better than letting go. He rubs his thumb over my knuckles, reminding me that she's just a selfish, irrelevant bitch. I spare her one drop-dead look and keep walking. My mom hands Edward an envelope after she and Phil congratulate him. It's a graduation card and round trip. First-class tickets to Jacksonville for the same week I'm going to visit. It's a silent invitation, and he accepts by thanking and hugging them both. He can stay with us, right? I just want to make sure we're on the same page here. If not, I'm going back to see the travel agent tomorrow to book a hotel in St. Augustine. The Hilton is nice. Yes, Bella. He can have the other guest room on the second floor. I narrow my eyes at my mother. Your grandfather will be in the one downstairs close to us, and he's a little old-fashioned. She smiles and I hear what she's not saying. The separate bedroom thing is a cover for Grandpa. Cool. There are several kids waiting to return rentals and a line is forming outside Phil's office, so we say our goodbyes and get out of the way. I tense when we reach the parking lot. Ben is standing a few parking spaces over from the Volvo, talking to Aaron and a few other guys that graduated last year. Edward glues himself to my side, wrapping his arm around my waist. keeping his body between mine and theirs. Thankfully, Ben keeps his trap shut for a change. He doesn't even acknowledge us as we walk by. Good riddance. Edward backs out of the parking spot quietly, keeping his eye on the rear view mirror and stopping just shy of running Ben over. I tease him, reminding him that college sounds better than prison. He shifts into first and neither of us looks back again. Bustling around Esme's kitchen with her and Edward's grandmas is weird and normal, and I love it. They all smack Emmett's hand each time he tries to sample the food we're warming, and I have to smack Edward's when he follows me into the pantry and gets a little touchy-feely. I want his hands on me, but not with his mom around the corner. We sit next to each other during dinner, and He flirts with me constantly even though he doesn't need to. I'm so far gone. It's pathetic. And wonderful. Carlisle leaves to take Esme's parents home, but she stays to clean the kitchen and Edward's other Gran are staying the night. No sexing at Casa de Cullen tonight. Damn it. Edward and I help with clean up until Esme kicks us out, saying there must be a graduation party somewhere. I love her. Sam is hosting for the ball team graduates. It's my first time visiting since the Riley thing went down, and it's a little weird at first, but Sam and Emily are awesome like always. And, oh my god, I'm so happy to see Medusa, I almost cry. Getting stoned sounds better, so I do that instead. Good weed, good music, and good company, it's a good night. The only exception is Rosalie, but I managed to keep my promise. I'm polite without being friendly. I had never promised friendly. We spend most of our night hanging with Carmen and Elliot in the grass. I even meet that Brie chick. Thankfully, she doesn't hang around long. He comes in when he brings me home, and we sneak quietly into my bedroom around 1 in the morning. The closest person is Grandpa, but he's all the way down the hall and sleeps with his television on. Edward pulls my dress off this time, touching every inch of skin along the way. Unbuttoning his shirt takes forever, and earlier today, the plain white t-shirt underneath had been sexy, but now, it's just in the way. Like his pants. So I get rid of those too. He loves me sweet with his mouth and his hand, taking his time, making it good. Then he fucks me until I have to burr. Why my face in my pillow to keep from waking everyone in the house. We fall asleep. Tangled, naked, and sticky. Around 3. He wakes me up to say goodbye, and this one is hard because I wish he could stay. Soon, he whispers. Or maybe I'm dreaming. I oversleep the next morning, but it doesn't matter because I'm unemployed and out of school. Hell yes. A shower seems like the best place to start, considering last night's activities. Then I nab a couple of blueberry muffins from the kitchen and sit with Grandpa and Mom on the porch as I eat. She wishes me good luck as she walks me to my truck a while later. I need to get back to Forks to get ready for graduation. Charlie wakes up in time for a shower, and while he's getting ready, I put on a mic-approved dress, a touch of makeup, and combat boots. I don't bother with my hair since we have to wear those stupid caps. Down and straight is the only way to go. Jasper and Alice pick me up on their way to the school, and Charlie reminds me to SM. Eel and not puke when my name is called as I open the door of the Impala. He thinks he's being funny, but the puking thing could totally happen. This crowd is going to beat the one at my mom's wedding. Damn it. The lot is almost full and the parents haven't even shown up yet. Neither has my boyfriend, but I'm not worried. I know he'll be here. We sit around in the auditorium, listening to tunes on Garrett's boombox as we don our robes. Carmen pins our hats in place, and then her own, combing her fingers through her rainbow hair moments before Mr. Birdie tells us to line up. Walking across campus in a single file line is surreal. In a way, it feels like elementary school. Only this time, they're lining us up to kick us out. Bertie's fine ass leads the way to the gym, and he holds the door as Mr. Mason takes over directing us to the rows of empty chairs facing the stage. I don't look up. I stare at the back of Leah's head, focusing on not falling and not heaving. Throwing up in front of Edward once had been bad enough. No way am I doing that again. Being a nerd has advantages. The top 10% are being recognized in order, so I have a front row seat and a short walk. Leah spots Edward, Dee and Emmett right away and points them out so I won't have to search the crowd. Seeing Edward surrounded by my family might be my favorite part of this whole silly thing. Once we're all seated, Mr. Mason steps up to the podium. He welcomes everyone, makes a few general announcements, and then introduces Leah as our salutatorian. She makes her way onto the stage, greets the crowd, and then begins her speech. When I showed up at Forks, it was hard being the new girl. Most of you had known each other since birth, and well, I'm different. At least that's what I'd been told at my old school. She pauses, glancing up from her cards and eyeing the crowd. I won't lie, I was petrified, she continues. The very first day, I tried to hide on the playground during recess because I didn't want to be left out. I crawled under that old wooden picnic table and sat on the ground with my arms wrapped around my knees, wishing I was brave enough to play. I heard a loud banging noise and moments later, 3 little heads appeared upside down, hanging over the edge of the table above me. It scared me to death. The crowd laughs a little as she pauses, but my eyes are already watering. I glance back at Alice and see she's having the same problem. Her cheeks are flushed. This is about to turn into a snot fest. I can already tell. Crap. 3 to 1 aren't great odds. I remember thinking they were going to beat me up or call me names. But instead, one of them smiled and said, "We've been waiting for you." Yep. I'm bawling like a fucking baby in a gym full of people. That scared me even more. More laughter for everyone else. But I can't see the stage, I'm crying so hard. Damn her. I thought about trying to escape, but they were coming at me from every direction. I was surrounded by 3 strange little girls. I had no idea at the time how true that would turn out to be. More laughter. Instead of beating me up, one of them braided my hair into pigtails to match theirs as another explained the mathematical benefits of even-numbered friendships. We tied clover necklaces, and when we played Star Wars, they let me be Princess Leia. The crowd AWWS and Leah laughs. They didn't tell me until the next day that we had to take turns. I'm a terrible Yoda. It's true. She is. Alice is the best Yoda. The whole senior class laughs because that's true too. A few people even clap. Alice still does it as a party trick every now and then for fun. But only when she's really messed up. Anyway, the point is they never made me feel special or different. They treated me the same way they treated each other. I don't remember who started calling us the pack. It was McCarty, Lee shouts from a few rows back. I glance up, locking gazes with him and shaking my head a little at his shit-eating grin. Like he needs something else to be arrogant about. Great. Thanks, Emmett, Leah says into the mic, glancing at him. It's a great name. She turns back to face us. 3 girls showed me kindness, acceptance, and love. They are my family. They are my pack. If you don't have friends you would die for, I feel sorry for you. Find your pack. Hold on to the people you love. Love them so much, you hurt when they hurt and their happiness is your own. We make our own families. Half the senior class is crying now, and as much as I want to kick Leah's ass for making me look like a wimp, she's right. I've seen it. I know damn well how blessed I am. Leah goes on for another minute or so, thanking her mother, our class, and the faculty. Her last words make me smile so hard, my cheeks hurt. I'm going to leave you with a few words from Mr. Bob Dylan. May your hands always be busy. May your feet always be swift. May you have a strong foundation. When the winds of changes shift. May your heart always be joyful. May your song always be sung. And may you stay forever young. She quotes the words like a poem, almost singing them, but not. The applause lasts long after she walks away from the podium and back to her seat next to mine. I bitch-face her and then hug her as the valedictorian, Katie Osborne, uses the few extra moments of residual cheering to gather her notes. Her speech is good, but it isn't personal at all. It's kind of arrogant to tell you the truth. This girl really likes herself. When she's finally done telling us about all of her accomplishments and wishing us well in our future endeavors, she walks away and everyone claps because we're all so happy she's finished. Mr. Mason walks over to the podium, opens a file folder, and pulls out a large stack of papers. We line up when we're told to, and we walk across the stage one by one the same way we did during rehearsals last week. Only this time, it's all so real because we're wearing these ugly-ass mustard-colored robes. Isabella Marie Swan. I try not to cringe over my real name and force a smile before I walk across the stage. Charlie and Renee had both acted like pains in the ass over the name thing, so I caved. It's their moment as much as it is mine, I guess. The moment I have my diploma in hand, I start laughing. This is all I get. All that bullshit for one moment on stage with a rolled up blank piece of paper. It isn't a total waste though. Because when I look up at my cheering section, Edward has a smile on his lips and a question in his eyes. He wants to know why I'm laughing. It's going to be embarrassing when I have to add that I'm laughing because prom turned out to be so much more awesome than graduation. I'm officially a prom dork. This year, it's Lee and Eric spraying everyone in sight with silly string. Leah and I find the girls first. And Jasper squeezes in between Alice and me to get in on our group hug. We split up after congratulating each other because we all need to find our families. It takes forever to push through the crowd. And when I do reach them, I almost can't believe how many people are here for me. My parents, Phil, Edward's parents, Emmett, the entire Black family, my grandpa, it's kind of amazing. I end up in Edward's arms first because he looks so damn happy and proud of me I can't help it. We don't kiss or act disgusting. We just hold each other for a moment and let it sink in. We're done. We made it through high school. Thank fuck. Then I'm passed from person to person until I end up in front of my dad. Here, he says, holding out an envelope with a paper kisses emblem on it. What is this? Just open it, Mom says. It's a card, a generic graduation card like the one my mom and Phil gave Edward last night, and I don't get the fuss. Until I open it. There's a picture of a white convertible BMW sitting in the driveway of the house in St. Augustine. They even had someone put a big red bow on it. This feels like a damn commercial, but their names are all there in ink. Grandpa, Mom, Phil, and Dad. It's from all of them. Realistically, my truck wouldn't have survived the drive from Washington to Florida. I would have been happy with another rustic piece of junk, but I'm not going to be the dumbass that complains about a Beamer. When I look up, my dad tosses a set of keys in the air, and Edward catches it for me. Thank you, I tell them. It's a little much, but thank you. You only graduate from high school once. Charlie and his milestones. Thank God. I agree. Seriously. I'm so glad this shit is over. Grandpa is edgy and nervous, and Mom isn't sure if it's the crowd or an off day. Sometimes he gets confused, and it frustrates him. She apologizes over and over for not being able to come with us to the lodge for dinner, but she really wants to get him home. Mom, it's not a big deal. We'll have dinner together tomorrow night. I'll come to the port. I don't know why she's upset. She saw the diploma part. That's the part that matters. Thanks for the car. I look at my mom first, Grandpa then Phil. I love you guys. We love you too, Phil answers as he holds the door open for my mom and grandfather. He follows them with a little wave goodbye. Emmett takes off next. He has plans with Rosalie for tonight. It's cool. It's not like Edward and I are moving away in a couple of months or anything. The rest of us leave soon after. Edward's parents beat us to the lodge. Jake parks a few spaces away. And Edward helps with Billy while Esme and Carlisle fall in love with Hannah. Charlie, Jeanette, Alice, and Jasper show up next and we all walk in together. The manager pushes several tables together in an effort to seat us. He waves when he's finished, beckoning our group. Hannah grabs Edward's hand, pulling him with her to the tail and pointing to a chair before climbing onto the one next to it. I never imagined I could be okay with another girl crushing on Edward. I have to admit it's kinda cute since she's only 2. Jake doesn't think his daughter's crush on my boyfriend is cute at all. Karma is a bitch, dude, I whisper to him as we approach the table. Having a boy-crazy daughter would fall right in line with his luck. Poor bastard. He tugs the end of my hair like we're 9 before putting on his daddy face and sitting in the empty chair on the other side of Hannah's. She tries to share her food with Edward, and he tries to politely decline, but there is no turning down a 2-year-old. She spoons it onto a napkin for him. Watching him thank her with a smile every time is a karate kick to the ovaries. Charlie and Carlisle split the bill, and I keep quiet. I've learned to just let men do man things when they need to. Carlisle is as nice as my dad is stubborn, so arguing would be pointless. Our parents leave as I take my time with Hannah in the parking lot. Holding her hand so she can keep her balance as she tows her way across a parking block. She agreed to let Edward out of her sight long enough for him to help Jake. When she reaches the end, she releases my hand and jumps to the pavement. The car door slamming behind me means Billy is in the car and ready to go. I scoop Hannah off of her feet and into my arms, hugging her with both arms and every bit of my heart. Take care of your daddy, kid. You're a lucky little girl. She drools and tries to stick her finger in my mouth, giggling as I carry her over to Jake. He and Edward are leaning against the back of the rabbit. Caught up in conversation. Edward leans over for a quick kiss, but Hannah pushes his face away with her hand. Yucky. She chides. We all laugh because it's cute, and she makes people stupid. The girl has no idea how wrong she is. Edward's kisses are anything but yucky. Jake buckles her into her car seat, and she yells, "Bye, Ed," at least 5 times. She only tells me goodbye once. It stings. But she's too young for a chicks before dicks talk. Edward grins, Jake grimaces, and I giggle a little because it's funny. I'll wait for you in the car, Edward says quietly. He shakes hands with Jake. And they go through the half-hug shoulder clap thing that guys do. It's a Kodak moment if ever I've seen one, but I'll have to keep this picture in my mind. He leaves me with Jake without a backwards glance. And it means the world to me that he trusts me and knows my heart. Is this the part where I tell you to go out and knock 'em dead? Jake jokes. I don't know. I do. And want this to feel like some kind of goodbye, but I guess it is. You're going to be fine. It's not me I'm worried about, I tell him, trying not to get choked up. Can you check in on Charlie for me every now and then? Even if it's through Billy. I know how busy you are. You don't have to ask. He cuts me off. Not in a mean way, but he gets his point across. I already told him. He pauses, nodding in the direction of the Volvo. That if he dicks you around again, I'll be paying you a visit in Florida. Not you too, Jake. I'm beginning to wonder if I have any friends that haven't threatened Edward. He shrugs. Whatever. He and I are cool as long as he's good to you. He is. He really is. I know. I don't ever want to see you like that again. This is much better. Thank you, Jake, for everything. For showing me the ropes. He taught me how to swim, play cards, throw a football, shoot pool, and yeah, he was my first for several things. I step forward and hug him because I could have done much worse than Jake. He lifts me off the ground in a bear hug, squeezing the life out of me the same way he did when he was 18. Thank you for not hating me. Never. He puts me down and steps back, shoving both hands in his pockets. I want you to rock the college thing. Will do. Don't let Hannah forget me. Are you kidding? She keeps the picture of you holding her on Christmas in a frame and carries it all over the house chanting, "B." She likes you more than she likes me. She likes Edward better than both of us. Don't remind me, he groans, peeking into the back seat to check on her. She looks tired. I need to go. He pauses with his hand on the door handle. Knock 'em dead. He just couldn't resist. Go home, jackass. And just like that, he's gone too. You okay? Edward asks quietly as he starts the car. Everything in his voice is sincere. This is my best friend talking. I almost tell him I'm fine, but I know he hates that word. I don't blame him. It was just strange, you know. I shake my head a little, trying to pick the right words. He's like this weird little part of me I can't shake. He loves you. He says it like it's just something that is. Because it is. I love him too. Even if I didn't say it out loud, it would still be true. And hearing it doesn't hurt Edward one bit because he knows I love Jake the way Jake loves me, as a friend. Without him there wouldn't be Hannah, I joke. She is the sweetest kid, he agrees. So fucking cute. I told you she makes people dumb. He agrees as we park in front of Alice's house. Peter provided a keg, and Alice's dad gave her $200 for party food. She spent some of it on weed, fattening her stash before she boards the plane tomorrow, but there's plenty of stuff to eat. Pizza, Doritos, the ingredients for s'mores. Salty. Sweet. She's got it covered. We goof around for hours listening to Tyler pick tunes, singing along or wandering off to chat or smoke. No one is in a hurry. Everyone has a solo in hand. Even Edward, though he limits himself since he's my DD. He's going to park around the corner from my house and spend the night here in Forks with me. Charlie won't be home until sometime around 9 tomorrow morning. During dinner, I had overheard him make breakfast plans with Jeanette, which added another hour for us. Man, I can't wait until Florida. I lean over and kiss his cheek just because. He looks away from Jasp. Long enough to give me a smile and a kiss, and I peel my body away from his as Jasper continues his story. Alice stands and walks over to me, holds out both of her hands, and pulls me to my feet. More time before I hit the road tomorrow. She nods over her shoulder at our patch of grass. I motion for Leah and Carmen, and we leave the boys by the fire, threatening to neuter them if they eat the chocolate and leave us with the shitty graham crackers. Since I rolled it, I light it. I've lost count of how many times we've kicked it like this, on our backs with clouds and occasional stars above us. One more time has turned into one last time. We all know that's what this is. You know I love you, right? Carmen asks after her second hit. Every fucking one of you. We have to stay in touch, guys. I'm prepared to send postcards and chain letters and shit if you bitches don't pick up the phone. We make tentative plans to set up bi-weekly phone calls. We've been masters of the three-way calling game since we were in elementary school. By calling each other on three-way, we can all be on the line at the same time. None of us have solid schedules of what our lives will be like in 3 months. But we promise to find at least an hour every 2 weeks. And talking about this shit makes every one of us teary and choked up until we roll around hugging each other like morons. I refuse to say goodbye to these bitches. It takes a while, but we get our shit together and rejoin the party. Edward motions for me to sit in front of him. After I do, he scoots forward until we're touching. It's the best way to be. When the bong comes around, he takes a couple of hits. Baseball season is over. School is over. We made it. If he wants to celebrate by getting stoned, I'm down with that. It's past midnight when we decide to leave for a more private celebration. Other kids have wandered home over the last hour, and now there are only a few of us left anyway. I tell Alice I love her, and we hug until I think my ribs might break. Or my heart. We make our own set of promises to each other, and I let Edward pull me away slowly because I'll never be able to get out of here on my own. Are you ready? He asks as I trail behind him, walking backwards so I can see my friends. Jasper leans over and kisses Alice's temple, and she playfully snaps at his chin with her teeth. Tyler and Leah sing Forever Young as he picks it on the guitar. Carmen giggles, feeding Elliot a Hershey bar. I stop. Just for a minute. I just want one more moment. Edward is right. Time, distance when it comes to love, those things don't matter. His hand in mine is proof of that. It will be the same with the girls. I know it. Bella. He's worried and frowning when I finally turn around. I kiss his chin, then his cheek. Until he smiles and wraps his arms around me. Yeah, I am. Cold sheets. There is nothing worse than waking up to cold sheets. By now, I should be used to it. Saturdays and Sundays are the only warm mornings. Warm mostly because Edward doesn't believe in personal space between the sheets. I'm tempted to burrow under the quilt and fight my way back to sleep, but a glance at the clock has me up and on my feet. If I hurry, I can catch him. Always the creepy stalker. I rush down the stairs and through the kitchen, only stopping long enough to throw a hoodie on over my t-shirt and grab a can of coffee from the fridge and a blanket on my way out the door. The sand is chilly this morning, and I really should have stopped to put shoes on, but the truth is I'd rather lose a toe to hypothermia than miss the view. I spread the blanket quickly in my favorite spot. Once I'm settled, I crack open the can of Coke and pop a piece of Trident before glancing to my left. He's still about a half-mile down the beach. So I comb my fingers through my hair. I may have huffed and puffed my way down to the beach to catch him in action, but he doesn't need to know that. As he gets closer, I end up even more bent out of shape. White hoodies and baseball caps do funny things to me. It doesn't hurt that he's still wearing shorts even though the mornings are cool now. Calves and Nikes do funny things to me too. He slows as he gets closer. And I have to shield my eyes since the sun is bright. "You're up early," he says as he stops at the edge of my blanket. I shrug like I've been up for ages instead of 5 minutes. Cold bed. That sucks. I'm used to it. One of these days, I'm going to convince you to run with me. He smiles as he kicks off his shoes and drops down to his knees on the blanket in front of me. That will never happen. Is that right? He leans forward, brushing his lips against mine. I'm better as a spectator. I'm his biggest fan, but I'm also a complete failure with running and other athletic activities. I'm just too damn lazy. Are you cold? He asks as he runs his hand over the goosebumps on my knee. Parts of me are on fire, but I've learned my lesson over and over about teasing him on the beach. If I budge an inch, he'll have me naked and underneath him on this blanket. He's done it before. Thankfully, the occupants of the closest house are like Phil, only here during the summer. Still, it's too chilly for outdoorsy lovin' today. If I am, will you take me inside and warm me up? I'd love to. I finish my Coke, and he carries the blanket, folding it as we walk. He ditches his shoes on the back deck before following me into the house. I'm in his arms, wrapped around him and grinding, before we make it to the stairs. Instead of stopping for what I'm sure would be an enjoyable though slightly painful round of step sex, he carries me to our bed. It drives me nuts when you wear this hoodie, he rumbles as his hands slide up my legs. He rids me of his boxers but leaves the sweatshirt. It will take him a few minutes to decide if he wants to see my boobs or his name and the number 13. Most of the time he opts for my tits, but every now and then, he turns me over and things get a little primal. It's awesome. Today, the shirt comes off. I'm more than okay with it because there is nothing in the world like feeling his body against mine. He worked up a sweat while running. I can taste it on his lips, on his skin. But he still smells soapy and delicious. Now, I tell him. Always rushing me, woman. He tries to sound annoyed but blows it when he groans as he teases me. Edward. His name does the trick every time. I let my knees fall, and he finally gives in, kissing and loving me hard, the way he always has. We shower quickly and make it downstairs in time to turn on the TV and catch the parade. Last year, Edward had been able to take the weekend after Thanksgiving off from work, so we'd gone home for the holiday. No such luck this year. We're staying in Florida and having our first Thanksgiving away from home. Scooby is my favorite float. Bart Simpson is his. He makes fun of Kenny Rogers, earning a fist shake from me, and he drools over Vanessa Williams, which ear. Ns him an elbow in the ribs, a playful elbow, of course. I've done my share of drooling over rocker boys in front of him, so I suppose it's fair. After the parade, we call Esme on speakerphone, and she talks us through prepping the turkey. I make Edward pull out all the gross stuff, and we make silent gagging faces at each other when she mentions we're going to cook it. He shakes his head, holding his pointer finger in front of his lips as he tosses it into the trash. We're making all of her best Thanksgiving dishes today. She'd sent me an email last week with recipes for the baked apples I love so much and her dressing. She makes a kick-ass dressing. Carlisle is leaving for work soon, and she'll be having dinner at Emmett's house. I'm glad she won't be alone. I can tell Edward feels guilty. A quick cleavage flash cheers him up, and he smiles as he shakes his head. Once the turkey is in the oven and the timer is set, she ends the call to spend some time with Carlisle while she can. I think my mom just hung up so she could quickie my dad, Edward says. Clearly, he's grossed out. It's okay. My parents have sex too. You'll be alright. I pat his hand. Speaking of, he hugs me tightly, but I'm on to him. When his hands sneak down my back to cup my ass, I catch them with my own. Nah, I tell him. We're cooking, remember. If we get naked now, we'll have to wait longer for the food. Edward is always a willing helper in the kitchen, so I put him to work. I like watching him peel potatoes. It's like forearm porn. A pumpkin spice candle burns in the living room, and the smells coming from the kitchen are divine. The whole house smells like fall. The temps are in the high 60s during the day here in Florida, but I remember flannel and layering this time of year back in Forks. Do you ever miss the rain and the cold? I ask him as he takes the turkey out of the oven and places it on the counter. Sometimes, I do. Sometimes. I mean, we're getting a tree this weekend, but it's not even cold outside. It doesn't even feel like Thanksgiving. You're homesick. I'm not. Bella, it's our first Thanksgiving away from our families. It's okay to be a little homesick. At the risk of sounding like a total pussy. I really miss my mom, and I hate that we can't see our families until Christmas. I wouldn't have been mad if you'd decided to go without me. That would have been a much worse case of homesickness. I'm good. I'm just a little sad. We'll be sad together and stuff our faces until we feel better. Deal. Glancing around the kitchen, I realize we've made enough food to feed a small village. I hope you're hungry. We make plates and carry them to the living room. He finds a good football game and twists the caps from 2 bottles of Heineken, handing me one and then clinking his against mine. Happy Thanksgiving, baby. Happy Thanksgiving. This might be the best one yet. Yeah, I miss home, but I have everything I need right here. He gets more involved in the game than I do. So I slip away during halftime to pack up the leftovers. Once everything is put away and the dishes are done, I pull a long-distance card from my purse and use it to call Jake. We chat for a few minutes as I scribble Hannah's clothing and shoe sizes on the notepad next to the fridge. He gives me a few ideas for toys too. I don't even ask him about books. I know exactly which books to give her. He asks about Edward. I ask about Vanessa and school. They're still going strong for almost a year now, and now that Hannah is in school, Jake is too. He's on track at Peninsula and should graduate 1 semester before I do. We talk about our dads, and we're done. Jake has never really been the talkative type. He hands the phone to Hannah, and I listen as she tells me all about a little boy in her pre-K class that has been picking on her. She giggles when I explain that he probably just does it because he thinks she's pretty. Daddy's taking me and Nessa to see Jingle All the Way in a little while, she says. That's awesome. Are you excited? Yeah, I like it when they take me on dates. We have fun. Where is Ed? Is he there? He's watching football. I'm gonna marry him when I grow up and take him on dates to the movies. I laugh. I can't help it. You can't marry Edward when you grow up, I tell her. Why not? Because he's too old for you. Start with the obvious. I'm older. I'm almost 5. Okay. 4-year-olds are harder to argue with. Point taken. No. You just turned 4, and he's getting older too. So, Sue, you can't marry him. Are you gonna marry him? I swallow. It isn't like I haven't thought about it. I just don't know if he has ever thought about it. Things are great exactly the way they are. We're happy. I'm content. But taking pictures of weddings and babies for my job and living with him for a little over a year now. Yeah, I think about it. I don't know. Why not? The sound of the fridge opening behind me is like a cold bucket of ice water. I know. I remember what that feels like. Look, Hannah, I've gotta go. Tell your daddy I said bye, okay? Have fun at the movie. When are you coming home again? I've told her twice already, but I tell her again because I know she's only asking because she's excited. 3 weeks. Okay. Tell Ed bye too. Okay. Okay. I end the call and put the phone on the charger. How long have you been in here? I ask. He twists the cap off of a beer. And I watch because his arms are too fine not to. Tanned skin and light fuzz. Since you said I was old. Old for her, I correct. Shit. He heard it all. Ah. Screw it. May as well go big. Do you ever think about getting married? I ask. If he says no, it's cool. I really am happy with the way things are. After setting the beer on the counter, he walks slowly until he's close enough to kiss me, but he doesn't lean in. All the time. Do you want to get married? To me, I mean. Someday. Damn. Are you proposing? He smiles like a cocky bastard. You didn't answer me. Yes. Of course I want to marry you. Why haven't we ever talked about this? He sighs. Honestly. We're still in school and working, and I didn't want you to have to stress over planning a wedding. I don't really want a wedding. This much I know. I barely survived my mom's, and my role in it was completely silent. I can't do the big show. No way. You don't. No. I want to get married out back on the beach. Just us. So you do want to marry me? Now he just looks smug. Well, yeah, now. Whenever. If you want to wait until we're done with school, that's fine with me. If you want to get married now, I'm fine with that too. He steps close, placing his hands on my hips, and leans in. I hope you're serious. We have a week here at the end of the semester before we leave for Washington. I have to work a few of those days. He reaches for the calendar magnet we keep on the fridge. Look at that, he says, smiling the sweet smile that makes me feel dumb. It's perfect. I nod as he points at the calendar block for Friday the 13th of December. It is perfect. Getting married on the 5th anniversary of our first real date will be a story we can tell our grandkids. If we have kids and grandkids. Do you want kids? I ask. This is something we definitely need to sort out on the front end. I'd like to at least have 1. 2 is the max for me. I don't want us to be outnumbered. I'd also like to wait on that part. How long? A few years. I wrap myself around him. I want time for us first. Sounds perfect, he agrees. I'm feeling kind of shitty. Aren't proposals supposed to be kind of a big deal? Well, technically, you haven't proposed and neither have I. We just looked at a date on a calendar and had a discussion about breeding. Right, he says. Well, here goes nothing. He drops to one knee before I can blink. Bella, you're still the prettiest girl I've ever seen. And I'm always going to love you, for as long as you want me. Will you marry me? Absolutely. In a few weeks. Yes. Come here. He pulls me down to the floor with I.M. and kisses me between laughs because even though neither of us had time to get nervous or worried over this discussion, it's still a relief to have it out of the way. We spend our evening lazing on the sofa, watching A Christmas Story and occasionally munching on leftovers. Edward doesn't complain when I wake him up at 3 o'clock in the morning to go to Jacksonville with me. Hannah wants a Ickle me Elmo doll, so I need to be at Toys R Us at the ass crack of dawn. He doesn't complain when we have to stand in line for over an hour and fight off genuinely crazy people for a stupid doll either. We hit the mall next. Shopping for our parents and our friends. We buy each other video games that we say will be Christmas gifts even though we both know we'll end up opening them long before Christmas. Probably before the end of the weekend if I'm being honest. After lunch in the food court, he asks if I'm in the mood to catch a movie. We make a quick trip out to the Volvo to drop off our purchases and decide to see Romeo plus Juliet. It doesn't leave me in tears like the last time I watched this story play out, but it does cause an echo of an ache in my chest, like rubbing a scar. He sees me by turning into the lot at one of the local jewelers when we get back to St. Augustine. Instead of asking why, I smile because I know. A sweet round of pillow talk last night had given me a chaw. NCE to tell him that I don't really want a diamond right now. We know exactly what we want and leave the store with matching thick, silver bands on our ring fingers. Just trying them out. We stopped to buy a tree from some dude in the Winn-Dixie parking lot, making it home just after dark and tapping the leftovers before crashing on the couch. I love you, I tell him, turning his ring with my thumb. I am not sure if I've said it today even though I showed him all day long. I love you back. We sleep late on Saturday, leaving Edward rushing to get over to the golf course in time for his afternoon shift. He caddies 3 or 4 days a week at the country club. It's an awesome gig, almost like a workout with great tips. I don't have anything booked for this weekend, so I spend my day wrapping presents and grocery shopping. Edward is excited when he comes through the door at 6. Guess who I caddied for today? No clue. Judge Perkins. I asked him to perform the ceremony. He agreed and gave me a rundown on the marriage license and other things we'll need to know. We visit the county clerk's office the next week for our license. We also dodge phone calls, checking in with our families and friends via email. It takes us 20 minutes and 2 phone calls to plan a wedding. His teammate Jared and my friend Chelsea will be the only real guests. The only glitch we hit is choosing a photographer. I'm picky. There are only 3 people I would trust to take my wedding pictures. One is my boss Stefan. The other 2 are my coworkers, Paul and Senna. Stefan is booked for the night of the 13th. And Senna is on the books to assist. That leaves Paul. Edward can't stand Paul. The boy is a harmless flirt, and a talented one, but he's also stupid enough to flirt with me in front of Edward. I'd rather stay drama-free on my wedding day, so I work on Senna all week until she convinces Paul to work for her so I can hire her. It doesn't hurt that I offer to pay her full price. This makes my future husband very happy. Chelsea takes me shopping on Friday, and we manage to find the perfect dress. Long, white, and medieval hippie with a fitted bodice and bell-bottom sleeves. Mom will be so proud. It's pretty and exactly my style. Making a hair appointment with a stranger hurts, but I have to because I want my hair pulled back in loose braids with tiny flowers worked in. Part of me wishes I could call Carmen and beg her to jump on a plane. But one would turn into 100, and that's just not the type of wedding I want. I don't want to feel scared or sick, I just want to get hitched. Small is good. This is going to be smaller than small, which is even better. With the ceremony stuff out of the way, Edward and I go to school every day, work when we're scheduled, and study for finals. We ignore tradition and wake up together the morning of our wedding day. It's Friday the 13th. What could possibly go wrong? Cold feet. He asks as we say goodbye in the driveway. Not a chance. Seriously. Not a chance. Chelsea treats me to a manicure and pedicure at the spa. I can't believe you're getting married today, she says as the stylists work on our hair. You're so calm. Huh. I guess I am. Give it some time. I tell her. I'm sure it's going to sink in any minute and I'll start freaking out. It doesn't happen. Not even when Edward and I walk down to the beach with our friends and Judge Perkins. Jared's roommate Evan has shown up as well carrying a guitar case. I'm guessing he's here at Edward's request, but I don't ask. Our marriage vows are the first time I ever hear my real name spoken from Edward's lips. Edward, take you Isabella. He grins as he continues because knows how much I hate Isabella, but I have to admit it sounds good when he says it. It also sounds really good when the judge announces us to our 4 guests, as Edward and Isabella Cullen after I've taken him to be mine too. The kissing part is the best, and I can hear the camera clicking, the waves licking the beach. And our friends talking, but none of it matters. Evan picks up his guitar and strums the opening chords of Thank You, and Edward takes the bouquet from me. He hands it to Chelsea before pulling me close. My left hand and his right are tangled above my pounding heart, and it reminds me of the night he held me at my mother's wedding. Only this time a warm silver promise rests between us. And I'm smiling through a few silly tears. Acoustic guitar. Barefoot slow dancing in the sand, the surf, it's all so beautiful, but I close my eyes for a moment, laying my head against his chest because I want to hear the way his heart still matches mine when we're together like this. Some things never change. You're my wife, now, he says quietly. I am. I know we agreed on the standard wedding vows for the sake of simplicity. But I don't tell you nearly enough how much I love you. You're my best. Everything. You're just everything. You know I feel the same, right? You promised forever. I do too. It's only one dance. With people watching a few feet away and a camera in our face occasionally, but it might be our best one yet. Our guests don't linger after the song ends. There's a lot of hugging and handshaking until we're finally alone on the back deck. I have something for you, he says with a sneaky little grin. I can't wait. He's looking really hot in khaki dress pants and a white button-up. I'm ready to get to the consummation part. Are you going to deck me if I insist on carrying you over the threshold? For some reason I feel shy for the first time in years. It's such a grown-up, serious thing he's asking to do, and we joke around a lot, but I'm serious about this. About us. No, I tell him quietly. He sweeps me off my feet in the literal sense for the first time. I expect him to drop my heavy ass once we're in the house, but he keeps walking, finally putting me down in the kitchen. Close your eyes. I do without hesitation. After a few moments, he says, okay. There. Are two champagne glasses on the counter next to a small white paper plate. It's what's on the plate that kills me. I know it's not a wedding cake, but it is sort of cake, and well, we've always done things our own way and. Shut up. I whisper. You silly, perfect boy. Then I kiss him. Because I have to when he does sweet things like giving me Hostess cupcakes as a wedding cake alternative. When I'm done kissing him, we feed each other cupcakes and sip champagne in our kitchen. I don't even try to hide the stupid smile on my face when he peels the icing off of mine and gives me that part first. 2 glasses is my limit. And when I start pulling the flowers from my hair, he follows me up the stairs. Instead of turning on the light in our room, I walk over to the sliding glass door of the balcony and pull the curtains back. The sky is my favorite mix of blue, pink, and orange as I push the door open. The ocean has become our new soundtrack since we've been here in Florida. He doesn't say a word as he steps up behind me. Just sweeps my hair across my left shoulder before leaning in to press his lips against the back of my neck. Teasing me with tiny nips and pecks, he slowly unfastens the catches on the back of my dress. Then his hands are warm on my skin, moving up my back and over my shoulders, nudging the fabric down my arms until the dress falls away. I turn in his arms so he see the shiny white satin bra and panty set I picked out for him. It's very bride-like. As he stares, I unbutton his shirt and help rid him of his clothes. The moment he's naked, he pulls me against him. You're beautiful, he says quietly, sliding a finger beneath the strap of my bra and caressing my skin with his knuckle. With his other hand, he unfastens the clasp in back. Once my bra is out of the way, he drops to his knees in front of me much like the day he proposed. Only this time, he leans in and brushes his lips across the skin beneath my navel. And I love you. I love you back, I tell I am as I place my hands on his shoulders for balance as his hands sweep over my hips and he catches satin with his thumbs and pulls it down and away. Then he's on his feet, and I'm lowering myself onto the bed and scooting back on my elbows and ass until I'm at the center. He follows without hesitation but takes his time, burning a path along my body with sweet, hungry kisses until his lips meet mine as he pushes in, deep and swift. He catches my moan with his mouth, teasing me with teeth and tongue as he buries himself inside me, bottoming out on every stroke. When I'm close, he brings my leg over his hip and grips my thigh as his lips move to my neck. I grab a fistful of his hair, trying to pull him closer, even though every part of him is already touching me. He groans, finally letting go and unleashing the way I want him to until we're both left spent, shaking, and breathless. We stay in bed for days, living off of cereal, delivery food, cheese toast, and canned soup. The only times we leave are when our jobs require it. This is Edward's last week of work until next fall. He'll be too busy in the spring with baseball. A football player from Flagler is taking Edward's position. They'll switch when the seasons change again. I have 2 appointments to show pictures and offer packages at the studio. The rest of the time, we spend on the beach or in bed or occasionally relaxing on the balcony with a blanket wrapped around us. Alice calls the evening before we leave for Washington. I can't make it home this year, Bella. Dad and Lisa both have the flu. I'm so frustrated, I could cry. We'd only managed to see each other for a week this past summer. But I get it. Oh man. That sucks. Is Cynthia sick too? No. Hopefully, she won't get it, but I can't leave her here alone with them. It's cool. I glance down at the ring on my hand. Since you're not coming to Forks, I'm going to tell you something, but you have to long distance pinky swear you won't tell anyone. Not our parents. Not the girls. Not a soul. Alice Brandon. Cross my heart. I'm married. Oh my god. Are you fucking kidding me? She laughs. That's great. Really, B, I'm so happy for you. Now, spill. We talk for more than an hour. I tell her all about Thanksgiving and my wedding, and she tells me about work and catches me up on her boyfriend Brady. It still hurts my heart a little when she talks about him. He's nice enough, and I like him. But he'll never be Jasper. It's none of my business, and their breakup had been a mutual decision after Alice had decided to stay an additional year in Mississippi. Then 2 years had turned into 3. And yeah, it still hurts. Now, she's a realtor, sharing a house outside Jackson with Brady and 2 golden retrievers. Somehow, we always seem to miss each other. They were in Forks for Thanksgiving. But we were here. Now we're going home for Christmas, and they can't. Being an adult sucks. We'll see each other in February, she reminds me. Mardi Gras, baby. It's going to be awesome. I can't wait to see your tits, she jokes. That's kind of gross, now. Ew. You're right. Never mind. Do you think Charlie is going to kill me? I ask. She PFFTS so loudly, I can hear it. No. What's that supposed to mean? I've gotta go, hooker. We'll talk soon. Merry Christmas. She hangs up on me before I can get a word out. I stay out on the deck for a while watching the sun ease down beyond sea and thinking about things like time and distance and how thoroughly things can change. The patio door slides open behind me. Edward hands me a beer before sitting in the chair next to mine. Alice isn't coming home for Christmas. Her parents are sick. I'm sorry. It sucks, but at least we'll have Mardi Gras. He nods. Are Emmett and Rosalie coming to the port this week? They're both living in Seattle now and going to UW. Yeah, we'll see them Sunday for dinner at my parents' house. Cool. What about Leah? She's coming to Forks with her grandparents on Christmas Eve. Jasper emailed me back. He's bringing his gear with him. He said next Monday will be best for him. Do we have plans for Monday? Monday is good. We slip into silence, watching and listening to the ocean with our fingers loosely hooked between us. Occasionally, he twists my wedding band with his thumb, and I think I like this whole marriage thing. We should go to bed soon, he says. Our flight is at 7, and we have to make the drive to Jacksonville. I tighten my grip on his hand and pull him through the house, up the stairs, and into our room. This time, I push him onto the bed and then I love him slowly. Thankful that somehow we've managed to stick together. The flight to Seattle is long, and I spend most of it sleeping and drooling on Edward's sleeve. When we get there, we have almost an hour to wait for a connection. Alaska Airlines finally started commuter service to Port Angeles last summer. It's an uncomfortable ride, and I can't sleep. Our flight scares the shit out of me, and Edward has to wrestle our return tickets away from me to keep me from tearing them into tiny pieces after we've landed. We're staying with my mom and Phil first this trip. Really, we sort of float between our resets of parents when we're in town, like a jacked up timeshare. It's cool though since we have friends in both towns. They're surprised when we share our big news, but they're also thrilled. Phi. Elle hugs Edward as my mom hugs me and then we switch. I give them a small, white photo album loaded with wedding pictures. There are 2 identical albums in my suitcase for our other parents. Renee cries a little, and Phil busts out a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Edward and I share relieved looks. 1 down. 2 to go. Our moment of reckoning comes Sunday afternoon at his parents' house. Esme no. Tices are matching wedding bands as we walk into the kitchen. You're married. Instead of smiles, her face is pale and horrified. Oh, Mom. How could you get married? When did you get married? I can't believe this. You're my only child and you decided to rob me of a wedding. Sheet. Esme is pissed. I don't think I've seen this before. Ever. Edward grips my hand tightly, pulling me closer instead of letting me back away slowly. Damn him. Angry Esme is scary. I expected this. From Charlie. But not from Esme. Carlisle walks into the kitchen with a puzzled look on his face. What's going on? She balls her left fist, placing it on her hip as she turns to face him. Waving her right hand at us, she yells, "They're married." He smiles. Congratulations. I'm frozen, too shocked to respond and a little afraid of what Esme might say if do. Congratulations. Carlisle. They eloped, she complains. No, Mom. We didn't. We were married on the beach. It was a small ceremony. Only the judge, a few friends, and a photographer. We have pictures. I pull her album from my purse and hold it out to her. She's crying now, and I feel awful. It's my fault, I tell her. I wanted the justice of the peace, and I talked Edward into the beach thing. I have this overwhelming fear of talking in front of people. It's dumb, but I get sick. I had to smoke a joint in the woods behind Forks High before my oral presentation for my senior English exam. There is no way I could have survived an actual wedding with a large audience. If you're angry, you should be angry with me. When am I ever going to learn to just shut the fuck up? I just told my mother-in-law that I got high at school. I'm angry with both of you, she says before taking the pictures from me and walking away. Damn. This sucks. Give her a while to calm down. She'll be okay. Carlisle hugs us both and helps Edward with the gifts we've brought for them. Welcome to the family, Bella, officially, that is, he says over his shoulder as we follow him to the family room. His smile and good mood are the only things keeping me from following Esme down the hall and into her room to beg for forgiveness. She comes out about an hour later and stands in front of the couch so she can stare me and Edward down at the same time. I called Renee. We've decided to have a reception for you on New Year's Eve at the Olympic Lodge. It won't be large, and you won't have to talk at all, Bella. But you will have a cake and there will be music and pictures. Okay. I nod, willing to agree to anything that will make her feelings less hurt. Luckily, the front door opens and moments later, Emmett comes barreling into the room, ending our conversation. He ignores Esme's aggressive stance and plops down between me and Edward on the couch. "What's up?" he says, looking at Edward. Why is Esme's brow doing the twitchy thing? He turns to look at me. Wait. Let me guess. You're knocked up. What the fucking fuck? He reaches over, rubbing my stomach gently before I can push his hand away and tell him to fuck off. Emmett, stop pawing my wife. Edward uses his clipped "don't fuck with me" tone. It's hot. So is hearing him call me his wife. Is that why you got married? Esme asks, looking between us. No. Edward tells her. Bella isn't pregnant. We got married because we wanted to get married. You're married? Emmett asks. He looks down at my left hand then Edward's. So now you've made her my cousin. He moans. Way to make things weird, guys. Yeah, he's groaning about it, but he's smiling and mock punching Edward's arm. Congratulations. Esme throws her arms in the air. I give up. She leaves us, walking toward the kitchen to start dinner. The guys follow, begging for snacks. Congratulations, Rosalie says quietly as she sits down next to me on the sofa. Thanks. Merry Christmas. You too. This is weird. She pauses. Then she smiles and holds up her left hand. There's a big shiny rock on it. Emmett proposed. That's great. Congrats to you too. She still looks mildly uncomfortable. And I'm not sure why, because I meant what I said. She isn't some glass princess that Emmett can con. She keeps his ass in line, and he's crazy about her. It works. I'm happy for them. Esme told me you take wedding pictures. I must look as surprised as I feel because she rushes to continue. I'm not asking you for any favors, I swear. I just. Shit. She stops and laughs a little. She said you're really great. And I'd like to hire you. Shit. That's not right either. You're going to be invited anyway. Working isn't the only reason you'd be there. You're Emmett's oldest friend. She waves at my ring. And the best man's wife. Well, if he says yes. This girl rambles as much as I do. He will, and of course I'll take the pictures. Consider it a wedding gift. When are you getting married? The summer after graduation, she answers. That will give me 18 months to plan the wedding. Give me the date once it's set so I can mark it on our calendar. This is cool. Best man means a tuxedo. My husband is killer in a tux. I brought my camera. I could take some engagement pictures next week if you guys are planning to run an announcement. You wouldn't mind. I know you have a lot of people to visit when you're home. It gets crazy working in 3 sets of parents, but we try to make time for our friends too. Just figure out a location and we'll set up a time. Esme steps into the room long enough to say, I'm opening a bottle of wine if you two are interested. We are. Rosalie tells me some of the tentative plans as we make our way into the kitchen. Talking about her upcoming wedding help. Take Esme's mind off of my lack of one. It seems my awesome mother-in-law had already agreed to be Rosalie's coordinator and caterer. I'll be working with her again. But wow. This will be entirely different, and really cool. It doesn't take long for our professional wedding talk to bore Emmett. He and Edward steal a couple of brownies before disappearing upstairs, probably to game until dinner is ready. Over a few glasses of wine, we discuss ideas, colors, and Rosalie's decision to keep the wedding party small. Edward will be the best man. Tanya will be the maid of honor. That's it. She wants an evening wedding with classic black and white for the wedding party. Her childhood piano instructor is a member of a string quartet, and they'll be playing live for the wedding and the reception. He wants to book the Olympic Lodge because she fell in love with the fountains. Her plan is an outdoor ceremony at sunset with dinner and a reception to follow inside. It sounds classy and cool, and I tell her as much. Then I invite her to our reception. I know Edward will invite Emmett tonight anyway, but I'm trying to make an effort. A long time ago she made an offer to bury a hatchet, but the wounds had been too fresh, too real. Ours is the type of hatchet that couldn't be buried, it's the type that has slowly disintegrated over time. Time and distance can be good things. We'd love to come. She smiles as she nods. Are you and Edward going to stay in Florida after graduation or come home? Esme whips her head to look at me expectantly. Whoa. Yeah, we're married now, but they are giving us way too much credit. We haven't really decided. I choose my words carefully. We've had a couple of conversations and discussed the possibility of getting our own place and staying in Florida or moving back to Washington. To Seattle to be precise. Neither of us have Forks or PA on the short list. It isn't that we don't love our families. In truth, Seattle is probable. We'd both like to be closer to home, but at the same time, we're not ready to come home. Not permanently, anyway. There is no way in hell I'm going to admit that right now. Not after what happened with Esme earlier. No way. I've already stolen her wedding glory. I'm not going to be the one to rain on her maybe they'll come back home parade. Maybe we will someday. We're just not there yet. And I fully intend to let Edward be the one to break it to her. Or we can do it together, but not tonight. Rosalie explains that she and Emmett plan to move back to PA once they're finished at UW. The oven timer pings, and I'm grateful for the excuse to run upstairs and get the guys. I walk in on them sitting on the floor, leaning against the footboard of Edward's old bed with Sega remotes in hand. They look 16 and 18 and 21 all at the same time. And I know that doesn't make sense, but it's true. Dinner, I say as I lean against the wall next to the door. Emmett drops his remote and ditches us at the mention of food. Edward moves slowly, standing and stretching, and I need his arms for just a minute, so I hug him mid-stretch. Always one for hugging, he complies. Are you okay? He asks. I'm better now. That bad? No, not at all. I'm still feeling guilty about hurting your mom. I'm glad you're okay with a reception. I think she'll feel much better about it once we do some of the traditional stuff for her. Like feeding each other cake. I tease. Yes. Cake. Champagne toasts. The works, he says, pulling me close and swaying slowly with me in his arms. She's even going to hire a DJ. I don't know. The last time I danced with you on New Year's Eve, I ended up on my back. Actually, that's happened every New Year's Eve you've danced with me, he whispers against my neck before kissing softly and walking us closer to the bed. I can't help it. I'm easy. He laughs, slipping his hands under my shirt at my waist, moving slowly over my ribs and teasing the skin beneath my bra. The moment his thumbs slide under the fabric and find my nipples, my lovely mother-in-law yells our names from downstairs, using her "don't make me come up" their voice. Damn it, he groans, entangling his hands from my tits. Later, I promise, kissing him quickly on the cheek and pulling him from the room. Since I'm his official boner shield now, I let him follow me closely with his hands on my hips as we enter the dining room. We sit quickly and no one seems the wiser. By the time the dishes are clean and put away, I can barely keep my eyes open. The rest of the gang plans to watch a movie, but I'm desperate for a nap. I'm still on Florida time. Edward tells them to start the movie without him as he walks up the stairs behind me. Are you sure you don't want to leave? We can hang out with my family some other time, he offers. Why don't we stay here tonight? You can watch the movie with the fam while I recharge. I can feel his grin against my ear as he whispers, I like the sound of that. The sheets don't smell like Edward anymore. So it takes me a few minutes to get comfortable, but once I do, I'm out. Sometime during the night, he slides in behind me and wakes me as he pulls me against his chest. Sorry, he whispers. Don't be, I tell him. I bitch and moan occasionally about him smothering me in the bed, but it's almost always when I'm PMsing. He recognizes when I'm getting my psycho on, and he's learned to just ignore it. Deep down, he knows I love the snuggling. How sleepy are you? That depends on why you're asking. His fingers are already tugging my panties. I was thinking we could hit it. For old time's sake. God, you're so romantic. Sorry. In my defense, I've been hanging out with Emmett all day. True. What about your parents? I locked the damn door, he says proudly. We're married now, and I can do whatever I want to with you in this bed. Somehow I manage to keep quiet as he shows me all the things he wants to do. It's hard because he knows me inside and out, and he does everything he knows I love while occasionally reminding me to be quiet. I've said it before. He's a demon. Unfortunately, both of his parents have already gone to work by the time we wake up Monday morning, and we don't get a chance to tell them goodbye. After meeting Emmett and Rosalie for a late breakfast at the Waffle House, we decide to go straight to Forks instead of putting it off any longer. He tunes the radio of the rental car to a classic rock station. And we sing along, exaggerating lyrics while mentally preparing ourselves for another round of Tell the Parents We Got Hitched. This is going to be fun. We both sit silent after he parks in front of my dad's house. He turns the key, killing the ignition, and exhales slowly. Charlie is going to kill me. Isn't he? No. Charlie loves you. He gives me a look instead of saying, are you fucking crazy? Out loud. It's going to be fine. You'll see. I'm hoping I'm right. After all, he and Jeanette had eloped during my freshman year, and he hadn't even bothered to call me. Alice ended up having to break the news. I get out first and Edward follows. There's a weird moment I hesitate at the front door with an urge to knock. Then I remember this is my house. I don't live here anymore. I have a husband and my father has a new wife, but it still feels like home. Hey, Charlie says as he stands, and the smile on his face has me dropping my crap in the middle of the living room floor so I can hug him. I miss a lot of people, but I miss my dad the most. Hey, Dad, Edward, he says over my shoulder. Chief. Figuring it's best to just come clean immediately and get it out of the way, I blurt, we're married. Charlie leans back, making a weird, scrunchy face with his brows furrowed and his mouth hanging open. Come again. Turns out I'm a lot like my dad. It's a friendly reminder that I didn't do anything he hasn't done. His facial expression is changing every few seconds as he works through whatever is going in his head. He looks at Edward then me. Great. He's finally found a smile. And I'll take it even if it is a sad one. These are for you and Jeanette, Edward tells him, holding out the last copies of our wedding pictures. Charlie takes them from him, pulling him into a sort of man hug. He whispers something too quietly for me to hear, but whatever it is can't be good because Edward looks a little pale. When Charlie is done, my poor husband nods, and my dad releases him. All right then, he says cheerfully. Let's check out these pictures. He takes the center cushion of the sofa, so Edward and I have no choice but to sit on either side of him. He looks happier as he flips through the pictures. Midway through the album, the front door opens and Jeanette walks in with a bag of hair care products from Louise's in her hand. Just seeing the bag makes me long for Carmen even though I know she and Elliot aren't going to make it back to Forks until the day after Christmas this year. They're visiting his grandparents in Colorado. Jeanette tosses the bag onto the chair before shimmying out of her coat with her back to us. Holy shit. I can't believe my eyes when she finally turns around. Either my stepmom ate half of a basketball or my father has knocked her up. Bella. Charlie looks constipated, and that's kind of okay because I feel like knocking the shit out of him right now. And Alice. She was here for Thanksgiving. She knew. Whoa. Alice and I are going to share a sibling. That's kind of weird. Leah was only half right back on graduation day. We don't always get to make our own families. Most of the time, they're made for us. If someone had told me 5 years ago that someday I'd be Emmett's cousin, related to Rosalie Hale, have a stepfather and a stepmother I love, have siblings, and be married, I would have probably punched that purse on in the face and called him or her an asshole. This certainly isn't what I had imagined for myself. But I wouldn't change a thing. I'm happy for both of you, I tell them. I'm a little freaked out and tad grossed out, but seriously, 99% happy for you. Just a phone call would be nice. Is that going to work both ways? Charlie asks. Because I'm pretty sure I found out that you and Ed Ward had moved in together during a fishing trip with your grandpa and Phil, and my wedding invitation must have gotten lost in the mail. Looks like Charlie brought his A game today. He also makes a valid point. I really am like my dad in so many wonderfully horrible ways. You win, I tell him. Just remember what you told me about the apple and the tree and all that, I tease. Jeanette takes the wedding pictures from him and looks through them as I tell them both about the reception on New Year's Eve. Dad has worked every New Year's Eve that I can remember, but he promises to be off for this. Even it means scheduling a rookie to work the holiday so Mark and his family can come too. Jeanette is already scheduled off that evening because of her rotation. We spend our afternoon catching up and then eating a greasy, unhealthy dinner at the diner since my stepmom is craving scrambled eggs, chili cheese fries, and a strawberry milkshake. Gross. They invite us to come with them to see a movie in PA. But we've already made plans for the night so we head back to the house. Jasper shows up around 7 with a tattered backpack in his hand and McKenna at his side. She smiles, pulling her lip ring with her teeth nervously. Her hair is bright pink this time, cut into a bob with thick bangs. It looks great on her. Turns out Mike's boyfriend Casey had been right. Their ex-roommate McKenna does have excellent taste in everything, including guys. Jasper had gone through a rough patch a few months after he and Alice had broken up. Mike and Jasper have several friends in common, so Mike had be. And the one to tell me Jasper was whoring it up with a different chick every weekend. That had lasted for nearly 6 months. Then there had been a booze instead of dames phase for a couple of months. Dward and I had been on the receiving end of some worrisome late-night, drunken phone calls. So had Alice. Angry phase came last and hit the hardest, landing him in a jail cell overnight on a drunk and disorderly charge. He met McKenna a short while later when Mike had introduced them at a party. They've been together since. I like the girl, and I think she's awesome, so I try not to be sad that he's not Alice or miss the way things used to be. Since this is Edward's first tat, I let him go first. It's an easy design but one that I love. He's having a Roman numeral 13 tattooed onto his back, above his right shoulder blade. 13 in bold, black letters. It's his lucky number. It's our lucky number. He winces a couple of times when Jasper gets close to bone but handles it like a champ. Way better than I did my first time. When the big tat is done, Edward gives me long look. You're sure about this? After my nod, he pulls his wedding band off, handing it to me before flipping his left hand over. Some people call this the kiss of death, Jasper says as he freehands a tiny block, lowercase b where Edward's ring finger meets his palm. We call it forever, Edward answers, looking up at me as he says it. It takes a few minutes for Jasper to sanitize the gun, open a new needle pack, and dish out some fresh ink. I feel bad that he's going to all this trouble to give me a tiny, matching, wedding tat. But it's the only tat I want tonight. This will even us up. 2 and 2. I slide my own ring off and offer Jasper my hand. It hurts more than I expect it to, but not nearly as bad as the neck tat. When he's finished, he wipes away the residual ink and blood, and I'm left with a beautiful, black, lowercase e etched in cursive in the spot that matches Edward's. It stings a little, but I love it. It's worth every bit of the pain. Jasper and McKenna hit the back porch for a smoke, leaving us alone in the kitchen. Do you like it? He asks, reaching for my fingers and pulling my hand closer so he can see. I love it. Good. Every kiss in this kitchen is like deja vu or a memory and still brand new somehow. Before I realize it, my back is against the counter and I'm trying to wiggle my way up his body. In my haste, I forget his new tattoo and manhandle his back a little too roughly. Ah, he says with clenched teeth. Definitely not a good ah. Oops. I'm sorry. Since I can't kiss it better. I kiss his neck instead and keep my hands still at his waist. Oh damn, Jasper says as he and McKenna enter through the back door. I thought getting married would cure your need to have your tongues all over each other every 5 minutes. Stop it, she says, hitting his arm. It's romantic. You want romance. He turns, catching her hand and lifting it into the air. She spins like a ballerina until she faces him again. They're two-steppin' over at Buster's tonight. I'm in the mood to dance. Edward still has zero love for country music, but we never see Jasper, and having this time is important to us. There's a small crowd at the bar even though it's Monday and 2 days before Christmas. I'm not really surprised. There isn't a long list of things to do in Forks over dollar longnecks. Jasper tells us Peter and Charlotte have finally scored a record deal. Both of their previous bands had fallen apart for unrelated reasons. They'd assembled different members of the old to form the new ND cut a demo. It took them a year and a half of playing shitty clubs for nickels and dimes before they'd picked the right spot on the right night. The band playing at Buster's couldn't be more different. They open with a lively country number that has Jasper and McKenna ditching us mid-sentence. Edward and I sip beer and talk, watching the couples on the floor. Right before I can suggest a game of pool, a new song starts. And he leans in to whisper, "Wanna dance?" I'm shocked but I move quickly before he changes his mind because I love dancing with him. We find a spot on the floor, and I let him lead as he sings the words to Shameless near my ear. I don't say anything until the song is over, but I can't curb my curiosity. I didn't know you were a Garth fan. I'm not, he says, smiling as he shakes his head. It's a Billy Joel song. Seriously. Yeah, it was one of my mom's favorite albums for years. We make our way over to the pool table, and it doesn't take long for Jasper and McKen to join our game and our discussion about multiple artists cutting the same music and crossing genres. As we're going our separate ways in the parking lot, I invite them to our reception. They both want to come but can't. They have to get back to Seattle for work, and they'll be leaving the day after Christmas. So we say our goodbyes and exchange hugs, wishing each other happy holidays and all kinds of other cheesy stuff. You know, I was just messing around with you earlier about the kiss of death thing, Jasper says as he opens the door of his new black Jetta. I'm really happy for you guys. Thanks, Jay, I tell him. You need to bring your inked up ass to Florida for a visit sometime. We've got oceanfront property, bitch. Soon. He grins before ducking into the car and slamming the door. Cree. St. Moss Eve finds us back in the port celebrating early with my mom, Phil, and Grandpa. Christmas morning belongs to Carlisle and Esme and Edward's family. Well, technically, I guess they're my family too. In some ways they always have been, even before we tied it up with this marriage business and matching rings and tats. We leave after lunch and make our way to Forks for our third Christmas in 2 days. Jake's car is parked out front. And I worry for a second that Hannah is going to be upset when she finds out Edward is married, but it's all for nothing. We tell her and she shrugs, stating she LL marry Steve from Blue's Clues instead. I laugh even though I don't know what she's talking about. She still makes people dumb. Jake tries to turn down my invitation to our reception. There is no why I can find a babysitter on New Year's Eve, Bella. No way. You don't have to. The whole family is invited. Jake, Hannah too. It's a reception, not a bachelor party. Vanessa would probably dig it too. Esme is hiring a DJ and there will be free booze. Will there be other kids there? I don't know. It doesn't matter. With Edward, Carlisle, and Charlie there, I'm sure we can keep her dance card full. He laughs. Don't forget me. I get her first dance. Cool. I'm so glad he's starting to loosen up a little and do fun things for himself now that Hannah is a little older. Billy has been able to help Mo Ree with childcare since she is potty trained and old enough to follow directions. Leah comes over after dinner, and we all sit around in Charlie's living room, talking and drinking and opening gifts. It's a Wonderful Life on the television in the background. Hannah plays with Tickle Me Elmo until I want to rip out his batteries and throw them into the woods out back. She falls asleep on Charlie's lap before it comes to that. Thank goodness. Leah asks me to join her outside for a smoke, and I know she's not talking about a Marlboro. Rachel comes too, and we make our way back to the think tank to burn one. Jake and Edward follow a few minutes later. The guys pass on the weed. Jake has Hannah and Edward has a baseball physical in less than a month. We stand around shivering as we chat and laugh over old stories. Jake and Leah have been surprisingly friendly to each other all afternoon, and I can't help but be grateful that their hatchet seems to have disappeared too. I walk her out to her car later when she needs to get back to her family. We share a quick hug before she opens the door. Don't forget, we have a date Friday. We'll make Carmen come too. We're going to need killer dresses for this reception. Can't wait. I mutter. Liar. Do you care if I invite Eric? He booty called me when he came to Portland for a STP concert. I'm in the mood to return the favor. She winks. It's been a while. Knock yourself out. Jeanette is exhausted by the time everyone else leaves, so Edward and I offer to clean up so she can rest. She jumps at the chance to turn in early, apologizing through her yawns as she and my dad make their way up the stairs. It only takes minutes to load the dishwasher and wipe the counters. We turn the lights off as we walk through the house to the living room. The tree lights are blinking softly in the corner as we stretch out on the couch. As soon as we're settled, he places a small wrapped gift in my hand. I thought we agreed that Mardi Gras would be our present to each other this year. Just open it. I recognize the box from my favorite vintage store back in Florida. Inside is a heart-shaped pewter locket. He takes it from me and shows me how to open it, smiling when I notice our shrunken wedding picture tucked inside. Engraved on the other side is one simple word. Always. I.